Chapter 1. Disappeared for 3 years, the promise of that year. In the vast northwestern desert, sand swirled and stones danced, raising clouds of dust. A military green jeep sped along the rugged road. Inside the vehicle, Chu Yang reclined casually in the back seat, the glaring sunlight illuminating the sharp angles of his profile. Despite the youthful visage that bore a hint of fatigue, his profound eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation. Simultaneously, the phone in his hand echoed with the delighted voice of an elderly man. "Little Chu, the results of the chip tests have come in, and everything is running exceptionally smoothly. You have truly worked hard for the past 3 years, solving a monumental problem for our nation. From today onward, we are finally no longer at the mercy of foreign nations in the realm of high-precision chips. The higher-ups have communicated that the research base will conclude its final tasks in a month, and the Ministry of Science and Technology will host a celebration banquet in Kyoto. After the banquet, that esteemed individual will personally present you with the highest scientific and technological award in Huaxia, along with a national honor medal. However, due to confidentiality protocols, the announcement of this award and medal will remain undisclosed to the public." The old man sighed regretfully, adding, "Little Chu, it is a pity for you. 3 years of dedication to the nation, only to be relegated to a silent background role in the end. While others may not fully grasp the hardships endured, he certainly could, for he had traversed this very path in the past." The elder continued, "Although you cannot bask in the glory that rightfully belongs to you, if you have any personal aspirations or desires, I, as an old man, will do my utmost to assist you in fulfilling them." Chu Yang smiled, pride radiating from his eyes. "Dean Wang, the design and production of the lithography machine was not solely my achievement. The academicians and professors at the base have also exerted tremendous effort over these 3 years to support a young man like me in the desolate desert. They have toiled alongside me to accomplish the task of developing and manufacturing the lithography machine. I will indeed attend the celebration banquet. As for my wish, I do have a small personal matter I would like to trouble you with, though I hadn't yet called you about it before your call came through." As he spoke, Chu Yang tenderly glanced down at a color-printed A4 sheet in his hand, his gaze fixating on the stunning visage depicted on the paper. "You said as long as it doesn't involve a matter of principle, you would certainly fulfill my request." Chu Yang nodded slightly. "In 2 weeks, Kyoto University will commence its academic year, and I would like to request an admission letter for a freshman in the Department of Economic Management." "What?" The elder on the other end of the line was taken aback, his expression turning grave. "Little Chu, you are not jesting with me, are you? Attending Kyoto University as a freshman, with your level of research, what could those teachers possibly teach you? That fellow Lao Zhang invited you to become an honorary professor at Hucking University, yet you declined. What brings you to Kyoto University now? This year's selection for the academicians of the 2 academies certainly includes your name. If you wish to explore other projects, you could easily come to Hucking Academy." Chu Yang chuckled. "You needn't concern yourself with that. Even if I attend Kyoto University, I will return at once if the nation requires me. My journey to Kyoto is merely to fulfill a promise made years ago." He then glanced down at the photograph on the A4 paper in his hand, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "Very well," the elder conceded, noting Chu Yang's resolute demeanor. "The nation has delayed you for 3 years. It is only fitting that you experience life at Kyoto University. You are but 19, spending all your time with those old geezers makes one feel aged. It will be beneficial to immerse yourself in the vibrancy of university life. I will ensure the acceptance letter is delivered directly to your parents. With the start of school approaching, do take the time to be with them. However, even in the presence of family, remember to adhere to confidentiality regulations. I shan't ramble on about what should and shouldn't be said over the phone. You will have plenty of time in Kyoto. Do come visit me when you can. I know you enjoy Team. My project partner gifted me a substantial amount of this year's exquisite Mingxian Longjing, and I await your visit to savor it." "Understood," Chu Yang replied with a smile. "I shall certainly come over to enjoy your fine tea." After hanging up, Chu Yang slowly picked up the A4 paper, his eyes filled with reminiscence as he scrutinized every line and column. Lin Qingxue, female, originally from Qingyang City, Hunan Province, attended Qingyang First High School. That a year ago, she achieved the highest score of 703 in the science stream during the college entrance examination and is currently a sophomore in the Department of Economic Management at Kyoto University. Having absorbed the information on the A4 sheet, Chu Yang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and he closed his eyes, memories from 3 years ago flooding his mind. In the self-study classroom of Qingyang First High School, Lin Qingxue passed a note to Chu Yang's desk. Chu Yang, when do you plan to start dating? At 18, and you? Then I will also be 18. Where do you want to attend university? Kyoto University, perhaps in economic management. Once I start dating, I will surely manage the household finances well. What about you? Will you come to Kyoto University with me? Sure. I've noticed your handwriting is quite delicate. Is it? Would you like to touch it? I could hold your hand after class. After a long moment, Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he recalled her profile, her face lit with a gentle smile directed at him. Perhaps that was how it was back then. It seems I have truly fallen for her, haven't I? Kyoto University, Department of Economic Management, second year. 3 years have passed. Lin Qingxue, I have come to fulfill the promise made back then. Chapter 2. Senior Sister. Do you know Lin Qingxue? 14 days later. Kyoto University, new student reception area. Dressed in an elegant white gown, Lin Qingxue sat gracefully in a chair at the reception. Her flowing black hair cascaded over her shoulders, exhibiting gentle waves under the sun's warm embrace. Her eyes, as clear as serene lakes, were perpetually adorned with a subtle smile, and her long eyelashes fluttered delicately, complemented by her exquisitely fair, oval face. She radiated an aura of youthful innocence and vitality. Merely by sitting there quietly, she attracted the admiring and enamored gazes of numerous passing freshmen. Beside Lin Qingxue, a charming girl with a delicate appearance smiled at her. Qingxue, you truly deserve the title of our university's most recognized beauty. Just look at those new juniors. They can't seem to take their eyes off you. I guarantee that once the new student registration concludes, there will be countless juniors inquiring about you around campus. This was Li Qian, Lin Qingxue's university roommate. Lin Qingxue responded with a calm demeanor. Let them be. I have no interest in romance. Compared to dating these individuals, wouldn't it be far more delightful to spend time with good friends like you? Enjoying the evening breeze by Weiming Lake or savoring late-night snacks at the food street outside the North Gate. Isn't that romance in its own right? However, as her words trailed off, the light in Lin Qingxue's eyes dimmed slightly. The thought of the evening breeze at Weiming Lake, the barbecues at the street market, and the shared moments in the library or skipping classes to watch him participate in basketball games flooded her mind. These were sentiments she had once shared with that boy. Alas, amidst the throngs of students traversing the campus, though some possessed eyes like his, noses reminiscent of his, or even spoke with a similar tone, none were truly him. Noticing the melancholic glimmer in Lin Qingxue's gaze, Li Qian immediately grew concerned. Qingxue, you aren't still pining for your boyfriend who passed away 3 years ago, are you? Her roommates were somewhat aware of Lin Qingxue's past, a youthful romance filled with innocence, whether it was early love or secret admiration. It was a common experience in adolescence. Yet, even after 3 years of mourning, why not attempt a new beginning? Lin Qingxue understood her roommate's concern and smiled with a carefree expression. Honestly, it's not that I'm pining for him. It's just that, at this moment, I still find it difficult to harbor feelings for anyone else. She then tugged Li Qian's hand, encouraging her, all right, stop standing there in a daze. The new students must be arriving at this hour. Why don't you go greet them at the school entrance? Who knows, maybe this year, our department will have a few handsome young men who catch your eye. That makes sense. Li Qian's eyes brightened instantly. She then hurriedly departed from the reception area to welcome the new students at the entrance. Lin Qingxue let out a long sigh. How could the joys of youth be easily forgotten? With a gentle turn, he took away her entire adolescence. Her eyes, slightly reddened, blinked rapidly a few times, and she seemed to return to those bygone days, dozing off in math class, passing notes in Chinese class, transcribing lyrics during study periods, and dreaming sweetly during the brief intermissions. Soon, a summer breeze swept by, tousling the long strands of her hair. Lin Qingxue lifted her gaze slightly, an inexplicable sense of loss crossing her face. How wonderful it would be if you were still here at this moment. At the entrance of Kyoto University, Chu Yang held his suitcase and glanced up at the gilded for characters before him. A wave of emotion stirred within his otherwise calm heart. His sudden departure back then must have caused her considerable heartache. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang slowly walked into campus. Dressed in a crisp white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans and black canvas shoes, complemented by his extraordinary aura, he instantly became the center of attention for several girls around him. Look, that new student is so handsome. Is this the legendary charming guy? Today's volunteer work was worth it. I'm definitely getting this guy as contact information. Chu Yang was quite confident in his appearance. Throughout his life, one of his greatest talents had been managing the various girls who surrounded him. He disregarded the chatter that buzzed in his ears and headed straight to the registration area. Before long, Li Qian, sporting a volunteer armband, swiftly approached Chu Yang. "Excuse me, Junior, which department are you from?" "I'm a volunteer for the new student registration." "Let me guide you." "Business Management Department," Chu Yang replied, not refusing her offer. "I don't really know my way around either, so I appreciate your help." "No trouble at all," Li Qian smiled. "What a coincidence. I'm also from the Business Management Department, which means you're my junior." She reached for Chu Yang's suitcase. "Let me take that for you. I'll lead you to the registration." Chu Yang subtly pulled the suitcase back. "No need. It's rather heavy. I can manage." "All right then, just follow closely behind me," Li Qian said, grinning, and she began to walk towards the new student registration area. After a couple of steps, Chu Yang raised his head and asked, "Sister, since you're from our Business Management Department, may I inquire if you know Lin Xingxue?" "Senior Lin? Of course, I know her." Li Qian immediately nodded, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You, the junior, seem to be quite well informed. Having just arrived at the school, you've already discovered who the most beautiful flower of our college is. Tell me, are you also intrigued by our Lin University's Belle?" Chapter 3. His name is Chu Yang. Chu Yang chuckled. "I attended the same high school as Senior Lin. It was because of her that I chose to enroll in the management department at Kyoto University." Li Qian appeared somewhat surprised, swiftly giving Chu Yang an understanding glance. "So you came here out of admiration. The youth of today are quite remarkable. Since you both attended the same high school, you must have heard of Senior Lin's accomplishments, right?" "Accomplishments?" Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. During high school, Lin Xingxue had always been a model student. Besides being the school beauty and an academic prodigy, he truly knew of no other accolades attributed to her. Did consistently ranking second in exams count? He himself was the top of the class. At that moment, his phone, nestled in his pocket, suddenly rang. "Excuse me, I must take this call." Apologizing with a glance at Li Qian, Chu Yang answered the phone. "Professor Liu, this is Chu Yang." Professor Liu was a faculty member at Kyoto University. Though relatively young, he had already established himself as one of the leading authorities in the field of microelectronics and solid-state electronics within the country. Currently, he served as the director of research at the School of Electronic Information, wielding substantial influence over scientific endeavors. A cheerful voice of a middle-aged man resonated from the other end of the line. "Engineer Chu, I sincerely apologize. The original plan was for me to welcome you at the school gate, but an unexpected issue with the project arose, necessitating my assistance. Regrettably, I am not in Kyoto at the moment." Chu Yang shook his head with a smile. "The project takes precedence. I am perfectly fine. I am currently in the process of completing my enrollment procedures." Professor Liu continued, "It has been 3 years since you last attended school. Are you adjusting well?" "Quite well." Chu Yang nodded, glancing at Li Qian, who was leading the way. "The seniors here are very welcoming." Professor Liu nodded in agreement. "That is reassuring. I was concerned that you might find it difficult to acclimate. I am quite familiar with Dean Zhang from your department. Shall I contact him to arrange a faculty apartment for you? It would facilitate your other research projects as well. What do you think?" Chu Yang promptly shook his head, smiling. "No, thank you. I am here to study, and I prefer not to receive any special treatment. I shall navigate my journey as any ordinary student would." "Very well." Professor Liu understood Chu Yang's disposition, yet expressed a hint of regret. "However, I still fail to comprehend why, given your research capabilities, you would choose to return to undergraduate studies. You could easily lead doctoral candidates with your expertise." "Engineer Chu, as soon as you come to terms with it, I can promptly report to the administration and have you appointed as an honorary professor at Kyoto University. If you wish to teach, we can even create a specialized course just for you. I assure you, the benefits we offer will surpass those at the neighboring Hucking University. During his time at the research base, Chu Yang was regarded as a prized asset by the deans of various academies. However, at that time, his sole focus was on achieving breakthroughs in photolithography, which deterred those deans from pursuing any ambitions regarding him. Now that the research has concluded, Chu Yang's remarkable achievements would surely secure him a position as an academician at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. A young academician of such caliber is a coveted talent wherever he goes. With Chu Yang now at Kyoto University, it is evident that he must not be allowed to leave. Chu Yang responded with a smile, "Let's discuss that later. You must allow me some time to rest first. Now, I am ready to report in, and since you are quite busy, I won't keep you." "Of course." Professor Liu nodded vigorously. "You go ahead and report in, although I am not on campus at the moment. If you encounter any issues in your daily life, feel free to call me directly." "All right, once you return to Beijing, I will definitely pay you a visit," Chu Yang replied with a slight smile before ending the call. At that moment, they arrived at the new student registration area. Li Qian looked around and noticed that Lin Qingxue, who had been at the reception desk, had suddenly vanished. She hurried over to a few others and inquired, "Where's Qingxue?" "I brought along a junior from her hometown." Someone responded, "Lin, our campus Belle, mentioned that the weather is too hot and spending the day here is quite exhausting. She went to fetch us some milk tea." Feeling a bit disappointed, Li Qian turned to Chu Yang and said, "I'm sorry, Junior. Your senior Lin has an unexpected matter to attend to, so you won't be able to see her for now." Chu Yang chuckled lightly and nodded. "It's all right. We have plenty of time ahead, and there will be opportunities to meet." Li Qian then asked, "Which class are you in?" Chu Yang replied truthfully, "I am in class 1 of the Department of Management." Li Qian's face lit up with a smile. "Then there's nothing to worry about. Both Qingxue and I are assistant counselors for your class, so you'll see her again tomorrow during the new student meet." She led Chu Yang to the reception desk, saying, "You may go ahead and register." Chu Yang nodded slightly and approached the small registration desk for the Department of Management. After the staff verified the information on his admission notice and found his name on the new student list, he signed it and received his dormitory key and student card. At that moment, not far from the crowd, Lin Qingxue was walking toward the new student reception area, accompanied by 2 male students, each carrying several cups of milk tea. A senior approached Chu Yang, saying, "Junior, now that you've collected your things, I will take you to the dormitory. After you drop off your luggage, you can head to the dormitory office to pick up your bedding and some daily necessities." Chu Yang nodded slightly and followed the sophomore toward the male dormitory of the Department of Management. Shortly after he left, Lin Qingxue arrived at the new student registration area. Li Qian rushed up to Lin Qingxue, exclaiming, "Qingxue, your timing couldn't be worse. Let me tell you, this year our department has a super handsome and charismatic junior. Moreover, he mentioned that he attended the same high school as you. I believe this junior of ours is undoubtedly keen on you." Lin Qingxue chuckled helplessly. "Please stop. I currently have no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship." Li Qian interjected, "I never claimed it had to lead to romance. However, given that he is a direct junior from your hometown, it would be only proper to look after him. After all, he is in the same class, and you will meet him at the new student orientation tomorrow." Immediately, Li Qian inquired, "His name is Chu Yang. Do you have any recollection of this junior?" Boom! The moment Li Qian uttered these words, Lin Qingxue felt her heartbeat slow down abruptly, and even her voice began to tremble. "You said, his name is what?" Chapter 4. Did Lin Qingxue have a boyfriend 3 years ago? His name was Chu Yang. Is there a problem? Li Qian inquired, puzzled. "No, nothing at all," Lin Qingxue replied, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "Which direction did he just go?" Li Qian gestured towards the path Chu Yang had taken. As Lin Qingxue turned her gaze, she caught a glimpse of Chu Yang and a senior student from his second year as they turned into a narrow alley. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had seen the silhouette of that youthful figure from years past. Yet she quickly shook her head. No, that cannot be. It must merely be a coincidence of names. During the summer 3 years prior, she had quarreled with Chu Yang, declaring that she would never speak to him again. However, after 2 days of reflection, she found herself messaging him once more. From that day onward, it was as though Chu Yang had vanished from her life. Classmates and teachers were oblivious to his whereabouts, and even when she visited his home, she discovered that his family had relocated. Ultimately, in desperation, she wept and implored her father to use his connections to the police to investigate Chu Yang's identification information, only to find that it had inexplicably been erased. At that moment, a chilling thought crossed Lin Qingshue's mind. Chu Yang must be dead. For 3 years, she clung to that belief, so, in her eyes, that silhouette could not possibly belong to Chu Yang. At most, it was a mere coincidence of name and resemblance. He was, after all, not the person she held in her heart. With a trembling resolve, Lin Qingxue withdrew her eager steps, refraining from pursuing him. After escorting Chu Yang to the dormitory building, the senior student, having fulfilled his duty, departed. Chu Yang, following the dormitory keys markings, pushed open the door to his new residence, room 319, building 3. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the dimly lit room. Dust particles danced in the air, and a noticeable layer of dust blanketed the floor, indicating that Chu Yang was the first to arrive. Once he located his bed and set down his suitcase, he made his way to the balcony, flinging open the wide window to let in fresh air. From his backpack, he retrieved a mask. After donning it, he took up a broom and began to tidy the space. In just over half an hour, Chu Yang had transformed the dormitory into a pristine environment. Shortly thereafter, a robust young man entered the room. He surveyed the clean floor and then glanced at Chu Yang, who was resting at his desk, before breaking into a grin. "Hey buddy, did you clean all this by yourself?" Chu Yang nodded modestly. It was merely a matter of tidying up. There was no need for accolades. "Well done. Well done," the burly youth exclaimed as he approached Chu Yang. "I'm Zhu Pengfei from Northeast China, your new roommate from now on." Chu Yang slightly rose. "My name is Chu Yang, hailing from Xiangnan." Shortly thereafter, the remaining 2 individuals in the dormitory entered. One was a slender boy wearing black frame glasses, also from Xiangnan province, named Wang Lei. The other was a local from Kyoto, Zhang Mingyang. The 4 of them arranged their hierarchy based on birth dates. Zhu Pengfei as the eldest, Zhang Mingyang the second, Chu Yang the third, and Wang Lei the youngest. In gratitude for Chu Yang's recent efforts in tidying up the dormitory, the remaining 3 unanimously decided that he need not concern himself with acquiring daily necessities. Aside from a bucket for water, containing a toothbrush and a wash cup, all other bedding and similar items were to be managed by Zhu Pengfei and the others. Once the 4 had properly arranged their bedding, Zhu Pengfei took the lead and asked, "Brothers, let's share how each of us made our way to Kyoto University. What were your scores on the college entrance examination?" Zhang Mingyang replied first. "College entrance exam? I never took it. Did you all still have to take it?" "I was granted a recommendation in my 2nd year of high school." Wang Lei adjusted his glasses and added, "I did not partake in the exam either. I was a member of the national IMO training team. After the IMO concluded, I received my admission notification from Kyoto University." The 2 glanced at Zhu Pengfei, inquiring, "What about you, boss? How did you get in?" Zhu Pengfei scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "I was quite close. I had a craniotomy as a child, and it seemed to enhance my mental acuity. I scored 694 on the entrance exam, achieving the top score in science, which led me to Kyoto University." The others raised their eyebrows in surprise. A craniotomy could lead one to Kyoto University? Then, all 3 turned their attention to Chu Yang third. "How did you gain admission to Kyoto University?" Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds before responding, "I also did not take the college entrance exam. It was more of a recommendation. I chose not to attend Hucking University and opted for Kyoto University instead." He had declined an offer from Hucking University to become a professor and mentor doctoral students. His reasoning was quite sound. Of course, Chu Yang was already mentally prepared for the fact that none of his dormitory mates were ordinary individuals. As one of the nation's premier institutions, only about 20 of students at Kyoto University are admitted through the college entrance examination each year. Each of them is indeed exceptional. The remaining 80 typically gain admission through recommendations or by excelling in various prestigious domestic and even international competitions. Zhang Mingyang chuckled. "It's not easy for everyone from different corners of the country to gather here. As a local, I am quite familiar with this area. Tonight, I shall treat everyone to a meal. How does that sound?" Zhu Pengfei quickly interjected, "Let's skip the treat. We can go Dutch. However, since you're familiar with the surroundings, you can choose the place, haha." Wang Lei and Chu Yang nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wang Lei's phone chimed with a notification. He quickly glanced at his phone, then raised it towards Chu Yang and the others, saying, "Hey guys, have you joined the class group yet?" The counselor created a group, and it says in there that our assistant counselor this year is Lin Qingxue. You all know who Lin Qingxue is, right? Zhu Pengfei and Zhang Mingyang were the first to react, exclaiming, "No way, really? Lin Qingxue is our assistant counselor?" Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. From the information he had previously gathered, he knew that Lin Qingxue was quite popular at Jing University. However, he had not anticipated just how well-liked she was. After reading the messages in the group, Zhang Mingyang sighed. What a pity. As our university's top Belle, Senior Lin has been pining for her ex-boyfriend for 3 years. Otherwise, given her position as our assistant counselor, as a master of romance, I would definitely pursue her. Chu Yang felt a stir of interest and looked up to ask, "Ex-boyfriend? 3 years ago. Did Lin Qingxue have a boyfriend 3 years ago?" Chapter 5, A Glimpse of Surprising News. Chu Yang is Alifa? Ah, indeed. Zhang Mingyang nodded repeatedly, his face brimming with gossip. According to my sources, Lin Qingxue's former boyfriend was her desk mate from the first year of high school, but tragically, he passed away due to an accident. After speaking, Zhang Mingyang sighed. What a pity. If they had merely broken up, it would have been one thing. But with him deceased, I suspect that this campus beauty, Lin, will find it exceedingly difficult to forget her high school sweetheart. Desk mate from the first year? Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that he had indeed been Lin Qingxue's desk mate back in their first year. When did he become her ex-boyfriend? He admitted that he had harbored such sentiments back then, yet before he could act upon them, he was swept away for research. What on earth had transpired during his 3-year absence? No, he must seek clarity. With a sudden burst of energy, Chu Yang rose from his chair, instantly attracting the attention of the other 3 in the dormitory. Old 3, what are you planning to do with such a sudden rise? Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang replied, I just remembered that I need to purchase some daily necessities, so I intend to head to the supermarket nearby. He certainly could not confess that he was, in fact, the so-called deceased ex-boyfriend of Lin Qingxue. Zhu Pengfei chuckled. Perfect timing. The supplies from a school are insufficient. I need to shop as well. Let us go together. Wang Lei and Zhang Mingyang also stood up, chiming in unison. We'll join you. I need to buy some things too. Chu Yang thought to himself. Great. Now I have 3 more tailgaters. After a slight twitch of his lips, he smiled nonchalantly. All right, let us go together then. 3 years have passed. I'm not concerned about a single day's delay. The reporting time was set for the afternoon. After the 4 of them stocked up on daily necessities at the supermarket near the school, they returned just as it was nearing 7 o'clock. Once they had settled their belongings and refreshed themselves, Zhang Mingyang looked at Chu Yang and the others. Brothers, the timing is just right. Shall we take a stroll around the school? We could also grab a late-night snack together. Naturally, everyone agreed. Then let me just dry my hair. Zhang Mingyang exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Brothers, don't say I didn't warn you. Our university may not boast much, but the beautiful ladies here are far more skilled than those at Hucking next door. If you dress sharp, who knows, you might catch the eye of a lovely girl. Zhu Pengfei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why didn't you say so earlier? I need to change into a new outfit. Wang Lei's expression shifted as he shouted to Zhang Mingyang. Old 2, I'm not very good with my hair. Could you help me style it later? A smile gradually spread across Chu Yang's face as he observed them. Perhaps this was the essence of youth. He raised his phone, its screen darkening, and examined his reflection. Still as striking as ever. No problem at all. There is no need for you to dress up. He is not such a superficial man. In the girls' dormitory, Li Qian approached Lin Qingxue with a smile and inquired, What shall we eat tonight? Lin Qingxue replied slowly, Let us head to the cafeteria. I hear the new dish of braised pork with dried tofu is quite good. Li Qian immediately responded. We just got to school, and you want to go to the cafeteria? We've been busy all day. Let us stroll by the north gate and see what delicious food we can find, and perhaps buy some fruits to take back. Lin Qingxue shot her a glance, saying, I see you're eager to check out the new male students. Don't be so harsh. Li Qian replied helplessly. Lin Qingxue then turned to the other 2 roommates, asking, What about you 2? Would you like to join us for a walk? The other 2 girls nodded in agreement. Of course. Lin Qingxue looked at Li Qian again. All right, after a long summer, it has been ages since our dormitory went out together. Let us go? Soon. The four girls from room 319, having finished their preparations, swiftly left the boys' dormitory and headed towards the snack street at the north gate of the school. Almost simultaneously, Lin Qingxue and her friends set off from the girls' dormitory, arriving at the same snack street. Zhang Mingyang, with his hands in his pockets, addressed Chu Yang and the others. Guys, this north gate is famous for its snack street. The barbecue places here are quite good. Choose one. Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei exchanged glances, then turned to Chu Yang. Third brother, which one do you want to go to? Chu Yang casually surveyed the nearby barbecue shops and chose the one closest to them. The others nodded in agreement. Zhang Mingyang quickly led the way. Let us go, guys. Meanwhile, Li Qian held Lin Qingxue's wrist and, after glancing around, turned to her and the other two. Sisters, let us decide where to eat. We're open to anything. The other two girls nodded in agreement. Li Qian then directed her gaze back to Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue casually lifted her head, her eyes swiftly scanning the surroundings before she suddenly trembled. At the entrance of the barbecue shop, Chu Yang stood beside Zhu Pengfei and the others as they entered the shop. In that instant, Lin Qingxue felt her mind go blank. Her eyes fixated on the shop where Chu Yang had just walked in. She held her breath, unable to regain her composure for a long time. It looked so familiar. It resembled him so much. Unlike the silhouette she saw earlier in the morning, she had just seen a boy who looked almost identical to Chu Yang. His attire matched her memories perfectly. A clean white short-sleeved shirt, fitted jeans, and a head of messy yet tidy black hair. In that moment, Lin Qingxue felt as if she were suffocating. No matter how much she wished to deny it, Chu Yang was already gone. Li Qian shook Lin Qingxue's wrist a few times. Qingxue, what are you daydreaming about? Lin Qingxue suddenly regained her senses and said to Li Qian and the others, let us indulge in some barbecue. Nothing pairs better with summer than barbecue and beer. Naturally, Li Qian and the others had no objections. Subsequently, Lin Qingxue led them leisurely to the barbecue restaurant that Chu Yang had just entered. With each step she took, her heart raced a little faster. Is it truly possible for someone to resemble another so closely in this world? Or perhaps, at that moment, the heart that had remained dormant for 3 years within Lin Qingxue inexplicably began to stir once more. Whether it be a flicker of hope or a foolish fantasy, she was determined to meet this boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Chu Yang of her memories. Chapter 6. Intoxicated Lin Qingxue and Chu Yang's princess, Carrie Zhang Mingyang, and his companions made their way directly to a private room in the establishment. Chu Yang casually picked up the menu, glanced through it a few times, and then turned to his friends, saying, I'll step out to the restroom. You all can decide what to order. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue and Li Qian had also arrived at the venue, promptly finding a corner to settle in. After summoning the waiter to bring the menu, Lin Qingxue looked at her companions and said, You all can choose the dishes. I believe I spotted an acquaintance and will go see him. Li Qian's eyes brightened. An acquaintance? It wouldn't be a handsome guy, would it? Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes. Oh, come on, just order something. She then stood still, her gaze sweeping across the barbecue restaurant. Upon realizing that unfamiliar faces surrounded her, disappointment washed over her. Nevertheless, she inhaled deeply and began to swiftly push open the doors of the various private rooms within the establishment. Yet upon finding no familiar faces, she emerged from each room, apologizing repeatedly. Sorry, I must have entered the wrong room. Finally, Lin Qingxue pushed open the door to the room where Zhang Mingyang and the others were seated. Senior Lin? Upon seeing Lin Qingxue enter, Zhang Mingyang and his friends' eyes widened in surprise. Hello, everyone, Lin Qingxue greeted awkwardly, offering a shy smile. She then noticed the 4 sets of chopsticks laid out on the table and curiously inquired, Is there another person with you? Zhu Pengfei quickly responded. Our third member went to the restroom. Oh, Lin Qingxue nodded, casting an apologetic glance at them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw someone I knew and ended up in the wrong room. With that, she swiftly exited the private room. However, as she turned around, she spotted a young man in a white short-sleeved shirt walking by. In that instant, Lin Qingxue's heart raced. Taking a deep breath, she approached him from behind and swiftly tapped his shoulder. The young man turned around quickly, and upon seeing Lin Qingxue, his face lit up. Lin, is there something you need? Lin Qingshue's expression faltered. I'm terribly sorry. I mistook you for someone else. My sincerest apologies. She kept apologizing as she returned, disheartened, to Li Qian and the others. Li Qian promptly asked, what happened? You look like you've lost your spirit after just one round. It's nothing. Lin Qingxue forced a smile, lifting her gaze to the chilled beer on the table. Since it's our first outing together this semester, let us have a couple of drinks. I'll toast to that. With that, she swiftly opened a bottle of beer and poured herself a full glass. Lifting it to her lips, she gulped down the entire contents. Meanwhile, Chu Yang emerged from the restroom, not bothering to glance at the lobby, and directly pushed open the door to the private room. On the table inside the room, the ice-cold beer was already poured abundantly. Upon seeing Chu Yang enter, Zhu Pengfei and the others immediately broke into laughter. Old three, you've been in the restroom far too long. Everyone has been waiting for you. Come. Let us celebrate our gathering from far and wide with a toast. Chu Yang, unperturbed, took his seat and promptly raised his glass, smiling at the trio. To our encounter. After more than half an hour, with the drinks flowing and dishes savored, Zhang Mingyang, his complexion flushed, raised his glass towards the group and said, Brothers, Lin Qingxue, our senior from the Lin family, is dining in this establishment as well. Should we not step out and toast her? After all, she will be our assistant during military training. Chu Yang's expression faltered momentarily. Did Lin Qingxue just arrive? Wang Lei quickly interjected. You were in the restroom? So she might have mistakenly entered our room. I saw her and her roommate outside, still drinking. Zhu Pengfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, I saw her too. One must admit, Lin Qingxue, our university's Belle, even drinks with such vigor. Drinking? Chu Yang's brow furrowed slightly. The Lin Qingxue of your had never touched a drop of alcohol. Suddenly, with a scraping sound of chair, Chu Yang sprang to his feet. Zhu Pengfei and the others turned to him in surprise. Old three, where are you going? A hint of concern flickered in Chu Yang's eyes as he smiled at them. I'll be right back. Continue enjoying yourselves. With that, he pushed open the door of the private room and stepped into the main hall. Scanning the surroundings, he soon spotted Lin Qingxue, who was persistently consuming alcohol. At the table, Li Qian and her two roommates gazed at Lin Qingxue with worry. Qingxue, you must stop drinking. You can see you're already intoxicated. After a round of barbecues, they had sensed something was amiss with Lin Qingxue, who seemed to have lost her spirit, continuously downing drink after drink. Initially, they thought she was simply in a bad mood and had accompanied her with a few rounds. Little did they know, she was drinking with such ferocity. It's all right. I'll finish this last glass, and then I'll stop. Lin Qingxue said, her eyes already glazed over as her hand trembled slightly while lifting the glass. Her cheeks flushed. At that moment, a familiar face, one that had haunted her dreams, suddenly appeared before her. Though somewhat blurred, Lin Qingxue was certain it was Chu Yang. Stop drinking. Chu Yang exclaimed as he snatched the glass from her hand and downed its contents in one swift motion. Li Qian looked at Chu Yang in astonishment. Junior, is that you? Hello, Senior. Chu Yang greeted Li Qian, then cast a concerned glance at Lin Qingxue, inquiring of the others, how much has she consumed? Li Qian pointed to the 4 or 5 bottles of beer on the ground, saying all of these were consumed by our Lin University's campus Belle, and then she overindulged. Lin Qingxue instantly lifted her gaze, tears cascading down her slightly reddened cheeks as she exclaimed, I did not overindulge. Chu Yang, is that you? You have finally returned. Subsequently, she tightly embraced Chu Yang, who stood beside her, sobbing, I promise I will never argue with you again. Please don't disappear so suddenly anymore. Chu Yang's expression was complicated. He gently patted Lin Qingxue's trembling shoulder and turned to Li Qian, asking, Senior, where is your dormitory? Allow me to assist in taking her back. Absolutely. Li Qian initially paused in surprise, then excitedly responded, we can hardly manage her ourselves. So we are grateful for your help, Junior. It's no trouble at all, Chu Yang replied, shaking his head. He then wrapped his arm around Lin Qingxue's delicate waist, lifting her effortlessly into a princess carry. With steady strides, he began to exit the barbecue restaurant. Chapter 7. Capturing moments post-indulgence within the confines of the private room. Zhu Pengfei and his companions craned their necks, peering out. They were taken aback as they witnessed Chu Yang lift Lin Qingxue and stride away, leaving them momentarily stunned. It was quite abrupt. Just moments ago, they had deliberated whether to toast Lin Qingxue, and now, Chu Yang had boldly taken matters into his own hands. What could this possibly mean? The other two roommates of Lin Qingxue were equally bewildered. Throughout their year at university, Lin Qingxue had attracted suitors ranging from affluent heirs to entrepreneurial magnates, yet all had met with her firm rejection. On campus, she had bestowed nary a glance upon any male. So why did this junior take such liberties? Li Qian was also taken aback. Given the current circumstances, there might very well be some sensational story unfolding between the two. However, as far as she was aware, Lin Qingxue had once been involved with a boy, her late boyfriend who had passed away 3 years prior. Could it be that Chu Yang? This thought sent a shiver down Li Qian's spine. Was it possible this was some form of resurrection? Yet, at that moment, she had no time for musings. She hurried to the barbecue restaurant's cashier, settled the bill, and swiftly followed Chu Yang along with her other two roommates. Outside the barbecue establishment, numerous students from Peking University traversed the path. As Chu Yang cradled Lin Qingxue and entered the restaurant, a cascade of attention was drawn towards them. Sisters, look! A Princess Carrie. Are we witnessing a scene from a drama? That boy is incredibly handsome, especially those long legs. Just look at the girl in his arms. Countless girls gasped in delight. Yet, a few sharp-eyed boys recognized Lin Qingxue and exclaimed, "Wait a moment, isn't that the sophomore Lin Qingxue? Goodness, release my goddess. Let me have her. Is my goddess finally off the market? My youth is over." Lin Qingxue, in a daze, fluttered her eyes open. Her gaze fixated on the figure of Chu Yang, who was so close. Her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck, clinging to him as if she were a squirrel embracing a tree. With a breath fragrant with a hint of alcohol, she softly murmured, "Chu Yang, is it truly you? You've returned at last. Promise me you won't leave again. I swear I won't quarrel with you anymore." The sweet fragrance of youth mingled with a subtle scent of liquor, alongside the movement of Lin Qingxue in his arms, stirred something within Chu Yang. Unable to suppress a gulp, he lowered his gaze to her, his eyes softening with affection. "I promise I will never leave you again, all right?" "Yay!" Listening to Chu Yang's words, Lin Qingxue nestled into his embrace, a satisfied smile blooming on her face, akin to a child indulging in playful affection. She exclaimed, "You must promise me you will never leave again. If anyone goes missing without a word, they shall be a little dog, a woofing little dog." Chu Yang nodded earnestly. "I promise, whoever disappears will indeed be a little dog, the kind that barks, woof woof." At this, Lin Qingxue finally settled down, nestling contentedly in Chu Yang's arms. Gradually drifting off to sleep, Chu Yang turned to glance at Li Qian, who had accompanied them. "Does she often act like this after drinking?" he inquired. Li Qian shook her head repeatedly. "No, not at all. Although we occasionally gather for some beer in the dormitory, Qingxue has always been quite composed. She has never been drunk before." She then chuckled. "In fact, this is the first time we've seen her intoxicated. It's surprising to see someone so aloof, behaving like a child when under the influence." The two other girls nodded in agreement. "I see," Chu Yang acknowledged, before noticing the phones the three girls were holding aloft. He inquired with curiosity, "Are you recording this?" Li Qian's expression faltered momentarily, and she smiled awkwardly at Chu Yang. "We're just capturing these wonderful moments. We plan to show her the footage tomorrow when she sobers up to help her recall the events of the night." Chu Yang's lips twitched slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he remarked nonchalantly, "Go ahead and film, just make sure I look good in it." The girls burst into laughter at this. Yet, after taking a few steps, Li Qian curiously glanced at Chu Yang. "By the way, little junior, you wouldn't be the ex-boyfriend she mentioned who's been dead for 3 years, would you?" Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. "If nothing unexpected has occurred, then I suppose I am that person." The girls immediately expressed their confusion. "You mean to say I've been dead for 3 years?" Chu Yang lowered his gaze towards the peacefully sleeping Lin Qingxue in his arms, a subtle smile creeping onto his face. "I'm rather intrigued as to why she believes I have been deceased for 3 years. After a brief pause, a playful glint appeared in his eyes. "My ex-girlfriend." Under Li Qian's guidance, Chu Yang carefully carried Lin Qingxue to the entrance of their dormitory, gently placing her down. He He addressed the girls, seniors. I entrust her care to you for the night. Of course. The girls nodded in agreement. They then positioned themselves beside Lin Qingxue, assisting her as they made their way into the girls' dormitory. Once they had vanished from sight, Chu Yang finally departed from the entrance of the dormitory. Upon returning to the barbecue restaurant, he found Zhu Pengfei and the others still comfortably seated in their private room. As soon as Chu Yang entered, the three of them rose to their feet in unison. One person was responsible for moving the chair for Chu Yang. Another took it upon themselves to clear a pristine space on the table. A third individual presented Chu Yang with steaming skewers and a bottle of beer. Once they had seated him firmly in the chair, the three of them arranged themselves side by side, resembling a scene of inquisitive interrogation. Their faces adorned with curiosity as they gazed at Chu Yang, asking, "Old Third, do enlighten us. What's the story? On your very first day at university, you silently managed to win over the most beautiful flower of Jing University?" Chapter 8. Scientific Research Failures? The myth of Chu Yang feeling somewhat helpless. Chu Yang glanced at a few people and remarked, "I have known her since high school. Upon hearing that she was outside, I simply went over to greet her. I had no idea she was intoxicated, so I took the liberty of escorting her back to her dormitory." Zhu Pengfei shot him a disapproving look. "Old Three, do you think we're blind? You don't need to cradle her like a princess for a mere friendship when her roommate is right there. Moreover, I distinctly saw Lin, the campus Belle, leap into your arms." Wang Lei's eyes brightened with realization. "Old Three, could it be that you're the ex-boyfriend whom the campus Belle claimed died 3 years ago? You two broke up 3 years ago, and you shattered her heart, leading her to spread the rumor of your demise out of spite?" At that moment, Zhang Mingyang seemed to channel Wang's spirit, suddenly slapping his thigh. "Old Three, I get it. You were unfaithful, abandoning our Lin, which prompted her to declare you dead." Wang Lei was already immersing himself in the scenario. "If that's the case, during the upcoming month of military training, Lin, as our assistant counselor, might make things difficult for us. You need to sort this out, Old Three." Chu Yang was thoroughly exasperated. "Please refrain from jumping to conclusions. I haven't done anything to betray her. We are not in a romantic relationship. As far as I know, she has never dated anyone in high school." Zhang Mingyang chuckled. "So the ex-boyfriend who died 3 years ago is merely a fabrication by Lin? Is she using this imaginary figure as a shield? If so, do I have a chance? Get lost." Zhu Pengfei shot a glare at Zhang Mingyang. "Stop entertaining such thoughts. I swear, based on my keen intuition, there is undoubtedly some untold story between Old Three and our campus Belle." With a swift motion, the three turned their gazes back to Chu Yang. Come on, we want to hear the gossip." With a resigned sigh, Chu Yang replied, "We were never together, nor did I abandon her. It was simply a normal classmate relationship." "Then you have no feelings at all?" After a moment of silence, Chu Yang finally admitted, "I do. Why would he forsake a prestigious position as a professor to come to Jingda as a student?" The trio erupted in laughter. "Old Three, if you had mentioned that earlier, we would have understood. You are clearly enamored with her. How shameless. But remember, any student who doesn't aspire to woo a senior is not a good student." "Old Three, I support you. Support. If you win the affection of the campus Belle, our entire 319 dormitory will bask in your glory." Chu Yang's lips twitched. His dorm mates were truly a bunch of characters. Who would still claim that those who gain admission to prestigious universities are merely bookworms? Meanwhile, at a large aerospace engine research facility in the northern desert, within a conference room, a middle-aged man, not yet in his 40s, but already graced with a head full of white hair, donned a laboratory white coat as he surveyed the stacks of classified, designed blueprints before him, his mind nearly overwhelmed. This was Professor Liu, the individual who had previously spoken with Chu Yang. He held the esteemed position of Vice Dean at the School of Electronic Information at Jing University. The lithography machine project that Chu Yang had been involved with had gathered the nation's foremost professors and experts from various fields, though each was responsible for only a segment of the overall endeavor. Upon completion, most returned promptly to their respective research projects, and Liu Yong was among them. After spending a month at the research base to fulfill his responsibilities in crafting the module components, he departed. This achievement propelled him to the position of Vice Dean at Jing University at an age not yet 50. However, 3 months prior. He was urgently summoned to a secretive research facility, the research base for the fifth-generation aerospace combat engine. This project had been ongoing for nearly a decade. As the heart of aircraft, aerospace engines have long been regarded as the crown jewel of modern industrial manufacturing, emblematic of a nation's aviation prowess, which hinges on the ability to independently produce ultra-high-performance engines. Unfortunately, China's aerospace engine research commenced too late, lagging a full 30 years behind other leading nations. While subsequent research efforts have allowed Chinese scholars to navigate challenges more effectively, the accompanying detours often lead to a deficit in technical experience. China lacks the requisite experience to independently complete the development of high-performance aerospace combat engines, resulting in the need to import cutting-edge vector turbine engines from abroad for its top fighter aircraft, thereby stalling domestic production capabilities and leaving the nation in a vulnerable position. Thus, a decade ago, the study of the fifth-generation aerospace engine was initiated. His recent reassignment aimed to address specific issues related to the integration design of the engine's operational circuitry. Over the past 3 months, he collaborated with a cadre of research experts to complete the circuit design and the overall assembly of the engine, culminating in the creation of the first test model of the fifth-generation aerospace combat engine, entirely developed by China. This morning, with favorable weather conditions, the newly developed fifth-generation engine finally entered the test flight phase. However, due to various comprehensive issues, the test flight ended in failure, instigating a flurry of activity and concern among everyone at the research base. At this moment, an elder nearing his 60s stood at the front of the conference room, his gaze solemn as he addressed the assembly of researchers below. Esteemed colleagues, regarding the failure of today as test flight, do any of you have insights or thoughts on the matter? Have we identified the issues? One of the researchers promptly spoke up, stating, "The test results are in. Several issues have emerged. Firstly, there remains a slight deviation in the precision of the turbine blades." The assembly fell into a hushed silence, attentively awaiting the conclusion of the report. The elder at the front of the meeting room let out a disdainful snort. "Let us not dwell on other matters for now. How many times has the precision of the turbine blades been tested, and yet it still fails to meet the standards? What is the intent of those group companies supplying the materials? Are they suggesting we alter the design blueprints?" Meanwhile, other research bases that launch projects concurrently have already manufactured engines for fifth-generation transport aircraft and produced various models of drones and missiles. Yet, our research into aerospace combat engines has consumed an entire decade, only to yield such disappointing results during the test flights. At that moment, Lu Yong in the crowd suddenly lifted his gaze towards the elder and said, "Chief Engineer Yi, I know someone who might be able to assist us in resolving this issue." The individual he referred to was none other than Chu Yang. The research on lithography machines had encountered numerous challenges, but once these problems fell into Chu Yang's hands, they were swiftly resolved. In the eyes of those who participated in the research and design of the lithography machine, Chu Yang had almost achieved a legendary status. Moreover, he had previously engaged in discussions with Chu Yang regarding the specifications of aerospace combat engines, and Chu Yang had offered many unique insights in this area. Lu Yong was confident that if Chu Yang were to come on board, he would undoubtedly be able to solve this problem. Chapter 9. Devoting oneself to the nation and striving for a lifetime. Upon hearing these words, Yi Jiangwo, who was responsible for the overall design of the fourth-generation aerospace fighter engine, immediately turned his gaze toward Lu Yong and inquired, "Who do you think can resolve this issue?" "Chu Yang," Lu Yong replied slowly. As his words echoed in the conference room, murmurs began to ripple through the assembly. Who is Chu Yang? What field of expertise does he represent? I've never heard of him in our country. Is there an expert named Chu Yang in aerospace research? Yi, the chief engineer, was the vice president of the Kyoto University of Science and Technology, and if he lacked confidence in solving this problem, how could someone named Chu Yang come to our aid? Both the research projects they participated in and those led by Chu Yang were classified at the highest level. Not to mention Chu Yang's current status, which was absolutely top secret in the country. Thus, the attendees were largely unfamiliar with the name Chu Yang. Only Yi Jiangwo, standing at the forefront of the group, shifted his expression and asked Lu Yong, "Is this Chu Yang the chief designer you worked with on that project?" As the vice president of Kyoto University, he was well informed, having participated in discussions to nominate Chu Yang for the title of senior academician. He possessed a certain understanding of Chu Yang's accomplishments. Yes, that's him, Liu Yong affirmed with a nod. Yi Jiangwo questioned, "Are you able to invite him here?" He was aware that the young man had been preoccupied with studies at Kyoto University. Indeed, he is somewhat distracted, Liu Yong conceded. They were all aware of Chu Yang's remarkable research aptitude. Within 3 years, he had developed a 1 nanometer lithography machine from scratch, propelling the chip development of Huaxia to unprecedented heights. His scientific talent was such that they wished they could keep him at the research base, working tirelessly. Liu Yong nodded, stating, "I cannot guarantee it, but it's worth a try." After pondering for a few moments, a glimmer of anticipation emerged in Yi Jiangwo's eyes, and he ultimately replied, "Then do try. I, too, am eager to meet this intriguing young man. We are aging. The future of Huaxia's research must eventually be entrusted to the younger generation." The following morning, as dawn broke, Chu Yang was tidying his belongings in his dormitory while conversing with Liu Yong on the phone. "No problem. I'll purchase the earliest flight and should arrive by this evening." After hanging up, Zhu Pengfei, still groggy from sleep, scratched the back of his head and looked up at Chu Yang, puzzled. "Old 3, what are you packing so early in the morning?" "I need to return home for a family matter," Chu Yang replied solemnly. He had just received a call from Liu Yong, inviting him to contribute to the design research of the 4th-generation aerospace fighter engine. Although this was not initially his responsibility, he understood the implications. Once he immersed himself in scientific research, he was no longer his own. It was akin to the words he inscribed on his application 4 months ago after completing his coming-of-age ceremony at the research base. "I willingly dedicate myself to scientific inquiry, harnessing the power of knowledge and technology to serve my country, and I shall strive for this throughout my life." Some tasks are destined for individuals to undertake. Returning? Zhu Pengfei was suddenly jolted back to reality. "Wait, you don't intend to participate in military training, do you?" "I've already coordinated with the school." "Oh," Zhu Pengfei nodded, somewhat understanding. "So if you've made arrangements, you don't have to attend military training?" He continued to inquire, "How long will you be gone?" "At the quickest, a week. At the slowest, I'll likely return after your military training concludes. I'm merely going to assist with some advisory tasks, not to engage in a primary planning or research. A maximum of 2 weeks will suffice." Zhu Pengfei was fully alert now. "Damn. You're not trying to evade military training, are you? A week at the quickest, and after military training at the slowest. No need to say more. You'll definitely return after military training." Chu Yang slowly raised his gaze. "Life is indeed a challenge, my friend." Zhu Pengfei waved his hands repeatedly. All right. Just teasing you. If there is something at home, go attend to it." Then he chuckled. "It's for the best if you skip military training. Otherwise, with that handsome face of yours, who would notice the other 3 in our dorm during training? Disappear for half a month, and when we're all single again, come back, haha." Chu Yang smirked slightly. "Let us hope so." Suddenly, Zhu Pengfei inquired, "Did you inform Lin, the school beauty, about your abrupt departure?" Chu Yang's movements came to an immediate halt. In the girls' dormitory, the early morning sun streamed through the window, casting light upon the floor. Lin Xingxue rubbed her aching forehead, feeling a bit groggy, and lazily stretched before asking the already awake Li Qian beside her, "Xiao Qian, what time is it?" 7 o'clock. "It's still early," Li Qian replied with a smile. "Not going to sleep anymore." Lin Xingxue quickly sprang from her bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and asked, "Did I get drunk last night? I vaguely remember hugging someone." "Oh, I thought you had blacked out." Li Qian chuckled, pulling out her phone and opening a video she had recorded the previous night. "What do you think? Want me to help you recall?" "You recorded a video?" Lin Xingxue exclaimed, exasperated. "I'm truly impressed by you." Li Qian handed her the phone. "Take a look. Do you remember the person who carried you?" Lin Xingxue swiftly took the phone. Upon seeing the screen, she froze in place. The video displayed Chu Yang carrying her back to the school. Even the recording captured Chu Yang's words. "If you're going to film, remember to make me look handsome." In that fleeting moment, a torrent of memories surged to the forefront of Lin Xingxue's mind. "Xingxue, accompany me to the convenience store." "I won't go. I need to finish my homework." Chu Yang went. "Let's go." "Fine, I'll give you some chips." "Do they fall on the ground?" "Chu Yang, You jerk. If you like them, eat them. Tears streamed down Lin Qingshue's cheeks, one drop after another, as if she feared Chu Yang would vanish from her life. After watching the video, she hurriedly dashed to her bed, her eyes wide with urgency as she asked Li Qian, Xiao Qian, how do you know Chu Yang? Where is he now? Li Qian replied, he is a freshman from our management department. Last night, after you got drunk, he showed up, and you threw yourself into his arms. Then he carried you back. Li Qian then subtly inquired, Qingxue, could he be the boyfriend you mentioned who passed away 3 years ago? I must find him. Lin Qingxue barely had time to respond to Li Qian's question. She swiftly changed her clothes, randomly grabbed a baseball cap from her dormitory, and rushed out wearing flip-flops. Li Qian called out helplessly, Hey, in your haste, do you even know where his dorm is? Send me the new student dormitory allocation list. As an assistant counselor, they had access to the dormitory assignment forms for every student in their class. Chapter 10. A 7-foot frame, already committed to the nation. Yet hard to devote to you at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. The flow of people was sparse. Chu Yang ambled along the path leading to the dormitory, intending to have breakfast at the school canteen. Suddenly, a trembling voice pierced through the air. Chu Yang. He looked up abruptly. Lin Qingxue had already dried her tears and gazed at him with a tranquil expression. 3 years had elapsed. Chu Yang's appearance had not changed significantly. However, he seemed to have grown taller, and the youthful innocence in his eyes had been replaced by a touch of maturity and steadiness. His demeanor remained unchanged. Lin Qingxue had always perceived him as somewhat old-fashioned, resembling a scholarly figure whose earnest manner made him rather amusing. Even now, he still exuded that scholarly aura. Dressed in the simplest of clothes, he exuded an air of elegance and refinement. Although Lin Qingxue had glimpsed Chu Yang once in a video, standing face-to-face with him now made her heart race, threatening to stop. A profound silence enveloped them, reminiscent of the past, when she had furiously declared her desire never to see him again. Back then, her words were laced with petulance. Now, however, she was engulfed in curiosity, confusion, and resentment. She resented him for leaving without a word, even though they had never been romantically involved. Did friendships not also warrant farewells? Chu Yang stood frozen, gazing intently at Lin Qingxue for what felt like an eternity. She appeared unchanged from 3 years prior, still as lovely as ever. Her unadorned, fair complexion radiated purity and beauty. When he departed from the research facility, he had already envisioned various opening lines for their reunion. Have you found a boyfriend since turning 18? How had you been these past few years? Congratulations on your acceptance to Kyoto University. Yet, he found himself utterly at a loss for words before Lin Qingxue. 3 years ago, he had inherited a legacy from an advanced civilization, the Eternal Knowledge Repository. Although he could not yet comprehend the full scope of the repository's concept at his current level of understanding, it resided deep within his mind. It was through studying the contents of the repository that he ultimately developed the 1 nanometer lithography technology, which was merely a trivial advancement within the vast expanse of the Eternal Knowledge Repository. It was precisely because of that 1 nanometer precision technology that he had submitted it to the state with a sense of uncertainty, leading to his sudden departure 3 years prior. They exchanged glances for several dozen seconds, during which memories of their high school days flooded back, moments when they were called to the front of the classroom to solve problems while their classmates cheered them on. Encouraging one another, they both completed the 1,500 meters at the school sports meeting, the spicy snacks they secretly indulged in during class, and the resplendent sunset that painted the evening sky crimson under the twilight were all etched with their intertwined names throughout their youth. Regrettably, she never held his grimy hand after a basketball game, nor did he smooth her disheveled hair blown about by the wind. Chu Yang hesitated for a considerable time before finally looking up to inquire, I heard that I died? Lin Qingxue's eyes flickered momentarily, her eyelids quickly reddening, as if a torrent of unuttered words was lodged in her throat. She clenched her teeth and cried out almost in a scream, Yes, Chu Yang, weren't you dead? Why have you reappeared? For 3 whole years, she genuinely believed that Chu Yang was no longer alive. Yet now, he stood before her once more. Chu Yang's voice faltered. He yearned to explain the events of the past 3 years, the reasons for his departure, and what he had been doing. However, in his current state, it was far too inconvenient to divulge. Countless words of explanation surged within him, yet he stifled them resolutely. The specifics of his actions during those 3 years, even the closest individuals, must never know. Even the contributions he made could only be revealed after his death, allowing him to finally stand in the light. Ultimately, Chu Yang merely said softly, "Regardless, it's been a long time. I did not wish to see you." Lin Qingshua's expression turned icy instantly. "I came just to confirm whether you were dead or alive. Now that I know you're alive, I shall take my leave." With that, she turned to depart. "Lin Qingxue," Chu Yang called out to her. "Is there something?" Lin Qingxue quickly looked up. Chu Yang slowly replied, "I simply wanted to tell you that I have not broken the promise we made back then." "The promise from back then?" Lin Qingxue scoffed, suppressing her anger as she gazed at Chu Yang. "Chu Yang, what do you think our relationship is? You can leave whenever you wish and show up whenever you please. For 3 years, I sent you countless messages, yet you never replied, vanishing without a trace as if you had evaporated from this world. Do you think this is particularly carefree, particularly triumphant? Do you believe that this will make me remember you for the rest of my life? You disappeared, so why do you choose to reappear?" The last sentence Lin Qingxue nearly shouted, as if she sought to unleash all the sorrow, grievances, and dissatisfaction accumulated over the past 3 years. At first, she genuinely held onto the hope that perhaps Chu Yang was merely playing a prank, suddenly disappearing for an entire summer. Back then, she thought that once she found him, she would certainly scold him thoroughly. However, as time passed, she eventually gave up. For 3 years, Chu Yang had remained silent. She gradually felt as though she might forget the stories they had shared 3 years ago. Yet now, he had suddenly reappeared. Chu Yang was rendered speechless. What could he possibly say? A man of 7 qi, devoted to his country, could no longer pledge his heart. Ultimately, he could only let out a helpless sigh and say, "I'm sorry. I should not have left without a word back then." He had departed in such haste, unsure of how to face Lin Qingxue and explain his need to leave. The research project he was to partake in was a matter of national secrecy. Even his parents were only aware that he had been specially recruited by the state for education in a unique institution. He served his country without regret. However, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards Lin Qingxue. Chapter 11. After accumulating a wealth of romance and tenderness for so long, I wish to bestow it all upon you at once. No need. You do not have to apologize to me. Lin Qingxue chuckled self-deprecatingly, her face a portrait of irony. What relationship do we even share? If you wish to leave, then depart. If you wish to stay, then remain. Whatever you choose to do is of no concern to me. I must take my leave, Chu Yang said, casting a remorseful glance at Lin Qingxue. There is an urgent matter at home that requires my attention for a while. However, I promise to return as soon as military training concludes. What has happened? Lin Qingxue's expression tightened, but soon her demeanor cooled again. If you wish to leave, then go. I am not someone you need to explain yourself to. Chu Yang replied with a smile. Although I've already informed the school, you are our class's assistant counselor. It is customary to notify the assistant counselor when a new student is absent from military training, is it not? As he spoke, Chu Yang took a few steps closer to Lin Qingxue. Moreover, in my eyes, you are far more than just my assistant counselor. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Lin Qingxue huffed, then feigned composure. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave. I have no business left. Chu Yang chuckled lightly. He raised his hand slightly, seemingly intending to smooth down Lin Qingxue's slightly disheveled hair. However, just as his hand was about to brush against her, he restrained himself and halted the motion. Straightening up, he looked at Lin Qingxue and said, "This time, it should not be considered a silent departure, right? I have no desire to play the role of a lost puppy. Too lazy to bother with you." Lin Qingxue suddenly recalled the words she had drunkenly uttered the previous night. Blushing, she shot Chu Yang a glare. "If you have matters to attend to, then leave quickly. It's infuriating." With that, Lin Qingxue turned swiftly and departed. Chu Yang stood still, watching her retreating figure, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps I truly lack the art of romance, always inciting your ire. Yet, I simply yearn to be with you. Await my return. The wealth of romance and tenderness I have amassed, I wish to offer you in one grand gesture. After leaving the boys' dormitory, Lin Qingxue strolled slowly along the main avenue of the campus. Her chaotic thoughts began to settle, only for her to suddenly berate herself in irritation. Lin Qingxue, must you be so spineless? Do not soften at the mere sight of him. He left quietly for 3 years. Did he ever consider your feelings? Why are you concerned about what is happening in his family? Taking a few deep breaths to calm her emotions, Lin Qingxue resolved firmly within herself. Although Chu Yang is now studying at Peking University, I will not allow the events of the past 3 years to simply fade away. From now on, he shall pursue his own path, and I shall tread mine. Yes, that's it. Lin Qingxue, you must stand tall. After giving herself a vigorous pep talk, Lin Qingxue decided it was time to return to her dormitory. At that moment, suddenly, a young man approached Lin Qingxue. Upon seeing her, his expression instantly transformed with excitement as he hurriedly approached her. Good morning, Qingxue. Have you had breakfast? Would you like to join me? Lin Qingxue's voice turned icy in an instant. I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy and unable to have breakfast. Moreover, Wang Xiujia, although we are classmates, we are not that familiar. You may either address me as class leader or simply call me by my name. The young man's expression soured slightly. Qingxue, I have been pursuing you for a year now. Can't you grant me a chance? Lin Qingxue's demeanor remained extremely cold. That is merely your one-sided wish. I have made it clear since our freshman year that I have no interest in you. Do not waste your efforts on me. I will absolutely not be with you. With that, Lin Qingxue emphasized emphatically, I would never have been interested before, and I certainly won't be now. As noon approached, Chu Yang appeared at Kyoto International Airport, dragging a suitcase, and spoke into the phone to Liu Yong on the other end. Professor Liu, I have arrived at Kyoto International Airport and expect to reach the research base in Mabe around 4 this afternoon. Please arrange for someone to pick me up. No problem. No problem, Liu Yong replied eagerly, nodding appreciatively. I apologize for disturbing your rest, Chief Engineer Chu. Rest, indeed, Chu Yang smiled in response. In the minds of Liu Yong and other researchers familiar with Chu Yang, they believed he was merely on a break from school. Once he had rested sufficiently, given his scientific talent, he would undoubtedly return to the front lines of research. There is no need for apologies, Chu Yang replied cheerfully. National affairs take precedence. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll head to the departure hall. We could discuss the rest upon my arrival. With that, he hung up and began to make his way toward the departure hall. Meanwhile, not far from Chu Yang, a chorus of fervent screams erupted from a group of girls. Among them stood a pale-faced man, heavily made up, exuding an effeminate aura, even his gait possessing a hint of delicacy. This individual was a celebrity who had risen to fame in the past 2 years. 2 years prior, he completed a 3-year training stint abroad, returned to China, signed with a talent agency, and quickly starred in a well-known director's National Day film. Although his acting skills were subpar, his striking appearance propelled him to instant stardom, making him the idol of countless young girls, and he frequently topped the trending list on social media platforms. In an instant, he became the center of attention. Everyone, step back, do not come near, shouted the crowd in front of the star, urging those ahead to clear the way. Hurry, move aside, don't block the path. Do you hear me? A group of fierce security personnel and assistants, with expressions of hostility, fiercely reprimanded all pedestrians obstructing their path, displaying an utterly arrogant demeanor. The male celebrity strode confidently along the way, his eyes brimming with disdain. The sensation of being fervently adored, the exhilaration of ascending to a superior status, was an experience he had never encountered during his time as a trainee abroad. Before long, the male star and his entourage reached the elevator door. At that moment, Chu Yang had just stepped inside the elevator en route to the waiting hall. Suddenly, the male celebrity's assistant rushed into the elevator and loudly commanded those inside. Everyone inside, please step out quickly. Chapter 12. The Airport Dispute. Has Chu Yang's identity been exposed? Inside the elevator, a young man expressed his dissatisfaction. This elevator is a public space, and we entered first. Why should we be the ones to exit? Although the others in the elevator remained silent, they nodded in agreement. The male star's assistant was displeased. Can't you see how many of us there are? Chu Yang glanced at the throng outside the elevator, noting several female fans holding signs and cameras in support. He immediately discerned the identity of the individual before him and could not help but sneer. With so many of you, why not wait for the next one? Did you build this airport? What do you mean? The assistant's expression darkened instantly. You have no idea how packed our hand-in schedule is. We're about to miss our check-in. Hurry up and let us through. What does it matter to us if your flight is delayed? Chu Yang remained unfazed. Is this your first time flying? Don't you know that passengers need to arrive at the airport 2 hours in advance? And ask the others in this elevator if any of them lack their own affairs to attend to. Does being a star grant you special privileges? Upon hearing this, some fervent female fans surrounding the male star could no longer contain themselves. Can they possibly be as busy as our Han-in? He is the top celebrity in the country, with a schedule so full he can hardly keep up. Can't you just let our Han-in go first? What is wrong with you? If it were me, I would have cleared the way for Han-in long ago. Letting him use the elevator is a privilege. Hurry up and step aside. What if you delay Han-in's boarding and disrupt his schedule? Can you bear that responsibility? The male star's face also darkened. Over the years of his rising fame, he had grown accustomed to a life of luxury. Not only would he expect the elevator to yield to him, but even if he were 2 hours late to a shoot, the entire crew would wait for him. Why should ordinary people yield to him in an elevator? However, as a professional entertainer, he remained cautious in certain respects. As a public figure, he was constantly aware of the numerous paparazzi capturing his every move. Any impulsive action could easily provoke public disdain. Although he had plenty of devoted fans, he ultimately did not wish to lose any of them. Casting a glance around, he quickly noticed countless cameras and phones aimed at his position. In the next moment, a smile graced his face. After dismissing his assistant and bodyguards, he turned to Chu Yang and the others in the elevator, saying, "It's all right. Although I am in a hurry, let them go first. After all, everyone is busy." Chu Yang's lips twitched in silent disbelief. The time wasted was sufficient for the elevator to ascend and descend once. The female fans erupted in excitement. Our Han-in is truly too kind. Despite his own struggles, he shows such understanding towards these people. I knew I chose the right idol. Our Han-in is so cultured. It was merely a matter of using the elevator for a moment. These individuals were simply grappling with their own insecurities, envious of the celebrity status of others. How fortunate we are to have our beloved Han-in. Chu Yang shook his head in resignation and chose to ignore the male star. Once the bodyguards and assistants had exited, he promptly pressed the button to close the elevator doors, awaiting its gradual ascent. Heroes' withered bones go unnoticed, while the affairs of actors are known across the land. Such trivial matters are capable of inciting fans' discontent and unrest. It is truly lamentable for these individuals. Naturally, Chu Yang was not their parent and had no authority to judge their behaviors as right or wrong. He merely felt a sudden pang of sorrow for this era. He did not deny the value of celebrities. As public figures, if they were to promote positive energy, they might indeed serve an enlightening purpose, which is commendable and worthy of respect. Yet, the reality is that such individuals are exceedingly rare. In his view, the progress and strength of a nation ought to stem from the acquisition of new knowledge and the exploration of innovative technologies. If entertainment becomes the focal point of the populace, then the nation is stagnating. To avoid sweeping generalizations, at least those who occupy the forefront of entertainment are merely treading water. Who knows how many morally questionable stars revel in the limelight, while numerous anonymous researchers toil away amidst formulas and blueprints, exhausting themselves, often to the point of losing their hair, solely to elevate the nation's technological prowess? How many border guards endure the bitter cold, sacrificing their lives to safeguard the frontier? Do not forget the contributions of those who came before. Only in knowing security can one truly understand the affairs of a nation. Of course, this was merely a fleeting contemplation for Chu Yang. Upon the elevator's arrival, he swiftly grabbed his suitcase and hurried toward his boarding gate. However, this series of actions did not sit well with the male star. It had been ages since anyone dared to disregard him so brazenly. He then turned to the raucous fans beside him and smiled, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. All right, everyone, let us not make a fuss. This is just a small incident. We mustn't let it spill onto the internet. It's time for us to leave, so please disperse. His assistant quickly caught on, addressing the crowd with a smile. Everyone, please disperse. Remember, do not let this situation spread online. Absolutely not. Yet, even as he spoke, thoughts were already brewing in his mind about how to leverage this incident for marketing purposes if it were to erupt online. Obsessive fans are the easiest to manipulate. Although the fans did not grasp the words of the male star and his assistant, Chu Yang's actions undeniably provoked their ire. Initially, they had not considered this angle. But once it was suggested, the fan groups erupted in outrage. Hanin was their deity. To bully their brother is a transgression that surpasses even the heinous act of slaying their own parents. Rational fans have attempted to analyze this predicament, but were promptly ejected from the group chat. Hanin boasts millions of fans domestically, with an overwhelming number of fervent admirers exhibiting formidable zeal. Mere minutes later, these zealous female fans began to voice their outrage online. Various maliciously edited videos, slogans denouncing Chu Yang, and posts calling for an extensive search of Chu Yang's identity flooded the internet in an unrelenting tide. Notably, a post titled "Come Out and Apologize to Hanin, Our Idol Deserves Respect," surged to the top of the trending topics on Weibo, its ranking rapidly ascending. Meanwhile, within a certain specialized office, an urgent red light suddenly illuminated the room. A man clad in a green military uniform, adorned with glasses, immediately rose from his seat before the computer. Report immediately. A significant number of users are disclosing the identity information of our nation's SSS-level confidential members online, posing a potential risk of information leakage. I am prepared to intercept. Please issue specific directives from above. Chapter 13. A day's explanation on the social media platform. Not only did the post regarding the campaign against Chu Yang swiftly ascend to the top 3 on the trending list, but certain individuals also disseminated information about him online. Name: Chu Yang, age 18, education, first-year student in the management department at Kyoto University, home address, unknown, contact number, unknown, personal history, attended primary school at. Although most critical information had undergone SSS-level encryption, rendering it nearly inaccessible to all but those with exceedingly high clearance, the exposure of Chu Yang's photograph on the internet was inevitable. Particularly striking was the section detailing his personal history, which revealed a conspicuous absence of information regarding his experiences during a 3-year period. Following this revelation, countless fervent fans, in a frenzy of indignation, began to voice their outrage online. Is admission to Kyoto University now a trivial matter? Can anyone gain entry to such a prestigious institution? Is he merely attempting to bask in the glow of our illustrious reputation? There was an utter lack of information regarding his college entrance examination, and no evidence of his participation in any internationally renowned competitions. How could such an individual gain admission to Kyoto University? I implore the relevant authorities to conduct a thorough investigation. Ministry of Education of Huaxia. What is the situation at Kyoto University? Do they not consider a student's character during the admissions process? How can someone like him be accepted into such an esteemed institution? I suspect his qualifications were purchased. Moreover, as far as I know, the new students at Kyoto University are preparing for military training. Why is he present here? Does having connections allow him to evade such obligations? Of course, not all fans were devoid of reason. Upon viewing the release video, one commented beneath it, "Wow, the person who posted this video is quite malicious. From a professional perspective, this video has undoubtedly been edited. Is it truly acceptable to tarnish another's reputation so casually? Why should he apologize to anyone? That guy stated it well. Is the elevator theirs? Can they simply dismiss someone without explanation? Are celebrities inherently superior? Let us consume this information rationally and refrain from making additional comments." Nevertheless, such rational voices were few and far between. Under the relentless influence of Han's fervent fans, the tide of public opinion on the internet rapidly turned against Chu Yang, rendering him a target of widespread criticism. In the Kyoto University dormitory, Li Qian was comfortably browsing her social media feed when she noticed the rapidly rising trending topic. She immediately called over Lin Qingxue, saying, "Qingxue, come here. Is this not your junior? So many people online are berating him. What junior of mine? Lin Qingxue replied, momentarily taken aback. She quickly snatched Li Qian's phone, perusing the videos and comments before exclaiming in disbelief. Are those fans really that foolish? Should a celebrity be given precedence in the elevator? They shouldn't be allowed to spout nonsense online. What kind of reasoning is that? Subsequently, she pulled out her mobile phone, wrapped it around her neck, and immediately accessed the trending topics to express her outrage. Do celebrities believe themselves to be superior? Is it such a dire situation that one cannot wait for an elevator? As if rushing to be reborn or to meet their demise. Can a superstar not wait for the lift? She could direct her ire at Chu Yang, as he owed her that, but others were off limits. Observing Lin Qingxue's indignant demeanor, Li Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Qingxue, who was it that declared a fresh start upon returning to the dormitory, vowing to sever all ties with Chu Yang? From the looks of it, you might still have lingering feelings. Absolutely not. Lin Qingxue retorted, her cheeks flushed. After shooting Li Qian a glare, she stated with conviction, it's a matter of principle, not personal. If anyone else were treated this way, I would react similarly. Keep denying it, Li Qian laughed, seizing her phone to type rapidly. Watch me work my magic. As she spoke, she sent out a series of comments defending Chu Yang. However, the online sentiment was overwhelmingly negative, with countless individuals lambasting Chu Yang. Both Lin Qingxue's and Li Qian's comments were soon drowned out by the tide of vitriol. Li Qian's expression grew anxious. Qian, this is serious. Wuhan's fervent fans clearly intend to target your junior. He's landed himself in quite a predicament this time. I've said it before. I am no longer associated with him. Lin Qingxue quickly clarified, but her eyes soon darkened with concern. Her fingers deftly glided across her phone screen, ultimately resting on Chu Yang's WeChat profile, as she fell into deep contemplation. 3 years ago, she had sent numerous messages to Chu Yang without receiving a response. In her frustration, she had even considered deleting his contact information, yet ultimately, she could not bring herself to do so, allowing him to remain quietly in her friend list. But now, should she send him a message? At Huaka Institute, Wang Weimin gazed at the computer screen, where he encountered a barrage of unspeakable remarks, his anger boiling over as he slammed his palm onto the desk. This is utter nonsense, simply ridiculous. He was already well informed about the online discourse and had received reports regarding Chu Yang's departure from Jing University to assist in the design of aerospace combat engines. As the designer and manufacturer of the 1 nanometer lithography machine, Chu Yang was undoubtedly a pillar of the nation. The progress of Huaxia today owes much to talents like Chu Yang, who contribute quietly from the shadows. It had been nearly a month since the successful development of the lithography machine, although a celebratory banquet was on the horizon. The names of Chu Yang and his colleagues would remain undisclosed. Their contributions to the project would be enshrined in the nation's most confidential archives for eternity. Yet, here was a selfless young man, devoted to his country, now facing a torrent of abuse online simply for not yielding the elevator to a celebrity. If this matter were not resolved appropriately, the sacrifice made for the nation is often shrouded in obscurity, particularly that of dedicated researchers. This matter shall not be taken lightly. Without delay, he dialed Chu Yang's number. Chu Yang, resting in the waiting lounge, answered the call. Director Wang, what brings you to contact me? Wang Weimin inquired. Little Chu, are you aware of the situation online? You've come regarding this matter, I presume. Chu Yang chuklet werielie. He is not some relic of the past. He is well aware of social media and its implications. He had indeed seen the disparaging comments from the so-called Han Han fans circulating online. However, he did not anticipate that it would escalate to such a degree, drawing the attention of Wang Weimin, the esteemed president of the Huaka Institute. This revelation indicated that the situation would not conclude easily, and someone was bound to face dire consequences. Wang Weimin immediately inquired about the details of the incident, and Chu Yang recounted the events truthfully. Upon grasping the full scope of the matter, Wang Weimin erupted with indignation on the other end of the line. Preposterous. The internet is not a lawless realm. Do these individuals believe they can distort truth and act with impunity simply because they are behind screen? This is utterly unacceptable. After expressing his outrage, Wang Weimin continued to reassure Chu Yang. Little Chu, Do not concern yourself with this issue. Leave it to me. Focus on your waiting time, and do not allow external disturbances to disrupt your thoughts. Within a day, I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Chapter 14. The scientific community cannot afford to lose Chu Yang. I am indifferent, Chu Yang replied softly. I truly apologize for the inconvenience. He had not anticipated that his seemingly trivial action would provoke such significant repercussions. Never mind, just await my news, Wang Weiman retorted. After concluding his call with Chu Yang, he immediately scoured his contacts and eventually dialed the phone number of the head of the Security General Administration. Hello, this is Wang Weiman. The Security General Administration serves as the highest-level counterintelligence and domestic political security agency within Huaxia. In the office of the director on the top floor, Lu Chongqing, the director of the Security General Administration, was visibly furious as he reviewed the information uploaded by his office staff. What's the matter with you people? Immediately remove all information regarding Chu Yang from the internet and dispatch personnel to investigate whether there are foreign intelligence organizations inciting this matter. I am giving you 10 minutes. If I still see any information about Chu Yang online after 10 minutes, expect consequences. As a prodigious scholar in the domestic scientific community, Chu Yang, at merely 18 years of age, had already designed a 1-nanometer precision lithography machine for Huaxia. His personal file had long been linked to the Security General Administration. Any institution attempting to access Chu Yang's information would trigger a danger alert. However, he never fathomed that it was not merely an individual or a single organization seeking to inquire about Chu Yang's identity. Countless reckless netizens were disseminating information about him online. Should any harm befall Chu Yang as a result, they would all bear the consequences. Huaxia could survive without the Security General Administration's director, but the scientific community absolutely could not exist without Chu Yang. After reprimanding his staff, Lu Chongqing ground his teeth in frustration, muttering under his breath. The current crop of celebrities and their fans are truly becoming increasingly outrageous. Following the incident, the surveillance footage of the airport elevator and all relevant visuals were relayed back to the Data Analysis Department of the Security General Administration. To flaunt one's status is one thing, but for heaven's sake, how can you not see whom you are disrespecting? Forcing an elevator upon a scholar who is about to become the youngest academician in the country. Do you even deserve it? Just as he finished speaking, his personal mobile phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lu Chongqing's expression darkened, and he took a deep breath before nervously answering. Old Wang, this is Lu Chongqing. The caller was Wang Weiman. In the past, the Huaxia scientific community had been in a transitional phase, with an ever-decreasing number of exceptional scholars. While the elderly might bicker vigorously over the validity of a project during discussions of significant national scientific endeavors, they were all adept at protecting their own. This was especially true for someone like Wang Weiman, the president of the Kyoto University of Science and Technology. Although they held the same administrative rank in terms of seniority, one had a clear advantage over the other. As anticipated, once the call connected, Wang Weiman launched into a tirade. Lu Chongqing, as the director of the Security Administration, what on earth are you doing? Such a significant incident has unfolded online, and you have no measures in place? And what about that involved celebrity? What are you planning to do? Let me tell you, if Chu Yang's identity is exposed, I will discard all semblance of dignity and storm into your office. Lu Chongqing's expression darkened. Old Wang, please calm down. I assure you, we are already arranging for a resolution. Within 10 minutes, all online information will be retracted. And the celebrity? I will promptly summon the relevant officials from the Cultural Development Department. Rest assured, I will provide you and all researchers at Huaca Institute with a satisfactory explanation. Fine, I await your news. Wang Weiman pondered for a moment before hastily ending the call. Lu Chongqing exhaled deeply, feeling a surge of frustration. Damn it, after so many years in the Security Administration, this is the first time I have been so publicly berated without a chance to retort. He then picked up the phone on his desk, notified the head of the Cultural Development Department, instructing him to be in my office within half an hour. If he fails to comply, I will personally go to the Cultural Development General Office to find him. In the airport lounge, Chu Yang had just replied to Wang Weiman's message when a group of flamboyantly dressed young women approached him. So, you're Chu Yang? Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. looking up at the sudden appearance of these individuals. Yes, I am Chu Yang. What can I do for you? One girl scrutinized him from head to toe before sneering. You seem to have the looks, but if you're in such a hurry, why are you lingering in the lounge? Why didn't you just let us use the elevator? The others chimed in. It's genuinely disgusting. You're just trying to ride on our Hanin's fame. Aren't you? Want to be famous? Well, we Hanin's fans can help you out. You're truly nauseating. How about you stop looking for trouble and spare your parents the shame? You're just a boy raised without a mother. As the last words were spoken, one girl holding a bottle of water twisted off the cap and doused Chu Yang with it. He stood up too late to avoid the cold deluge. Yet, rather than becoming angry, he gazed at the group with a hint of pity. Are you done? If so, you may leave. Each of you is in your 20s, yet you lack the independent thought and judgment expected of adults. How tragic. The security personnel in the lounge witnessed the scene and quickly rushed over. Hey, what are you all doing? A few girls exchanged glances and swiftly fled the scene. By the time the airport security arrived, only Chu Yang remained, quietly extracting a pack of tissues from his belongings and gently wiping away the droplets of water on his body. Observing this, the security officer promptly inquired with concern, Sir, are you all right? I'm fine, Chu Yang replied, shaking his head and offering a warm smile to the officer. Please, carry on with your duties. Thank you for your help. At that moment, Chu Yang's phone, which lay nearby, suddenly illuminated the screen. It was a message from Lin Qingxue, who had not communicated with him for several years. Are you all right? Chapter 15. Surrendering unconditionally upon a single glimpse of him, Chu Yang paused in his action of drying his phone, setting the tissue aside. Just as he intended to respond to Lin Qingxue's message, a call came through from dormitory 319. It was Zhu Pengfei. Reluctantly, Chu Yang answered the phone. Boss. It's Chu Yang. What is the matter? Goodness, third brother. You've really stirred up quite the situation. Zhu Pengfei exclaimed excitedly over the line. A few of us just woke up this morning, went to the cafeteria for some buns and soybean milk, and then we saw you being lambasted online by Wuhan's legion of brainless fans. Tell me, can you still maintain your composure? I'm fine. Chu Yang glanced down at his nearly soaked clothing, feeling a warmth in his heart at the concern from his dorm mates. Even though it was only their first day together. He then replied calmly, but you guys don't need to get involved in those matters online. Leave it to me. It will be resolved swiftly. We're all right, Zhu Pengfei continued. But Lin, the campus Belle, is in quite a predicament. She and a few girls from her dorm have been fervently defending you online, but somehow it got leaked that you two were desk mates in high school. Someone even posted her photo online, and now she is being ridiculed by Wuhan's fans, accused of riding his coattails. What? Chu Yang exclaimed in shock. Quickly addressing Zhu Pengfei on the phone, Boss, I have something urgent to attend to. I'll hang up now. Remember, you don't need to get involved with the online issues. I'll take care of it. After hanging up, Chu Yang immediately logged onto Weibo. The topic was currently trending, fueled by various marketing accounts, and he quickly located posts disparaging Lin Qingxue, which included a live photo of her, altered to a black and white version alongside his own. The vitriol in the comments was escalating. You shameless woman, looking like a dog, are you desperate for fame? Or are you just defending your pathetic boyfriend? Why don't you both just disappear? I see you're just trying to attract our Han's attention. Rest assured, he would never look at a lowly creature like you. May the heavens and earth conspire against you, meddling harlot and your worthless man. May you both descend into hell tonight. From the outset, Chu Yang had adopted a tolerant perspective towards Wuhan's fervent fans. However, at this moment, he can no longer endure it. Damn it, the online insults are so vicious. Heaven knows what else Lin Qingxue is enduring at the hands of those fans elsewhere. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the message Lin Qingxue had sent him on WeChat, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Even as he was being vilified online, she still expressed concern for him. How foolish. Chu Yang opened the chat interface with Lin Qingxue, whose WeChat avatar was an utterly adorable image. After pondering for a few moments, he pressed the voice call button and initiated a voice call. The call was quickly connected. After a prolonged silence between them, Lin Qingxue was the first to speak. Hello, Chu Yang. How are you holding up at the airport? Are you all right? I've heard that Wuhan's fans are quite fanatical. They haven't caused you any trouble, have they? No, I'm fine. Chu Yang slightly shook his head. taking a deep breath to calm his simmering anger before continuing in a gentle tone. For now, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it. Just stay in your dormitory and refrain from checking social media. Find a cheerful movie to watch, and by the time the film ends, I will have resolved everything. But how will you resolve it? Lin Qingshue's voice grew more animated. There are countless people online attacking you. How can you face this alone? By the end of her statement, her voice quivered with the threat of tears. If only she and T let her pride get the better of her this morning. After all, the new student meeting was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. If she had simply gone to see him off, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Rest assured, Chu Yang gently reassured her. Trust me, I will take care of it. His words seemed imbued with a magical quality that instantly calmed Lin Qingshue's racing thoughts. She slowly inquired, so, how do you plan to handle it? That is something you need not worry about. Chu Yang continued. There are certain complexities that it is better for you not to know. To divert the conversation, he feigned a smile and said, Lin, does your concern for me signify that you've already forgiven me? Not at all. Lin Qingxue immediately retorted with a haughty pout. Chu Yang, let me make it clear. My support online is simply to prevent you from being maligned by Wuhan's fans. What he has done is utterly excessive. That is all. Don't read too much into it. You can forget about my forgiveness. That is absolutely out of the question. After speaking, she silently added to herself, at least, not so easily. She found herself rather pathetic. Although 3 years had passed without contact, the moment Chu Yang appeared, she felt her resolve crumble. Waving the white flag and surrendering unconditionally. No matter how many harsh words had been exchanged or how furious she had felt, seeing him again instantly dissipated all her grievances. Very well, Chu Yang replied with a light laugh. There is still ample time ahead. Once I finish dealing with matters at home, I will return to school, and at that time, I will earnestly seek your forgiveness. The eyes do not lie. From the very first moment, he laid eyes on Lin Qingshu. He recognized that she remained the same as she had always been. Regrettably, during their past interactions, he had been too obtuse and inflexible to notice her presence or decipher the subtle emotions woven into her every word. The only fortunate aspect was, between him and her, they have not missed each other. Lin Qingshu lamented the absence of her during the most splendid 3 years of his youth. The remaining romance shall be compensated with a lifetime of devotion. Tired of conversing, she hung up the phone abruptly. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingshue's expression tightened as she swiftly ended the call, taking several deep breaths before fanning her flushed cheeks with her hand. Beside her, Li Qian inquired with a smile. What is wrong? Are you no longer crying? When Lin Qingshue's messages were exposed by Wuhan's fans, countless venomous private messages inundated her phone. No matter how composed her exterior appeared, deep down, she was merely a 20-year-old girl. Perhaps due to an early educational awakening, Lin Qingshu was the youngest in her dormitory, always cherished by her peers. I'm not crying. She quickly shook her head, resuming her barrage of comments. I want to check my private messages on Weibo, but I must seek justice for Chu Yang in this matter. She did not wish to disbelieve Chu Yang's previous statements. However, being an ordinary person, how could he contend with the fervent legion of Wuhan's fans? What she could do now was to alleviate his burden and lessen the pressure. She believed that if they weathered this storm, eventually Wuhan's fans would quiet down and the issue would naturally fade away. That was her conviction. Chapter 16. The Actions of All Parties. Thunderous Measures. Kyoto International Airport. Inside the exclusive VIP lounge, Wuhan reclined leisurely in one of the luxurious massage chairs. Casually browsing through trending topics on Weibo, her eyes gleaming with disdain and pride. Foolish wretch, you, an ordinary person, dare to challenge me? With a mere flick of my finger, I could obliterate you. Previously, her claim of rushing for a flight was merely a pretext. She simply wished to avoid dealing with those dim-witted fans at the airport. A fleeting smile in their direction made them feel as though she were closer to them than their own fathers. Spending a brief moment at the airport was already a tremendous honor for them. Her assistant chuckled nearby. Han, your fans are truly something. In less than half an hour, the topic's popularity is soaring toward the top of Weibo's trending list, and your exposure has significantly increased. That's not sufficient. Wuhan retorted coldly, casually continuing. Although the videos circulating online have been edited, there are still some clips that could tarnish my image. Arrange for the marketing accounts to release a statement claiming that the boy was merely a hired photographer, which is why the security asked them to leave the elevator. Brilliant. The assistant laughed heartily. The veracity of the marketing account statements was of little concern to them. The online narrative was easily manipulated. Once the information was disseminated, it would swiftly convince Wuhan's fans, allowing them to reap a wave of heated support. Wuhan would seamlessly transform into a victim of the incident. It's entirely reasonable for me to expel a hired photographer if my demeanor was slightly brusque. I'll arrange it immediately. The assistant chuckled lightly, promptly dialing the marketing accounts. The speed of the marketing accounts was remarkable. As the news from Wuhan was released, several accounts began to circulate the narrative. In just a matter of minutes, voices asserting that Chu Yang was a hired photographer began to surface online, and with Wuhan's fans stirring the pot, the topic's popularity began to skyrocket. Countless individuals immediately took to the internet to defend Wuhan. I knew our Han staff wouldn't be so crude. Their rough treatment must have been provoked by the persistent harassment from the hired photographer. Despicable hired photographers, attempting to ride on our Han's coattails. Why don't they just disappear? All hired photographers were despised, and sympathy for Wuhan poured in. It was truly lamentable. She had done nothing wrong, yet found herself vilified by so many marketing accounts online. At the Security Administration, Liu Changqing stood in the big data office, observing the continuously escalating trending topic on Weibo, his brow furrowing as he turned to a nearby staff member. What is happening? Haven't we begun to clear some comments? Why is the popularity still so high? The staff member sighed in exasperation. Wuhan's fan base is immense. We can't keep up with deleting comments. As soon as we remove one batch, another emerges immediately. What about Weibo? Liu Changqing let out a cold snort. What did the person in charge over there say? If this fervor doesn't subside, do they wish for me to invite their boss to the Safety Administration for tea? The staff member hurriedly replied. The person in charge of Weibo didn't answer the phone, but I contacted a friend who works there. He mentioned that many investors are eager to take this opportunity to elevate Wuhan's profile, as his commercial value remains quite high. What nonsense! Liu Changqing could not contain his expletive. I don't care what kind of capital supports Wuhan. The internet is not a lawless realm, and we cannot allow these individuals to operate freely. Immediately direct the technical department to shut down all Weibo servers. All accounts that have posted inappropriate comments regarding this incident must be suspended, and the ringleaders must be summoned to the Safety Administration. Notify other agencies as well. Within 2 minutes, I want all news related to Chu Yang to vanish from the internet. After stating this, Liu Changqing continued to inquire. What about the head of the Cultural Development Department? Have they arrived? They are on their way and should reach the Safety Administration in about 10 minutes. Upon arrival, have them come directly to see me. Understood. In Guangshan City, as a leading social media company in the country, in the office of CEO Ma Teng, a document marked top secret was delivered by his secretary. Ma Teng, puzzled, opened the file, and upon seeing the red text, his brow immediately furrowed with concern. He quickly instructed the still-present secretary, get the head of the technical department to see me right away. The document content demanded an immediate halt to all discussions regarding Chu Yang on social media platforms. While it did not explicitly name Chu Yang, had it been any other document, he might have taken time to deliberate. However, the seal of the Safety Administration on the document left no room for hesitation. If this matter were to be delayed, he couldn't fathom the consequences that the company might face. He emphasized, no matter where he is now, have him come to see me immediately. Across various police stations and military camps nationwide, relevant department heads received a red-headed document from the Safety Administration requesting assistance in the case. A deputy chief at one police station, upon reading the document, asked in confusion, "Who is this Chu Yang? Why is there such a commotion about him?" The document contained 2 main points. The first was to prohibit any internal discussions regarding the Chu Yang incident, and the second was to apprehend individuals. Based on the IP address information provided by National Security, they were to arrest individuals at the specified locations. The descriptions in the document were succinct, yet everyone within the system understood that the shorter the document with red headings, the more significant the matter at hand. Do not question it, was the unspoken directive. The police chief furrowed his brow and commanded, arrange for all personnel on leave to return to the station immediately for debriefing. Based on the information from the Security General Administration, we must apprehend the suspects. Meanwhile, in a military camp, a commander with graying hair scrutinized the documents in his hand with a grave expression. After a prolonged contemplation, he hastily dialed Liu Chongqing at the Security General Administration, inquiring urgently, "Old Liu, what is going on? Why are we, the military, being called to action? As guardians of national stability, military personnel are not to act lightly unless it is a matter of national significance. Yet now, it appeared that the military was to intervene merely to apprehend individuals who were slandering a prominent figure online." Liu Chongqing, overwhelmed with urgency, replied, "Old Zhao, just hold on. I cannot divulge much due to confidentiality protocols. However, the young man mentioned in the document is a vital research personnel for our nation. His worth is comparable to that of the esteemed Mr. Qian from the past." "What?" The commander's expression turned serious. "Understood. Rest assured, we will cooperate fully." Mr. Qian was a figure of immense respect. Had it not been for him, the strength and confidence of China today would not exist. The emergence of a research talent comparable to Mr. Qian was indeed a cause for celebration. However, the thought that such a contributor to the nation was being defamed online by a celebrity's fan was utterly intolerable. What could these individuals, who merely spouted words online, possibly contribute? Could they advance China's technological development or defend the borders and protect the homeland? The online environment certainly required stringent regulation. After hanging up the phone, the elder's face flushed with anger as he slammed his fist onto his office desk. "Communications officer, immediately dispatch a troop to assist the police in making arrests." Chapter 17, I am Chu Yang, confidentiality number. The General Administration of Security. Director's Office. Liu Chongqing set down his phone with a composed demeanor. His gaze turned sharply towards the representative from the Cultural Development Department seated across from him. The official instinctively recoiled, his neck retracting slightly. The Cultural Development Department and the General Administration of Security had historically been two distinct entities, independent and non-intrusive towards one another. Collaboration occurred only on rare occasions, primarily concerning high-level promotional endeavors. Upon receiving a communication from the General Administration of Security, he was utterly taken aback. Among all domestic administrative bodies, none were more daunting to provoke than those from the General Administration of Security, whose authority was remarkably extensive. To become entangled with them often meant enduring considerable repercussions. Yet, here he was, receiving a direct call on his personal mobile from the General Administration of Security, resulting in him hastily canceling a banquet with a capital tycoon to rush over. Upon entering, he sensed the peculiar stares directed at him from every individual within the General Administration of Security. There was an undercurrent of resentment, but more pronounced was a sense of pity. What on earth was happening? After a moment of contemplation, he finally mustered the courage to address Liu Chongqing, inquiring, "Director Liu, may I ask what matters require our Cultural Development Department's cooperation?" "Cooperation? Yichang Sukofut. I would not dare to request your department's assistance. One mere celebrity can incite their fans to create chaos online, showcasing the immense influence your Cultural Development Department possesses." "Director Liu, what do you mean by that?" The official could not suppress a shiver, hurriedly swallowing hard before tentatively asking, "You summoned me here. It cannot possibly be regarding the incident online, can it?" The establishment of the Cultural Development Department included the responsibility of managing the vast realm of the entertainment industry. The situation surrounding Wuhan had indeed escalated significantly. Previously, he had marveled at the power of the internet. Within less than an hour, the identities of two individuals had been thoroughly exposed. Who would have thought that the gossip would land at his doorstep? "You are aware, aren't you?" Liu Chongqing interjected with a disdainful snort. "Although our nation's laws have yet to fully encompass internet institutions, the internet is not a lawless expanse. Over the years, numerous severe incidents of online violence have led to significant depression and even suicides. Do not presume that the General Administration of Security is oblivious to these matters simply because we do not intervene." With that, Liu Chongqing fixed a cold glare upon the official, asserting, of course, it is normal for there to be gaps and imperfections in regulations during the inception of a burgeoning industry. The higher-ups are already working on rectifying the policies. However, you have given me quite a shock before these policies have even been released. Lu Changqing slammed his hand upon the desk in indignation. Do you have any idea who that young man, currently being vilified by countless individuals online, truly is? Is he not a descendant of that esteemed elder? The official felt a cold sweat break out on his back. If this truly involves a direct descendant of an elderly individual, the implications of this matter could escalate significantly. However, it seems to me that there is no such individual in Kyoto. Lu Changqing expressed his indignation, stating that the nature of this situation is even more egregious. Due to confidentiality regulations, I cannot divulge much about the identity of this young man. I called you here primarily concerning the ongoing issues within the entertainment industry. Do not presume that I, Lu Changqing, have the authority to meddle in the affairs of your cultural department. Nonetheless, the severity of this incident is undeniable. I have printed the relevant documents for your review. You may handle the involved parties as you see fit. After saying this, Lu Changqing forcefully placed a document from his desk in front of the head of the cultural department. Wuhan, suspected of defaming domestic confidential personnel and intending to expose sensitive information, to be charged with treason. Sun Bing, Wuhan's assistant, accused of inciting the public to disclose national secrets, to be charged with treason. The document enumerated a total of 17 or 18 celebrities involved. Aside from Wuhan, the others include various stars who, during this period, either supported Wuhan or sought to capitalize on the situation for publicity, including several top-tier celebrities from the entertainment industry. Following his presentation of the document, Lu Changqing continued, "This is merely the initial step. The course of action will ultimately depend on your department's deliberations. However, I must emphasize that this incident is of great magnitude. It is possible that foreign organizations may be instigating this situation. Subsequent actions will involve collaboration from monitoring, taxation, economic departments, and others." Upon hearing this, the head of the Cultural Development Department was visibly shaken, nearly collapsing without the support of his chair. Who exactly is this young man named Chu Yang? The Security Bureau seldom intervenes in entertainment matters. Yet this involvement not only directly implicates treason, but also coordinates an operation across multiple departments, potentially involving foreign entities. This situation is indeed serious. The repercussions will likely result in a significant upheaval within the entertainment industry. With determination, he clenched his teeth. Swiftly rising from his chair to address Lu Changqing with a serious expression, "Rest assured, Director Lu, I will diligently implement the directives from the Security Bureau upon my return. All implicated celebrities and works will be removed, and those deserving of a ban will be banned, regardless of any connections that may arise. Our Cultural Development Department will do its utmost to cooperate." "That is for the best," Lu Changqing sighed, rubbing his forehead in resignation. This matter is indeed complicated. His mention of foreign organizations was not an idle threat. The Security Bureau has dealt with numerous similar cases. Many foreign entities have funded and established various marketing organizations within the country, aiming to incite public discord and undermine the credibility of administrative institutions. I hope that this time no individuals will be involved. Otherwise, the true identity of Chu Yang may not remain concealed for long. On the other hand, Chu Yang was blissfully unaware of the events transpiring behind the scenes. After ending the call with Lin Qingxue, he pondered for a few moments before retrieving a secure mobile phone from his suitcase. After perusing the contacts for a brief moment, he ultimately dialed a number. "This is Chu Yang. Confidential code XXXXXXX. I request a conversation with Director Lu Changqing of the Security General Administration." Chapter 18. It is better not to inquire too much about the affairs of the Jianghu within the office of the Security General Administration. Lu Changqing answered the phone at his desk. Upon hearing the words of Academician Chu Yang from the other end, he promptly replied, "Academician Chu, I sincerely apologize. Rest assured, we at the Security General Administration have already initiated action regarding this matter. Your identity will absolutely remain confidential, and we will diligently investigate all involved parties." "Thank you, Director Lu. I truly regret adding to your workload due to my personal issues. Upon hearing Lu Changqing's words, a smile gradually appeared on Chu Yang's lips. It turned out that the Security General Administration had already made all necessary arrangements prior to his call. However, after a moment's hesitation, he felt compelled to advise. I must trouble the staff of the Security General Administration to exert extra effort on this matter. The girl from Kyoto University who supported me on Weibo, please keep a close watch on her. I do not wish for her to be disturbed by this incident any further. Protecting the personal information of researchers like you is indeed the responsibility of our Security General Administration. This incident is a failure on our part. I hope you will not take offense. Lu Changqing responded with a smile. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, "May I ask, academician Chu, is that Lin Qingxue from the internet your girlfriend? If so, we will make appropriate arrangements." For families of top-tier researchers like Chu Yang, the Security General Administration had a series of security protocols in place, just as with Chu Yang's parents, who had relocated to the family quarters in Kyoto the moment he entered the research base 3 years ago. They were ensured safety by Security General Administration personnel during their daily outings. Chu Yang paused for a moment, then slowly replied, "Not yet. I understand. Lu Changqing nodded repeatedly. "You can rest assured, I will arrange for this matter to be handled. I still have some follow-up tasks to deploy, so I won't disturb you any longer." After hanging up the phone, Lu Changqing couldn't help but mutter to himself. No wonder this young man suddenly went to study at Kyoto University. It seems he followed his beloved there. As he spoke, a smile broke across his face. Now that's what a young man should be like. He was also aware of some legends surrounding Chu Yang. When it came to research, this young man's stubbornness surpassed even that of some antiquated scholars from the Huaka Institute. Academician, the head of the Cultural Development Department, seated across from Lu Changqing, found it hard to believe. He recalled the rumors circulating online about Chu Yang. Wasn't he still under 20? An academician at such a young age? What on earth is going on? He leaned in closer to Lu Changqing, anxiously inquiring, "Director Lu, what do you mean? That Chu Yang online is really an academician?" Though he found the notion somewhat implausible. Since when did the Huaka Institute have academicians under 20? Who would believe such a claim? However, these words emerged from the lips of Lu Changqing, the head of the Security General Administration, a premier administrative body in the country, rendering it seemingly unnecessary for him to utter such a falsehood. It is prudent to refrain from prying into matters of the underworld. Lu Changqing immediately cast a sharp glare at the responsible individual. "If there is nothing further, you may leave. I have other matters to attend to." "Of course, I shall take my leave," the official nodded repeatedly. However, upon exiting Lu Changqing's office, he raised a hand to stroke the small mustache upon his chin, reflecting on Lu's modern sensibilities regarding the wisdom of remaining uninvolved in the affairs of the world. "Why do you linger at the doorway?" Lu queried. The official promptly turned, exclaiming, "I am departing at once." Meanwhile, returning to Wuhan's side, after orchestrating the dissemination of rumors online that Chu Yang was merely a substitute photographer, he fixated on the photograph of Lin Qingxue that had surfaced. Addressing his assistant, he commanded, "Once this matter concludes, I require you to investigate that girl from Jing University, Lin Qingxue, if I recall correctly. Procure her contact information. I wish to converse with her. Should she be amenable to collaborating with me, I can offer financial support or facilitate her entry into the industry." With that, Wuhan reclined in his massage chair, savoring the moment. Given his influence, numerous young women eager to capitalize on his fame had sought his attention. Most, possessing a modicum of attractiveness, had found themselves in his bed, only to receive a significant monetary reward or some casual connections within the entertainment realm before he grew weary of them. He had perfected this art. Understood? The assistant comprehended Wu Han's intentions. However, as he prepared to search for Lin Qingxue's social media profile to inquire about her contact details, the platform's backend suddenly crashed. Almost simultaneously, all users refreshing the site experienced a brief lag on their devices. The platform displayed a server error and abruptly logged users out. Yet, this disruption lasted no longer than 30 seconds. Once the server was restored, both Wuhan's ardent fans and other curious onlookers quickly discerned an alarming development. All information pertaining to Chu Yang had vanished from the trending topics. The entire trending list had been expunged. countless fervent fans of Wuhan found their accounts suspended or silenced. Furthermore, on other social media platforms, any attempt to type the name Chu Yang resulted in an error, rendering it a critical block term across the internet, as if the incident had never transpired. What on earth is happening? Wuhan's assistant gasped in astonishment before swiftly accessing his phone to contact a senior executive from the social media platform. What is going on with the site? Why has all information regarding that insufferable boy vanished? They frequently purchased trending topics and were well acquainted with many executives within the platform's hierarchy. The executive of Weibo erupted in anger, exclaiming, "This chaos is nothing but the brainless antics of Wuhan's foolish fans. I must warn you, we are in grave trouble. Out of respect for our past associations, I offer you a piece of advice. Either make your escape swiftly, or when the time comes, confess openly and face leniency, or resist and face severe consequences." Do you have any idea how much damage Wuhan's incident has caused us? Just a minute before your call, a group from the security administration stormed into Weibo's headquarters and abruptly disconnected the power supply to our servers. Most of the equipment within the company has been confiscated. I estimate that after this call, all of Weibo's executives will be awaiting a visit from the security administration. Not satisfied with his outburst, he continued to curse vehemently. "Damn it, I declare this here today. You better not let me encounter you in this country, for I have ample means to deal with you." Chapter 19. Is everything just fan behavior? A multi-departmental joint investigation, listening to the monotonous beeping of the call that had been abruptly disconnected, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Assistant Wuhan's forehead. Good heavens! How little time has passed since this incident began. Yet within a mere half-hour, all traces of information online had been obliterated. The magnitude of such power is astonishing. He turned anxiously to Wuhan, exclaiming, Han, we've really landed ourselves in deep trouble this time. What has happened?" A bewildered Wuhan, still lost in fantasies of how to obtain Lin Qingshue's contact information and entice her to his bed, snapped his head up at the assistant's words. "All information and materials regarding that young man have been removed from Weibo," the assistant stammered, his voice trembling. "Moreover, I've heard that shortly all the high-ranking officials from Weibo will be summoned to the security administration for a discussion." That's the security administration. Once it involves them, it's no longer a matter that can be resolved with money. What? Wuhan was jolted from his daydream, suddenly alert. However, his mind raced swiftly as he took a deep breath and chuckled nonchalantly. So what? I didn't pay for that trending topic. It's merely fan behavior. What does it have to do with the idol? When the authorities investigate, we can simply place all the blame on the fans, can't we? If they really intend to target me, that young man should consider how many people he is willing to offend. Wuhan remained buoyant, confident in his standing. As arguably the most prominent star in the nation, he boasted an entourage of powerful benefactors shielding him. Unless he transgressed a fundamental line, what could anyone do to him? What grounds did Chu Yang have to challenge him? Indeed, the assistant's eyes lit up, realizing that shifting all blame onto the fans could absolve them completely. In the bustling metropolis of Guangshan, atop a luxurious skyscraper, the headquarters of a leading entertainment management company resided. This very firm had signed Wuhan and orchestrated his meteoric rise from an ordinary trainee to a top-tier celebrity in the industry, showcasing its immense capabilities. At that moment, the phone in the president's office rang abruptly. The company's executive president promptly answered the call. Upon bringing the receiver to his ear, the head of the Cultural Development Department launched into a tirade. "Yuang, what kind of incompetent stars are you promoting in your company? It's one thing to throw a tantrum at the airport, but when a young lad stirs his fans to verbally assault others online and lands on trending topics, it's utterly ridiculous. I'm not interested in your excuses. I'm calling to inform you. Halt all upcoming film and television projects under your management. I don't want to see any of it again. If I approve anything from you in the future, I'll change my surname. All those celebrities from your company who recently voiced their support for Wuhan, I demand they be blacklisted, especially Wuhan, though you need not concern yourself with him. He is utterly finished. Before tonight, ensure that your company's senior executives visit the Cultural Development Department. I shall treat you all to tea." After a lengthy tirade, the head of the Cultural Development Department finally managed to calm down. If it weren't for that fool Wu Han causing such a ruckus, why on earth would he, as the head of the cultural sector overseeing the entertainment industry, have to endure scorn at the security department? The CEO of the agency was momentarily taken aback. Director Zhou, what do you mean by that? Has something happened with our company? What's wrong with Wu Han? He was aware of the online situation. But wasn't this merely a common marketing tactic in the entertainment industry? What's the issue? You shall await notification. When it arrives, you will understand. Moreover, as an old friend, I advise you to brace yourself. The head of the Cultural Development Department, infuriated, abruptly hung up. A multi-departmental joint operation was underway, and this matter would not be resolved easily. Brace myself? The CEO of the agency was still struggling to comprehend the situation. Just then, his secretary, clad in black Balenciaga stockings, rushed into his office, breathless. President's son, it's bad news. People from the tax bureau have arrived, and it looks like they intend to seize all our company's financial documents. What? The CEO was immediately drenched in cold sweat. How could there be no little irregularities after the company's growth to this point? Would they withstand scrutiny? Yet everything had seemed fine until now. Why had they suddenly arrived? He hadn't received any prior notice. And if they were to take all the documents, wouldn't that spell disaster? Before he could process this, the secretary continued. Moreover, in addition to the tax department, representatives from the commerce department, the finance department, the fire department, and even the police are all heading this way. Instantly, the company owner sank into his leather sofa, his gaze lost in confusion. It's over. Everything is over. There was nothing left to contemplate. Just a cold end. Meanwhile, at the airport, the smiles on Wu Han and his assistants' faces faded quickly as a flurry of phone calls nearly overwhelmed them. What? The brand wants to terminate the contract? How did this happen? Was everything going smoothly? If they think the fees are too high, we could negotiate a reduction. But why the sudden termination? Mr. Huang, we had a solid arrangement for our afternoon engagement, and now you tell me it's been canceled? You want to sue us for breach of contract. Why? Director Zhang, you too wish to terminate? What does this mean? Wu Han is a guaranteed box office draw. If you withdraw, what will happen to the film's revenue? If we lose Wu Han, does that mean the movie is doomed? Is it not possible for us to forego the use of a stand-in this time? Beep, beep, beep. The last call Wu Han received was from the owner of their talent agency. I don't care what methods you employ. You must return to the company tonight, or you shall face the consequences. Wu Han and his assistant felt their legs turn to jelly. A barrage of calls followed, canceling engagements, terminating endorsements, and demanding breach of contract penalties. What on earth is happening? Han, what should we do? It seems we are truly in deep trouble this time. The assistant, filled with existential doubt, lamented, who could have known that Brat possessed such formidable power? Let us go back to the company, Wu Han replied, his face as pale as death, his voice trembling uncontrollably. However, just as he finished speaking, several men in plain clothes, their waists bulging with weapons, approached Wu Han and his assistant. After presenting their credentials and arrest warrants, they produced handcuffs and swiftly secured the wrists of both individuals. It appears you two will not be returning to the company. We are personnel from the Security Bureau, and based on our investigation, you are suspected of endangering state secrets. You are hereby authorized for arrest. Please accompany us. Chapter 20. The lightest yet lifelong revocation of political rights. It was only after the staff of the Security General Administration apprehended Han that the storm began to brew. In several economically prosperous provinces and cities across the nation, police cars blared their sirens, racing through the streets. The tempest had commenced. Meanwhile, within Han's fan group, chaos erupted. What transpired? Why had all the news regarding that man and woman vanished from Weibo? This is utterly outrageous. The names of that wretched man and the shameless woman could no longer be found online. Indeed, I had just searched for their photos on my phone. Yet they too could not be shared. Even the trending topics on Weibo had been suppressed. As the discussions intensified, a newly joined account in the group spoke up. Do you think it's possible that the man at the airport has connections? Or that the girl from Peking University comes from a powerful family, thus spending a hefty sum to have the content retracted? Upon hearing this, the group erupted into fervent debate. Yes, it must be that despicable woman who was sponsored by a benefactor, attempting to ride the wave of popularity. and sought assistance from a big shot to suppress these reports. Weibo is indeed deplorable. Does wealth allow one to act with impunity? At this moment, several other newly joined accounts chimed in. Weibo cannot orchestrate such a grand scheme alone. There must be other unseen forces at play. I've heard that numerous departments domestically are involved in this matter, misusing public resources, which is a blatant waste of our taxpayers' money. This is truly revolting. However, I have witnessed such collusion repeatedly in our country. It is our brother who suffers in the end. These sentiments ignited a wave of fervor across the various fan groups of Han Han. In a typical urban area of the country, a harmonious family of 3 sat enjoying lunch in a restaurant. The middle-aged woman across the table, speaking in her native dialect, addressed the man before her. "What is your take on this incident online? That Chu Yang seems to have a special background. From the information I've gathered, that fellow has certainly run into a formidable obstacle. Should we seize this opportunity to sway the narrative in favor of the Huaxia government? No need to concern ourselves. This matter is escalating. Prepare to flee," the man sighed. This time, multiple departments are collaborating. The Security General Administration, the police, and even military personnel are involved, making it far from the simplicity of previous occurrences. Attempting to steer the narrative in favor of the Huaxia government now would be tantamount to courting disaster. At best, provoking a brief uproar without undermining the official credibility. He picked up a piece of braised pork and took a bite. The Security General Administration is serious this time. Mark my words. A number of swallows, spies, will not return to their nests. He then selected a piece of fish. However, that Chu Yang is undoubtedly remarkable. The 3-year gap in his history is intriguing, and the fans of that male celebrity have indeed proven useful, unearthing a significant scoop for us. If the intelligence we bring back proves useful, after completing this task, we could retire with our children. It is inconceivable for an ordinary person to vanish without a trace for 3 years. Furthermore, the simultaneous mobilization of various governmental departments upon the revelation of their whereabouts suggests that Chu Yang's identity is far from ordinary. Within a luxurious community in a certain city, both police and military vehicles arrived at the entrance. Upon disembarking, countless armed police officers and soldiers surged into the complex, their sights set on a particular floor. After confirming the accuracy of the network IP address, military personnel forcibly breached the door, swiftly apprehending everyone inside. A technician from the police's forensic department hurried to the running computer and, after a meticulous search lasting several minutes, reported to the commanding officer. "We have confirmed that all information regarding Chu Yang is stored on a specific hard drive within the computer, along with photographs of buildings surrounding military bases. However, this information has not yet been disseminated." Upon delivering this news, the technician's expression turned peculiar as he added, "They have also joined some fan groups of Han Han, inciting commotion within those circles. It is quite absurd to see grown men behaving like girls in a fan group, calling each other brother incessantly. Is that not repulsive?" The commanding officer's expression darkened instantly, and he coldly declared to the cowering individuals in the room, "I hereby represent Huaxia and arrest you all on charges of international espionage. Take them away." Additionally, many innocent marketing departments and ardent fans of Han Han attempted to capitalize on the publicity surrounding this incident. However, they quickly felt the heavy hand of law enforcement. "You are suspected of disseminating false and harmful information online and maliciously leaking personal privacy, violating our criminal laws." Numerous employees from marketing firms were taken in for questioning. Many fervent fans of Han Han and their coordinators were also invited to the National Security Agency for discussions. Soon, everyone in Han Han's fan group noticed something amiss. The once engaging little sister who had been actively chatting in the group abruptly stopped responding. Some coordinators who were preparing to launch an online attack against Chu Yang also vanished. Most crucially, multiple trending topics suddenly emerged on social media. Han Han arrested at the airport. Cultural Development Agency removes works of several stars. Han Han's management company investigated for tax evasion. All operations halted. Further investigations underway. Henan exploits feigns without compensation. Han Han accused of illegally coercing minors. Alongside these trending topics, Han Han's personal social media account was swiftly deactivated. Inside the airport, Han Han and her assistant, taken away by the National Security Agency personnel, appeared visibly pale. With each step they took, it felt as though there were leaden weights of immeasurable heaviness dragging upon his legs. In less than half an hour, what all had he endured? Various partners were demanding to terminate contracts and claiming compensation for breaches. Additionally, the company found itself under investigation by multiple departments, and the outlook appeared grim. Moreover, in times of misfortune, one is often abandoned by those around them. His rivals within the entertainment industry would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Was he not merely relegated to the depths of an elevator? Yet, before he could even descend, he found himself in this dire predicament. Who, indeed, was that individual, unwilling to accept his fate? Han Han raised his gaze toward the Safety Commission staff beside him and inquired, "Might I ask who exactly that Chu Yang is?" Even in death, he demanded clarity. "You are not worthy to know his identity." The Safety Commission staff shot Han a disdainful glance. Were it not for his fan base creating chaos online, would they have resorted to such drastic measures? He continued, "Just know that once the court delivers its verdict, you shall face lifelong deprivation of political rights at the very least." Chapter 21. Silence. Chu Yang is calling. A chill swept through Wu Han's heart. Was this merely an attempt to intimidate him? If he were to be discovered evading taxes, he would accept the consequences. At worst, he would just have to pay the owed taxes. The unsavory details of his life exposed would also be something he could endure, as he still possessed wealth. In 20 years, he could emerge unscathed. However, what did it mean to be stripped of political rights for life? Though he had no formal legal education, he understood that if such a sentence were imposed, the charge would be among the lightest. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his gaze lifted and locked onto Chu Yang, who was quietly seated in the waiting hall, slowly directing his gaze toward him. Immediately, several officials from the Security Administration, who had previously acted so arrogantly, approached Chu Yang. Two of them flanked him respectfully, stating, "Mr. Chu, the issues online are nearly resolved. But we at the Security Administration require approximately another hour to finalize some other operations. After this hour, the matter will be completely settled. We are Lu's representatives, and due to your status, we are concerned for your safety during transit. Therefore, we will ensure your protection throughout. Arrangements have also been made at Mo Bay Airport. Military personnel will escort you to the research base upon your arrival." "Thank you so much for your hard work," Chu Yang quickly responded, rising to express his gratitude to the two officials. Then, with a knowing smile, he turned to Wu Han and said, "Big Star, I wish you the best in the days to come." Wu Han was instantly agitated. However, with the slightest movement, he was swiftly restrained by the two officials escorting him. "No tricks, just comply and return with us." After this, the remaining staff nodded at Chu Yang before leading Wu Han and his assistant away from the waiting hall. Meanwhile, the online scandal continued to escalate. How could Han Han possibly evade taxes? Someone must be framing him. "I demand a thorough investigation," one fan exclaimed. "That girl claiming to have slept with Han Han should take a look at herself. Why would Han Han ever be interested in someone like her? No one would want her even as a courtesan." Another added, "Why is Han Han being apprehended? There must be some misunderstanding. He must have offended someone. It has to be that despicable man behind this." Countless scandals about Wu Han began to surface, causing his fans to become increasingly restless. Yet, mere moments later, even more shocking news emerged. According to the tax authorities, Wu Han had evaded a staggering 1.43 billion Huabei. This revelation ignited public outrage. How is it possible that China has only about 1.4 billion people? This man truly deserves punishment. Good. Such an indifferent celebrity should have been apprehended long ago, and the entertainment industry needs a thorough cleanse. I believe that individuals like him are far from being exceptional cases. The public rejoices. I have long suspected this individual of harboring nefarious intentions. Are you aware of how his peers regard him? He is a veritable walking cannon, and yet he resorts to tax evasion. Only his mindless fans would support such a character. Where are those who once defended him now? Domestic entertainment companies, what gives? I merely shared some information about Wu Han, and now my works are being taken down, and I am being silenced? Damn you, Wu Han. If you must perish, why drag us down with you? Cursed be you, Wu Han. I hope I never lay eyes on you again, for I wish you a most miserable fate. This situation is akin to unleashing a barrage of accusations. It has come to light that a top-tier celebrity has evaded taxes exceeding $1 billion. It is evident that the authorities will have to intervene, and by now, rectifying the tax situation may be too late. Considering this, those celebrities would relish the opportunity to exact their revenge on Wuhan. Wuhan sat vacantly in the holding vehicle of the Security Bureau, even before encountering Chu Yang. A flicker of hope lingered within him. With so many powerful allies behind him, he could hardly believe they would not come to his aid. However, now all his fantasies lay shattered. The personnel from the Security Bureau escorted him, and upon arrival at their destination, military personnel provided additional security. Who possesses such influence? Yet, he clung to the notion that he might still salvage his situation. Turning to the officer beside him, he implored, "Brother, could you possibly retrieve my phone so I may make a couple of calls? Once this ordeal concludes, I would personally reward you with $5 million. You truly have wealth." The officer scoffed, gesturing to the law enforcement recording device pinned to his chest. Attempting to bribe an officer will only add to your charges. If you're seeking assistance, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Everyone around you is in a state of trepidation. Who has the time to aid you? Do you still believe you are the illustrious star of yesteryears? The officer produced his own phone, opened the social media interface, and presented it to Wuhan with a smirk. While you cannot make calls, you may certainly peruse the news from the outside world. Wuhan leaned in to catch a glimpse. The screen displayed a barrage of damaging revelations and news of multiple departments investigating his company. To his horror, even his social media account was suspended. It is over. At this moment, everything truly is lost. Wuhan slumped, utterly drained in the transport vehicle, a peculiar scent wafting through the air. "Damn it," the officer exclaimed. "Old Wang, stop the vehicle. I need to move back to the front. What is happening? This fool has wet himself." Half an hour later, as the boarding gate for Chu Yang approached, several messages swiftly emerged on the official Weibo account. Disseminated by representatives of the People's Report, the Finance Department issued a notice announcing a collaborative initiative with the Cultural Development Department, the Economic Supervision Department, and an additional 16 agencies to jointly address significant issues such as tax evasion within the entertainment industry. Furthermore, the Ministry of Justice unveiled the latest version of the Huaxia Internet Joint Convention, which includes a new regulation aimed at curbing online violence. Henceforth, individuals heavily involved in incidents of cyberbullying will face severe criminal penalties. Meanwhile, within the female dormitory of Kyoto University, Li Qian excitedly exclaimed to Lin Qingxue, "Qingxue, have you seen? The authorities are taking action. Your Chu Yang is truly fortunate this time. And from now on, anyone resorting to verbal violence online will be liable for criminal charges. I anticipate that no one will dare to speak recklessly anymore." "I saw it." Lin Qingxue nodded fervently. Yet she quickly added, "I must reiterate, I truly have no connection with Chu Yang anymore." Just then, her phone buzzed in her hand. "What is happening?" Lin Qingxue's expression shifted to one of concern, and she immediately gestured for silence. "Wait, it's Chu Yang calling." Chapter 22. What does ex-boyfriend mean, my ex-girlfriend? Li Qian and the others burst into laughter. "You still claim to have no connection with Chu Yang, yet the moment he calls, you become this flustered. Oh, come on." Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes several times, her heart racing involuntarily as she glanced at the voice call from Chu Yang on her phone screen. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, she finally answered the call, asking, "Chu Yang, what is the matter? Is there something you need?" Sitting in the airport lounge, Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds. "I'm about to board the plane, so I just wanted to let you know." "Oh," Lin Qingxue nodded thoughtfully, but then immediately pouted. "We have nothing to do with each other, so if you're boarding, then just board. It has nothing to do with me. You didn't need to call." However, after a moment of hesitation, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but inquire, "You saw what happened on Weibo, right? Wuhan has been arrested, and all the news about you has vanished from the internet." Lin Qingxue felt relieved. You were truly fortunate this time, encountering the national reform of the entertainment industry. She certainly did not believe that this was orchestrated by Chu Yang. Several administrative bodies had collaborated to eliminate various messages online. and they had even imprisoned Wuhan. This was certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person like Chu Yang. Yes, we should be grateful to the state. It has indirectly done us a significant favor, Chu Yang chuckled. But in truth, it doesn't matter. If we are upright, we need not fear shadows. Justice will ultimately prevail on our side. He refrained from elaborating further. It was best that Lin Qingxue could think along these lines. He need not waste more words. At that moment, a boarding announcement suddenly echoed in his ear. Attention passengers traveling from Kyoto to Mabe. Your flight XXXX will cease ticketing in 15 minutes. If there are any passengers who have not boarded, please proceed to ticketing immediately. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang quickly said, "All right, since this matter is now behind us, let us not dwell on it any longer. I must prepare to board. I will come to find you when I return." At this point, Chu Yang paused for a few seconds before smiling and asking, "I'm curious, what do you mean by your ex-boyfriend who died 3 years ago, my ex-girlfriend? What ex-boyfriend? I have no idea." Lin Qingxue's cheeks instantly flushed, and she hurriedly replied, "You should go board. I'm hanging up." However, once the call ended, Lin Qingxue felt a surge of anxiety. Why did he bring this up? She had genuinely thought Chu Yang was dead. Who would have known he was alive? How could she explain this? What should she do now? She certainly couldn't confess that she had harbored deep feelings for him, and thus had attributed a fabricated identity of an ex-boyfriend to the deceased as a means of commemorating a love that had never truly begun. Yet soon after, she became somewhat puzzled. Passengers traveling from Kyoto to Mabe? When did Chu Yang move to the North Desert? Before she could ponder this further, Li Qian approached Lin Qingxue with a smile and remarked, "Little Qingxue, do you know how you looked when you just made that phone call? Like a little female cat on the verge of estrus." Li Qian then asked, "Now, tell me honestly, are you still pining for that junior? Get away with that." Lin Qingxue shot Li Qian a glare, then turned to the others in the dorm and chuckled. "I truly appreciate all your efforts in bringing warmth to the countryside this morning, working so hard on my behalf. Let me treat you all to lunch. Feel free to choose the place." The dorm mates shook their heads and laughed. "Absolutely not. If we're talking about treating, shouldn't your junior be the one to invite us?" Lin Qingxue's lips twitched. "That's too much." However, jokes aside, one of them looked at Lin Qingxue with concern. "Qingxue, do you think this situation will affect your role as a host for the freshman welcome party after military training?" After the military training, each college holds a welcome party, and Lin Qingxue is one of the hosts for the business school as of it. "I don't think so." Lin Qingxue shook her head. "I haven't received any information from a student council, and even if it were canceled, so be it. It's not like I'm eager to partner with Wang Xiujia. I truly feel sorry for old Wang," Li Qian remarked with a hint of exasperation. To be fair, aside from junior Chu Yang, our class S old Wang is quite impressive. His family assets are at least 400 to 500 million. He could inherit it after graduation. His academic performance is commendable too, and he is quite amiable without any airs of a rich second generation. Currently, he is the vice president of the student council. It's likely he'll become the president in his 3rd year, although he may not look as good as junior Chu Yang. Such a quality guy would be popular among countless girls. It's a pity he crossed paths with our Qingxue. Li Qian continued with a laugh. "If he were to pursue me, I would have accepted him long ago. Then go confess to him." Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes and then smiled. "All right, enough about him. Quickly decide what you want to eat. Today, I'm splurging a bit. This opportunity is rare. I want barbecued meat. I want hot pot. I want hot pot too." With a 2-to-1 vote, hot pot won decisively. Let us go eat hot pot. 2.5 hours later, at the North Desert Airport, the plane from Kyoto International Airport gradually landed. Upon disembarking, Chu Yang was promptly escorted by personnel from the Security Administration to his special passage. As they walked through, a sleek black car came into view, surrounded by several military green jeeps. Upon seeing Chu Yang's arrival, a man at the forefront immediately approached him, saluted with military precision, and, with a serious expression, stated, "Mr. Chu, I am Sha Lang, the captain of the Wolfpack Special Unit affiliated with the North Desert Military Department. I have been assigned to escort you to the North Desert Research Base. Thank you for your efforts." Chu Yang nodded slightly and settled into the sleek black sedan. The journey ahead stretched for over an hour. Initially surrounded by towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic, the scenery gradually diminished as they veered northwest, until only a solitary road remained, forlornly nestled within the desolate expanse of the desert. At 4:30 in the afternoon, after traversing the iron gates of a military-restricted zone, the convoy came to a halt before a weathered yellow building. Awaiting at the entrance was a group of researchers. At the center of the crowd stood the principal figure of the research base, Yi Jiangwo. As the car door swung open, Chu Yang stepped out slowly. Yi Jiangwo immediately approached him, clasping Chu Yang's hand firmly. "Academician Chu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Yi Jiangwo. I sincerely appreciate your assistance with this endeavor." Chu Yang smiled warmly in response. "Director Yi, you flatter me. I am not yet an academician. My visit is merely to see if I can contribute, even in a modest way, to the advancement of our nation's defense technology. Rest assured, once the celebration banquet concludes, your title as academician will be assured." Yi Jiangwo chuckled. He then inquired with genuine concern, "I trust the recent online incidents have been resolved?" Half an hour prior to Chu Yang's arrival, they had been engrossed in their research project, only learning about the tumultuous events online after stepping out of the lab and checking their phones. "Yes, it has been resolved," Chu Yang replied with a smile. "That is reassuring." Yi Jiangwo nodded, his demeanor turning serious. "It appears that the entertainment industry requires a thorough overhaul. It has become rife with disreputable characters, undermining societal morals. Well, let's move past this matter and not allow those individuals to disturb our peace," Chu Yang said, allowing a gentle smile to grace his lips. "Director Yi, if it is not too much trouble, I would like to visit the laboratory now." Chapter 23. The concept of the curvature-driven engine. Shall we not take a moment's respite? Yi Jiangwo inquired. The journey from Kyoto to the northern desert had been arduous, both mentally and physically taxing. "No need." Chu Yang vigorously shook his head. "The sooner we resolve the issues with the engine, the sooner it can contribute to our nation's defense efforts." "Excellent, splendid," Yi Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction. "With young scholars like Academician Chu, devoted to our nation, the future of our scientific endeavors is assured." Lu Yong approached Chu Yang with a smile. "Academician Chu, you seem eager to resolve issues swiftly so you can return to school and meet your beloved?" Though they were somewhat late to the news, they had grasped the essence of the situation. He continued, "However, young love is indeed a delightful thing. I have heard of Lin Qingxue. Her talent in finance is quite remarkable. Several academicians from our management school are keen to invite her to assist in their studios once she enters her junior year. Those engaged in academia understand that if an undergraduate begins assisting professors in their third year, it often leads to guaranteed graduate opportunities or a straightforward path to becoming a professor's research student." Chu Yang chuckled. "Then I shall express my gratitude to the esteemed deans on her behalf." With that, they proceeded into the depths of the research facility. After submitting all electronic devices, Chu Yang donned the laboratory's white coat and slowly made his way into the research laboratory. Within a vast laboratory stood the engine designed by Yi Jiangwo and his team. Various parameter diagrams were laid out across the surrounding work tables. Although Chu Yang had spent 3 years studying lithography technology, he had also delved into engine-related topics during his leisure moments in the eternal repository of knowledge. Otherwise, he would not have been able to discuss engine concepts with Lu Yong earlier. After quickly reviewing the blueprints, he comprehended the various formulas and parameters at once. Turning to Yi Jiangwo, he asked, "Director Yi, based on these parameters, this 5th-generation engine should be comparable to the American F-135 fighter engine, correct? The core structure consists of a compressor, high-pressure turbine, and low-pressure turbine. If operational issues can be resolved, the theoretical thrust of a single unit could reach 190 kilonewtons." Indeed, Yi Jiangwo's eyes brightened upon hearing Chu Yang's adept understanding of the parameters. However, he gazed at Chu Yang with a hint of regret. "Unfortunately, the domestic combat engine industry has progressed too slowly. Even if our designed engine theoretically meets these standards, the manufactured industrial components still fall short of our aspirations." Chu Yang chuckled. "Director Yi, there's no need for me to revisit the internal structure of the engine, setting aside the industrial elements. Even if this engine were to be developed, it would merely achieve the standards of the United States. So why not abandon our existing approach and create a superior engine directly? Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Yi Jiangwo, was momentarily taken aback. Abandoning the existing paradigm to forge a new high-standard engine? What was he implying? It is crucial to understand that the fifth-generation engine they were researching was optimized based on the structure of the domestic fourth-generation engine. The fourth generation, in turn, was derived from the complete documentation of the R-79 engine from the former Soviet Union, embellished with innovations. To completely overturn the existing methodologies and fabricate an entirely new engine was an endeavor fraught with challenges akin to scaling the heavens. Numerous researchers accompanying Chu Yang and Yi Jiangwo began to murmur, "Who is this guy? Coming in here, try to dismantle all our research achievements? What audacity!" Indeed, while he may be audacious, there was merit to his confidence, though his accomplishments remained largely undisclosed. One could not ignore Ye's earlier remark that this young man was on the verge of being awarded academician status. A 20-year-old academician? If I were to achieve that at his age, I would be even more boastful. Only Lu Yong and Yi Jiangwo wore solemn expressions. Yi Jiangwo quickly inquired, "Academician Chu, is there truth to your words? Do you have a preliminary concept? If so, I am willing to embark on this audacious venture with you." He, of all people, fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was 3 years ago that Chu Yang had dismantled the entire domestic photolithography research framework, leading a team to develop the new generation of photolithography machines with an unprecedented 1 nanometer precision. "I possess a certain level of confidence." Chu Yang nodded slightly, then smiled at Yi Jiangwo. "Please, do not refer to me as Academician Chu. I am but a young lad. If you prefer, simply call me Xiao Chu." He continued, "I do have a concept, yet to actualize it, I will require your assistance and that of your colleagues." "Not a problem." Yi Jiangwo nodded vigorously. "Whatever you need. Just let me know, and I shall ensure it is resolved." "There is indeed one requirement," Chu Yang acknowledged. "The equipment at the base is somewhat lacking. I require a large apparatus capable of emitting lasers and—" "You mean?" Yi Jiangwo's extensive knowledge and research allowed him to grasp Chu Yang's intentions almost immediately upon hearing about the necessary equipment. "Could it be that the new engine you speak of is the curvature engine? In theory, regardless of how advanced human technology becomes, the engines we can produce must still adhere to the constraints of the universe's laws. In essence, whether it pertains to fighter jets or other aerial vehicles, theoretically, they can achieve speeds of up to 10 times the speed of light. However, this represents the ultimate limit, unless one were to harness the principles of space-time. This notion of space-time does not involve reversing or controlling time, but rather encompasses the broader concepts of time and space. The concept of curvature-driven propulsion was introduced in 1994. The fabric of the universe is not flat. It possesses curvature, where curvature is defined as the reciprocal of the radius of curvature, with greater curvature indicating a higher degree of bending. If we envision the universe as a vast membrane, its surface is arc-shaped, and this membrane may even resemble a closed soap bubble. Although the membrane's local regions may appear flat, the curvature of space is omnipresent. If a spacecraft in the void of space could somehow flatten a portion of the space behind it, thereby reducing its curvature, the spacecraft would then be drawn forward by the greater curvature of the space ahead. This phenomenon exemplifies curvature-driven propulsion. This concept transcends the mere idea of self-propulsion by the vehicle's internal engines, delving into the realm of spatial folding. In recent years, researchers have indeed explored the feasibility of curvature-driven propulsion. By employing high-energy laser irradiation, it is possible to generate a form of negative energy within space, which has the potential to alter the curvature of space itself. However, such achievements have only been realized under highly controlled laboratory conditions. While this indicates that curvature-driven propulsion is plausible, the underlying theories are exceedingly intricate. Furthermore, to activate a curvature engine, substantial energy consumption is required. Thus, the practical application of curvature-driven engines hinges upon the development of a comprehensive model that significantly minimizes energy loss and creates a true device capable of manipulating spatial curvature. Research in this area has only been pursued internationally for a mere decade or so, with concrete feasibility established only in recent years. To genuinely develop the requisite technology for practical application may necessitate a time frame of at least 50 to 100 years. When Chu Yang boldly claimed he would manufacture a curvature-driven engine, Yi Jiangwo, taken aback, quickly inquired, "Little Chu, are you certain you can manage this? If this curvature drive comes to fruition, I would willingly relinquish my position as chief designer of the engine, along with my role as vice president of the Huaka Institute. To you, I shall assist you throughout the entirety of this groundbreaking research. This is a study of epical significance. With such an endeavor, Chu Yang's name would undoubtedly echo through the annals of world history for eternity." Chapter 24. Good night, little one. Chu Yang nodded slightly, acknowledging his thoughts. Yet he knew that extensive research data was necessary to substantiate the feasibility of his theories. Yi Jiangwo immediately responded emphatically, "That is not an issue at all. If you need personnel, I shall provide them. If you require equipment, I shall procure it. This time, I shall serve as your assistant." With his declaration, the matter was effectively settled. Consequently, the other staff members at the Research Institute swiftly became engaged in preparations, tidying the space and maintaining the equipment. During this interval, Chu Yang returned to the reception dormitory arranged by Yi Jiangwo. The modest room, nearly 40 square meters in size, was adequately equipped. His suitcase had already been delivered by the reception staff. After hanging some clean clothes on the room's rack, Chu Yang reclined in the chair and gently closed his eyes. To an outsider, he appeared to be asleep. However, within a unique dark space, a figure identical to Chu Yang began to coalesce rapidly. After surveying his surroundings, Chu Yang focused his thoughts, and the entire environment swiftly transformed into the semblance of a laboratory. Seated at the experimental desk, he requested, "Please retrieve the design blueprints and relevant theoretical materials for the curvature drive engine technology that current Earth technology can realize." In the next moment, a plethora of research materials regarding the curvature drive engine, along with a substantial stack of design blueprints, appeared on the desk. Observing this, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminated Chu Yang's eyes. The Eternal Knowledge Repository contained a wealth of advanced technologies from across the cosmos, with the curvature drive merely being a minuscule fraction of its vast collection. However, to access these advanced technological blueprints and fundamental principles, he needed to ensure his personal knowledge base was sufficiently developed. Only when his understanding reached an appropriate level could he retrieve the relevant materials. For instance, the design blueprints for the curvature drive device were accessible only because he had previously dedicated his leisure time to studying related materials within the Eternal Knowledge Repository, reaching a commendable standard. Thus, he was acutely aware that his journey ahead was still long. Encouraging himself with a resolute spirit, Chu Yang began to diligently peruse the theoretical materials concerning the curvature drive engine. He had promised Lin Qingxue that he would return to school by the conclusion of military training at the latest. Once he comprehensively grasped the relevant theories and gathered corresponding data from external tests, his mission would be accomplished. He had no desire to linger at the research base for another 3 years. Of course, he could opt to directly publish the design blueprints for the curvature drive device. However, if he were unable to elucidate the design principles himself, convincing others at the research base would be an insurmountable challenge. After all, constructing a curvature engine was no trivial endeavor. In order for various data and parameters to manifest in the external world, a considerable amount of human and material resources must be expended. However, the primary concern remains. He fears being disregarded. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingxue glared fiercely at the call log from 5 or 6 hours ago with Chu Yang, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Li Qian approached her with a smile, saying, "Qingxue, do you know what you resemble in this state?" "What do I resemble?" "A stone waiting for her husband." Li Qian burst into laughter. "You look just like a stone waiting for her boyfriend to respond. If you truly have feelings for him, why not send him a message? Perhaps he is simply preoccupied with family matters and forgot to reply." "Absolutely not." Lin Qingxue shook her head defiantly, pouting, "I am so beautiful. Aside from Chu Yang, no one else wants me. Why should I take the initiative to message him? Have you considered Wang Xiujie?" "Not at all." Later that night, at 11 o'clock, Chu Yang arrived at Yi Jiangwo's dormitory, presenting a USB drive to him. Dean Yi, here are some of my concepts and research drawings regarding the curvature drive device. You may review it and assess its feasibility. However, the specific data will require the presence of specialized personnel and equipment for testing. All right, I will take a look. Yi Jiangwo nodded, though he did not harbor high expectations for the theoretical concepts submitted by Chu Yang. After all, Liu Yong had previously mentioned that while Chu Yang had some insights into this area, he had not conducted specialized research. Even with exceptional research capabilities, accumulating scientific data necessitates time. However, as he began to examine the feasibility theory that Chu Yang had drafted concerning the curvature drive device, his expression gradually grew serious. He quickly turned to Chu Yang and inquired, "Did you come up with this today, after arriving at the base?" "Not quite," Chu Yang replied with a smile. "I had previously researched some specialized materials during my study of lithography machines out of curiosity and, after incorporating my own ideas, derived this." "I see." Yi Jiangwo nodded slightly, finding this explanation reasonable. The level of detail in the materials provided by Chu Yang was impressive. If it weren't for the fact that many of the special data points required actual testing to verify their theoretical correctness, he would estimate the feasibility of the endeavor to be around 70% based solely on the comprehensive theory presented by Chu Yang. For the next half hour, Yi Jiangwo remained silent, intently examining the materials provided by Chu Yang. He even picked up a piece of paper to calculate certain formulas and data. At that moment, Chu Yang's phone rang, interrupting Yi Jiangwo's contemplation. In response, Chu Yang immediately cast an apologetic glance at academician Yi Jiangwo. "My apologies, academician Yi." Yi Jiangwo chuckled in reply. "No worries at all. At this late hour, it must be your little girlfriend from Peking University messaging you." "Young love, I understand well. I have been there myself. Don't mind me. Just attend to your messages." He was somewhat aware of the situation between Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue. Chu Yang nodded, promptly retrieving his phone to check the message, which indeed was from Lin Qingxue. "Have you arrived home?" Seeing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile, quickly responding, "I'm home now, just chatting with someone else." "What is up? Chatting with someone else?" Upon reading this message, Lin Qingxue felt an immediate surge of frustration. She had no idea what had transpired at Chu Yang's home. Today, she had spent a considerable amount of time in her dormitory worrying about him. Even during the freshman orientation, her mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of when he would finally return home. After much internal struggle, she had finally mustered the courage to ask him what he was up to, only to receive a reply indicating he was engaged in conversation with someone else. "How could you vanish for 3 years without a word? Now that you've returned, even if you have matters to attend to at home, is there not even a moment to send me a message saying you've arrived? Has our friendship diminished after 3 years of absence? Back when we were desk mates, we exchanged messages daily. Even if he was momentarily occupied, he would always inform me of the reason for his delayed replies. And now, this is how you treat me? It seems that men truly do change. Am I merely being overly sentimental?" With a huff, Lin Qingxue sent several messages in quick succession. "Oh, it seems I have come at an inconvenient time. Had I known you were engaged in conversation with others, I would not have interrupted. I'll chat with you tomorrow instead. This way, it won't feel too neglectful. What do you think? Good night, I'm off to sleep now." Upon receiving this lengthy barrage of messages from Lin Qingxue, Chu Yang felt utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? And what was the tone of her messages supposed to convey? Observing this, Yi Jiangwo quickly inquired, "What is going on? Is something amiss?" He then added with a grin, "When I was courting my wife, I would go to great lengths to keep her happy. If it's a matter of the heart, feel free to consult this old fellow. Perhaps I could offer some assistance." Chu Yang handed his phone to Yi Jiangwo, academician Yi. "Do you understand what this means?" Yi Jiangwo scrutinized the lengthy message from Lin Qingxue and found himself equally perplexed. The tone of her message does bear a resemblance to Lin Daiyu from A Dream of Red Mansions. It seems she is reproaching you for being too busy to message her first, followed by informing you that she's going to sleep. However, he soon had a moment of clarity. "Let me tell you, just respond like this. In the summer, when the dormitory air conditioning is on, make sure to cover yourself well with the blanket at night to avoid catching a chill, and then say good night. I'll smother you. You little rascal." That's what they say online. "I'll smother you, you little rascal." Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. After all, He had been engrossed in research at the scientific base for 3 years and was not particularly attuned to the myriad of trendy phrases or popular sayings circulating online. But could such a phrase truly exist? Yi Jiangwo continued, "Just follow my lead in your reply. You can't go wrong." Chu Yang nodded in a somewhat bewildered manner, then swiftly picked up his phone to respond. "All right, then you should get some rest. In the summer, when the dormitory air conditioning is on, make sure to cover yourself well with the blanket at night to avoid catching a chill. Good night. I'll smother you, you little rascal." Chapter 25. Is this information provided by aliens? As Lin Qingxue gazed at the message sent by Chu Yang, her expression abruptly stiffened. With gritted teeth, she hastily typed on her phone, "Chu Yang, it's been 3 years since I last contacted you. Are you itching for trouble? Cover you up, you little rascal. I'll suffocate you, you dog of a man." Chu Yang was taken aback. "Wasn't it supposed to be suffocate you, little rascal?" After a moment of hesitation, he quickly replied, "Isn't that what everyone says online? That is utter nonsense." "Chu Yang, are you from a Stone Age?" Lin Qingxue was truly infuriated. "Qingxue, I'm a bit hungry. How about a late-night snack?" Li Qian inquired from the other side. "No thanks," Lin Qingxue retorted curtly. "I'm too full of anger. It's deliberate. Chu Yang is definitely doing this on purpose. You just had to provoke me today, didn't you? What is going on?" Li Qian and the others in the dormitory exchanged curious glances towards Lin Qingxue. "Didn't he or Chu Yang upset you?" "I've decided. I want to speak to him for at least 3 days." Lin Qingxue clenched her phone tightly. Li Qian quietly remarked, "I bet it'll be no more than a day. Absolutely 3 days." In Yi Jiangwo's dormitory, observing the dazed expression on Chu Yang's face, Yi Jiangwo inquired again, "So is she happily asleep now?" Yes, she has gone to sleep." Chu Yang quickly pondered before smiling at Yi Jiangwo. "What do you think of this data?" Upon mentioning research, Yi Jiangwo's demeanor turned serious. "I can't discern any problems at the moment, and the ideas are quite promising, with high feasibility." As he sipped from his thermos filled with goji berry chrysanthemum tea, he continued, "However, I need to refine the specific data. It's getting late. Why don't you head back to your dorm to rest? You've worked hard today, and we can discuss any issues tomorrow." "All right." Chu Yang nodded slightly. Noticing Yi Jiangwo's readiness to pull an all-nighter, he couldn't help but advise, "Professor Yi, take it easy and rest early." Rest? Impossible. The more he examined the information Chu Yang had compiled, the more engrossed he became. He was resolute in not resting until he thoroughly understood this material. Chu Yang nodded and exited the dormitory. The next moment, Yi Jiangwo's gaze sharpened, becoming more intense as he meticulously began to analyze the documents. At 7 o'clock the following morning, Yi Jiangwo, slightly fatigued, removed his glasses and rubbed his weary eyes. Soon, a spark of brilliance shone in his gaze. His primary field of expertise was the study of aerospace engines. Throughout the history of domestic aerospace engines, encompassing both combat engines and space propulsion systems, he has been intimately involved in virtually every aspect. Although he may lack familiarity with certain formulas and concepts within some of these fields, he can now assert with confidence that if the data inferred by Chu Yang from this documentation can be validated through real-world testing, there exists at least a 70% likelihood that a curvature drive engine suitable for application in fighter jet propulsion can indeed be manufactured. This achievement would far surpass the capabilities of any 5th or 6th generation combat engines. Even a partial realization of its functionalities would enable the curvature drive engine to propel speeds exceeding several times the speed of sound, possibly reaching or even achieving the realm of light speed. This represents a groundbreaking milestone in the global engine domain. As for the provider of this theoretical data, he finds himself at a loss for words. The contents of this documentation encompass a plethora of disciplines, including physics, quantum physics, material science, and electronic information, demanding an extensive understanding of each field. After all, how old is Chu Yang? How on earth has this young man conducted such research? Subsequently, Yi Jiangwo picked up the phone he had set aside and called an old friend. In Kyoto, at the Curvature Drive Research Institute of Kyoto University, a white-haired elder arrived at the office early in the morning. After preparing a cup of goji berry chrysanthemum tea, his secure mobile phone began to ring. The elder, named Wu Li, is also an academician of the Kyoto University of Science and Technology. Having initially researched applied physics, he promptly established a research project for curvature drive engines upon the introduction of the theory. Upon answering the phone and seeing the caller ID, a smile spread across his face. Oldie? ISNT, this fellow busy with the fifth-generation fighter engine research? What brings him to call me? Has the test flight succeeded? Once the call connected, Yi Jiangwo's hearty laughter resonated through the line. Old Wu, guess what good news I bring you? Wu Li immediately shook his head, laughing. If this concerns your project, please spare me the details. I'm not interested. Regardless, both the curvature drive project and the fifth-generation fighter engine project are classified as top secrets domestically. You must come to our research base today, no matter what monumental news you have. Yi Jiangwo insisted. The information regarding the curvature drive engine is far too specialized for him to tackle alone. It is imperative to summon the nation's leading experts and professors from various relevant fields to the research base. This matter is of utmost importance. What does this mean? What situation necessitates my presence? Wu Li felt a tinge of curiosity. However, it seemed impractical for him to visit today, although we are both affiliated with Kyoto Institute. A formal report must surely be submitted to the higher authorities before visiting a research base, right? The report has already been expedited and approved. Yi Jiangwo interjected promptly. Let me tell you, if you do not come today, I assure you, you will regret it for the rest of your life. What do you mean? Wu Li's expression turned serious. Despite Yi Jiangwo's tendency to boast, he remained earnest when it came to serious matters. At this moment, he would not mislead Wu Li. I will send you a document through the Kyoto Institute's intranet for you to peruse. Go take a look immediately, Yi Jiangwo continued. What document is so urgent? Wu Li inquired, intrigued. A complete, operational design for a curvature drive engine. Will you look at it? Is that for real? Wu Li sprang to his feet, then quickly sat back down. All right, send it over swiftly. I will examine it post-haste. It was well known that their research institute had spent nearly 2 decades on the curvature drive engine, yet it had not yet reached a stage of practical application. The prospect of a complete design was astonishing. Was it provided by extraterrestrials? With that thought, Wu Li immediately ended the call, opened his office computer, and accessed the Kyoto Institute's confidential website. Once Yi Jiangwo sent the document, he delved deeply into the contents, focusing intently on the theories and concepts surrounding the design of the curvature drive engine. Chapter 26. Who can endure the weight of glory? 2 hours later, Wu Li finally managed to skim through the entirety of the materials at a rapid pace. Although he had not delved deeply into many of the equations, he gathered a substantial understanding of the authenticity of the information merely from the comprehensive section detailing the design theory of the curvature drive device. Silence. The office swiftly succumbed to an eerie stillness. Wu Li's face was a canvas of astonishment. Where did this information originate? To say he had requested nearly $100 billion in research and development funds for the study of curvature drives would not be an exaggeration. While he had managed to develop a few practical patents for military use in the interim, the journey toward creating a genuine curvature drive device was still fraught with challenges. Yet now, this document presented a potential breakthrough. If the contents were entirely accurate, deploying such technology as an engine on domestic fighter jets would be a gross underutilization. It could even serve as an interstellar-grade aerospace engine. In the midst of his astonishment, Wu Li promptly seized his secure phone and dialed Yi Jiangwo. Old Yi, tell me, where did this information come from? Do not even suggest it was produced by a research base. I would not believe it even if you swore. Although the design of aerospace engines is related to the realm of curvature drive technology, much of it delves into specialized quantum knowledge, far beyond the capabilities of an engine designer like Yi Jiangming. What is the feasibility? Yi Jiangming inquired. Extremely high, Wu Li asserted without hesitation. I am not exaggerating when I say that, based on the theoretical content of this document, if a functional curvature drive engine were indeed manufactured, it would not only revolutionize your fighter jets, but could also significantly advance the Southgate plan proposed during the recent comprehensive meeting at the Kyoto Institute. Wu Li's expression was one of palpable excitement. Many years ago, the United States had engaged in a space race with former Soviet states. However, constrained by fundamental technological limitations, the endeavor ultimately devolved into a farce reduced to a mere administrative tool for bureaucrats. Yet in the past 2 years, during collective meetings at the Huaca Institute, the vision for the future Southgate Plan was articulated, even being earmarked as a direction for Chinese scientific research over the next century. This is a phase that humanity must inevitably traverse. Once Earth as technology enters the interstellar era, the inadequacies of traditional weaponry will be magnified exponentially in the vastness of the skies. Thus, it is imperative for humanity to establish a military force composed of entirely new combat theories and advanced weaponry. This includes large strategic aerospace platforms, accompanying aerospace fighters, and tactical mechs. Most critically, the design and research of these large strategic aerospace platforms are of utmost importance. In their vision, the platform is conceived as a multi-layered weapon system, comprising energy weapons and guided munitions. Not only must it possess enhanced firepower, but its power system must also be equipped with a large-scale force field drive array, ensuring the rapid mobility of the strategic aerospace vehicle within the vastness of space. The reason this ambitious plan remains merely a concept is due to humanity's current technological inadequacies, which render the development of such a large-scale force field drive array impossible. However, the design research materials for this curvature drive device imbue the concept with a tantalizing possibility of becoming a reality. In his lifetime, he has witnessed the potential realization of the Southgate Plan, which undoubtedly stirred his emotions profoundly. He promptly addressed Yi Jiangwo on the phone, stating, "Old Yi, tell me, who provided you with this information? Is he currently at your research base? Wait for me there. The feasibility of this data is exceedingly high. I must be involved in this curvature drive engine project, even if it means merely assisting." Yi Jiangwo was taken aback. "Old Wu, are you serious? You must understand that the Curvature Drive Research Institute, founded by Wu Li, enjoys considerable renown not only domestically, but also internationally. His eagerness signifies that the materials provided by Chu Yang might indeed lead to the creation of a practical curvature drive device. As for merely assisting, apologies, but I intend to take on that role. If this project comes to fruition, it would be an achievement of immense honor. As a Chinese, who could resist the glory associated with such an accomplishment?" He continued hastily, "Stop dawdling. Hurry over. I can hardly wait to verify the feasibility of this data." "Absolutely. Wuli nudda biguruzli. However, I am curious about when such a prodigy emerged in our country. As far as I recall, apart from myself, only a few other old-timers were researching curvature drives, and their research capabilities are rather lacking. This information could not have originated from them. It's Chu Yang." Yi Jiangwo remarked with a sense of admiration. "This young man is remarkable. If this curvature drive device can be developed, coupled with his previous achievements, I feel that the position of academician would be a mere understatement for him." Wu Li was momentarily stunned, and after a pause, he murmured, "In that case, this is no trivial matter. That young man is beyond comparison." Chu Yang's name was well known among the academicians at their institute. A figure who, before even turning 20, had managed to develop a 1-nanometer lithography machine. It is not far-fetched to anticipate that he would also pioneer controllable nuclear fusion technology. "Wait for me at the research base. I'll have the military's aircraft bring me over." After uttering a brief statement, Wu Li promptly hung up the phone, showing no inclination to retrieve his luggage. He directly dialed the commander of the garrison in Kyoto. "Old Yang, it's an urgent matter. Please arrange a helicopter for me immediately. I must head to the northern desert." Chapter 27. From now on, I shall call you boss and little one, while you will refer to me as father. Each to their own. Kyoto University. On the sun-drenched playground, numerous freshmen clad in green military training uniforms stood in formation. Lin Qingxue, serving as an assistant counselor, sat comfortably beneath a large tent across the field, enjoying the shade. The table before her was laden with water bottles brought by the students, accompanied by 2 large barrels of mineral water, glucose for replenishing energy, and herbal medicine to prevent heat stroke. Occasionally glancing at her phone, Lin Qingxue was soon interrupted by Li Qian, who sat beside her. "Qingxue, are you hiding a man in that phone of yours? You keep checking it every few minutes. What's going on?" "It's just Chu Yang." Lin Qingxue pouted, her tone steeped in melancholy. Having resolved to ignore Chu Yang for 3 days, she found herself compelled to respond to his morning greeting. Out of courtesy, she replied, yet as midday approached, she had yet to receive a single message from him in return. Even though I said I wouldn't speak to you for 3 days, I never explicitly told you to ignore you. She had even posted a photo of the sweltering military training on her social media, hoping that Chu Yang would reach out to her. Perhaps he might inquire about the training situation, and who knows, I might just soften and engage with him. That's not like you, Qingxue, Li Qian chimed in. You've always been indifferent towards those boys, yet when it comes to Chu Yang, you seem like a different person altogether. Besides, didn't you say you wouldn't talk to him for 3 days? Can't he send me a message? Lin Qingxue continued to pout. Unable to contain herself, Li Qian playfully pinched Lin Qingxue's delicate face, still bearing traces of baby fat. Please, little Qingxue, don't be so adorable. Try to act a bit more normally. Otherwise, how can those freshmen maintain their composure standing at attention with your cuteness distracting them? After a moment of contemplation, she added, if he doesn't text you, then simply ignore him. There are countless men in the world. If he doesn't work out, we can always find another. You certainly don't lack for options. Lin Qingxue merely shrugged, glancing at her phone again, still devoid of any messages. At that moment, a stir erupted on the playground. A handsome young man approached, carrying several cups of iced milk tea. Having trained in the sun all morning, you must be parched. I prepared some chilled milk tea to cool you down. As he spoke, the young man distributed the drinks to Li Qian and a few others, including the assistant counselors from other classes. Thank you, Wang Xiujia, Li Qian said cheerfully as she accepted the tea. Finally, the young man offered the last cup to Lin Qingxue. Class monitor, this one is for you. Thank you, she replied. Lin Qingxue slightly raised her head, accepted the milk tea from Wang Xiujia, and then picked up her phone. Looking at Wang Xiujia, she inquired, how much is this cup of milk tea? I will transfer the money to you. Wang Xiujia casually smiled and replied, no need to be polite, consider it my treat. One does not accept favors without merit. Lin Qingxue shook her head, insisting, either you tell me the price, and I will transfer the money, or I will forego the milk tea. Ah well, Wang Xiujia was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his cheerful demeanor, saying, it's 19 yuan. If you're going to transfer it, just send it to my WeChat. Thank you. Lin Qingxue nodded slightly, transferred the money to Wang Xiujia, and then immediately looked at him, asking, do you have anything else to discuss? No, nothing else. Lin Qingxue continued, if there is nothing else, let us leave. It's quite warm outside. Ah, all right. Wang Xiujia nodded with a hint of disappointment, casting a reluctant glance at Lin Qingxue before silently leaving the playground. Once Wang Xiujia departed, Li Qian immediately approached Lin Qingxue, saying, Qingxue, you're being rather harsh on old Wang, aren't you? You're not giving him any chance at all. Why should I? Lin Qingxue quickly shook her head, stating, since there is absolutely no possibility between us, why should I allow him to hold onto any illusions? Oh, you. Li Qian sighed helplessly, exasperated. That junior only has a decent appearance. What else does he have? I initially thought you were a hard-to-catch fish, but it turns out you're just a stubborn mule. Soon, during the break of military training, Zhu Pengfei and others rushed to the shelter to grab water. Lin Qingxue carefully scanned the crowd and found the tall Zhu Pengfei, asking, you're Zhu Pengfei, the one who shares a dorm with Chu Yang, right? Yes, that's me. Zhu Pengfei nodded with a broad smile, senior. What can I do for you? Has Chu Yang told you where he went? No, Zhu Pengfei scratched the back of his head, grinning. But he left in quite a hurry, taking a few changes of clothes, saying he would be back by the end of military training at the latest. I see. Lin Qingxue pondered for a few seconds before waving her hand. All right, go take a break, and good luck with the training. Zhang Mingyang leaned closer to Lin Qingxue, saying, third sister-in-law, don't worry. We will definitely do our best. Third sister-in-law. Lin Qingxue was momentarily stunned. What did you just call me? Nothing, nothing. Zhang Mingyang quickly shook his head with a grin, then playfully added, Lin Xiujia, are you missing our third brother? If you are, just send a message. He can be a bit slow on the uptake sometimes, so please be understanding. Lin Qingxue stifled a laugh. So, you know him pretty well, don't you? Zhang Mingyang shyly smiled, well, just a little. Children should refrain from meddling in adult matters. Lin Qingxue immediately rolled her eyes, then couldn't help but chuckle as she waved her hand, saying, "Take advantage of these 10 minutes of break to rest well. Go on, go away, and don't bother me." "All right, then." Zhang Mingyang nodded quickly, dragging Zhu Pengfei and a few others away from the greenhouse. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei couldn't contain their curiosity any longer. "What on earth are you doing? The matter between the third and the senior hasn't even materialized yet. It's only a matter of time," Zhang Mingyang replied confidently, as if holding all the cards. These two clearly share mutual feelings. It's just that they need that final push. Haven't either of you ever been in love? You wouldn't understand. I'm merely assisting them. With that, Zhang Mingyang broke into a mischievous laugh. "I definitely have no intentions towards Senior Lin, but I've heard that several seniors at her dormitory are quite attractive and single. Just think, if I play matchmaker for her in the third, wouldn't she introduce me to someone in return?" Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei were instantly taken aback. "Wow, old two, it's really you, isn't it? That is quite the move you've pulled. Hey, we agreed not to call me old two." Zhang Mingyang waved his hands in protest. "That title is far too ambiguous. You can call me by my nickname, Xiao Ba, or even father. I think it's quite fitting from now on. I'll call you Old Big and Old Little, and you can call me father. Let us stick to our own names." Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei immediately retaliated playfully. "You're asking for trouble." Chapter 28, Project General Manager. "I, Chu Yang, am certainly not here merely for superficial accolades." The research base was bustling with some of the nation's foremost experts and professors in the field of curvature drive by the afternoon. In the conference room, top-tier specialists from various disciplines, such as applied physics, mechanical engineering, and materials science, gathered in great numbers. Numerous familiar faces engaged in hushed conversations. The atmosphere rife with noise. "Professor Liu, were you also summoned by Dini? Old Wang, did that old rascal Wu call you over too?" With so many distinguished experts convened, one couldn't help but wonder what the purpose of this gathering was. Among the attendees, aside from Wu Li, most have been urgently dispatched to the research base in the northern desert after receiving directives, completely unaware of the underlying circumstances. However, a few senior academicians from the Huaka Institute had some inkling. The old Yez 5th-generation combat engine project was progressing smoothly, so why gather us all here? Has there been a new breakthrough, or is there another engine project in the works? Yet, even if it were a new project, it seemed excessive to summon such a large assembly. The presence of numerous Changjiang scholars and Huaka academicians indicated that this was no ordinary affair. I could not fathom what riddle that old man was weaving, but from what I gathered, it was indeed a new project, one that could potentially reverberate throughout the global scientific community. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, Yi Jiangwo finally entered the conference room, accompanied by Chu Yang and Wu Li. Who is this young man, shadowing Dean Yi at such a tender age? Is he also a participant in the project? Upon Chu Yang's arrival, several attendees were momentarily taken aback. They were unaware of his accomplishments. Most researchers at the base were at least around 30, while many of the older ones were nearing 70 or 80. Yet here was Chu Yang, appearing to be scarcely 20. Only a few academicians from the Huaka Institute seemed to grasp the significance of Chu Yang's presence. His appearance suggested that this project was indeed substantial. It is worth noting that the success of the 1-nanometer lithography project had a profound impact on Huaxia, second only to the achievements of Mr. Qian and his team in developing the atomic bomb. It had entirely alleviated the domestic chip technology bottleneck imposed by foreign entities, marking a monumental leap in technological advancement. Yi Jiangwo surveyed the room. "Everyone, please settle down." His voice carried a note of seriousness, instantly silencing all present. Even the elder academicians from the Huaka Institute complied. After clearing his throat, he continued, "There is certainly a reason for convening you all today. However, before we proceed, I must ask each of you to sign a confidentiality agreement. Once that is completed, we shall discuss further matters." Immediately thereafter, the personnel from the research base distributed a confidential dossier to each individual present. As everyone opened their envelopes, documents marked with the highest level of secrecy materialized before their eyes. Top secret? 1, 2, 3. A 5-star top secret agreement? What project could this be? Such agreements have rarely surfaced since the founding of our nation. All those present had participated in numerous confidential projects. However, many had never before engaged in a top-secret endeavor, let alone one of five-star classification. Excitement rippled through the assembly as they contemplated the significant implications of a research project deemed five-star top secret. To be involved in such a momentous undertaking is a dream that many scholars aspire to but seldom attain throughout their lifetimes. Once all had signed the confidentiality agreements, Yi Jiangwo continued with the agreements in place. I shall now introduce the project that I am about to unveil. It pertains to the design and development of a curvature drive device. Standing beside me is Chu Yang, the principal investigator of this project. The mention of a curvature drive project elicited astonishment. How could someone so young be entrusted with such responsibility? Was the engine project for the fifth-generation fighter aircraft completed, thereby paving the way for the curvature drive initiative? Or had there been a significant breakthrough in the field of curvature drives? Who was this young man? Had he come to gain experience? I had never heard of him. As leading scholars in the country, many of them had not directly engaged with the subject of curvature drives, yet they were all aware of its profound significance. The mere fact that this project had been proposed and officially sanctioned indicated a high degree of feasibility. Nevertheless, was Chu Yang not too young for such a role? One person voiced the concern, "Director Yi, are you joking? Can such a young individual truly be in charge of this project?" Gradually, others began to express their doubts. Indeed, if he was sent here to gain experience, that would be acceptable, but to designate him as the principal investigator seems rather hasty. This young man appears to be under 20. Can he manage such a responsibility? This is a five-star top-secret project. Director Yi, you can't be serious. We must tread carefully. It was not that they lacked faith, but the news was simply too astonishing. All present were prodigies in their respective fields, many having entered prestigious research institutions or the Academy of Sciences by the age of 27 or 28. Yet, the prospect of someone under 20 leading a five-star top-secret research project seemed implausible. Even the most extraordinary talents might not reach such heights at this age. Yi Jiangwo cast a glance at Chu Yang, who immediately understood the cue. After clearing his throat, he slowly stepped forward to address the assembly. Esteemed experts, professors, and distinguished academicians of Kyoto University of Science and Technology, I am acutely aware of my youth and recognize the curiosity surrounding my participation in this project. Whether you choose to stay or leave, I, Chu Yang, cannot deter your decision. I grant you 3 minutes to contemplate your choice, whether to remain or depart. After this interval, I shall elucidate my reasons, and you are welcome to pose any inquiries you may have. Silence enveloped the conference room as an instant hush settled over the audience. Some cast surprised glances at Chu Yang. Regardless of his research credentials, the mere fact that he could confidently address such a gathering of esteemed experts and professors demonstrated a level of audacity that surpassed that of 99 of his contemporaries in the country. 3 minutes later, not a single individual chose to leave. After all, the allure of a top-secret five-star project was an opportunity too enticing to forfeit. Observing this, Chu Yang gradually began to speak. The research on the curvature drive engine apparatus was initiated by me, and I've already achieved some theoretical results and research documentation. This means that I will independently convey to you my research approach regarding the curvature drive project, as well as the collaborative efforts required from each of you moving forward. Should there be any objections, I invite you to voice them. I assure you, my presence here today is not for the sake of superficial accolades, but rather a genuine desire to collaborate with all of you in bringing this project to fruition. Chapter 29. Dating? I shall bring the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Is it truly the curvature drive device he has developed? Have we grown old, while the youth of today exhibit such remarkable prowess? Countless individuals expressed their astonishment. However, after Chu Yang made such a proclamation, they ultimately accepted that he was the initiator of this project, and indeed its principal researcher. Were it otherwise, Chu Yang would never have dared to speak so boldly in their presence. In the realm of scientific research, deception is simply untenable. Upon fully embracing this reality, the group convened for a brief meeting. After dining at the reception center, Chu Yang gathered everyone for a meeting that spanned nearly 6 hours, concluding only after 2 in the morning. He elaborated on various theoretical aspects of the curvature drive device, addressing numerous inquiries posed by experts and scholars, all of which he deftly resolved. As the meeting drew to a close, Chu Yang gazed at the sea of faces before him and spoke. Esteemed colleagues, the significance of the curvature drive device, should it come to fruition, requires no further emphasis from me. The time has come for our nation to excel in the field of engine propulsion on a global scale. In the coming period, I hope each of you will collaborate wholeheartedly to expedite the realization of our country's curvature drive device. Do we all understand? Understood, resounded the thunderous applause, accompanied by fervent shouts from the scientific community, echoing throughout the conference room. Yi Jiangwo, seated among the crowd, smiled and joined in the applause, turning to Wu Li and remarking, "I told you this young man has a remarkable talent." His passionate exclamation transported me back to the days when we developed the atomic bomb. Back then, I was young, calculating formulas alongside the professor. And every time a political commissar spoke with such fervor, I felt my blood surge with excitement. Indeed, Wu Li nodded slowly, his eyes misting with emotion. Initially, he had harbored some concerns. After all, Chu Yang was still a youth. Despite his considerable achievements in the field of photolithography, the realm of curvature drive was an entirely different domain. To his astonishment, in just this one presentation, Chu Yang captivated all present with his boundless expertise, himself included. Indeed, they had grown old. Yet, thankfully, the realm of scientific research in China is flourishing with new talent. How magnificent is our great nation! A new generation surpasses the old. After the meeting concluded, the experts returned to their respective accommodations, while Yi Jiangwo and Wu Li chose to retain Chu Yang's presence. Yi Jiangwo looked at Chu Yang with a smile and said, "Little Chu, I have submitted the project for the research and design of the curvature drive engine, and it has already been approved by the Huaka Institute. The preliminary research funding is set at 100 billion. The appointment letter has also been issued, and you will serve as the chief designer for this project. Both Old Wu and I will coordinate various resources and assist you. If you have any needs, we will ensure they are met." Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback and then smiled at the two of them, saying, Old Wu, it is only fitting that I take responsibility for the project since I proposed it, but I believe it would suffice for me to hold the title of advisor. Given your credentials, one of you is the chief designer of the 5th-generation combat engine, and the other is the head of the foremost curvature drive research institute in the country. It would be more appropriate for either of you to assume the role of chief designer. After a brief pause, Chu Yang continued, "Moreover, I will only be at the base for 2 weeks. Once the military training at Jing University concludes, I must return to school. Otherwise, they might deduct my credits." "Who would dare deduct your credits?" Yi Jiangwo straightened up instantly. "I will call Lu Yong and see if they at Jing University would actually dare to take your credits." Wu Li added earnestly, "Little Chu, you provided both the theoretical research and the design blueprints. This position of chief designer is indispensable for you. Besides, why must you attend Jing University? What can those professors teach you?" "It's not the same," Chu Yang replied, shaking his head, somewhat troubled. Yi Jiangwo quickly grasped the situation. "You can't be doing this for that little girlfriend at Jing University, can you? Little Chu, you must not neglect this project for such reasons." "What little girlfriend?" Wu Li asked, intrigued. Yi Jiangwo hurriedly explained. "This young man has developed feelings for a girl at Jing University, which is why he specifically chose to study there." "What?" Wu Li could hardly contain himself. "Little Chu, is that the reason? If you want to pursue romance, you could tell Old Wu. I may not have much, but I have 2 granddaughters." After some contemplation, he continued, "However, the eldest is already married and is happily settled, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask her for a divorce. But my younger granddaughter is in her 3rd year of university, also studying in Kyoto, and she is just 3 years older than you. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older embraces gold bricks. Once we leave the research base, I can show you her picture. If you think she is suitable, I can call her over tonight, and tomorrow I will bring the Civil Affairs Bureau to you, ensuring everything is in order for your marriage." The chief designer of the curvature drive engine, a project directly linked to the military, while the title of designer may not carry military authority, It certainly grants one an administrative rank of at least deputy military level. It was astonishing that he would refuse such an opportunity merely to pursue romance. Furthermore, this project was initiated by Chu Yang, with many critical research materials originating from his efforts. If any issues arose during the research while he was absent, who would resolve them? Chu Yang was aware of the concerns harbored by Yi Jiangwo and Wu Li. He quickly reassured them, saying, "Please do not misunderstand. Even before my departure, I will at the very least ensure the initial model machine is completed. Moreover, even from Kyoto, I can remotely manage the data from the base without any issues." Upon hearing this, Yi Jiangwo and Wu Li felt somewhat relieved. However, Yi Jiangwo soon voiced his apprehension. Yet, is it not a bit hasty to complete the model machine within just 10 days? Chu Yang nodded slightly, affirming, "I am fully aware of the situation. I will not treat this matter lightly." With that, Chu Yang and the others departed from the research base together. Upon reaching the entrance, Chu Yang retrieved his mobile phone from the secure box. As he powered it on, he made his way back to the dormitory at the reception area. Once the device booted up, he noticed a message from Lin Qingxue sent around 11 o'clock that evening, a brief goodnight message. After a moment's contemplation, he replied with a gentle smile, "Good night, sweet dreams." To his surprise, Lin Qingxue promptly responded with a message of her own. Chapter 30. The First Ignition Experiment. Lin Qingxue. "Oh my, our busy bee has finally deigned to reply?" Chu Yang paused briefly before raising his hand to respond. "Have you awakened?" "Aye." Lin Qingxue instantly clenched her teeth. She hadn't been asleep at all. Aside from a simple good morning, Chu Yang hadn't sent her a single redundant message throughout the day, leaving her feeling restless and yearning for his words. She had anticipated a good night message from him, yet she found herself waiting and waiting until now. Taking a deep breath to quickly calm her emotions, Lin Qingxue replied slowly, "I haven't slept, just chatting with my roommate. Is there a problem?" "No problem, no problem." Chu Yang hurriedly sent several replies asking, "When do you plan to sleep?" "I don't know." Lin Qingxue pouted and, after hesitating for a few seconds, immediately sent another message. "Are you really that busy with family matters? You're so occupied that you can't spare a moment to send me a message?" "I am quite busy," Chu Yang replied silently. In the morning, he had been perfecting his materials. In the afternoon, he had hosted various experts and professors. And in the evening, he still had meetings to attend. Indeed, he was rather busy. "That's good to hear," Lin Qingxue quickly replied, biting her silver teeth in silence. "If you're that busy, perhaps you should refrain from messaging me. Focus on your important tasks." Yet in the end, she didn't voice her inner turmoil. Instead, curiosity got the better of her. "Last time, I was so flustered by you that I didn't get the chance to ask." "Chu Yang, your silent disappearance for 3 years deserves an explanation, don't you think?" However, upon reflection, she realized her inquiry might have been slightly hasty, and continued, "Of course, if you feel there's no need to explain, that's fine too. After all, we don't have much of a relationship." "You odious Chu Yang. It's fortunate that this beautiful girl can still message you after your 3-year silence. You better provide a thorough explanation for your abrupt departure 3 years ago." Chu Yang hesitated before replying. "Qingxue, can we not discuss this matter?" "What a scoundrel." Lin Qingxue felt like smashing her bed in frustration, but she managed to calm herself and quickly replied, "Oh, fine, let's leave it at that. I'll sleep now." Chu Yang, not entirely oblivious, quickly responded upon seeing her message. "Are you upset?" "Hey, you actually noticed I was upset. That's progress." Lin Qingxue chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued, "No, I wouldn't dare to make you, the busy one, angry. What if you decide to disappear again like 3 years ago?" "Why does that sound so sarcastic?" Chu Yang was taken aback, hastily replying, "I won I promise. 3 years ago, there were reasons beyond my control, but I assure you, I will never vanish without a word again. I'm not anyone special to you. You don't need to say that. Aren't we good friends? Just good friends? Can we be something more?" "Not possible." Lin Qingxue pouted in frustration, quickly replying to the message before helplessly rubbing her forehead. There was no hope left. This person truly was beyond saving. Despite her clear words, did he not grasp their meaning? With a soft sigh, Lin Qingxue hastily responded, "Forget it. I think I'll go to sleep now." You should rest early, my good friend. All right, then sleep well. Good night. Lin Qingxue, good night to you too. In the following days, the two continued their sporadic exchanges. Chu Yang would send a morning greeting, and Lin Qingxue would reply in kind. She would bid him good night, and he would reciprocate. Beyond that, there was little communication. However, each time Lin Qingxue's messages appeared, it provided Chu Yang a rare moment of respite amidst his demanding research work. Within the research base, various project studies were rapidly advancing. Days flow by, and 10 days later, the military training at Kyoto University was nearing its end. Meanwhile, within the research base in the northern desert, everyone seemed to be invigorated, diligently operating an array of sophisticated equipment. Chu Yang stood among them, clad in a laboratory-grade, clean suit. Before him lay a 10-to-1 scaled model of a curvature drive device, surrounded by researchers finalizing the assembly. Flanking Chu Yang were numerous experts and professors, each gazing intently at the model with fervent eyes. Throughout these 10 days, leveraging Chu Yang's theories and design documents, and with him practically living in a laboratory, they swiftly developed a theoretical model. They enhanced the laser power and minimized energy loss, establishing a complete curvature engine chamber to contain the high-energy warp plasma generated during the negative energy production process. Crucially, they focused on controlling the special beryllium-lithium crystals used for generating warp plasma, as well as the warp coils that would convert the plasma into a warp field. These two components were the result of nearly 10 days and nights of relentless research, failures, and repeated corrections before confirming the preliminary materials. As the last piece of the curvature drive model was assembled and the researchers nodded in affirmation, Chu Yang excitedly turned to everyone present. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare that our first-generation practical model of the curvature drive device has been successfully assembled. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the base. 10 days. They had devoted countless hours in the research facility solely for the establishment of this model. If this model could operate successfully, it would validate Chu Yang's theories. Marking today as a momentous occasion, countless individuals began to murmur. In my lifetime, I have witnessed the potential realization of curvature drive. This is truly astounding. If the model can operate flawlessly, it would undoubtedly mark a significant advancement in the field of propulsion worldwide, a day that shall be etched in the annals of history. During this period, Chief Engineer Chu has truly exerted himself. I have never encountered someone so dedicated to research. I am genuinely impressed. Upon uttering these words, all eyes in the room turned towards Chu Yang. If 10 days prior, he had captivated the assembly with his theoretical knowledge, now it was his formidable charisma in scientific inquiry that held their attention. The concept of curvature drive has been proposed for nearly 2 decades, and domestic research has spanned almost the same duration, with substantial investments made, yet no groundbreaking progress has been achieved. However, under Chu Yang's leadership, they have constructed a complete curvature drive apparatus in just 10 short days. Even though it is merely a model, as long as the model proves sound, the remaining elements can be refined and developed into a genuine curvature drive device by following Chu Yang's theories and detailed blueprints, complemented by various foundational materials. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Let us not rush to praise me. Instead, let us prepare for the inaugural ignition experiment." Chapter 31. A fortunate occurrence for Huaxia Yi Jiangwo cast a worried glance at Chu Yang. Chu Yang, would you consider taking a day off and conducting the ignition experiment tomorrow instead? He had been keenly aware of Chu Yang's relentless efforts over the past few days. During lunch today, he noticed several strands of white hair mingling in Chu Yang's hair. In pursuit of progress, Chu Yang had gone nearly 10 days without a proper night's rest. Even the most resilient among us cannot withstand such strain indefinitely. No need, I can still manage. Chu Yang reassured him, offering a comforting glance before continuing. Let us proceed with the ignition experiment directly. Yi Jiangwo understood he could not sway Chu Yang and, with a resigned sigh, stepped aside silently. While others may not grasp the significance behind Chu Yang's tireless work, he was all too aware. After leading the team to a designated safe zone, a research staff member swiftly approached with a red ignition button. "Chief Engineer Chu, it's your turn to ignite." Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang was poised to press the button when he unexpectedly turned to Yi Jiangwo. Director Yi, would you do it? I'm feeling slightly anxious. Despite holding the title of chief designer, he recognized that Yi Jiangwo was the most senior figure within the research base. Go on, go on. Yi Jiangwo waved him off. Are we really going to discuss seniority here? You are the chief designer. It is your duty to press it. The others chimed in eagerly. Indeed, Chief Engineer Chu. This button must be pressed by you. No more modesty, just do it. Chu Yang smiled. Very well, I shall press it. Do it. The anticipation in the air was palpable. Nodding with a serious demeanor, Chu Yang pressed the button in his hand. Everyone held their breath. Instantly, the model of the curvature drive mechanism sprang to life. Powerful electrical energy surged within, casting a series of crimson lights throughout the research base. A continuous stream of notifications echoed in their ears. Ignition successful. Initiating curvature engine chamber. Curvature engine chamber started successfully. Negative energy generator preheating complete. Laser firing. Negative energy detected. Commencing high-energy warp particle collection program. Warp energy level 0. 01. Warp energy level 0. 02. Establishing warp field. Warp level 0. 01. Warp level 0. 02. Warp field established successfully. Current warp level detected at 0. 1. Preparing for experimental object deployment. 1, 2, 3. With the final countdown completed, a spherical object weighing 100 pounds was released from mid-air into the warp field. In the next moment, the iron ball, which should have descended vertically, unexpectedly surged forward the moment it entered the warp field, ultimately crashing heavily against a massive iron gate 100 meters away. Witnessing this spectacle, the anxious hearts of the onlookers gradually settled. In the next moment, the entire base erupted in jubilant cheers. We have succeeded. We have succeeded. The curvature drive is feasible. The curvature drive is feasible. Laughter and exclamations filled the air. Mother, I have achieved something. I have witnessed the triumph of the curvature drive. Countless individuals embraced one another, overwhelmed with tears of joy. They had merely conducted preliminary research and manufacturing. The warp speed setting was not a true representation of light speed, but rather scaled down to a fraction, ultimately designated at 1,000 meters per second. A warp speed level of 0. 1 is, after all, equivalent to 100 meters per second. Yet, this accomplishment was already revolutionary. Let's not forget, this was only a preliminary model. It is no exaggeration to assert that within the next 5 to 10 years, China will undoubtedly showcase a true curvature drive device on the world stage, displaying the splendor of a nation. Yi Jiangwo's eyes glistened with tears. He had dedicated his life to engines, witnessing the evolution of China's combat engine technology from inception to realization, enduring the hardships along the way. More than anyone, he yearned for China to ascend to the pinnacle of aerospace. Today, he beheld that vision. He could even envision countless Chinese fighter jets soaring through the skies, equipped with curvature drive engines. In this life, he felt no regrets. His gaze then shifted to Chu Yang, filled with relief and gratitude. Grateful that a prodigious talent like Chu Yang was born in China, and thankful for his fervent patriotic spirit. It is foreseeable that Chu Yang's presence will undoubtedly become a nightmare for many hostile nations in the future. This is indeed a blessing for China. As the crowd reveled in excitement, Chu Yang's voice quietly echoed in their ears. Ladies and gentlemen, since the theory and design model of the curvature drive device have been validated, my task is complete. The journey of 1,000 miles must eventually part ways. The weighty responsibility of further research and design of the curvature drive device will now fall to all of you present. I am confident that, even in my absence, your scientific prowess will elevate our curvature drive device to a level suitable for production and utilization. Upon hearing these words, the attendees were momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? They struggled to comprehend the implications. Hadn't the ignition experiment of the model just succeeded? Was Chu Yang truly intending to depart? They clamored to retain him. Chief Engineer Chu, will you not stay with us? Chief Engineer Chu, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to abandon the subsequent work on the curvature drive device? Chief Engineer Chu, although the theory has been established, perfecting it will undoubtedly require considerable effort. If you are not here, we would lack confidence. Only Jiang chuckled. Everyone, do not be alarmed. Chief Engineer Chu is not like us old fellows. He is still young, brimming with infinite possibilities. We cannot allow him to be confined by a single project. His future holds vast stars and oceans. The 1 nanometer lithography machine marks the beginning for Chu Yang. However, he does not believe that the curvature drive device signifies the conclusion of his journey. This young man's future is profoundly inscrutable. Of course, while scientific research is indeed crucial, it does not mean one should forego romance. He is still young, and it is certainly time for him to explore love. Once Yi Jiangwo's words were spoken, everyone regained their composure. Indeed, with Chief Engineer Chu's research capabilities, he cannot be tethered to this project indefinitely. With his scientific talent, his future will surely transcend the confines of the curvature drive device. If there are new projects, Chief Engineer Chu, feel free to pursue them. We will wholeheartedly support you and ensure the success of the curvature drive project. Chu Yang slowly bowed slightly to the crowd, expressing his gratitude. I sincerely thank you all for your understanding. The remaining journey will be arduous for everyone. However, as he lowered his head, he felt an increasing heaviness in his mind, and he inwardly sensed something amiss. Recently, his body had been severely overtaxed, and his strength was waning. A wave of dizziness began to wash over him. His body instinctively began to sway slightly. Chapter 32. A clash between academics. Has Chu Yang disappeared again? Yi Jiangwo was the first to notice Chu Yang's physical condition, as he had sensed something amiss with his spirit since this morning. However, due to the imminent completion of the curvature drive device model, he had maintained a semblance of vitality. Now that the model testing had concluded, the last remnants of his energy dissipated. A bitter smile crossed Chu Yang's face. His physical resilience was evidently lacking. After merely 10 days of exertion, his condition had deteriorated so drastically. He had a vague understanding of his current state, which was primarily due to physical exhaustion, though he was uncertain how many days he might remain unconscious. He hoped it wouldn't be for too long. Otherwise, Lin Qingxue would surely be worried. Summoning the last of his strength, he cast a fleeting glance at Yi Jiangwo. Once again, I must trouble you. The next moment, Chu Yang slowly closed his eyes, his body uncontrollably leaning forward. Fortunately, Yi Jiangwo and several surrounding researchers reacted swiftly, rushing to his side and supporting him in their arms. Immediately, Yi Jiangwo shouted towards the door, "Quick, someone call for help. We must take him to the military hospital in the north, above Kyoto University." Four of China's most advanced fighter jets roared through the sky, with an armed transport aircraft soaring steadily in their midst. The students, currently on a break, looked up at the azure sky, their expressions tightening. Goodness, with 4 fighter jets escorting, who could be aboard that transport plane? Are they transporting crucial supplies? The deployment of fighter jets indicates something significant is occurring. Some speculated that a prominent figure might be aboard the helicopter. It appeared to be a mission involving our nation's advanced fighter jets. While it was not unusual to see fighter jets flying over Kyoto, given that there was a takeoff and landing site for them in the outskirts, this particular sortie felt extraordinary. Such a grand display suggested that an important individual was either on board the armed transport or that it was carrying vital materials. Some students began to take photos with their phones. At that moment, the military training instructor, who had been amiably resting alongside the students, abruptly stood up. "Everyone, put down your phones. No photography allowed. Delete any photos you have taken," accompanied by the rising chorus of admonishments. The voice of the chief instructor echoed through the loudspeakers. "Attention, everyone. The break is over. Put down your phones. The rest period has concluded." There were local armed police, invited to the university for training. However, prior to their transition, they had all served in the military, and the confidentiality regulations were etched in their memories. Although the reason for the simultaneous deployment of so many fighter jets and transport aircraft remained unclear, it was undoubtedly indicative of a significant event unfolding. In other regions of Kyoto, there were no witnesses to the scene. Strangely, either the videos in their possession could not be sent at all, or they were deleted within a minute after being dispatched. Lin Qingxue glanced up at the fighter jet roaring through the sky, feeling an inexplicable tightening in her heart. Beside her, Li Qian quickly noticed her unusual demeanor. Qingxue, what's wrong? You look a bit pale. It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell all of a sudden. Lin Qingxue replied weakly, shaking her head. She forced a smile to reassure Li Qian, saying, I'll be fine after a short rest. However, her gaze remained fixed on a swiftly flying aircraft. 3 days later, in Kyoto, at the military hospital's special care unit, Wang Weimin and Yi Jiangwo sat on the sofa in the ward. Wang Weimin sighed. 3 days had passed, and logically, today should have been the celebration banquet for the successful development of the 1 nanometer lithography machine, where Chu Yang would have been the star. Yet here he lies on a hospital bed. What is going on? Yi Jiangwo consoled him. Fortunately, Chu Yang is okay. There will be other opportunities for a celebration. After Chu Yang collapsed, the research base immediately called for a helicopter to transport him to the military hospital in the northern desert. The hospital concluded that Chu Yang had simply exhausted himself, leading to a brief period of unconsciousness. Once it was confirmed that he was stable, and with the tests in the northern desert having reached a conclusion, arrangements were made for him to be transferred to the military general hospital in Kyoto for further care. Wang Weimin suddenly erupted. I agreed to your invitation for Chu Yang to participate in your project because I hoped he could help you solve problems. But look at what he has become. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable. Outside the ward, 2 doctors in white coats exchanged glances, their expressions twitching. Well, there they go again. Yet, despite the commotion, they did not intervene. After all, this was the special care unit of the military general hospital, and everyone inside was of notable significance, particularly these 2, who were both academicians. One of the doctors sighed. It's been 3 days. That person inside should be waking up soon. After Chu Yang was transferred to the general hospital in Kyoto, orders were issued to summon all the top experts for a collective examination. This caused considerable anxiety among them, as such directives came only for individuals of exceptional importance. It was only after confirming that Chu Yang merely needed rest due to fatigue that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief hesitation, the 2 slowly entered the hospital room and cleared their throats. What are you 2 up to? The 2 academicians immediately fell silent. Wang Jiangwo chuckled. Nothing. Just the old man having some fun. Doctor, do you think I believe that? On the playground of Kyoto University, Li Qian turned to Lin Qingxue beside her and asked, Would you like some milk tea? No, thank you, Lin Qingxue replied, her mood somewhat distracted. I feel troubled and have no appetite. What's going on with you? Li Qian inquired curiously. You've been out of sorts for the past 3 days. What is the matter? Coming back to herself, Li Qian began to smile and asked, It wouldn't be because of Wang Xiujia, would it? I've heard he plans to confess to you at the welcome party tonight. Surely, that is not what is bothering you? That is not the main reason. Lin Qingxue sighed. Ever since 3 days ago, after Chu Yang sent her a good morning message, it was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. She had sent numerous messages, yet none received a reply. It was as if Chu Yang had disappeared once more. Chapter 33. I understand, you have been betrayed. On the playground, Zhu Pengfei and his companion stole a glance at Lin Qingxue, who was nestled beneath the shade of a large tree. Whispering among themselves, what do you think is going on with that 3rd guy? It's been nearly 3 days with no word from him. Doesn't he know that Senior Lin is in danger of being taken away? Not necessarily, replied one. I've heard that Senior Lin has never paid any attention to Wang Xiujia. His confession probably won't succeed. I wouldn't be so sure, countered another. Wang Xiujia is the vice president of a student council and comes from a wealthy family. He genuinely admires Senior Lin. Besides, he confessed in front of so many people in our college. What if Senior Lin is moved and decides to accept him? Did the 3rd guy receive Wang Xiujia's confession news? Yes, he did. We're just waiting to see when he will respond. In the Kyoto Military General Hospital, as 2 elderly academicians engaged in banter, Chu Yang, lying on a hospital bed, slightly twitched his fingers. Soon after, he opened his eyes and glanced at Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weimin beside him, weakly uttering, Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Little Chu, you're awake. Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weimin instantly sprang up from the sofa in the ward, joyfully moving closer to Chu Yang, before loudly calling out, Doctor, come quickly. The patient is awake. Ah, Chu Yang observed the two excited men. I merely took a nap. Is it really necessary to be this thrilled? He then repeated, Elders, could one of you kindly fetch my phone? Also, may I ask how long I've been unconscious? 3 days, replied Yi Jiangwo, nodding vigorously. He walked over to the table where Chu Yang's personal items were kept and quickly retrieved the phone, handing it to Chu Yang. 3 days? Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback before unlocking his phone screen. Oh, it's not lighting up. Chu Yang's lips twitched. Hasn't anyone charged my phone? Do you need anything? Wang Weiman inquired. No, nothing at all. Chu Yang shook his head, then beckoned Yi Jiangwo to help him find the charger to begin recharging the phone. However, perhaps due to having slept for too long, his muscles felt weak from lack of exercise. As he moved, he sensed a certain soreness and frailty. At that moment, several doctors promptly entered the ward. They examined Chu Yang, checking his pupils and blood pressure. After a thorough assessment, the lead physician finally addressed Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, your physical condition is basically stable now. However, I personally recommend that you stay in hospital for another couple of days to properly regain your strength and incorporate some appropriate exercise. After all, you have been asleep for 3 days, and your muscles may feel somewhat sore, which requires rehabilitation. How long will it take to recover from this condition? Chu Yang asked. That depends on your individual physical fitness, the doctor replied. The doctor spoke, if your physical condition is robust, you may recover in half a day or a day. If slightly less, so it could take 2 to 3 days. 3 days without exercise, even with daily massages administered by hospital staff to prevent muscle atrophy, will inevitably result in some residual effects. Chu Yang pondered and nodded in acknowledgement. The doctor, seeing this, chose not to impose further. If there are no more issues, we shall take our leave. At that moment, Chu Yang's phone finally powered on. He swiftly unlocked the screen, and a barrage of messages flooded before him. Lin Qingxue, good night. Lin Qingxue, did you not sleep at all last night? Lin Qingxue, where are you? Chu Yang, are you planning to vanish again without responding? Chu Yang, I am giving you half an hour. If you do not reply, I shall ignore you henceforth. Chu Yang, you scoundrel. This is your final chance. Respond to me. Where on earth have you been? Chu Yang, I despise you. Following, there were messages from several dormitory mates. Zhu Pengfei, Old 3. I have urgent news. In 2 days, during our college's welcome party, the vice president of the sophomore student council will confess to Senior Lin. Have you finished your family matters? Zhang Mingyang, Old 3, hurry back. Your corner is about to be dug up. Wang Lei, Old 3, your house is about to be stolen. Come back quickly. He glanced at the group chat for their class. The counselor had messaged everyone, all students must present their entry tickets to access the auditorium for tonight's welcome party. Do not lose your tickets. Also, for those in our class preparing performances, give it your all tonight to bring glory to our class. After swiftly perusing the multitude of messages, Chu Yang immediately raised his head and called out to the doctors who had just reached the doorway of his ward. Excuse me, may I be discharged today? What did you say? Before the doctors could react, Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weiman turned to Chu Yang in unison. Young Chu Yang, didn't the doctor advise you to rest? Why do you wish to leave today? If it's for the celebration banquet tonight, we can arrange for someone to take you to the hospital. We could even wheel you over. Or perhaps it would be best to forego going altogether. The doctor approached Chu Yang. Mr. Chu Yang, it is not impossible for you to be discharged today, but can you assure us that your body will recover sufficiently in half a day's time? I can assure you. Chu Yang nodded earnestly, then turned to Wang Weiman and Yi Jiangwo. What are the arrangements for the celebration banquet? The banquet will be held at the Great Hall, commencing at 7 o'clock. Around 7:30, the chief will arrive to present awards and deliver a speech, concluding by 8. After which we will proceed to the Jiangshan Pavilion State Guest House for the dinner. Chu Yang glanced once more at the schedule for the welcome party on his phone. The welcoming party is scheduled to commence at 8 o'clock in the evening. Chu Yang inquired further, how long does it take to get from Jiangshan Pavilion to our school? Wang Weiman casually replied, it's quite near, approximately 10 minutes. Yi Jiangwo was instantly taken aback. Xiao Chu, you can't possibly be thinking of returning to school, can you? Given your current physical condition, is that feasible? Chu Yang responded with a resolute gaze. A man must not concede defeat. He then addressed the two elders. Could you please assist me in getting up and also arrange for a meal to be brought over? After finishing his meal, He planned to commence his recuperative exercises. Once the celebratory banquet is concluded tonight, I won't be dining with you. Simply prepare a vehicle to take me back to school. Yi Jiangwo appeared somewhat perplexed. Why must you return today? The doctor mentioned that a couple of days of rest would suffice. Why the urgency? Chu Yang sighed. My home has been burglarized. Yi Jiangwo nodded thoughtfully. Now I understand. You've been betrayed. Chapter 34. The amputated right leg. Several dark lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. You truly are quite trendy, he exclaimed. And what do you mean by being greened? That is simply not true. The doctors standing nearby could hardly contain their laughter, but upon noticing the look in Chu Yang's eyes, they swiftly suppressed their amusement. Wang Weimin cleared his throat and cast a sympathetic glance at Chu Yang. Little Chu, you really have suffered. Chu Yang was nearly in tears. No, I haven't been greened. I merely had matters to attend to at school. We understand. Yi Jiangwo interjected quickly. Little Chu, you need not explain. We all get it. What would you like to eat for lunch? Chu Yang, feeling weary of further explanations, replied. As long as it's filling. A doctor chimed in. However, Mr. Chu has just awakened, so our recommendation is some millet porridge with a bit of vegetables. It's not suitable to consume anything too greasy at this time. All right. Yi Jiangwo nodded vigorously. Little Chu, wait here. I shall fetch you some food from the hospital cafeteria. At this point, the doctors in the ward were somewhat astonished. They were well aware of Chu Yang's significant status. It was quite remarkable for an academician to personally run to fetch lunch. Before long, Yi Jiangwo returned with the meal. It was a rather simple offering: a bowl of millet porridge, a serving of pumpkin soup, a portion of greens, and a serving of oilseed lettuce. Chu Yang's lips twitched as he gazed at the vegetarian spread before him, and he looked up at Yi Jiangwo to clarify. Elder Yi, I truly haven't been greened. There's really no need for this. Yi Jiangwo appeared puzzled. What is wrong? Isn't the food just green or yellow? What's going on? Well, Yi Jiangwo chuckled awkwardly. The doctors mentioned you shouldn't eat anything too greasy, so I simply asked the cafeteria to prepare something light. I had no idea it would all turn out this color. And why is there a mountain of scallions atop the millet porridge? Chu Yang inquired. The chef said adding scallions makes it fragrant and appetizing. I recall you enjoy scallions, right? I do. After finishing his meal, Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weimin, needing to attend to the celebratory banquet, did not linger in the hospital with Chu Yang. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of two medical staff, Chu Yang began to slowly exercise along the railing of the hospital corridor. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed in Chu Yang's ears, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the railing. Confused, he looked up and asked, "What is happening?" One of the attending nurses promptly responded. This is a soldier who was rushed back from the border a while ago. He is in a special ward downstairs, and he asks about your size. There was a minor skirmish with the neighboring country, and during one incident, armed personnel crossed the border. This fellow charged in with a gun. During the pursuit, he sustained injuries to his leg from shrapnel and was subsequently brought to the main hospital for treatment. Remarkably, despite his injury, he managed to chase after the assailant for quite some time. However, he harbors a considerable dread of receiving injections. The moment he receives one, he cries out. It seems the nurse was just administering an injection, and amidst his whimpering, he could be heard exclaiming in distress. In an instant, a vivid image flashed through Chu Yang's mind, prompting him to inquire about the young man's current condition. Regrettably, the medical staff sighed and replied, "The medical conditions at the border are quite dire. Even with timely transfer, we could not save his leg that was injured by the explosion. In order to prevent infection, amputation was necessary. May I go and see him?" Chu Yang asked. "Shall we assist you downstairs?" The medical personnel glanced at him and cautioned. "However, you must brace yourself. The patients on the lower floor are predominantly wounded soldiers. Our doctors have become accustomed to it, but it can be quite shocking for ordinary individuals to witness. Many of them bear severe injuries, with some having lost all their limbs." "It's all right. I can manage on my own," Chu Yang replied, gritting his teeth as he steadied himself against the railing and made his way downstairs. As Chu Yang traversed the rows of hospital rooms on the lower floor, he observed that many doors were left ajar, allowing him to catch sight of the faces within. Many appeared youthful, roughly his age, yet some had their heads wrapped in bandages Others were missing hands, and a few lay in comatose states, reliant on medical equipment for their very survival. Upon witnessing this scene, tears welled in the corners of Chu Yang's eyes as he asked, "How did they sustain such injuries?" The medical personnel responded, "Some are demoning soldiers who encountered accidents while clearing mines and were caught in explosions. Others are firefighters who suffered severe burns while battling blazes, or border personnel wounded during confrontations with illegal crossers." The medical staff then glanced at the room's occupants before turning back to Chu Yang, saying, "Well, this is the young man's room." Chu Yang raised his gaze slightly. The room contained 2 beds. One held an older man in a hospital gown, one sleeve hanging empty, while the other bed was occupied by the young man who had been crying out moments earlier. His right leg had been amputated, and he lay on the bed, gasping for breath. "Oh dear, this injection really hurts. Next time, I'll definitely ask the nurse to be gentler." Upon noticing Chu Yang's approach, the young man abruptly ceased his gasping and looked up with curiosity, asking, "Is there something you need?" The medical personnel replied, "This is a patient from the special care unit upstairs. He expressed a desire to visit you." Upon hearing this, the young man's expression immediately shifted to one of tension. Though his right leg was still somewhat unsteady, he managed to rise from his bed with the aid of crutch and saluted Chu Yang, saying, "Greetings, sir." In the specialized care unit above them, only distinguished individuals could reside. "Please, have a seat, have a seat. I am no high-ranking official," Chu Yang chuckled, quickening his pace as he steadied himself against the rehabilitation railing along the wall of the ward, approaching the young man. Once the medical staff brought over a chair, he settled beside the young man. The young man scrutinized Chu Yang for a moment, then nodded silently, remarking, "You are quite young. Indeed, you do not appear as such." Observing Chu Yang's age, it seemed they were of similar years. He then inquired, "So who are you?" Chapter 35. For the sake of others, one must act. Chu Yang pondered for a few moments. "Perhaps I could be considered a researcher." Chu Yang continued to inquire, "Can you share the circumstances regarding your leg?" "Certainly." The young man chuckled with pride. "I want to delve into my military affiliation. But the general situation was that those audacious individuals from the neighboring country approached us during our patrols, even daring to breach the border. Our captain, upon seeing this, decided it was absolutely intolerable, so he led us into action, and thus the confrontation ensued. Could those individuals truly contend with us?" The young man's face brimmed with pride. "In no time at all, we sent them fleeing in disarray. Yet there were some who were particularly bold. We pursued them, and instead of surrendering, they dared to retaliate. Did I have the temperament to indulge them? As our captain was firing, I charged forward with my weapon. But fortune was not on my side, and I sustained an injury to my leg. Nevertheless, I am determined to rehabilitate in the hospital. And once my leg heals and I am fitted with a prosthetic, I shall rise as a valiant warrior once more." Chu Yang inquired, "What motivated you to enlist, particularly at the border?" "Honestly, I hadn't initially intended to serve at the border." The young man sheepishly scratched the back of his head and smiled. "After graduating high school, I impulsively joined a few friends in applying for the border region during the military recruitment. As for why I chose to enlist, my family has a tradition spanning 3 generations of military service. My grandfather even fought in a counteroffensive war." "Are your family members aware of your situation?" "Yes, they are." The young man nodded. "My parents came to visit me, and my mother simply asked if I was brave. Naturally, I replied that I was indeed quite courageous, ensuring that the young family did not lose face." Perhaps it had been a long time since he conversed with peers. Upon meeting Chu Yang, he eagerly opened up. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Chu Yang continued to probe. Considering the perilous environment of gunfire and chaos, it requires considerable courage for a young man to charge forth. "Afraid? Who isn't afraid of death?" The young man replied immediately, then shyly chuckled. "However, once the situation arose, I didn't think too much about it, and besides, this represents a first-class merit, a way to bring honor to my family. Our family has served for 3 generations, and we were just short of a first-class merit plaque. Now I have finally obtained it. So this leg injury is not in vain." "Impressive." Chu Yang sincerely gave him a thumbs up, then asked, "Do you wish to return to the border?" "Absolutely, I dream of it." Upon mentioning this, the young man's face, which had been adorned with a bright smile, suddenly glistened with tears. However, the notification has already been issued. Even if I am fitted with a prosthetic, I will either be transferred to another military unit as a clerk or discharged altogether. I cannot return. Chu Yang slowly smiled. Perhaps I can assist you. Really? The young man appeared puzzled. Do you possess such capabilities? Chu Yang laughed. What do you think? How else could I reside in the upper floors? If you place your trust in me, I assure you, I will enable you to return to the border patrol unit you have longed for. Chu Yang cast another glance at the veteran beside him, who was missing an arm, and spoke solemnly. To all of you, I guarantee that within a year, you will be able to return to your original units, standing tall and proud like any ordinary person. What is this notion of peaceful times? It exists solely for those in this ward, alongside soldiers, firefighters, and police officers striving in various corners of the world. They toil relentlessly, undeterred by hardships and dangers, laboring in countless unseen shadows, shielding others from the storms and ensuring their safety. It is these individuals who uphold the tranquility of others' lives. Those who gather wood for the many must not be allowed to freeze in the wind and snow. As Chu Yang descended the stairs and beheld the patients in the ward below, he silently resolved to take action. He must do something for them, and he would certainly make a difference. The medical staff nearby were somewhat taken aback, even finding it hard to believe. How could it be possible? Among the patients on this floor, many bore some form of disability. Could he truly restore their severed limbs? Or perhaps provide fully functional prosthetics? Even the most advanced bionic limbs in the medical field cannot replicate the capabilities of a normal person. Yet, they did not voice their objections. Perhaps, just perhaps, it might be feasible. Meanwhile, as Chu Yang engaged with the patients and diligently worked to regain his strength, a momentous event unfolded on social media. The People's Report announced, at 7 p.m., Huaca Institute will reveal significant news, with live coverage of the press conference, and television channels will simultaneously broadcast the event. Everyone is urged to stay tuned. Once this news broke, social media erupted. What on earth is Huaca Institute about to unveil? Oh no, brothers. The events of 99 cannot be concealed any longer. The fewer the words, the more critical the content, awaiting the live broadcast at 7. This news is explosive. Something monumental must be occurring. I have a hunch that a groundbreaking scientific achievement is on the horizon. Countless individuals fervently commented below. It is essential to note that as an official news outlet, they have never teased an announcement in advance. Something significant is undoubtedly afoot. As the minutes ticked by, approaching 6:30 p.m., Chu Yang donned a black suit in his hospital room, recognizing the importance of the occasion. Upon seeing him emerge in his suit, Yi Jiangwo and Wang Weimin, who had been waiting at the door, were left momentarily speechless. Yi Jiangwo quickly remarked, "Xiao Chu, this is the first time we've seen you in a suit. I must say, you wear it quite well, almost as good as I did in my youth." Wang Weimin chuckled. Feeling spirited is quite commendable. After all, today you are the protagonist. Even if you do not make it to television, you can still leave a favorable impression before the chief. After all, Chu Yang's identity remains confidential, whether it be an award or an honor. It is granted privately and internally. There will be no media capturing Chu Yang's visage, not even a profile. At best, it may only be a glimpse of his back. Chu Yang nodded sleepily. He understood Wang Weimin's words and appreciated them deeply. His dedication to research was never motivated by fame or fortune. After a brief exchange, the three departed from the Military General Hospital, embarking on the prearranged black Red Star vehicle and headed straight to the venue for the celebration banquet and press conference. In just a matter of minutes, the vehicle halted at the entrance of Jiangshan Pavilion. The area was entirely secured, and after the internal security personnel in black suits inspected the invitations of Chu Yang and his companions, they were permitted to enter. Chapter 36, The Qinglong No. One chip upon reaching the grand hall on the top floor of the Jiangshan Pavilion, an atmosphere of solemnity enveloped the space, devoid of any unnecessary noise. Even the various news media, after setting up their tripods and cameras, fell silent as they awaited the commencement of the press conference. Nearly 100 white chairs adorned the periphery of the hall, each bearing the name of an attendee. The nameplates of Wang Jiangwo and Yi Jiangwo were prominently displayed in the foremost section, while Chu Yang occupied a seat in the front row, albeit towards the side. Noticing the arrangement, Chu Yang inquired, "Elder Wang, Elder Yi, is it truly appropriate for my name to be placed here?" The names surrounding him belonged to esteemed academicians of the Huaka Institute. What is inappropriate about it? Wang Weimin chuckled immediately. You are well deserving of a seat in this row. Besides, it would be quite a disservice to not allow you to make an appearance at this event. This position is absolutely warranted. Rest assured, all the media present are internal. They've been duly informed, and no cameras will focus on you. At most, you might catch a glimpse from behind. With that, Wang Weimin sighed nostalgically. In our earlier days, we labored in obscurity dedicated to our research. However, times have changed. When the moment is right, your name, Chu Yang, will undoubtedly shine forth as a representation of our nation's scientific community on the global stage. This confidence is a testament to the resurgence of our China, and your contributions are part of it. Very well. Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately took his seat. Observing this scene, the expressions of the media personnel in the back row shifted to astonishment. Most of the attendees at this press conference were researchers in their 30s and 40s. When had such a young individual joined their ranks, let alone seated in the front row? These seats were reserved for prominent figures of the Huaka Institute and high-ranking officials. How had this young man secured such a position? While some media members contemplated directing their cameras towards Chu Yang, the slightest movement prompted the vigilant gaze of the security personnel standing beside them. Many who were unaware of Chu Yang's identity were equally taken aback to see him in the front row. However, being seasoned professionals, they understood the significance of this press conference, and despite their curiosity, no one dared to approach him casually. Soon, as everyone settled into their seats, the countdown for the Huaka Institute press conference dwindled to the final 5 minutes. Within the live broadcast room of peerless Report, nearly 1 million viewers had surged online, with various comments scrolling rapidly. Wow, it's finally starting. I was planning to reward myself after dinner, but I haven't treated myself at all. Hey, can someone share the link? Same request, please, brother. The lineup this time is formidable, and I can hardly contain my anticipation to discover the research technology that will be unveiled in the grand auditorium of Kyoto University. New and returning students of the School of Management gather, seated in neat rows across the spacious hall. Lin Qingxue stands backstage in the lounge, adorned in a stunning crimson gown, her dark waves cascading elegantly, adorned with sparkling silver earrings that dangle near her cheeks. Her lips are tinted with a subtle shade of red, radiating an air of sophistication. Not far from her, Wang Xiujia adjusts his tie in front of a mirror. Clad in a sleek black suit, his hair meticulously styled in a side part. Once satisfied with his appearance, he approaches Lin Qingxue with a smile and inquires, "How are you? Class monitor? Are you nervous?" "Not really," she replies nonchalantly, before taking her seat in the lounge and casually fiddling with her phone. Wang Xiujia pauses momentarily, yet his determination solidifies in an instant. Tonight, he is resolute in his pursuit of success. Meanwhile, Zhu Pengfei and others occupy their seats in the auditorium, whispering among themselves. "Do you think the third one will be late? He mentioned he would come to the event tonight. He shouldn't be. He just texted that he is on his way and will definitely arrive at the auditorium before 8:30. That's good to hear." As time ticks by in the School of Science and Technology, the clock strikes 7 in Kyoto. The live broadcast commences, drawing the attention of countless viewers, both in the studio and at home, eagerly awaiting the press conference. The live stream opens, revealing a man with a head of white hair, the current spokesperson of the National News Agency, Wang Bin. Good evening, esteemed viewers and media friends. Welcome to this press conference held by the School of Science and Technology. It is now exactly 7 p.m. Kyoto time, and I am your spokesperson, Wang Bin. In the next moment, a flurry of camera flashes illuminates the room, capturing Wang Bin's address. The sole focus of this press conference is a significant breakthrough achieved by the research team, led by academician Wang Weimin at the School of Science and Technology. After 3 years of rigorous effort, overcoming numerous obstacles, our nation has successfully developed a 1 nanometer lithography machine technology. The advent of this 1 nanometer precision lithography technology will greatly enhance our country's technological advancement and signifies our research team's triumph over the technological blockade imposed by foreign conglomerates, allowing us to independently develop chips that belong to our Chinese heritage. Furthermore, in achieving this goal, we have made significant strides, positioning our nation at the forefront of the global chip technology landscape. Without exaggeration, it can be said that we have achieved a position of global leadership in the semiconductor industry. It is with pride that I announce to you that in the realm of lithography machines, no other nation surpasses our capabilities. With this declaration, Wang Bin concluded his speech, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. The live stream chat erupted with fervent comments. My heavens, our country actually has its own chips? Have we truly reached a position of world leadership? Does this mean that in the future, our phones could be equipped with domestic 1 nanometer chips, resulting in remarkably swift gaming performance? Moreover, another interjected, the implications extend far beyond that. With these 1 nanometer chips, our nation's medical devices, automobiles, and even certain military equipment, all sectors pertaining to electronic information, stand poised for significant advancements. And the most crucial aspect is that we shall no longer be beholden to foreign entities. Does that mean we won't have to pay patent fees to foreigners? At the podium, having delivered this substantial message, Wang Bin looked up at everyone and smiled, saying, "Next, let us invite Director Wang Weimin from Kyoto University of Science and Technology to the stage. We eagerly await his presentation on the specific parameters and performance data of the domestically produced chip named Qinglong No. 1, fabricated using our 1 nanometer precision lithography machine." Chapter 37. In Huaxia, at the other end of the Pacific, within a beautifully adorned palace in the beautiful nation, the head of the intelligence agency stood beside the presidential office. Before them, a computer screen was broadcasting a press conference from the Huaca Institute. Seated in the office was an elderly man with white hair, his face contorted with rage as he vociferously admonished the head of the intelligence department. "What is your agency doing? Why did we only learn of this monumental event when Huaxia held its press conference? Even now, they have merely developed a 3 nanometers lithography chip. Yet, Huaxia has secretly advanced to a 1 nanometer precision lithography chip, throwing all their plans into disarray. They have transitioned from a position of initiative to one of complete passivity. Now, with Huaxia's 1 nanometer precision chips already in production, they continue to bask in the illusion of superiority with their 3 nanometers lithography technology. If they cannot catch up in this field within the next 3 years, when Huaxia's chips rise to prominence globally, what will they have left to compete with? What means will they employ to hinder Huaxia's technological advancement? I admit, our department has grossly failed in its intelligence duties. The head of the intelligence agency lowered his proud head. However, their secrecy is astonishingly effective. I estimate that apart from a few senior academicians at the Huaca Institute, no high-ranking officials are aware of this lithography technology research. Otherwise, our intelligence department would certainly have obtained the information. Furthermore, their speed is astonishing. The research of lithography machines is no trivial matter, especially as they have bypassed numerous foreign patents to develop new technology from scratch. This is not something that can be achieved in a short time. Given enough time, my intelligence team could undoubtedly have infiltrated them. But who could have anticipated that the establishment of the 1 nanometer lithography technology project to its completion would take merely 3 years? It is truly unbelievable. I did not summon you here to hear you shirk responsibility, the president interjected, uninterested in the explanations of the intelligence chief. I called you to ascertain whether there is any possibility of remedying the situation. Can you provide me with the information about those responsible for the 1 nanometer lithography technology in Huaxia, particularly the principal researchers? You must find a way to bring them back to us for our research. At this, the intelligence chief's eyes lit up. Mr. President, on this matter, I do indeed have some good news. Perhaps things are not as dire as we had imagined. The president chuckled helplessly and remarked, "You had better bring me good news. Otherwise, prepare to have your head submerged in the toilet." The head of the intelligence department laughed and presented a document before the president. The president swiftly perused the contents of the file. Finally, He set it down and furrowed his brow, inquiring of the official. Why are you showing me the dossier of a 20-year-old? The official promptly elucidated. This is information retrieved by our overseas team regarding a young man named Chu Yang, who coincidentally vanished 3 years ago. I have exhausted nearly all intelligence networks in that region and found no trace of him. It is as though he disappeared into thin air. Until a month ago, when he re-emerged into public view. Most crucially, just 1 month after his disappearance, Huaxia announced the development of a 1 nanometer precision lithography machine. Hence, we have reason to suspect that this young man was undoubtedly involved in the research of the 1 nanometer precision lithography machine and may have been responsible for significant steps in the process. The president appeared somewhat skeptical. Just a mere child? The official quickly replied, "Oh, my esteemed president, we must accept the reality that, apart from our beautiful nation, other countries may also harbor exceptionally gifted prodigies." He added, "Let us not forget that within our own research department, numerous young geniuses occupy vital scientific positions." A glint of cold determination flashed in the president's eyes. "Then investigate further. If it truly is him, you know what must be done." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." At Jiangshan Pavilion, Wang Weimin stood at the podium, addressing the audience about the data parameters of the Qinglong No. 1 chip. I need not delve into overly complex terminology. Let us compare it to the A14 chip found in popular domestic fruit phones. The A14 chip, manufactured with a 5 nanometers process, accommodates 170 million transistors per square millimeter. In contrast, our Qinglong No. 1, utilizing a 1 nanometer manufacturing process, can fit nearly 700 million transistors per square millimeter. This signifies that the processing speed of the Qinglong No. 1 chip will exceed that of the A14 by more than 4 times. Moreover, while delivering such supercomputing power, the energy consumption of our Qinglong No. 1 chip is merely 1/3 that of the A14 chip. Upon hearing this, the entire internet erupted with excitement. Good heavens, are these figures not extraordinarily astonishing? I suspect that the esteemed president of Huaca Institute has presented this information in a manner we can comprehend, as it seems to highlight only a fraction of the chip's remarkable capabilities. The truth has emerged. For the ordinary individual's mobile phone requirements, high performance, coupled with low energy consumption, is already remarkably impressive. However, its true advantage surely does not lie in its application as a mobile chip. Perhaps research on the second-generation chip is already being conducted in secrecy. This notion holds merit, as our nation has always followed a pattern of unveiling one generation, developing another, and pre-researching yet another. Who knows, the third generation of chips may already be in the research phase. While Wang Weimin may not fully comprehend the content of the online barrage, he has certainly noticed the astonished faces in the audience, filling him with a sense of satisfaction and pride. Were you taken aback? Is it hard to believe? Does it feel like a dream? In truth, when he first encountered Chu Yang and was presented with these chip data, he too was profoundly shocked and incredulous. Yet, 3 years later, it has indeed been realized by Chu Yang. He has accomplished it. Huaxia has achieved it as well. Chapter 38. No regrets in this lifetime for entering Huaxia. In the next life, I shall continue to cultivate the flowering land. As the speech drew to a close, Wang Weimin once again grasped the microphone in his hand. Casting a sidelong glance at Chu Yang, who was seated in the corner, he began to speak slowly. In conclusion, I wish to convey that although I am the principal leader of this project, the chief designer behind this scientific endeavor is another individual. However, due to confidentiality regulations, we are unable to disclose the name of this exceptional researcher or even present their photograph on our screens. It was he, 3 years ago, in the prime of his youth, who resolutely departed from his homeland, leading our research team to surmount numerous challenges, ultimately resulting in the groundbreaking lithography technology that rightfully belongs to our Huaxia, and giving birth to the Qinglong No. 1 chip that we proudly showcase today. He is undoubtedly the true hero of our nation. As the president of Huaca Institute, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to this remarkable researcher and to all those who have remained in the shadows, silently devoted to scientific inquiry, for their immense contributions to our nation's scientific endeavors. The honor of standing here today belongs to them. Upon hearing Wang Weimin's words, the livestream's comment section erupted with rapid messages. What does this mean? The person responsible for the lithography technology is someone else? It is quite common for the identities of researchers to remain confidential, especially in regard to technologies such as lithography, which could significantly influence the fate of Huaxia. 3 years of anonymity, and they shall continue to remain incognito. They are the true stars worthy of our admiration. Let us pay our highest respects to those unheralded researchers. No words are necessary. Let us salute the scientific community. At that moment, a comment rolled across the screen. No regrets in this lifetime for entering Huaxia. In the next life, I shall continue to cultivate the flowering land. In the next instant, countless identical messages flooded the live stream. No regrets in this lifetime for entering Huaxia. In the next life, I shall continue to cultivate the flowering land. Soon, the press conference came to a close. It was straightforward and devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Various internal media outlets swiftly packed their equipment and departed the venue, eager to return and compose their articles. Other attendees made their way to the banquet hall of Jiangshan Pavilion, preparing to partake in the internal celebration. Wang Weimin approached Chu Yang. "Young Chu, let us go. The chief is awaiting you in his office." Chu Yang paused for a few seconds, his heart racing uncontrollably. Having spent 3 years at the research base, he had encountered numerous high-ranking officials, most of whom were focused on research. However, this was his first meeting with the chief. Soon, would he meet the figure who frequently graced the news? In the next moment, he smiled and nodded, following Wang Weimin out of the banquet hall and into an office on the top floor of Jiangshan Pavilion. This served as the chief's temporary office in Kyoto. The spacious room was adorned with a vibrant red carpet, yet the furnishings were quite simple: a tall bookshelf, a desk for work, and a set of aged sofas for receiving guests. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with a weathered visage sat beside his desk. Before him lay a red honorary certificate in a delicate box crafted from sandalwood. As Wang Weimin led Chu Yang into the room, the elder slowly rose from his chair. Upon seeing the remarkably youthful Chu Yang, he paused momentarily before breaking into a warm smile, approaching Chu Yang for a handshake. "Akadisian Chu, it truly is a pleasure to meet you in person. The future of our scientific community in Huaxia rests upon the shoulders of young talents like you." He had indeed reviewed Chu Yang's credentials, but seeing him in person revealed just how young he appeared. First, there was the 1 nanometer lithography technology, followed by the theoretical designs for a curvature drive device. It is no exaggeration to state that within the Huaca Institute, there are only a handful of individuals whose achievements in research can surpass those of Chu Yang. The chief's praise was effusive. "Chu Yang nodded sleekly. I merely did what any citizen of Huaxia ought to do." The elder chuckled heartily. "What a splendid portrayal of the duties of a Huaxia citizen. You have indeed rendered a significant service to our nation." Releasing Chu Yang's hand, he continued with a benevolent smile. "Your 1 nanometer lithography technology has truly alleviated a considerable burden for us. Henceforth, Huaxia will no longer have to rely on the approval of other technological nations regarding chips. And this is all due to your efforts." Chu Yang humbly smiled. "I merely provided the theoretical concepts for the lithography machine. The true merit belongs to the entire project research team. Without them, I could not have accomplished this alone." "Ah, you are far too modest," the elder laughed. He then returned to his desk, his demeanor growing serious. "Comrade Chu Yang, on behalf of the Huaca Institute, I am here to present your commendation." Chu Yang's expression instantly shifted to one of solemnity. In recognition of Comrade Chu Yang's role as the chief designer of the project, for his arduous efforts over 3 years leading our research team to break through the 1 nanometer precision lithography technology, thus rendering significant contributions to our nation, we hereby confer upon Comrade Chu Yang the highest scientific and technological award of Huaxia, along with the promotion to the honorary title of Senior Academician at the Huaca Institute. The elder approached Chu Yang, handing him the honorary certificate. "Xiao Chu, accept this. It is well deserved." "Yes," Chu Yang nodded earnestly, receiving the certificate with both hands in a solemn manner. Subsequently, the elder returned to his desk and retrieved a medal from the box. The medal's base is adorned in a vibrant red hue, embellished with a golden five-pointed star. At the center of the star lies a striking crimson area, where a sickle and hammer intersect in harmonious design, radiating a brilliant glow under the illumination of the room. The elder continued with solemnity. Furthermore, in light of Comrade Chu Yang's significant contributions to Huaxia, I represent the organization in bestowing upon you the Huaxia National Merit Medal. It is my hope that you will continue to strive for excellence, propelling the scientific endeavors of our nation to unprecedented heights. With that, the elder gently affixed the red medal to the left side of Chu Yang's chest. Finally, after adjusting Chu Yang's collar, the elder gazed earnestly at him and said, "Young Chu, I apologize for the constraints of this honor. We are not yet at the stage where we can freely overturn the tables. When that day truly arrives, I shall personally award you in front of the people of Huaxia." As he spoke, a glimmer of sharp determination flickered in the elder's eyes. "I assure you, that day will come swiftly." Chapter 39. Reality surpasses photographs. Upon departing from the rooftop of Jianshan Pavilion, Chu Yang promptly glanced at his phone, noting that it was merely a little past 10 minutes after 8. Wang Weiman observed Chu Yang with a smile and remarked, "Little Chu, aren't you going to join us for the celebration banquet? You could be considered one of our significant contributors." "Old Wang, as you well know, I am not particularly fond of such social gatherings. As long as you all enjoy the meal, that suffices for me," Chu Yang replied with a wry smile, then inquired, "Has the vehicle prepared for me been called? I intend to return to school. The area around Jianshan Pavilion is currently under complete lockdown. Vehicles without a pass cannot enter." Wang Weiman informed him. "It has already been arranged for you." He continued with a grin, "I will ensure someone takes you directly to your school's auditorium. However, your body has yet to fully recover. Do take it easy tonight. Not every confession leads to success, and do not let anger cloud your judgment. My phone is on 24/7. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me." Chu Yang scratched the back of his head, asking old Wang, "You are already aware of this?" "Of course," Wang Weiman chuckled. "Though we old folks are indeed concerned about your research achievements, we also take an interest in your personal affairs. At your age, it is indeed time to consider romance. That girl from Peking University seems quite splendid. After all, she's your high school classmate. You must seize the opportunity. As the current rising star in domestic research, Huaca Institute is quite attentive to Chu Yang's personal life. Upon learning that he intended to leave the hospital early to return to school, they had nearly uncovered the reasons behind his decision. Wang Weiman then urged, "Well, since you're set to leave, do so. I hope that next time we meet, you will bring your girlfriend along for us old men to meet." "Certainly." Chu Yang nodded earnestly before hastily departing Jianshan Pavilion. He entered the waiting black sedan, which swiftly headed towards Peking University. Inside the auditorium of Peking University, Zhu Pengfei was becoming restless. "What's going on with the third? Wasn't it agreed that he would be on his way? The event has commenced, yet he is still absent." Just then, Wang Lei looked up and said, "The third has just responded in the dormitory group chat, stating he is en route and will arrive within 10 minutes. Zhu Pengfei let out a sigh of relief. 10 minutes, that's a relief. However, at that moment, Wang Lei couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck is happening? Look at the class group chat." The counselor just messaged, saying that one of the girls preparing for our performance suddenly fell ill and had to go to the infirmary. It seems she will be unable to go on stage. Is there anyone in the group who can play the piano? Both Zhu Pengfei and Zhang Mingyang shook their heads. "We really can't play." In the next instant, Chu Yang unexpectedly replied in the group chat, I can take her place." Immediately afterward, Chu Yang sent a message in the dormitory group. "How long until our class's program begins?" Zhu Pengfei pondered for a few moments before replying, "Approximately half an hour." "Great, I'm on my way." A few minutes later, a sleek black car came to a halt in front of the grand auditorium of Kyoto University. "Thank you. I appreciate your efforts." Chu Yang expressed his gratitude to the driver before hastening towards the entrance of the auditorium. Upon seeing Chu Yang, several members of the student council stationed at the entrance momentarily paused, then intercepted him. "Excuse me, which college are you from?" "This evening, the auditorium is hosting a welcoming party for our School of Economics and Management. Without an invitation, entry is not permitted. I am from Class 1 of the School of Economics and Management," Chu Yang quickly interjected, yet he realized he did not possess an invitation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, "But my invitation is in my dorm. Could you make an exception?" One of the girls, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, approached him with a smile. "Dear Junior, how can you prove you belong to our school? Do you have a student ID?" "I do." Chu Yang nodded eagerly, sending a message to Zhu Pengfei and others to meet him at the auditorium's entrance. He promptly opened his phone's album and retrieved a photo of his student ID. The girl took Chu Yang's phone and meticulously compared the photo on the ID with his face before quietly stating, "Chu Yang, right? You look even more handsome in person. All right, you may enter." "Thank you." Chu Yang nodded slightly and swiftly entered the grand auditorium. Nearby, a few boys glanced at the girl and asked team leader, "You just let him in like that? What else would I do?" The girl shrugged nonchalantly, then smiled slowly. "That guy is quite handsome. How do we not notice such a striking boy during military training? You all need to come up with a way for me to get his contact information by tonight." Notably, Chu Yang had yet to change out of his suit. Dressed impeccably, coupled with his refined features, he was undeniably attractive. The others exchanged glances. Is he really that handsome? After a brief internal debate, they conceded, "Well, he is somewhat good-looking." "Wow, finally you're back." At the entrance of the auditorium, upon seeing Chu Yang in a suit, Zhu Pengfei and the others exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Mingyang scrutinized Chu Yang from head to toe. "But where did you get that suit? You look quite dapper in it, only slightly less so than me." He conveniently overlooked the distinguished insignia adorning Chu Yang's suit. A lapel pin is quite normal for a suit, he thought. Chu Yang and the others immediately directed their gaze towards him. Zhang Mingyang quickly recoiled. "All right, forget I said anything." With little time for nostalgic exchanges, Chu Yang directly inquired, "Where is Lin Qingxue now?" Wang Lei casually replied, "Where else could she be? She's in the backstage lounge of the auditorium. Take me to her." Chu Yang insisted. "We can't go," Zhu Pengfei and the others lamented. "Only the performers are allowed in the backstage area." "Not quite." Zhang Mingyang chuckled lightly. "While we may not be able to, Chu Yang certainly can. After all, isn't he the one performing the piano piece for our class? I didn't realize you had learned the piano, third. I studied it when I was young. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Chapter 40. Chu Yang takes the stage, the girls' prayer in the lounge. Zhang Mingyang approached the senior responsible for the program schedule, a smile adorning his face. "Senior, I sincerely apologize, but could you kindly allow us to change the piece?" The senior's patience was visibly waning. "What is the matter with you all? To suddenly change performers so close to the show, and now you wish to alter the piece as well? If every class were to act like yours, would this welcome party even proceed?" "Senior, I truly apologize." Zhang Mingyang bowed his head repeatedly, his smile unwavering. "The truth is, our newly assigned member is not quite familiar with the original piece. Please, let's make this change." The senior replied coldly. "Let the new performer come and speak with me personally." Zhang Mingyang scratched the back of his head. "Our third roommate is not very eloquent and tends to be shy. Look, he is standing right there. Senior, could you please show some leniency?" The senior glanced at Chu Yang, her eyes brightening instantly. "Are you saying that the boy who will play the piano is him?" After a moment of hesitation, she continued, "I am familiar with the girl's prayer. It expresses a young girl's yearning for beauty. Is this piece meant for his girlfriend?" Zhang Mingyang paused, his eyes darting for a few seconds before he quickly replied with a laugh. "No, how could that be? Senior, our third roommate hasn't even held a girl's hand since elementary school." He then elaborated, "However, as you know, we are last-minute replacements, and he wasn't prepared. He chose a piece he is more comfortable with to avoid mistakes." "I see." The senior began to smile slowly. "I will agree to the change, but I must also bear some risk for this decision. In exchange, you must assist me with a small favor. Just say the word. After the welcome party concludes, I want his contact information." "Not a problem. Did you manage to sort it out?" Upon Zhang Mingyang's return, Zhu Pengfei and the others eagerly inquired. Zhang Mingyang grinned proudly. "Of course. With me, Zhang, at the helm, securing a senior S approval is a walk in the park." The others pressed on. "How did you pull it off?" Zhang Mingyang shrugged. "I made a trade. That senior has taken a liking to our third roommate. So in exchange, after the party, I'll pass along his contact information. Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei exchanged incredulous glances at Chu Yang. Wow, is that really possible? Just for a contact number. She'll make an exception? Being handsome really has its perks? Chu Yang smiled faintly. It's likely to work out. At the entrance of the auditorium, I didn't have an invitation, but managed to get in just by my appearance. The three of them simultaneously scoffed. Come on, being handsome isn't that impressive. Yet, Zhang Mingyang pressed on. Why did you insist on choosing this piece? Chu Yang spoke slowly. Because I once promised someone I would play for her during our high school's cultural performance. But before the event could commence, I transferred schools. This person is Lin Qingxue. Senior Lin? Indeed, you truly are remarkable. Third. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. Lin Qingxue and Wang Xiujia had received the revised announcement cards. Now, let us welcome the student from Class Economics and Management. As Lin Qingxue glanced at the name inscribed on the announcement card, she suddenly froze. Her mind momentarily blank. Class monitor, what's wrong? Wang Xiujia inquired, stealing a glance at her. Lin Qingxue inhaled deeply, shook her head, and with a trembling voice announced. Now, let us invite Chu Yang from Class Economics and Management to present the piano piece The Girl's Prayer. As her words fell, members of the student council moved forward from backstage to bring a piano to the side of the stage. The senior overseeing backstage approached Chu Yang and his companions, saying, All right, Chu Jr., it's your turn to perform. With a smile, she gave a gesture of encouragement. You can do it. Chu Yang nodded slightly, and then, step by step, made his way up the stage from the backstage lounge. After casting a deep glance at Lin Qingxue, who stood expressionless on the opposite side, he promptly walked before the audience, bowed slightly, and took his seat on the bench beside the piano. The spotlight above the stage shone directly upon him, while the camera positioned at the back captured his chiseled profile. Immediately, the girls in the audience erupted in cheers. Sisters, look quickly. That boy on stage is so handsome. He's a freshman from our university. He's absolutely striking. My goodness, how can this man be so attractive? I need to know everything about him within 3 minutes. Is he some kind of celebrity? He is just too good looking. Zhu Pengfei, Zhang Mingyang, and Wang Lei returned to their seats after Chu Yang took the stage. As they walked back, hearing the murmurs of the girls around them, they felt a mix of disbelief. Goodness, are the girls who got into this university really this superficial? What a frustrating world obsessed with appearances. Meanwhile, the melodious notes of Chu Yang's piano began to fill the air. On one side of the stage, Wang Xiujia noticed Lin Qingxue's emotional turmoil and quickly asked, Class monitor, are you all right? Ever since this newcomer named Chu Yang took the stage, he sensed something was amiss with Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue shook her head. I'm fine. As she raised her gaze, her eyes met Chu Yang's, who was looking in her direction. Subconsciously, Lin Qingxue's gaze began to evade. Chu Yang let out a soft sigh within his heart. However, he gradually withdrew his own gaze and dedicated himself to the performance. Once the piece concluded, Chu Yang slightly rose, moved to the center of the stage, and offered a courteous bow to the audience below. After casting a lingering glance at Lin Qingxue from the side of the stage, he slowly descended. Lin Qingxue swiftly reined in her emotions. After taking the stage with Wang Xiujia to announce the next program, she turned to him and said, I need to head backstage for a moment. If I'm not back in time, please proceed with the next segment on your own. With that, Lin Qingxue, in her striking red high heels and trailing crimson gown, hurriedly pursued Chu Yang. Chapter 41. Lin Qingxue had just stepped off the stage and made her way to the lounge when her gaze had yet to find Chu Yang, but his hand had already grasped hers. Come out with me for a moment. Without resisting, Lin Qingxue was expressionless as she was pulled into the corridor outside the lounge. As soon as the door to the lounge closed, Lin Qingxue forcefully shook off his grip, staring coldly at him and demanding, Chu Yang, have you had your fun yet? You vanished without a word 3 days ago, and now you reappear unexpectedly, even performing on stage. What is it that you want by dragging me out here? Do you find this amusing? Or are you merely curious to see how disheveled I've been these past few days? Qingxue, Chu Yang's expression bore a hint of guilt. Yet, he was at a loss for words, unable to divulge the truth that he had been in the hospital for 3 days. What do you mean by I? Lin Qingxue scoffed. Chu Yang, I admit that I once had feelings for you back in high school. I was even delighted when I learned you were alive at the beginning of the school year, which is why I hurried to wait for you outside the boys' dormitory that morning. However, this does not justify your repeated betrayals. The last time you disappeared without explanation, I chose not to question it. But now, after vanishing again for 3 days, what have you been doing? Ignoring my calls and messages. Do you truly believe that just because I once liked you, you can act as you please in front of me? Qingxue, I truly did not intend for this to happen. Chu Yang hurriedly explained. There was a reason for my silence over the past 3 days. I assure you, it was not deliberate. I came to Kyoto University for you. Please grant me another chance. I promise I will never disappear without cause again. Lin Qingxue laughed coldly. Is this your explanation? I was genuinely dealing with some matters at that time. But you should articulate what it was. No matter how busy one may be, one can still send a message, can't they? Chu Yang found himself at a loss for words. Lin Qingxue's disappointment deepened. Forget it. You need not explain any further. Chu Yang, I no longer care about why you vanished 3 years ago or what brings you back to Kyoto University. These matters are of no concern to me now. In the past 3 days, I have come to realize that you can choose to respond or ignore me at your leisure. Live as you wish, and be as carefree as you desire. From this moment on, your life is entirely separate from mine. With this understanding, I no longer have to worry about when you might disappear again. I am exhausted. Chu Yang, I will no longer harbor any feelings for you. By the end, Lin Qingxue nearly shouted in anguish. Let us conclude this here. We shall go our separate ways, living as if we have never met. As the words fell, Lin Qingxue emotionlessly walked past Chu Yang, swiftly pushing open the door to the resting area, striding into the lounge, attracting the gaze of those within. It was not until Lin Qingxue ascended the stage on the opposite side that a single crystal tear silently slid from her beautiful eyes. However, she quickly wiped it away. After taking a deep breath, she concealed her inner sorrow and forced a smile upon her face. The expressionless demeanor she displayed was merely a fade. Yet, this tale could progress no further. Perhaps only after completely letting go could she cease to worry about when Chu Yang might vanish again. Her youth had come to an irrevocable end. Chu Yang gazed at Lin Qingxue's departing figure, contemplating a plea for her to stay. However, after a prolonged silence, he silently turned and exited the backstage corridor. After messaging Zhu Pengfei to inquire about the location of his class, he returned to his seat. No sooner had he sat down than Zhu Pengfei and the others gathered around, inquisitively asking, Old Three, did you confess successfully to Lin Qingxue? Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Confession? What confession? Wing Lai, Somevat Bazold, replied. Didn't you participate in this performance just to find Lin Qingxue in the back and confess? No. Chu Yang shook his head. What do you mean? Did the confession fail? She got angry because I didn't reply to her messages for 3 days. Zhang Mingyang remarked thoughtfully, nodding. Old Three, that's where you went wrong. There's a saying online. 3 days without a reply means an automatic breakup. You hadn't even pursued her yet, and you didn't respond for 3 days. No wonder she's upset. Zhu Pengfei inquired, so, Old Three, what happened during those 3 days? Why did you suddenly disappear? After a moment of internal conflict, Chu Yang shrugged it off. Forget the past. Let us focus on enjoying the performance. The confidentiality agreement dictated that what he had done must remain undisclosed to unrelated individuals. Zhang Mingyang comfortingly patted Chu Yang's shoulder. It's all right. It's just a matter of being angry. As long as she doesn't accept Wang Xiujia's confession tonight, you still have a chance. At least she's willing to express her anger towards you. If she stops being upset, then you're truly in trouble. Exactly. Zhu Pengfei shot Wang Xiujia a glare. You just said that if she doesn't accept Wang Xiujia's confession, Chu Yang has a chance. But what if she accepts? That is fine too. Zhang Mingyang quickly replied. Even if they get married, there can still be a divorce. Besides, accepting a confession doesn't mean anything. As long as one wields their tools well, there's no wall that cannot be breached. Zhu Pengfei and Wang Lei were left speechless. Chu Yang chuckled, all right. I'm fine. Let us leave this matter as it is. We'll discuss the future when the time comes. Precisely. Zhu Pengfei chuckled repeatedly. Just in time for your return. Tonight, our class has organized a gathering. We're all heading to KTV to sing. The private room has already been booked. and we should go together, sing a few songs, enjoy some drinks. There's nothing we cannot overcome. Chu Yang pondered for a few moments before finally nodding in agreement. All right. However, he hesitated for a few seconds and continued. I shall refrain from drinking. My stomach has been a bit unsettled these past few days. I'll just accompany you all to sit and socialize. After all, it would be quite awkward to have been in school for so long without recognizing my classmates. In the future, unless there were significant commitments, he intended to remain on campus, and it was indeed appropriate to familiarize himself with his peers. He possessed a modicum of emotional intelligence in this regard. All right then, haha. Tonight, I shall show you all what it truly means to be a karaoke champion. Chapter 42. Photographs from the press conference, a familiar silhouette on stage. Wang Xiujia swiftly approached Lin Qingxue, his face etched with concern as he inquired, class monitor, "What's the matter? Is something wrong?" "Nothing," Lin Qingxue replied with an impassive shake of her head, her gaze drifting to the performers on stage, devoid of any emotion. She recognized the piano piece that Chu Yang had just played, yet it felt utterly meaningless after a 3-year delay. Time flew by, and the welcome party's program lasted merely 2 hours. After the final performance concluded, Lin Qingxue and Wang Xiujia took to the stage to deliver the closing remarks. However, as the speeches wrapped up and the audience began to disperse, the spotlight unexpectedly illuminated Wang Xiujia, perhaps due to his prior arrangements. In an instant, a student from the side of the stage presented him with a bouquet of roses. Observing this scene on the large screen, students who had intended to leave settled back down, their expressions one of eager anticipation. Wang Xiujia grasped the microphone and addressed the crowd. "I apologize for taking a few moments of your time. I hope you can witness this moment with me." As he lifted the flowers, he turned to Lin Qingxue and gently said, "Classmate Lin Qingxue, from the moment I first laid eyes on you in our freshman year, I have been deeply enamored. Now, in front of the entire college, I wish to declare my feelings. I have liked you for a year and pursued you for a year. I long to understand you and discover what your world is like. I cannot recall when it happened, but I realized I cannot live without you. Therefore, today, I hope you will grant me a chance, an opportunity to stand proudly beside you and be with you." As his words echoed in the grand hall, an immediate silence enveloped the space. Within moments, whispers erupted among the crowd. "Wow, confessing in front of everyone. How romantic." Romantic? It feels a bit like moral coercion. No wonder she hasn't acknowledged him after a year. Isn't he putting her on the spot? Lin Qingxue is the most beautiful girl at our university, but I've heard that the guy on stage has indeed pursued her for a year and comes from a good family. Could she possibly agree? Zhang Mingyang interjected with a scoff. "This guy is truly something else. In front of so many people, is she supposed to say yes or no?" He then glanced at Chu Yang and said, "Old 3, what do you think? Should we step in and confront him? I can't stand men like this." Before Chu Yang could respond, Lin Qingxue turned directly to Wang Xiujia and said, "I'm sorry. I know that accepting your confession is what you hope for. But for me, to be with someone, I must genuinely, deeply like them. Regrettably, I cannot reciprocate your feelings in the same manner you regard me. Hence, I cannot acquiesce to your request." With that said, Lin Qingxue's expression gradually turned frigid. Furthermore, Wang Xiujia, I have made my sentiments abundantly clear. I do not harbor any affection for you. Therefore, this shall be the final encounter. There will be no subsequent opportunities. Allow me to impart a piece of advice. If you insist on forcing open a door that remains closed, that is not love. It is merely an intrusion. Lin Qingxue's voice was not loud, yet her words reverberated through the microphone she held, resonating throughout the grand hall. After delivering her statement, she resolutely turned and departed without hesitation. Zhu Pengfei scoffed. This guy is truly something. Despite her clear rejection, he continues to pursue her. Chu Yang let out a sigh of relief. Once he had exhaled deeply, he slowly remarked, "Well, the event has concluded. Let us return to the dormitories to shower and change. After all, we are scheduled to sing at KTV later, are we not?" "Indeed, let us go." Zhang Mingyang and the others nodded in agreement. Chu Yang glanced back at Lin Qingxue's retreating figure, sighed softly, and then, with unwavering determination, followed Zhu Pengfei and the others out. Love and ambition are not mutually exclusive. He would not relinquish his pursuit so easily. On the main thoroughfare of the school, Li Qian stood beside Lin Qingxue, gazing at her in astonishment. Qingxue, your rejection of Wang Xiujia was simply magnificent. It is a pity for our old Wang, who now faces yet another setback. Shall we truly depart so callously? Why not consider being his girlfriend? Lin Qingxue shot Li Qian an exasperated glare. Regardless, I do not have any feelings for him. What can I do if he insists on confessing in front of so many people? Dislike is dislike. No matter the level of emotional impact, it does not translate to affection. If he can boldly declare his feelings in front of a crowd, he should also be prepared for the possibility of rejection. I will not indulge his poor behavior. That makes sense, Li Qian nodded, continuing with her inquiries. By the way, did that junior, Chu Yang, seek you out backstage? What transpired between you two? Lin Qingxue's expression instantly turned icy. Do not mention him. I have severed all ties with him. In my heart, he's been dead for 3 years. Ah, I see. Li Qian hesitated for a moment. She could discern that Lin Qingxue's current mood was quite unsettling, especially when it came to Chu Yang. It felt as though she were on the brink of violence. Then let us discuss something else. After an awkward chuckle, Li Qian raised her phone, presenting the screen to Lin Qingxue. Look at this, a message circulating online. Our nation's Huaka Institute has developed photolithography technology with an accuracy of 1 nanometer and has manufactured chips at the same level. Perhaps before long, we will be able to utilize domestically produced chips. This time, I shall wholeheartedly support domestic products. I have no interest in that. Lin Qingxue was currently in a state of deep despondency. She merely cast a casual glance at Li Qian's phone screen before turning her head away. Yet, in the next moment, she swiftly turned back, snatching the phone from Li Qian's grasp. Wait a moment. Let me examine it closely. With that, Lin Qingxue fixated her gaze on a photograph from a Kyoto University press conference displayed on Li Qian's screen, magnifying it to scrutinize every detail. Li Qian, intrigued, inquired, what is so captivating about a mere press conference photo? However, Lin Qingxue was taken aback, exclaiming, is that Chu Yang? Although the image only captured his silhouette. The figure seated in the front row, dressed in a similar attire, bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Yang. While she might have misidentified others, there was no mistaking Chu Yang's silhouette. Furthermore, recalling the medal that had hung from his chest, reminiscent of a youth league insignia, her initial thoughts had been fleeting. Yet, upon seeing this silhouette, a bold notion suddenly surged into her mind. Could Chu Yang's disappearance be linked to his attendance at this press conference? Chapter 43. Rating Vice? Chu Yang. Comrades, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Am I mistaken? Lin Qingxue felt a twinge of doubt. After all, how could someone as young as Chu Yang possess such abilities? Those attending a conference of this caliber must surely be luminaries in the scientific community. Moreover, the fact that Chu Yang occupied a seat at the front was even more astounding. Yet, she was certain she had not misidentified his silhouette. Could it be an illusion? Qian, let us return to the dormitory. Lin Qingxue, dismissing her thoughts, slipped off her high heels and dashed barefoot along the main avenue of the campus. Upon reaching her dorm, she sought out the prominent image released by the People's Report. After scrutinizing it for a considerable time, she promptly opened her computer and began a swift online search. What medal features a red background, a golden 5-pointed star, and a crossed hammer and sickle? The search engine responded rapidly, presenting her with a plethora of images. The August 1st Medal, the Medal of Independence and Freedom, the Medal of Heroic Honor, the Medal of Victory and Merit. Numerous other first- and second-class military commendations appeared. Among these diverse medals, many bore a resemblance to the one adorning Chu Yang's chest. Yet none were identical. Curiously, Li Qian inquired, Qingxue, what are you searching for online? Lin Qingxue quickly closed the web page, replying, nothing, just gathering some information. I'm done now. She then asked, Qian, what sort of individuals do you think attend the Huaka Institute's press conference? Li Qian pondered for a few moments. They should be academicians from Huaka Institute, along with senior researchers or some leader from the Science and Technology Administration. Indeed, Lin Qingxue nodded slowly. Then couldn't he help but chuckle at her own naivety. Just moments ago, She had harbored expectations, hoping that Chu Yang might have been unable to message her due to confidentiality agreements regarding the conference. How ludicrous! Even if it were truly Chu Yang, what relevance did he have to her now? Their relationship was but a relic of the past. Meanwhile, upon returning to his dormitory, Chu Yang changed out of his suit and carefully removed the national medal from his attire, placing it in the drawer of his desk. He then retrieved a change of clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. At 10:30 in the evening, Chu Yang, along with Zhu Pengfei and others, arrived at a KTV in the heart of Kyoto City. The event was organized by the acting class leader from their class, who raised a glass and cheerfully addressed the group in the private room. The military training has finally concluded, and we have a holiday tomorrow. Tonight, let us not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The others chimed in, laughing. Today it's on our class leader. The acting class monitor nodded repeatedly, saying, "Everyone, please be courteous. Now let us select songs and sing and enjoy ourselves." Following that, some began to choose songs while others gathered to drink and chat. The acting monitor approached Chu Yang and his companions with a glass in hand, scrutinizing Chu Yang before exclaiming, "This must be our class's last student to arrive, right? Greetings." Chu Yang nodded slowly. The acting monitor promptly raised his glass, declaring, "From now on, we are classmates, so let me toast to you." Chu Yang shook his head repeatedly, replying, "I've been feeling unwell these past few days and cannot drink, my apologies." Zhu Pengfei raised his glass, saying, "Come on, class monitor. Our third brother has been under the weather lately. Allow me to drink with you." The acting monitor's expression shifted slightly, yet he forced a smile at Zhu Pengfei, saying, "All right, then let us drink." After sharing a toast, the acting monitor turned and walked away. Chu Yang pondered for a moment before turning to Zhang Yang and inquired, "What is the deal with him? Isn't he a bit overly enthusiastic?" Zhang Yang chuckled softly, replying, "You wouldn't know since you didn't participate in military training. This fellow has an exceptionally strong desire for attention. He eagerly volunteered to be the acting monitor on the very first day of the freshman orientation, and today's gathering was organized by him. He likely wants to remove the word acting from his title. Upon entering university, it is akin to stepping into a small society. Those who gain admission to Peking University are, for the most part, no fools. This is not merely a class monitor from middle or high school, but the leader of a class in a specific department at Peking University. The mere title of class monitor carries significant weight in his student record. After graduation, he will undoubtedly have a smoother path than others. The value of this class monitor's position is quite considerable." "I see," Chu Yang responded, then smiled at Zhang Yang and the others, saying, "I'll step out for a moment to use the restroom." However, being in the heart of Kyoto, at a KTV near the city center, Chu Yang wandered around in search of the restroom, but could not locate it. Just then, a group of men and women suddenly rushed out from a nearby corridor. Observing this, Chu Yang instinctively considered making a swift exit. What on earth is happening? They are running so fast. Could there be a fight inside the KTV? Adhering to the principle of avoiding danger, he prepared to slip away. At that moment, several male voices shouted near his ear, "You there, stop! Don't run!" Turning his head, Chu Yang saw several men rapidly pursuing him. His retreat became even more hurried. However, just as he had taken a couple of steps, one of the pursuing boys seized him by the collar, declaring, "Don't move." Chu Yang immediately halted, turning to the young man and asking, "This, friend, is there something amiss?" The young man retorted, "I am a police officer." The man let out a cold snort and then grasped Chu Yang's collar, pulling him backward. "If you know what's good for you, come back to the private room with me. Soon enough, we'll take you to the police station." Why? Chu Yang felt a sense of injustice. He hadn't even found the restroom yet. How could he be taken to the police station? What had he done? What are you all about? Chu Yang continued to inquire. "Don't you already know what we're about?" The man sneered, "We're here to crack down on vice." "What the hell?" Chu Yang couldn't help but exclaim. "Why are you arresting me for that? I'm not involved in anything illicit. I'm innocent. Everyone we apprehend claims they are innocent." The man replied with a cold smile. "If you're truly innocent, then why are you trying to flee? Enough chatter. Come back to the private room with us." With that, the man led Chu Yang back to a dimly lit private room where 7 or 8 men and women were squatting, with more individuals being brought in subsequently. Seeing this, Chu Yang continued to explain, "Officer, I'm really not with them. I just came out to sing with my friends. If you don't believe me, I can call them to prove it. One of the men glanced at Chu Yang, then compared him to the others in the room, slowly nodding. All right, go ahead and call. Chu Yang felt a flicker of hope and quickly took out his phone, dialing the group chat for his dorm. However, due to the loud noise in the KTV, or perhaps because everyone was tipsy, no one answered the call. The man asked, "Do you remember the room number?" Chu Yang thought for a moment, realizing he rarely came to KTV and had been completely bewildered when Zhu Pengfei and the others brought him to the room. He scratched his head. I forgot. He truly had no idea what the room number was. The man's expression darkened. Then you'll have to stay here for now. When we return to the station, if you have no issues, you can leave. The police station isn't far from here. You can call your friends to pick you up then. Call my friends to pick me up? Chu Yang's eyes brightened slightly as he stared at the people around him, his mind racing with thoughts. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. Two men in black uniforms approached the plainclothes officers, casually pulling out their identification. Comrades, we can attest that he truly does not belong in this private room. Thus, we must take him away. Who are you? The lead plainclothes officer asked as he took the identification and switched on the lights in the room. Upon seeing the contents of the credentials, his expression instantly became serious, and he raised his hand in salute, saying, "Greetings, comrades." These were credentials from the Security Administration. Chu Yang immediately perked up and asked, "You're from the Security Administration?" The two personnel from the Security Administration returned the salute and nodded at Chu Yang. "Mr. Chu, we are here to ensure your personal safety as arranged by our superiors." At this moment, Chu Yang's gaze instantly turned melancholic. "Comrades, do I know you? I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you." Chapter 44. Duty Personnel. Hurry up and take your boyfriend away. Two staff members from the Security Administration were somewhat perplexed. It's one thing not to recognize us, but what does it mean to mind our own business? "Good sir, we are here to rescue you." At that moment, Zhu Pengfei also called from the private room. Upon answering, Chu Yang immediately heard Zhu Pengfei's voice. "Old 3, what's the matter with your call?" Chu Yang replied, "Nothing much. I just have something to attend to temporarily. You all enjoy yourselves for now. Will you come over later?" Zhu Pengfei continued to inquire. "Well, it depends on the situation." "All right, you focus on your matters then." Inside the private room, silence reigned, especially among the group of men and women squatting on the floor. Their expressions were utterly bewildered. "Good sir, what is the situation here? Someone comes to rescue you, and you refuse to leave. Your dorm mates call to verify your identity, yet you still won't budge. Are you really intent on going to the police station for a cup of tea?" At that moment, a man who had been crouching in the corner stood up. "Officer, I can vouch for this young man. He is not part of our private room. Please let him go." "Mind your own business." Chu Yang shot a glance at the man, then turned to the leading officer and asked, "Officer, if I get taken in, can I call someone to pick me up once it's confirmed I'm not an issue?" The officer seemed a bit taken aback. "That is indeed possible." "Very well." Chu Yang nodded, leisurely continuing. "So when are we going over? If we delay any longer, my school dormitory will likely close, and my rescuer 1T be able to get out." "Whom do you intend to have rescue you?" the officer asked, somewhat exasperated. "The Security Administration personnel have come out to vouch for you, yet you refuse to leave. What is the purpose of this? Are you amusing yourself at their expense?" "My friend," Chu Yang replied casually. "Reasons? Isn't it obvious? I'm being apprehended by the police for a sweep." The corners of the mouths of the two Security Administration personnel twitched. Is this truly the national pillar and scientific genius that was said to be well protected by higher authorities? Is this young man perhaps slightly unhinged? At that moment, Chu Yang curiously glanced at the two Security Administration personnel and approached them, asking, "You two have been following me this entire time?" The two personnel exchanged glances, and one of them typed a message on his phone for Chu Yang to see. "Due to your previous identity leak online, to prevent any foreign organizations from posing a threat to you, we will be providing protection for you in the upcoming period." Chu Yang's expression slightly tightened. "Thank you. I appreciate your efforts." He then turned to the police personnel and inquired, "Officer, isn't this KTV a legitimate establishment? How did your sweep extend to here? It's quite astonishing that they allowed you to." One of the officers elucidated, "We had received prior intelligence indicating that although this KTV ostensibly operates as a legitimate establishment, It covertly engages special personnel to cater to the needs of certain high-profile clients. We have been monitoring it for several days, and today we made our move. Chu Yang nodded slightly. I understand. When are we heading to the police station? Immediately. Shortly thereafter, once the police had apprehended all individuals involved, they escorted the suspects, along with Chu Yang, a willing civilian participant, into the police vehicle. Naturally, there was little to interrogate Chu Yang about. With personnel from the security department providing oversight and having verified the surveillance footage, it became clear that Chu Yang had been mistakenly detained. After a brief statement was taken, he was free to go. The two security personnel then vanished, their role solely to ensure Chu Yang's safety in the shadows. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was just past 20 minutes past 11, leaving them 40 minutes before the school's midnight curfew. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yang promptly texted Lin Qingxue, "Qingxue, help me." Upon receiving the message, Lin Qingxue felt a pang of anxiety. She first responded with a question mark, followed by, "What happened?" Chu Yang replied, "I've been caught in a vice raid and need someone to bail me out." Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, sending a message in disbelief. "Chu Yang, are you out of your mind?" After sending that, she was filled with frustration. How could he, once so innocent 3 years ago, now find himself ensnared in such a predicament? What on earth had transpired in those intervening years? In the next moment, she sent a 60-second voice message, laced with exasperation. Chu Yang chose not to listen to it. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qingxue texted again. "Can't anyone else from the dorm come to your rescue? Why must it be me? What is our relationship, anyway?" Chu Yang replied, "Their phones aren't connecting, and I have no idea where they are. Given our past camaraderie, could you please come to my aid? You and T leave me in the lurch, would you? I've been wrongly apprehended. All it takes is someone to sign for my release." Lin Qingxue was momentarily speechless, but after a few seconds of complex deliberation, she replied, "Just wait." She had been busy all night with her responsibilities and was reluctant to run around. Yet, who could ignore the plight of Chu Yang? Half an hour later, clad in wide-legged jeans and a white t-shirt, with her hair tied back in a high ponytail, Lin Qingxue arrived at the police station where Chu Yang was being held. "Excuse me, ma'am. How may I assist you?" inquired the officer at the front desk. With a hint of resignation, Lin Qingxue responded, "Could you please tell me if a person named Chu Yang has been detained here? I'm here to bail him out. You must be his girlfriend." The officer remarked with a smile, "Did you have a spat with your boyfriend? You should hurry and take him home. He is not my boyfriend." Lin Qingxue's expression turned cold, yet curiosity compelled her to inquire, "What do you mean by hurry up and take him away?" The officer on duty immediately responded with a chuckle. "The news about your boyfriend has spread throughout our precinct. He was singing at a KTV with a group from his dormitory when our personnel happened to be conducting an operation and mistakenly apprehended him. Although being at the KTV proves his innocence, he insisted on coming back to the station with our officers, stating that he wanted to wait for his friend to pick him up." As he spoke, the duty officer laughed. "Young couples quarrel. It's nothing insurmountable. Just take him home and give him a good talking to. Even married couples have their spats. I must say, your boyfriend is quite dedicated to see you." He had been in the police force for many years, but it was his first time witnessing someone requesting to enter the station just to see their girlfriend. Chapter 45. Forgiving you is simple. Just tell me what you were doing 3 years ago. Lin Qingxue immediately smiled awkwardly, saying, all right. I truly apologize for the trouble I've caused you." Guided by the staff on duty, she quickly found Chu Yang, who was waiting in the lounge. Once the staff left, her expression turned frosty, and she strode purposefully towards him. "How dare you deceive me? Chu Yang, you are finished." Upon reaching him, Lin Qingxue stood coldly before him and exclaimed, "Chu Yang, have you lost your mind? Did I not say that we should not interfere in each other's lives? Do you not understand the meaning of that phrase? I have seen bound feet, but never a bound mind. It was utterly unnecessary for me to travel such a distance just to scold you. You came to the police station for this? Why didn't you let the police take you away for a few days to cool off?" Chu Yang slightly raised his head and replied, "Even if I were really detained by the police, it would still be better than you genuinely wishing never to see me again." Lin Qingxue momentarily froze. Have you ever seen a tall man over 6 feet tall wearing a pitiful expression, especially with Chu Yang's strikingly handsome face? Are you trying to act cute? Lin Qingxue's expression hardened instantly. Stop feigning innocence and get up quickly. Do you believe I would knock you down to the point of needing a medical insurance card? Chu Yang defiantly raised his head. I've had rabies shots. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Qingxue almost burst out laughing in frustration. Yes, you. Who isn't afraid of being taken to the police station? What else could frighten you? If you're so brave, why did you send me a message to pick you up? Chu Yang shrank his neck. I have no capability. He looked pitiful, earnest yet cowardly. Lin Qingxue sighed in resignation and said, Let us go. Do you plan to stay here for the night? Oh. Chu Yang quietly stood up, joining Lin Qingxue's side like a dutiful partner. They left the police station together. Lin Qingxue turned to him and asked, Shall we talk? Sure. Chu Yang nodded slightly, and then his stomach growled audibly. Are you hungry? Yes. Then let us grab a bite to eat. The two walked in silence, stopping intermittently, until they finally stumbled upon a barbecue restaurant at a street corner. After casually ordering some barbecue, Lin Qingxue had the owner bring 2 chilled beers. After opening them with a bottle opener, she poured herself a glass and then filled one for Chu Yang. Raising her glass, she asked, Shall we toast? Chu Yang glanced at the beer before recalling the doctor's admonition from earlier that evening. For the next couple of days, you must eat light and avoid smoking and drinking. Understood? However, the next moment, without hesitation, he nodded, raised his glass, clinked it with Lin Qingxue's, and downed the contents in one gulp. The refreshing sensation coursed through him. In an instant, a shiver ran down his spine. However, the next moment, his peripheral vision discreetly glanced at Lin Qingxue across from him. Lin Qingxue immediately reacted. What are you looking at? Chu Yang retracted his neck slightly. I wasn't looking at anything. Then why were you staring? I couldn't help it. Lin Qingxue's heart softened at that moment, and she chose not to say anything further. After setting down her wine glass, she lifted her gaze towards him and inquired, All right then, tell me, why did you go to such lengths to summon me here? Chu Yang looked at Lin Qingxue, whose tone was rather stiff, and asked, Could you not be so cold in your demeanor? I cannot. Fine then. Chu Yang pouted in disappointment before continuing to look at Lin Qingxue. I called you out here simply to apologize sincerely. 3 years ago, I had very special reasons for leaving without saying goodbye. The past 3 days were also due to some unexpected events, which is why I couldn't message you. I'm truly sorry for making you worry. So you do know how to apologize? Lin Qingxue felt an unprecedented sensation and couldn't help but laugh. Did you not consider that you would one day have to apologize for your abrupt departure 3 years ago? Furthermore, I'm no longer angry about the events of the past 3 days. You need not apologize. Chu Yang stubbornly shook his head. Look at you now. It's evident that you are still upset with me over what happened 3 days ago. I'm not. Lin Qingxue declared firmly. You are. I said I'm not. So I'm not. All right. Chu Yang weakly nodded. If you say you're not, then you are not. He silently grumbled in his heart. Damn it. I've never felt so stifled, even at the research base. What on earth is happening now? This woman has developed quite the temper in 3 years. Lin Qingxue raised her gaze to scrutinize Chu Yang. Are you cursing me in your heart? How could you? Chu Yang quickly looked up, then regained his composure and shook his head. No. How could I possibly have such audacious thoughts? And yet you say no? Lin Qingxue smirked. Your guilty expression reveals that you must be secretly cursing me. Chu Yang stubbornly looked up. But you previously said I was dead? Lin Qingxue was left speechless. So you called me over just to bicker? No. Chu Yang shook his head rapidly. It was a heartfelt apology. What kind of apology? Should I write a 1,000-word reflection? Lin Qingxue shook her head. That lacks sincerity. 1,500 words? Still insufficient. 3,000 words? No sincerity there. Then how about 2,000 words? Chu Yang, are you really trying to haggle over this? Lin Qingxue shot him a glare. Then what do you propose would suffice for me to forgive you? Lin Qingxue pondered for a few seconds and then said, This is quite simple. You must either honestly divulge what you have been engaged in over the past 3 years and explain why you suddenly ceased to respond to my messages for the last 3 days, or else there will be no possibility of our friendship continuing. If you share this with me, I will forgive you immediately, and we can remain friends. Otherwise, our friendship will cease to exist. After speaking, she gazed at Chu Yang with an expression full of anticipation. Come on, I've already extended a hand to you. Just say something. Even if it is a fabrication, it might just lead me to forgive you. Chapter 46. Only one couple's room left. Chu Yang pondered for a few moments. Why must you cling to the events of 3 years ago? Is it not permissible? Not at all. Then there is nothing to discuss? There is something to discuss, indeed. A fine sheen of perspiration appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. One might wonder why women are so difficult to appease. He would rather return to the research base to delve into curvature drives or even tackle one of the world's 7 millennia mathematical problems. It would be simpler than soothing a woman's feelings. Then why can't we speak of it? Because I do not wish to present my misfortunes before you. Drawing a deep breath, Chu Yang summoned his acting prowess. 3 years ago, I fell ill. That is why my family relocated to Kyoto solely for treatment. What ailment? Leukemia. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. Leukemia? Lin Qingxue was taken aback, and in the next moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Why did you not tell me? Why didn't you message me? Is it cool to hide away, thinking you're fine, while secretly suffering? Do you have any idea how worried I've been for you these past 3 years? As she uttered the last sentence, Lin Qingxue nearly shouted in anguish. 3 years. Chu Yang could retreat and quietly battle his illness, but who truly understood the trial she had faced during that time? A tremor gripped Chu Yang's heart, and he hesitantly lifted his hand, ultimately tenderly grasping Lin Qingxue's palm. Qingxue, I am sorry. He did not wish to conceal the truth from her. However, from a moment he developed the 1 nanometer lithography technology, he understood that his life was destined for obscurity, to remain anonymous. He felt guilt towards Lin Qingxue. Yet for the sake of his country, he bore no regrets. Lin Qingxue quickly reined in her emotions, wiping her tears with a tissue from the table. Her tone gradually grew colder. There is no need to apologize. I simply cannot comprehend why. If it was merely for treatment, you could not confide in me. Yet, upon recalling that Chu Yang had leukemia, her voice trembled once more. Even with leukemia, given the current medical advancements in our country, it is not necessarily incurable. But I am afraid. Chu Yang exhaled a chill-laden breath. I fear that I might die on the operating table at any moment. And I also fear that my illness may never be cured. As he concluded, he heaved a sigh. What I fear most is that I cannot offer you a definitive promise. 3 years ago, even with the vast knowledge he had acquired, he had no idea what the future held, nor could he provide Lin Qingxue with a solid assurance. Uncertain of the future, unaware of when he would return. If he could not offer her enduring companionship, why prolong her anguish? Lin Qingxue gazed at Chu Yang with a heart full of compassion. So how did you manage these past 3 years? By looking at your photographs. Chu Yang chuckled, remarking on the myriad snapshots shared by Lin Qingxue on her social media. Observing her academic performance, noting whether she took her medication during bouts of illness, and witnessing her transformation from 16 to the present age of 19. Those 3 years, amidst the tedium of research, were enlivened by following Lin Qingxue's updates, serving as his daily reprieve. Why did you not respond to my messages 3 days ago? Lin Qingxue inquired further. During military training, I underwent my final surgery at the hospital. The anesthetic was quite potent, and I slept for 3 days, Chu Yang explained slowly. However, it is reassuring. If I do not relapse after turning 25, then all shall be well. This statement served as a promise to Lin Qingxue. Before he turned 25, he vowed to elevate the national defense capabilities of Huaxia to a level that would be unrivaled globally. When that day truly arrives, he would stand proudly before Lin Qingxue, basking in the sunlight, and with great pride, reveal to her that the boy she admired in her youth has indeed become a remarkable man. There will be no relapses. Lin Qingxue's gaze was resolute, her tone gradually becoming more buoyant. Enough of that. The barbecue should be arriving soon. Let us prepare for a midnight snack. Does this mean you have forgiven me? He asked. Not quite. What more do you require from me? For tonight's supper, you shall treat me. After enjoying their late-night meal, Chu Yang settled the bill and escorted Lin Qingxue out of the barbecue restaurant. Where now? He inquired, gazing at her. Lin Qingxue nodded slowly to the hotel. But Chu Yang hesitated for a moment. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Should we not wait a while? Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes dramatically. Don't get the wrong idea. The dormitory is already locked up at this hour. Do you think you can still return? When I mentioned going to the hotel, I meant we should secure 2 rooms to rest. Surely, you do not expect me to sleep on the streets with you? Very well, Chu Yang acquiesced, nodding silently. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by. It was indeed the early hours of the morning, and the cool wind sent a shiver through Lin Qingshu, prompting her to quickly blow warm air into her hands. Is it a bit chilly? Chu Yang inched closer to her, reaching out to clasp her hand. Lin Qingshu swiftly sidestepped. Hey, what's your deal? I consider you a friend. Do you intend to take advantage of me? Embarrassed, Chu Yang scratched the back of his head. I merely wanted to warm your cold hands. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Lin Qingshua's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Am I no longer your ex-boyfriend? That was merely fa-ade. Very well, Chu Yang replied, somewhat disheartened. Yet, at that moment, Lin Qingshu unexpectedly extended her hand towards him, warmth. Chu Yang burst into laughter. Didn't you just say that men and women should maintain a respectful distance? Why not share warmth? As Lin Qingshu attempted to retract her hand, Chu Yang swiftly grasped it, intertwining their fingers. At last, the two entered the grand doors of a hotel. Hello, could we please have 2 rooms? The man at the front desk momentarily paused, taken aback by the sight of their intertwined hands. He soon replied curtly, currently, we only have luxurious couple suites available, priced at 400 with a deposit of 200. Would you like to proceed? Chu Yang hesitated for a few moments, glancing at Lin Qingshu. Should we consider another hotel? Lin Qingshu quickly searched on her phone and, upon discovering that none of the nearby hotels had vacancies, inquired, does the room have a sofa? Yes, it does. The man nodded slightly. Lin Qingshu agreed. Then let us book 1 room. She then turned to Chu Yang to clarify. There are no available rooms within a kilometer radius. Let's just take 1. You can sleep on the sofa tonight, and I'll take the bed. All right. Before long, both of them, having forgotten their identification, used their electronic IDs on their phones to check in. The man at the front desk promptly assigned them a room. However, as they stepped into the room, they were greeted by the sight of a large bed in the center, adorned with a heart-shaped arrangement of rose petals. Lin Qingshua's cheeks flushed a bright red at the sight, while Chu Yang stood momentarily stunned. He then awkwardly suggested, shall I tidy this up? Sure. I'll just use the restroom first. Lin Qingshu nodded quickly before hastily retreating to the bathroom, where she turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on her face. She then looked into the mirror and encouraged herself. Lin Qingshu, you must hold it together. When Lin Qingshu emerged, Chu Yang had nearly cleared all the rose petals into the nearby trash bin. Do you want to take a shower before sleeping? He asked, feeling a bit awkward. To be honest, it was his first time sharing a hotel room with a girl. I'll shower and be right out. Lin Qingshu replied swiftly, then countered, what about you? I already did, Chu Yang stammered. Then let us get some rest. Lin Qingshu took a deep breath and sat on the bed. She grabbed a pillow and tossed it onto the sofa, saying to Chu Yang, you'll have to manage on the sofa tonight. Okay, it's fine. Chu Yang nodded slightly and lay down on the sofa. Just then, a peculiar noise echoed from the roof of their room. Hearing this, both of their expressions stiffened. In the midst of the awkwardness, Chu Yang swiftly waved his hand and suggested, let us turn off the lights and sleep. Okay, Lin Qingshu nodded, opting not to change, and instead leaped into bed, switching off all the lights in the room. Finally, after approximately 20 minutes, the sounds from above began to fade away. The moonlight hung high outside the window. Lin Qingshu suddenly opened her eyes and quietly glanced at Chu Yang beside her, asking, Chu Yang, are you asleep? Chu Yang's voice trembled slightly as he replied, no. It was summer, and the central air conditioning in the room was set rather cold, giving him a slight shivering sensation. Lin Qingshu pondered for a few moments before inquiring, is something wrong with your voice? Are you feeling cold? After hesitating for a few seconds, she slowly suggested, why don't you come up and sleep here? However, the line of demarcation is strict. No one is allowed to cross it. Chu Yang's eyes instantly sparkled at her words. If you put it that way, I might just find myself wide awake. Perhaps fearing that Chu Yang might misinterpret her intentions, Lin Qingshu continued, I just don't want you to catch a cold. That's all. Don't think too much into it, and certainly don't. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Yang leaped directly from the sofa onto the bed. In the stillness of the night, two pairs of trembling eyes gradually locked in a gaze. Chapter 47. Neither wishing for your recklessness nor desiring your absence. As Chu Yang leaped into the warm embrace of the bed, Lin Qingshue's eyelashes fluttered momentarily. You mustn't move. Absolutely not. Chu Yang nodded earnestly. Yet, in the next instant, Lin Qingxue gasped, playfully scolding him. Did you not say you would remain still? Why are you holding my hand? I am afraid of the dark. She replied, her expression unreadable. If I were to believe your whimsical words tonight, I might as well invite a ghost. Nevertheless, she tightened her grip on his somewhat icy hand, huffing softly, we shall hold hands like this, and you are forbidden to move again. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. In the following moment, the room gradually succumbed to tranquility, leaving only the sound of their synchronized breathing. Half an hour later, Chu Yang abruptly opened his eyes. Amusingly, he mused that he would have been better off sleeping on the couch. The bed was warm, yet sleep eluded him. Peeking through his eyelashes at Lin Qingxue beside him, he noticed her steady breathing, indicating she had drifted into slumber. In the next heartbeat, Chu Yang swiftly closed his eyes again, his consciousness plunging into the eternal repository of knowledge. As he entered, the dark space morphed gradually into a laboratory setting. Please assist me in retrieving technical information regarding the regeneration of severed limbs, he requested. In an instant, an electronic, synthesized voice responded. The technical data on limb regeneration presents two primary categories. One pertains to the genetic enhancement technology of the primordial super soldiers of the cosmos, while the second concerns the biological gene serum that promotes the natural regeneration of severed limbs. Which would you prefer? What is a primordial super soldier? Chu Yang pondered for a moment, this being his inaugural encounter with the concept of cosmic super soldiers. The electronic voice elucidated. The cosmic super soldier is an elite combatant developed by advanced cosmic civilizations. This technology successfully optimizes an individual's genetic makeup to perfection, significantly enhancing the biological entity's resilience, reflexes, speed, and overall capabilities, elevating them to the pinnacle of their inherent strength. Mastery of the super soldier genetic enhancement technology is a prerequisite for acquiring the super divine gene technology. Super divine gene? Chu Yang was taken aback. He had merely intended to seek solace within the knowledge repository while searching for methods to assist the recovering soldiers in the hospital. Yet now, it seemed he had stumbled upon something monumental. Please retrieve information regarding the super divine gene, he articulated softly. In the following moment, a tome detailing the super divine gene technology materialized in his hands. However, to label it as mere data would be an understatement. It was more akin to a historical account of the super divine gene's evolution. Upon opening the first page, an explanation of the super divine gene unfolded. There are myriad paths derived from nature. The universe itself operates under its intrinsic rules, the essence of which emanates from the genetic chains that constitute life and the omnipresent dark matter energy within the cosmos. The essence of gene chains and dark matter energy is fundamentally a convergence of the foundational rules of the universe, shaped by the accumulation of cosmic data. Mastering this cosmic information enables the creation of super divine genes, allowing a mortal body to communicate with the forces of the cosmos. After meticulously perusing an entire volume, a cold sweat trickled down Chu Yang's back. What had he stumbled upon? Was this what they refer to as the cosmic code? The inception of super divine genes originated from the genetic optimization techniques of an advanced civilization within the universe. Through specific technological means, one could stimulate mutations and evolution within biological genes, ultimately elevating the organism's speed, reflexes, and recovery capabilities to the pinnacle achievable by their innate genetic potential. Beyond this lay the fusion of racial genes. By integrating crucial genetic sequences from other organisms into the host genetic fragments, one could acquire the abilities inherent to those beings, such as the capacity for photosynthesis found in plants. With such integrated genetic fragments, one could harness the power of stellar energy to enhance their overall strength. However, this merely scratches the surface of the potential power. The next tier involves dark matter codes. Upon entering the realm of dark matter, and thoroughly understanding its energy composition and operational codes, one could assimilate the cosmic data of dark matter into biological genes, granting the organism mastery over dark energy. With the ability to manipulate dark matter energy, one could achieve near-divine feats, such as opening wormholes and executing spatial jumps or instant teleportation, all with the strength of a mere mortal. Additionally, one could govern the fluctuations of dark matter energy during natural phenomena, simulating such wave data to control flames, hurricanes, and even lightning. This notion ignited a flurry of thoughts within Chu Yang. Ancient Chinese mythology is replete with tales of deities and their magical prowess, techniques such as shrinking land to inches, the three-flame true fire, and the universe within a sleeve. These phenomena could indeed be elucidated through the lens of dark matter energy. The feat of shrinking land to inches has essentially been realized. It is merely a higher-level curvature drive. The three-flame true fire could very well represent the manipulation of dark matter energy to simulate a unique cosmic flame's dark matter composition, resulting in the creation of this mystical fire. The universe within a sleeve signifies the construction of cosmic space. By mastering the dark matter data that underpins the structure of the universe, one could utilize their command of dark matter energy to forge a personal, compact realm. It is akin to how ancient peoples would perceive modern humans. Today's individuals can soar through the skies in airplanes and traverse vast distances in automobiles, feats that might seem miraculous to those from bygone eras. Ancient myths may not be as far removed from reality as one might think. Contemplating these revelations, Chu Yang dared not delve further, hastily closing the data on super-divine genes. He felt his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. Such advanced technology was far beyond his current grasp. Casting aside the thoughts swiftly, Chu Yang continued to inquire. If it were a purely biological gene agent that promotes the regeneration of severed limbs in humans, how many materials would I need to peruse? And how much time would it require, given that you have not delved into the entirety of genetic studies? Acquiring the technology for a biological gene agent aimed at human limb regeneration necessitates reading nearly 500 books on biological genetics, alongside 100 volumes concerning the efficacy of herbal medicines. Never mind. Chu Yang instantaneously shook his head. Even though he possessed the remarkable ability of photographic memory and could maintain a unique state of enlightenment while studying within the repository of knowledge, allowing him to swiftly assimilate and recall the information, the sheer volume of over 600 books would still demand nearly a year of relentless study. Such a pace seemed exceedingly sluggish. Yet, the intricacies of biological genetics were inherently complex. Unable to master the mutations, Chu Yang had no choice but to resort to mechanical technology. Please provide me with relevant materials and design schematics for bionic prosthetics. Within the confines of the hotel room, Lin Xingxue remained oblivious to the fact that Chu Yang's consciousness had ventured into the eternal repository of knowledge. After observing him for a moment, she discerned that he appeared to be in a deep slumber, which gradually eased her previously anxious heart, allowing her body to relax. However, in the next instant, she inexplicably shot Chu Yang a glare. How can you possibly sleep so soundly beside such a beautiful maiden like me? Are you even a man? Thus, it is often said that girls are the most delightful yet intricate beings in the universe. At this moment, she held a contradictory desire, wishing for him not to act recklessly, while simultaneously yearning for his attention. Chapter 48. A profitable 3 years the following day, as noon approached. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the bed. Suddenly, Lin Xingxue's phone rang. Who could that be? With a hint of impatience, she fumbled beside her pillow, and upon slightly opening her eyes, she realized it was a call from Li Qian. Without hesitation, she swiped across her phone screen to answer. On the other end, Li Qian's inquisitive voice soon filled the air. Xingxue, what is going on? It's almost noon, and you're still not back at school? It was the first time in over a year of university that Lin Xingxue had spent the night away from home. Noon already? Lin Xingxue felt somewhat dazed from sleep. But then, her expression suddenly froze as she sensed a heavy weight pressing down on her, particularly on her chest. In the next moment, she screamed, Chu Yang, get up! Chu Yang! What, Chu Yang? Li Qian's voice on the phone was filled with shock. Qingxue, you didn't stay out all night with Chu Yang, did you? Qian, I have things to deal with here. I'll explain later. Lin Qingxue hurriedly replied before hanging up the call. At that moment, the commotion had roused Chu Yang, who slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if his hand rested on something exceedingly soft. Instinctively, he squeezed. Stop moving. Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chu Yang, still in a daze, sat up and rubbed his sleepy eyes, immediately asking, Qingxue, what is wrong? But in the next instant, as his eyes fully opened, he was met with a swift slap across his face. Lin Qingxue, both furious and embarrassed, exclaimed, How can you still ask that? What's wrong with me? Chu Yang felt aggrieved, bewildered by the sudden slap. I didn't do anything last night. Lin Qingxue's face turned crimson, almost as if it could spill water. Your hand was just on me. Her voice faltered at the end, unable to continue. Oh dear. Chu Yang was instantly wide awake, hastily explaining, I didn't mean to. Stop talking. Lin Qingxue sprang out of bed, shooting Chu Yang a fierce glare. You must never mention this again, nor let anyone else know. Chu Yang nodded vigorously. Understood. Then, in the next moment, he inhaled sharply and began rubbing his cheek. To be honest, Lin Qingxue's slap had quite a bit of force behind it. Are you all right? Lin Qingxue leaned in closer, her concern evident as she reached out to soothe Chu Yang's face. However, her hand accidentally grasped his, which was already rubbing his cheek. In that fleeting moment, an electric sensation coursed through their intertwined hands. Lin Qingxue quickly withdrew her hand, avoiding Chu Yang's gaze. I'll get up first. With that, she hastily scrambled out of bed and dashed into the bathroom. Upon witnessing Lin Qingxue's swift departure, Chu Yang inhaled sharply, hastily rubbing his cheeks. Good heavens! That slap was excessively harsh, he muttered. He quickly grabbed his phone, activating the camera to inspect the damage. A vivid red handprint began to materialize on his face, causing his lips to twitch in dismay. Great, I'm going to face people looking like this. In a flurry, Chu Yang sprang from the bed. Hearing the water flowing from the sink in the bathroom, he knocked on the frosted glass door. Lin Qingxue promptly opened it. The flush of color on her face significantly diminished, yet her gaze toward Chu Yang remained somewhat evasive. Is there something you need? She inquired. Chu Yang pointed to the glaring handprint on his cheek, blocking the doorway to the bathroom. Look at my face. It's a crimson mess now. Are you not going to take responsibility? Lin Qingxue paused, her eyes widening as she noticed a handprint that perfectly matched her palm. She couldn't help but chuckle. I'm sorry. I truly intended to hold back, but I just couldn't. The sight of the handprint was simply too amusing. Chu Yang's lips twitched again as he took a step closer. Moreover, considering you spent the night with me, shouldn't you be accountable? Spent the night with you? Lin Qingxue's eyes bulged in surprise. I barely moved, and you call that spending the night? Yet, she soon wore a teasing smile. Well, if we did, it's all innocent between us. What responsibility do I have? She glanced at him again, and besides, you're a freshman while I'm a sophomore. How about you call me senior? Call you senior? Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing peculiar. In a room alone with a girl, would that not be a tad too provocative? In the next instant, a playful spirit ignited within him. He stepped forward, cornering Lin Qingxue against the sink, teasingly saying, Senior, do you realize that your current actions evoke a rather tempting sense of mischief? Lin Qingxue froze for a second, instinctively retreating as Chu Yang moved closer. Eventually, realizing there was nowhere left to escape, she defiantly raised her chin, her eyes betraying a mix of panic and forced composure. What are you doing? Standing at nearly 175 meters, Lin Qingxue still found herself looking up at Chu Yang, who towered at over 180 meters. As he leaned down to meet her bright gaze, her stubborn demeanor appeared increasingly endearing under such circumstances. Finally, Chu Yang lowered his head, whispering warm breath near her ear. 3 years of priceless experience, a gamble worth taking. Don't be reckless. Lin Qingxue forcibly leaned back a bit. Yet, Chu Yang was too close enough for her to catch a whiff of his unique scent. Chapter 49, Deliberate Intentions. Chu Yang chuckled playfully, slowly leaning closer to Lin Qingxue. What if I were to act recklessly? You rogue. Lin Qingxue immediately shut her eyes in a flurry of anxiety, her heartbeat quickening. Could it be? Was he really going to kiss me? If he did, should I resist? Or just go along with it? Ultimately, she held her breath in nervous anticipation. What the heck? If a kiss is to be, then so be it. After all, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Yet, an underlying fear lingered. What if Chu Yang intended to do more than just kiss? Would she acquiesce or refuse? However, in the next moment, Chu Yang burst into laughter, gently flicking her forehead with his fingers. Silly girl, if I truly meant to misbehave, do you think you would still be standing here unscathed? Lin Qingxue slowly opened her eyes, standing before him unscathed. What did that imply? Yet in an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she inwardly cursed. He too, you insufferable rogue. Chu Yang bypassed Lin Qingxue, unwrapping a personal care set from the sink. He extracted a toothbrush and squeezed some toothpaste onto it, and also filled a mouthwash cup with water. Once everything was prepared, he offered the toothbrush to Lin Qingxue. Brush your teeth first. Afterward, I'll take you out for lunch, and we can return to school together. Lin Qingxue, momentarily taken aback, nodded slowly. After accepting the toothbrush from Chu Yang, she began to brush her teeth in silence. Chu Yang continued, however, before we eat, I need you to do something for me. Lin Qingxue blinked in confusion. What do you want? Could you run down to the supermarket and buy me a mask? I doubt this handprint will fade in just a few hours. If I don't wear a mask, how can I face anyone? You have a point. Lin Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. I'll definitely get you a mask that's stylish and handsome. Chu Yang rolled his eyes at her in exasperation, then affectionately tousled her hair. All right, brush your teeth. With that, he turned and exited the bathroom. Lin Qingxue stood frozen in place. He just patted my head, but in the next moment, she pouted in frustration. After all that, this was it? I was even contemplating letting him kiss me, and he did nothing. What a waste of emotions. Chu Yang, are you even a man? With a sharp clap, Lin Qingxue bit down on her lips and slammed the mouthwash cup onto the sink, sulking as she resumed brushing her teeth. When Lin Qingxue finished brushing her teeth and emerged, upon seeing her sullen expression, Chu Yang was instantly puzzled. What's wrong? Why the long face? Did someone upset you? Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine. No, Lin Qingxue pouted. Then he picked up his phone and turned to walk out of the room. What are you doing? I'm going to buy you a mask. Are you foolish? By the time Lin Qingxue returned, Chu Yang had nearly finished grooming himself. Noticing the two masks in Lin Qingxue's hand, he immediately asked in confusion, why did you buy two masks? Isn't one sufficient? I do as I please. Lin Qingxue pouted, putting on a black mask herself before handing the other black mask to Chu Yang, saying, wear this. It should barely cover the palm print. Chu Yang gazed deeply at Lin Qingxue. After accepting the mask and putting it on, he inquired, what do you want to eat for lunch? Anything's fine. No anything allowed. Do you think I should decide? Then guess what I intend to take you to eat? Hot pot. Correct. Outside the hotel, as Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue exited, two men stealthily appeared behind them. They were the two personnel from the Safety Bureau who had intended to apprehend Chu Yang the previous night. Observing the two, who were wearing masks and chatting happily, one of the Safety Bureau personnel scratched his head in confusion. I can't believe that trick actually worked. The other man chuckled. What? Do you want to find a beautiful lady to bail you out too? I might have a slight inclination. Do you think you are as handsome as him? No. Then kindly stop daydreaming. What do you mean? We've been partners for so many years. Is that a personal attack? I'm merely speaking the truth. The two engaged in playful banter. Just then, one of their secure phones rang. Upon answering, the man quickly nodded, his expression turning serious as he said, understood. Don't worry. If something goes awry, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure his safety. What happened? The other man asked, his face grave. The man nodded. I just received news that someone is targeting Chu Yang. It appears to be coming from the Pacific side. He cursed under his breath. It's all that damned fan of Wuhan's fault for exposing everything online, making our lives more difficult. Chu Yang had a clean record and had faced no issues while attending school. Unexpectedly, his information had been leaked. Coupled with the fact that Huaxiao was in the spotlight due to the emergence of 1 nanometer lithography technology, this incident was particularly troublesome. Even if the authorities intervened and swiftly quelled the situation, Those foreign organizations would rather err on the side of caution than let any potential threat slip by. It would be difficult for Chu Yang to remain unnoticed. In the days to come, they were feeling the weight of exhaustion. Meanwhile, Chu Yang had simply found a hot pot restaurant with Lin Qingxue. After enjoying a sumptuous hot pot meal, the two individuals awaited a bus, eager to return to their school. Upon boarding, Lin Qingxue promptly settled into a window seat. Chu Yang naturally took the seat beside her, retrieving his phone and a pair of earphones from his pocket. After connecting the earphones to his phone, he extended one to Lin Qingxue, inquiring, "Would you like to listen to some music?" "Sure." Lin Qingxue nodded in agreement. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Chu Yang gently took the earphone, stood up from his seat, and moved in front of Lin Qingxue, earnestly placing the earphone in her left ear. As she found herself so close to Chu Yang, Lin Qingxue's heart began to race uncontrollably. "W, were you doing so close to me?" she stammered. "I'm just putting on the earphone for you." Chu Yang replied with a smile. "Why not the right side?" she questioned. "Because I only have a left one," he chuckled playfully. Once he secured the earphone for Lin Qingxue, Chu Yang returned to his seat with an innocent expression, suggesting, "If you think the left side is unsuitable, I could swap it for the right." "No need," Lin Qingxue retorted, rolling her eyes. It was all so intentional. Chu Yang was undoubtedly being playful. Chapter 50. A bet. "If I lose, I'll kiss you. If I win, you'll kiss me." After a brief moment of silence on the bus, Chu Yang inquired, "With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching in a few days, are you planning to return home for the celebration?" Lin Qingxue shook her head. "No, it's just a 3-day holiday. The round trip would be too cumbersome." She sighed wistfully. "It's a pity. Since starting university, this will be the second Mid-Autumn Festival I've missed at home. I long to witness the fireworks show at Zhuangyuan Island." In their hometown, Zhuangyuan Island is a picturesque spot that emerged from the swirling currents of a mighty river, where sand and stones gradually accumulated to form a small island, eventually becoming a renowned attraction. During festive occasions, especially grand ones like the Mid-Autumn Festival, the administrative body of the scenic area would host a fireworks display on the island. However, since arriving in Kyoto, where fireworks are strictly prohibited, she hadn't seen any for quite some time. "Do you wish to see them?" Chu Yang asked, tilting his head. He realized that since joining Kyoto University and leaving Xiangnan, he too had not witnessed the fireworks at Zhuangyuan Island in ages. "Just a little," Lin Qingxue replied nonchalantly. "But it's merely a fleeting thought, as fireworks are not permitted in Kyoto." Chu Yang chuckled mysteriously. "That is not necessarily the case." "How can you be so sure? Shall we make a bet? What do you have in mind?" Lin Qingxue asked, intrigued. With a playful grin, Chu Yang proposed, "If there are fireworks on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, you owe me a kiss. What do you say?" "And if there aren't?" she countered. "If there aren't, I'll kiss you instead, so you won't be at a loss." "That is a hefty loss for me." Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes. "Only a fool would bet with you." Upon returning to the university, after helping Lin Qingxue serve her roommates' meals, Chu Yang escorted her back to her dormitory. When he returned to his own dorm, Zhu Pengfei and the others had yet to arrive, evidently having spent the night out. He retrieved his phone and opened a particular app he had created during his time at the research base. The screen turned blue instantly. This small software served little purpose other than to detect various signal sources within a 20-meter radius. After confirming that there were no surveillance or listening devices in the room, Chu Yang took out his secure phone and dialed Wang Weimin. The call connected swiftly, and Wang Weimin's hearty laughter filled the line. "Xiao Chu, didn't we just see each other yesterday? What is on your mind today?" After a brief pause, Chu Yang replied, "Old Wang, I intend to apply for a laboratory at Kyoto University, and I might need your assistance in allocating some materials and equipment." Wang Weimin's interest piqued. "Do you have a new idea?" "Yes." Chu Yang nodded. "I will compile a list of the necessary materials and send it to your email shortly." Compared to the field of biotechnology, the research into gene therapies aimed at enabling soldiers to regenerate lost limbs is undoubtedly a long-term endeavor. However, the development of advanced bionic prosthetics is relatively straightforward. By thoroughly understanding human anatomy and mastering the design of mechanical components, he has already acquired the foundational knowledge necessary for this task. Yet, After reviewing the data on the extraordinary supergene, his standards have significantly escalated. Thus, for this project on bionic prosthetics, he harbors some innovative ideas. Wang Weiman chuckled. Certainly, just provide me with a project name and send me the list of materials. I will ensure that you have all the research, funding, and materials required. It was undoubtedly feasible for Chu Yang to pursue project research. To put it plainly, based on the research capabilities exhibited by Chu Yang thus far, as long as the project did not excessively deplete national resources, the authorities were more than willing to provide him with whatever funding and materials he requested. For them, granting these resources to him was undeniably beneficial. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yang proposed, let us name the project research on the individual mechanical exoskeleton armor project. In the office, Wang Weiman's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, you intend to delve into exoskeleton armor research? This field has been under investigation by the military in collaboration with our esteemed Kyoto University of Science and Technology for nearly a decade. Moreover, this is not solely a Chinese endeavor. Many leading nations have been exploring this concept since it was first introduced years ago, albeit with minimal success. Even the United States, which prides itself on being at the forefront of exoskeleton armor development, has produced prototypes that serve merely as display items and are far from being operational in real combat scenarios. Firstly, the issue of energy supply remains unresolved. Currently, no effective solution exists for powering exoskeleton armor, with maximum operational time limited to a mere 5 minutes. Then there's the overall performance. Due to technological immaturity, the efficacy of existing exoskeleton armor pales in comparison to modern engineering machinery. Furthermore, there are challenges related to coordination. Designing a system capable of replicating over 90% of normal human movement involves complex knowledge of ergonomics, degrees of freedom, and strength validation, making the design process akin to scaling a mountain. Not to mention the subsequent necessity of developing control programs after the design is complete. The path ahead in this domain is still fraught with challenges. However, in the next moment, he quickly added with a smile, all right, just wait. Tonight, whether it's the labs at Peking University or the equipment you need, I will procure everything for you. If you require additional personnel, feel free to call me, and I can arrange for relevant research staff from Kyoto University to assist you. Chu Yang nodded. I'll begin working on it independently for now, and when I require assistance, I will certainly reach out. After discussing some details, Chu Yang ended the call and swiftly opened his computer to compile a comprehensive list of the materials he needed. Half an hour later, Wang Weiman received the material supply list that Chu Yang required. Point-controlled CNC machine tools, linear-controlled CNC machine tools, open-loop servo system CNC machine tools, gold titanium alloy. After perusing the extensive list of materials, his attention suddenly faltered when he reached the final page. What was initially a focused concentration was abruptly interrupted as a peculiar twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Why were there so many small circuit boards, luminous LED tubes, and miniature engine motors included? Wasn't this a list of components for luminous drones? It seemed that some odd items had inadvertently found their way into the list. Nevertheless, in comparison to the previously requested materials, these items were trivial in significance. Although he remained unaware of Chu Yang's ultimate intentions, he resolved to approve the requisition. After all, the contributions that Chu Yang had made for Huaxiao were worth far more than this mere sum. Chapter 51. Liu Yang's plan as dusk fell. A fleet of military green trucks swiftly entered Kyoto University, instantly attracting a crowd of onlookers. Goodness, so many military transport vehicles. What on earth is happening? Are they carrying top-secret equipment? Why are military trucks being used? What kind of incident warrants such a grand display? At the entrance of the cafeteria, Chu Yang and Zhu Pengfei, along with their companions, slowly emerged from the dining hall. Due to the abrupt departure the previous night, Chu Yang had invited them for a meal as a means of atonement. As they observed the procession of trucks, Zhang Mingyang was immediately taken aback and called out to Chu Yang and the others, "Look over there. What's going on? Those trucks belong to the military, right? Are they delivering some special equipment to our school?" Wang Lei pondered for a few moments and speculated, perhaps one of our university's laboratories has achieved a remarkable technological breakthrough. To prevent any leaks, They might have dispatched military personnel to transfer the technology overnight. Zhu Pengfei turned to Chu Yang and inquired, Old 3. What do you think this is all about? Chu Yang understood immediately. This must be the series of equipment that Wang Weiman had sent him. He chuckled and replied, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to be classified at a national level. Let us not pry into it any further. Let us just head back to the dormitory. Upon hearing this, and with the trucks having driven off into the distance, the group shrugged and ceased their inquiries. The following morning, due to early classes, Zhu Pengfei and his companions rose early from their beds. After completing their morning routines, Zhu Pengfei turned to Chu Yang and asked, Old 3, shall we go eat together before heading class? I've heard that our professor for advanced mathematics is notoriously strict, so we mustn't be late for the first lecture. Chu Yang chuckled. No need for that. You all go ahead. Huh? Zhu Pengfei looked puzzled. Old 3, you're not planning to skip class right at the start of the semester, are you? Chu Yang nodded slowly. I applied for an exemption from the course. Since I'll be researching mechanical exoskeleton armor at the university, I'll undoubtedly spend a significant amount of time in the lab, which means I'll miss many classes. Thus, I might as well not attend. Goodness, how many courses have you been exempted from? Zhang Mingyang exclaimed in astonishment. In university, it is not uncommon to be exempted from certain courses, especially in a prestigious institution like Kyoto University, where many prodigies possess their own unique methods of studying. Numerous exceptional students often skip classes entirely, relying solely on their attendance during final examinations. All of them. Chu Yang nodded sleekly. It seemed to highlight the distinction between ordinary individuals and geniuses. Zhang Mingyang's expression twitched, while Zhu Pengfei and the others quickly accepted the fact that their roommate was exceptionally gifted. Then let us go have a meal together. Afterward, we'll attend class, and you can focus on your own pursuits. Chu Yang nodded sleekly. Alrig. After finishing breakfast with Zhu Pengfei and the others, he made his way to the laboratory. Lu Yong had already returned to Jingda and was introducing the laboratory situation to Chu Yang. This laboratory is newly constructed by our university and has yet to be officially put into operation. For now, its usage rights belong to you. The equipment you requested has been arranged for you as of last night. Additionally, there are some other personnel in this laboratory. However, rest assured, they are all sent by the military. On one hand, they are responsible for your safety, and on the other, they are here to bolster the numbers, as it would indeed be rather conspicuous for you to be the sole occupant of such a vast laboratory. After providing an overview of the laboratory, Lu Yong looked at Chu Yang with a smile and inquired, Academician Chu, how is it? Do you need any assistance with your project? I have a few bright graduate students under my supervision. If you require help, I can bring them over for you, free of charge, with a subsidy coming from me. Upon finishing his words, perhaps fearing that Chu Yang might not need any graduate students, Lu Yong added with a grin, Alternatively, I could assist you myself. Just say the word, and I shall be at your service. Participating in Chu Yang's project would undoubtedly be a significant honor. Chu Yang chuckled and shook his head. I'm merely dabbling for fun at the moment and don't require much manpower. When a need arises, I will certainly extend an invitation to you. Is that so? Lu Yong felt a tinge of disappointment, but said nothing further. After all, the fact that Chu Yang was staying at Jingda to conduct research rather than heading directly to the research base was already a promising sign. However, he believed that this alone was not sufficient. Once he left the laboratory, he rubbed his chin for a moment before suddenly slapping his thigh. That's it. Chu Yang must be drawn here by Lin Qingxue. To ensure that Chu Yang remains at Jingda, that girl named Lin Qingxue must be kept at Jingda. Do you still wish to graduate with just a bachelor's degree? Until you reach your doctorate, let us see if our university would let you go, given the current situation. As long as Lin Qingxue is at Jingda, Chu Yang will remain at Jingda. Over time, even if the students cannot enter Chu Yang's laboratory, they can still maintain a semblance of connection. Chapter 52. Lin Qingxue, what are you doing? After Lu Yong departed, observing the vast, vacant laboratory and the array of intricate instruments within, Chu Yang clapped his hands together to bolster his resolve. All right, let us commence. In the next moment, he approached the central host of the laboratory, retrieving a silver USB drive from his person and inserting it into the main unit. Instantly, The computer screen of the laboratory's mainframe turned blue, displaying a white progress bar. 0, 10, 20, 100. Within mere seconds, the program housed within the USB was completely uploaded to the internet. Upon removing the USB, a desktop pet resembling a mythical tortoise appeared on the computer screen. As this entity manifested, a smile graced Chu Yang's face. Tortoise, from this moment forth, you shall take command of all the interconnected devices within the laboratory. A synthesized electronic voice resonated from the speakers connected to the main unit. Understood. Nodding subtly at this response, Chu Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. This was his creation, a rudimentary artificial intelligence software crafted using a programming language from his extensive repository of knowledge. It possessed a modicum of independent thought and remarkable learning capabilities. The instant its program was uploaded to the network, it existed within the vast virtual realm, obedient solely to him. Subsequently, Chu Yang set about modifying the various mechanical apparatuses within the laboratory. The endeavor of manufacturing exoskeleton armor was immensely labor-intensive, far exceeding his capacity to manage alone. Recruitment of additional researchers was unnecessary. In contrast, he preferred an assemblage of fully automated intelligent robots that could execute his commands directly, docile and obedient, requiring no rest, thus serving as ideal free labor. His objective for the day was to transform every precise instrument in the laboratory into fully intelligent, fully automated devices, linking them into a comprehensive production line to ultimately fabricate every component of the exoskeleton armor. Of course, this was merely the initial step. The blueprints for the prototype exoskeleton armor resided vividly in his mind. However, the components produced would only address the issue of flexibility in the armor. Nonetheless, this represented a significant breakthrough for the numerous research institutions exploring exoskeleton technology, as current models available on the market exhibited severely limited mobility. Wearing such armor felt akin to encasing oneself in a cumbersome shell, leading to a stilted and heavy gait. In contrast, the designs he envisioned wholly resolved the issue of flexibility. The subsequent challenges pertain to energy propulsion and operational duration, which could indeed be regarded as interrelated concerns. The more potent the energy source, the greater the force generated, thereby extending operational longevity. Once the foundational framework of the exoskeleton is assembled, thoughts will turn to the energy-driven core and the subsequent array of weaponry that will be integrated. In simple terms, the exoskeleton is akin to a mecha. Du Chu Yang. The essence of a mecha lies in warfare and protection. At critical moments, a soldier clad in such armor must possess the formidable capability to navigate through enemy lines and strike directly at the heart of the adversary. This can also be interpreted as a manifestation of the whimsical dreams that men often harbor. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory, Lin Qingxue and her companions, having no classes in the morning, opted not to visit the academic building. Li Qian was resting, while the other two classmates made their way to the library to read. As for Lin Qingxue, she was engrossed in monitoring the stock market. This keen interest in finance is one reason why she has caught the attention of several professors at Kyoto University. In just 1 year, she turned an initial investment of 200,000 yuan from her family into 300,000, achieving an impressive return of nearly 150. At that moment, an email notification suddenly popped up beside her desktop. Upon glancing at the email, Lin Qingxue was momentarily stunned before hastily clicking to open it. It was a message from Kyoto University, main campus. Could this be real? After quickly perusing its contents, she erupted into ecstatic screams within her dormitory. Oh my goodness. Is this for real? Professor Zhang has actually accepted me as her student for a combined master's and PhD program. Professor Zhang is a renowned figure in the field of finance and one of the few authoritative professors in economics in the country, having even contributed to drafting legislation related to the economic sector. Initially, she had contemplated applying for graduate studies under this esteemed professor, but she never expected to be exempt from the entrance exam and directly admitted to the combined program. Once she completes her undergraduate studies, she can immediately transition into her master's and PhD studies. She promptly took out her phone and sent a quick message to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, Professor Zhang Chunlan from our college has accepted me for her combined master's and PhD program. She is a leading authority in economics in our country. Li Qian leaned in, her curiosity piqued, and asked Lin Qingxue, "Is this the same Professor Zhang you mentioned before, the one who welcomed you to apply for a graduate program?" In their business school, practically every student pursuing a finance-related major had heard of this esteemed professor. Yes, Lin Qingxue nodded fervently, her face lighting up with joy. "Hurry and call the others back. I'm treating everyone to lunch today." Once she becomes a disciple of Professor Zhang, the advantages are clear in the future. As she embarks on a career in finance and economics, even top-tier companies in the country will surely extend a measure of respect and acknowledgement to her. Having set his phone aside to concentrate on modifying the apparatus, Chu Yang was startled by the voice emanating from the laboratory's main computer. "Boss, Lin Qingxue has sent you a message." He promptly paused his work and picked up his phone from the nearby table to read the message. After perusing the content, he found himself slightly taken aback. Such a sudden communication? He recalled that during his time at the research base, Lu Yong had mentioned this matter. Lin Qingxue indeed had the favor of several esteemed professors at Kyoto University. However, it was curious that what should have been a selection process beginning in the third year had already seen the old professors dispatching graduate school application documents to him in his second year. And that too on the very first day of his tenure in the Kyoto University laboratory. The intricacies of these relationships seemed rather enigmatic. In the meantime, observing that Chu Yang had yet to respond, Lin Qingxue sent another message. "What are you up to?" Chapter 53. Why are you staring at me? Chu Yang chuklet. What is this? Have you missed me after just a day apart? Not at all. Lin Qingxue promptly replied. With a playful smile, Chu Yang suggested, "To celebrate this good news, you ought to treat me to a meal at noon. Shouldn't it be the other way around?" Lin Qingxue, inside her dorm, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After a moment, she texted back, "But I'm busy at noon." Chu Yang was taken aback. "So busy that you can't spare a moment for a meal together?" Lin Qingxue replied, "I have to take my roommate out for lunch, but I'm free in the evening." As dusk approached, the sun sank slowly, painting the horizon with a brilliant crimson glow. Chu Yang stoically benet Lin Qingxue's dormitory. After a brief wait, Lin Qingxue, dressed in a flowing white dress, bounced down the stairs with lively energy. Finally, she came to a halt before Chu Yang, smiling as she asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Chu Yang shook his head. "Not at all. I just arrived." With a grin, he inquired, "Have you decided what you'd like to eat tonight?" Lin Qingxue scrunched her adorable little nose. "Let us go to the cafeteria. I've heard that the second cafeteria has an exceptionally delicious, spicy hot pot place. I haven't had the chance to try it yet." "Sure thing." Chu Yang nodded slightly and began walking with Lin Qingxue toward the second cafeteria of the school. As they strolled side by side, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but admire the handsome profile of Chu Yang, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She was bursting with joy after receiving wonderful news earlier that day, nearly tripping over her own feet as she walked. Along the way, they encountered the school's notoriously unattractive cat, a scruffy ginger tabby. During a high-level math class earlier, Lin Qingxue had suddenly burst into laughter while solving a problem, earning several disapproving glares from her stern professor. Yet, standing next to Chu Yang, the evening breeze felt unusually gentle. Suddenly, Chu Yang turned his head, casting a teasing glance at Lin Qingxue. "Have you been sneaking glances at me for so long? Have you had your fill?" "Staring at what?" Lin Qingxue's cheeks immediately flushed. "Oh no, he noticed." She quickly shook her head. "What are you talking about? I wasn't looking at you. Are you really that full of yourself?" Chu Yang remained silent, his gaze lingering on Lin Qingxue with a playful intensity. Eventually, Lin Qingxue, unable to maintain her composure, nervously asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" "Because you're beautiful." I couldn't help but be captivated. Lin Qingxue gasped in disbelief. "Seriously? Are you flirting with me? I can hardly take it." After rolling her eyes at Chu Yang, she dashed ahead, exclaiming, "I can't be bothered with you. Let's hurry, it's time to eat." The following day was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Inside the girls' dormitory, the clock struck 8 in the evening. Li Qian, feeling somewhat bored, scrolled through short videos on her phone before suddenly looking up at Lin Qingxue and saying, "Qingxue, I'm so bored. How about we go out for a stroll a few nights this week?" Before Lin Qingxue could respond, another girl in the dormitory burst into laughter. What is there to see? Don't you realize that every holiday has turned into a day for couples to flaunt their affection? Going out at night will only leave us feasting on dog food. Another girl nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, let us not go. Out of sight, out of mind. Lin Qingxue sighed. I really don't want to go. What's wrong? You seem a bit down. Do you want to go home? Li Qian asked, somewhat surprised. Not really, Lin Qingxue replied, pouting slightly as she glanced at her phone again. Since this morning, Chu Yang had sent her a good morning message. Yet he even wished her a happy mid-autumn festival. She still didn't know what he was up to. That man, can't he send me a message? Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Chu Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and then looked at the row of small drones in front of him, all equipped with various colored LED lights. After drying off, he spoke to Xuanwu. Xuanwu, check the connectivity of these devices. Sure, boss, Xuanwu replied. In the next moment, all the LED lights on the drones lit up sequentially. Satisfied, Chu Yang nodded. Excellent, Xuanwu. Initiate the fireworks program. Location, school playground. Immediately, the small drones lying quietly on the ground began to take off one by one from the laboratory floor. Under Xuanwu's control, they formed a long line and swiftly flew towards the school playground through the laboratory's window. Chu Yang then picked up his phone and quickly dialed Lin Qingxue's WeChat. The call connected almost instantly. Lin Qingxue's crisp voice came through. Hello, Chu Yang, what is up? Chu Yang chuckled. Go check your dormitory balcony. The balcony? Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. He and team messaged her all day, and now he wanted her to go to the balcony? Nevertheless, she walked to the balcony with her phone in hand. The position of their dormitory balcony provided a perfect view of the entire playground. Are you there? Chu Yang inquired. Lin Qingxue nodded. I'm here. Look up at the sky. Look at the sky. Lin Qingxue was puzzled, but the next moment, she stood frozen in place. On the playground, 500 black drones gathered together, and at the same time, they began to ascend rapidly into the night sky. As the drones disappeared into the darkness, a faint light flickered at the center. Soon, the lights from the drones spread out like a myriad of stars against the night sky. It is akin to a firework blooming in the night sky. These fireworks continuously rearrange and transform into new shapes, a mesmerizing display. Did you orchestrate all of this? Chu Yang sighed, responding, Indeed, I have been at it all day. He truly had not anticipated the challenges posed by managing 500 drones. Lin Qingxue suddenly burst into laughter, saying, Wait a moment, I need to make a wish. What wish do you wish to make? Take a guess. Chu Yang Juklet, I can't possibly guess. You wouldn't wish for my longevity, would you? What if in my wish you are indeed included? Chapter 54. You are my everything. My stars. Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Then, Lin Qingxue gently spoke into the phone. Chu Yang, let us meet right now. Still reeling from Lin Qingxue's words. He took a while to respond, somewhat stiffly replying, All right, where? At the playground. Li Qian and the others rushed out of the dormitory. Wow, this drone light and fireworks show is simply breathtaking. If someone were to present me with such fireworks, I would undoubtedly marry him. Which domineering CEO from our school is currently wooing his little darling? How enviable. Goodness, this is incredibly romantic. Then they caught sight of Lin Qingxue, who was preparing to leave. Li Qian turned back and asked, Qingxue, where are you headed? Out. Lin Qingxue offered no further explanation and swiftly departed from the dormitory. In the laboratory, Chu Yang had changed out of his lab coat and hurried to the playground. The streetlights along the running track still illuminated the area. Numerous couples adorned the lawn, while students from the male and female dormitories engaged in playful antics, and the school's music club performed, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chu Yang soon arrived at the designated meeting spot and found Lin Qingxue waiting for him. He quickly approached her, saying, I'm sorry for making you wait. Not long. I just arrived, Lin Qingxue replied, shaking her head. She casually sat down on a patch of grass and smiled, beckoning him, Come sit here. Chu Yang slowly took a seat beside her. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the delicate fragrance of Lin Qingxue. She grinned brightly, saying, Close your eyes. Are we fulfilling the bet? Chu Yang chuckled. Close your eyes first. Lin Qingxue playfully protested. With a smile, Chu Yang complied and shut his eyes. After a brief hesitation, Lin Qingxue leaned in swiftly and planted a soft kiss on his cheek, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. In the next moment, Chu Yang abruptly opened his eyes. Lin Qingxue felt a twinge of guilt. Don't overthink it. This is merely to honor our bet from the bus that day. Nothing more. Chu Yang laughed. Is it truly just about the bet? What else do you desire? Lin Qingxue pouted defiantly. Without hesitation, Chu Yang pulled her into his embrace. In the dim light, their gazes locked intensely. Lin Qingxue's heart raced as she nervously asked, "What do you intend to do? Do you understand the significance of a saying?" Chu Yang's eyes grew increasingly fervent. Reciprocity. Lin Qingxue's heart skipped a beat, her pulse quickening. So what does that imply? I like you, so you must kiss me. In the next moment, before Lin Qingxue could react, Chu Yang swiftly sealed her lips with his own. Lin Qingxue's mind blanked in an instant. Wow, you uncouth rogue. How dare you launch a surprise attack? After a moment, she blushed and freed herself from Chu Yang's embrace, casting him a playful glare. You scoundrel. Men are only charming when they possess a hint of mischief. Chu Yang shrugged and smiled at Lin Qingxue. So, did you hear what I just said? Which sentence? Lin Qingxue feigned ignorance. I like you. I didn't hear that. Lin Qingxue giggled. Could you repeat it? I like you. Lin Qingxue laughed again. How long have you felt that way? I had no idea. Chu Yang pulled her back into his arms, whispering gently, I'm not entirely certain myself. It feels like a moment lasts for an eternity. Does it mean you're confessing your feelings? Lin Qingxue nestled comfortably against Chu Yang and scrunched her adorable little nose. If I agree too readily, it feels like I would be at a disadvantage. So, flatter me a bit more, and perhaps in my delight, I might just say yes. What would you like to hear? I'm all ears. Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds, gazing at the twinkling stars above, and slowly spoke. You should know that the universe originated from a great explosion. Lin Qingxue nodded. Yes, I know. Thus, every atom in your body stems from exploded stars. The atoms forming your left hand may have originated from a distinct star than those in your right hand, and the atoms in your hair could very well come from countless different celestial bodies. Lin Qingxue tilted her head slightly. So, you are my entire cosmos. Chapter 55. I would like to invite your skirt to dinner. If convenient, you may join as well in 2 days. Within the laboratory of Kyoto University, at the central position of the experiment, a colossal work platform is adorned with a myriad of mechanical appendages, continuously retrieving various components from the shells on either side, swiftly assembling them into a towering 2-meter steel humanoid model. However, a substantial transportation circuit tube protrudes from the back of this metallic figure. Xuan Wu, commence the joint adjustment test. Chu Yang instructed. Boss, shall we have some music? I could get him to perform a disco, came the response. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Sure, go ahead. After 2 days of immersing themselves in the experiment, a bit of music would indeed provide a refreshing respite. Understood. In the next moment, an electrifying melody resonated throughout the laboratory, and as the prelude commenced, the left leg of the empty steel humanoid model took a confident step forward. With the onset of the lyrics, the metallic figure began to sway, its movements synchronizing with the increasingly lively rhythm of the song. Come to the left and draw a dragon with me. Paint a rainbow to your right. Let us move. What on earth is happening in this laboratory? Is the rhythm not a tad too cheerful? It feels as though they're demolishing walls with a thud, thud. Tud, iti strike spiramir. Outside the laboratory, personnel from the security agency disguised as laboratory staff, along with military personnel assigned for security, strained to listen intently. However, due to the laboratory's complete seal, none but Chu Yang had access to the interior, leaving them oblivious to the happenings within. As the song concluded, the steel humanoid gradually returned to its original standing position. Xuan would chuckle brightly. Boss, how did you find the dance just now? Pretty average, Chu Yang replied, stifling a laugh with a nod before issuing the next command. The overall mobility is quite commendable. Let's name this prototype White Tiger Mecha. Please archive the design blueprint for the White Tiger Type 1 and create a 3D model on the computer for me to assess which color suits it best. The White Tiger Type 1 mecha is crafted entirely from titanium alloy, its radiant appearance leaving one with a lingering sense of insufficient prestige. Understood, Xuan Wu responded. In the next moment, the computer nearby began to render the 3D image of the White Tiger Type 1. Let us try it in all black. Instantly, the exterior of the 3D model transformed to a stark black. Not quite too dark, it's unappealing. How about a rainbow spectrum? Too gaudy, too extravagant. That looks even worse. At last, Xuanwu found himself utterly exasperated by Chu Yang's relentless antics. The man's taste and aesthetics appeared rather lackluster. Thus, Xuanwu resorted to selecting various designs of armor from an online gallery. Boss, why not take a look at these armor colors? Which one do you fancy? Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully and began to scrutinize the options available. Ultimately, he settled upon a model of the Fire Dragon armor, resplendent in crimson, with certain accents embellished in gold. This one will do. Send it over for spray painting, he declared decisively. Having finalized his choice, Chu Yang retrieved his phone. Glancing at the time, which was nearing noon, he then opened his social media feed and stumbled upon a photograph posted by Lin Qingxue a couple of hours prior. Today, she donned a short-sleeved red French dress, basking in the sun beside the football goalpost with her roommate, captioned, "The sun is splendid today." After a brief moment of hesitation, Chu Yang clicked on Lin Qingxue's profile and sent her a message. "I admire the dress you wore this morning. I would like to treat you to a meal. If convenient, your roommate is welcome to join as well." Since that night during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lin Qingxue had been evading him, claiming she needed a couple of days to contemplate her response, while dismissing all other conversational attempts. Moments later, Lin Qingxue replied, "The dress? She is unavailable. She has gone shopping with her enchanting and delightful friend." Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of a street in Kyoto, a black van lingered. Inside, several individuals were intently watching Lin Qingxue as she stood by the roadside purchasing milk tea with her roommate. A young man in the passenger seat turned to the middle-aged driver and inquired, "Captain, do you believe capturing that girl will lead us to Chu Yang?" "Absolutely," the man replied with a fierce glint in his eyes. "That Chu Yang spends all his time holed up in the laboratory at their school, and even when he does emerge, he is surrounded by personnel from the Security Bureau. He undoubtedly harbors significant secrets." However, he chuckled. Directly apprehending him in the lab is impractical. The girl, on the other hand, is a different story. I have investigated and found that her relationship with Chu Yang is extraordinary. Despite the presence of Security Bureau agents, there remains an opportunity here. If we capture her, I possess ample means to compel Chu Yang to comply. Chapter 56. Lin Qingxue is kidnapped. From this moment forth, entry is permitted, but exit is forbidden. "Have you gone out for a stroll?" Chu Yang was taken aback. "Well, it seems I shall have to dine alone at noon. Xuanwu, could you kindly send someone to fetch me a portion of the stir-fried dried bean curd with meat from the cafeteria?" After speaking, Chu Yang raised his head once more and inquired, "Is the lithium-air battery ready?" The technology for this lithium-air battery was derived directly from the treasure trove of knowledge. In truth, there are individuals on Earth who are indeed researching lithium-air battery projects. However, a significant number of people doubt the feasibility of lithium-air batteries. This skepticism arises from the nature of lithium as an exceedingly reactive metal, which can engage in reactions with nearly all gases in the atmosphere, excluding noble gases. Unless one can isolate oxygen from the air and construct a sealed environment, allowing only oxygen to enter the reactive system built around lithium, such pursuits are fraught with challenges. The most effective approach to this dilemma is to employ specialized molecular physical membranes. These membranes would serve to isolate other elements from the air at the interface between the lithium battery and the atmosphere. However, while this concept is easily articulated, its implementation is far more arduous. Currently, Earth's technology is inadequate to achieve such a feat within the knowledge repository. Chu Yang merely conducted a brief inquiry and unearthed the manufacturing technology for high-permeability oxygen molecular separation membranes. Yet, due to foundational technological constraints, he was compelled to retrofit the instruments in his laboratory yesterday, assembling a device capable of producing these high-permeability oxygen molecular separation membranes. Of course, while the technical challenges are significant, the potential advantages upon overcoming them are equally apparent. In contrast to traditional lithium-ion batteries, lithium-air batteries do not necessitate the consumption of cathode reactants. They require only the oxygen from the atmosphere to facilitate the reaction. Theoretically, the oxygen available in the air is virtually inexhaustible. Thus, the energy capacity of lithium-air batteries is contingent solely upon the weight of the lithium electrode. In terms of equivalent volume, the energy storage of lithium-air batteries is projected to exceed that of conventional lithium batteries by more than fivefold. Upon hearing Chu Yang's inquiry regarding the lithium-air battery, Xuanwu promptly responded, "The lithium-air battery has been successfully packaged. Shall we proceed with the energy assessment? Let's take a look." Chu Yang nodded in agreement and approached the apparatus designated for measuring energy intensity. A massive intelligent mobile forklift was swiftly maneuvering from the assembly workstation of the lithium-air battery, using its front prongs to lift a freshly packaged lithium-air battery weighing nearly 100 kilograms. To conform to the design of the White Tiger Type 1 mech, its shape was tailored to resemble a backpack. When this battery was placed upon the energy testing platform, several mechanical arms emerged from above the testing table, deftly manipulating wires to connect to the positive and negative terminals of the lithium-air battery. Commencing energy detection. As Chu Yang's voice reverberated, a reaction swiftly initiated within the lithium-air battery. Concurrently, the display screen beside him showcased a rapidly ascending data frame, with figures escalating continuously. Energy density 100 kilowatts. Energy density 200 kilowatts. Energy density 300 kilowatts. The entire detection process spanned nearly a minute. Soon, the data stabilized within a definitive range. Energy density 13,200 kilowatt. Upon witnessing this energy density, Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. This measurement represented the energy density achievable per kilogram of lithium, a level that could unequivocally rival that of conventional gasoline vehicles. What remained was the practical test. While the integration of such a battery into an automobile posed no issues, it was intended for utilization in mechs. Although Chu Yang had yet to design corresponding weapon modules within the mech, he had already incorporated the driving module. Positioned at the mech's feet were two miniature curvature drive devices, capable of reaching a velocity of 100 meters per second under full power. 20 minutes later, Chu Yang received a delivery of stir-fried, dried tofu with pork from personnel of the Safety Administration at the entrance, promptly settling in the laboratory to relish the meal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Qingxue emerged from a shopping mall with a few of her roommates, hands laden with several shopping bags filled with clothing. As is customary for girls, shopping primarily revolves around indulging in food and acquiring new purchases. However, just at that moment, as they reached the roadside, a black van disregarded the red light and barreled towards Lin Qingxue and her companions. The doors swung open, and several burly men emerged, forcibly dragging Lin Qingxue into the vehicle. "Haha, boss, we got her," one of them guffawed. "According to plan, let's make our escape," chuckled the middle-aged driver. This time, they had undertaken a considerable risk, snatching someone right under the noses of the Safety Administration personnel. Yet, the potential rewards were undeniably substantial. Once they fled from Kyoto, they could swiftly vanish. Oh, no trouble. On the other side, the expressions of several Safety Administration agents, who had been covertly monitoring Lin Qingxue, shifted dramatically. "Quickly notify headquarters. Lin Qingxue has been kidnapped, suspected to be the work of an overseas organization." They had been dispatched to provide discreet protection for Lin Qingxue. After all, though Chu Yang and Lin Qingxue were not yet together, she was significantly connected to him. And Chu Yang was a vital research personnel under close scrutiny from the higher-ups. Should anything happen to Lin Qingxue, who could predict the lengths to which Chu Yang might go? In the Safety Administration office, Liu Changqing had been enjoying life these past few days. Chu Yang diligently conducted his research at the Kyoto University laboratory, content to have personnel stationed around the vicinity of the university. His strategy was simple: apprehend anyone suspicious at the first sign of trouble. He had already dismantled several foreign espionage organizations in swift succession. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang, interrupting his concentration. He answered it casually, only to be met with the urgent voice of a security agency officer. "Director, Lin Qingxue has been kidnapped." "What?" Liu Changqing exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat, a wave of shock washing over him. Had it only been a brief respite before calamity struck again? Given the significance Chu Yang placed on Lin Qingxue, any harm that befell her would undoubtedly provoke his wrath. She was one of only 2 individuals in the country to have received the prestigious National Hero Medal, the last recipient being the esteemed Mr. Qian. The implications of this situation were abundantly clear. If anything were to happen to Chu Yang, the repercussions would be dire for them all. His expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Immediately issue a notification to all departments in Kyoto. No one is to leave the city until Lin Qingxue is found. Only entry is permitted. The city will remain under lockdown until I am assured of her safety. He then instructed the security personnel stationed at Kyoto University to inform Chu Yang promptly and to soothe his frayed emotions. As for the remaining operational directives, he would issue those shortly. Chapter 57. Blame your boyfriend, not us on the street. Li Qian and her 2 roommates were momentarily thrown into disarray by the sudden spectacle before them. What on earth was happening? However, she quickly regained her composure, retrieving her phone to dial the emergency services. I need to report an incident. This matter requires immediate attention. After 2 decades of life, this was truly the first time she had encountered such a situation. The call was answered promptly, a gentle female voice emanating from the receiver. Hello, emergency services. How may I assist you? Li Qian's voice trembled slightly as she replied. I need to report that my roommate has been abducted by a group of unidentified individuals on the street near the commercial building in Chaoyang district. After carefully recalling the appearance of the license plate, she continued, it was a black van, and if I'm not mistaken, the license plate should read Jing XXXX. The policewoman on the other end quickly confirmed. Are you certain she has been kidnapped? Li Qian nodded vigorously. I am certain. The policewoman responded decisively. Miss, if you have the time, could you please come to the station? We need to document the details you have provided and further inquire if your roommate had any conflicts with anyone, which would greatly assist our investigation. Of course, we will head there immediately. Li Qian nodded repeatedly, and after hanging up, she promptly took a taxi with her 2 roommates towards the police station. It was evident that this kidnapping was premeditated. Yet, she could hardly fathom how Lin Qingxue, who had never wronged anyone, could become a target for such an audacious abduction. Meanwhile, in the office of the chief of the Kyoto police station, upon receiving a call from Lu Chongqing of the security bureau, the chief, clad in a white shirt, nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, we will fully cooperate and work expeditiously to trace the kidnappers. Once the call ended, he noticed a text message from Lu Chongqing containing a photograph of a document. Lin Qingxue? Upon seeing the name and photograph on the document, the chief was momentarily taken aback. The call he had just received was regarding this girl named Lin Qingxue, accompanied by a license plate number, all in connection to the kidnapping case. However, the specifics of the situation were not disclosed. Is she the daughter of a prominent family? The chief pondered quietly. Yet, at his level, he had encountered the families of Kyoto's elite leaders. Even if he hadn't met them personally, he was usually familiar with their names. But Lin Qingxue was a name he had never heard before. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for long. After all, this was a matter that had drawn the attention of the security bureau, and Lu Chongqing himself had personally contacted him. It was evident that the young woman in the photograph held extraordinary connections, or rather, a special identity. Regardless, he must not let his guard down regarding this matter. He tightly clenched his mobile phone and swiftly dialed the landline before him. Connect me to the head of the traffic police department. I need to speak with him immediately. Soon, the call was answered, and a middle-aged man's voice came through. Director, what instructions do you have? The director in a white shirt promptly replied, Lao Zhou, I will send an image to your phone shortly. From this moment on, your department must spring into action. Whether you utilize big data searches or set up roadblocks, spare no effort in locating the girl in the photograph and the vehicle. He emphasized, be advised, this is a task assigned by the Safety General Administration. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that there may be foreign organizations involved in this incident. You must exercise caution. The individuals on the other side may be armed. Ensure the safety of the girl in the photo. As for other personnel, in the face of insurmountable force, lethal action may be permissible. Moreover, this operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. If it goes awry, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. Before long, a temporary command center was established at the police station. The traffic police, information department, and even the special police department came together to collaborate on the case. On the main thoroughfares of Kyoto, countless police vehicles raced by, and all off-duty officers returned to their posts, including special police in armored vehicles, each armed and bearing serious expressions. In the sky, several helicopters swiftly appeared, commencing a thorough aerial search of the ground. This spectacle instantly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Is this a drill? So many police vehicles are deployed. The special police are out, and there are helicopters. Something significant must be happening. Could it be that foreign organizations are active in Kyoto? What on earth is going on that warrants such a massive response? Soon, people began to notice changes around them. At various intersections, 1 or 2 police cars appeared, and numerous armed officers, including special police, stood ready, while relevant police personnel began to inspect every vehicle on the road. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley in Kyoto, evading surveillance cameras, those who had just abducted Lin Qingxue swiftly exited their vehicle and entered a high-end sedan equipped with blackout curtains. After forcing Lin Qingxue into the car, they quickly started the engine and sped toward the outskirts of Kyoto. Lin Qingxue's face had turned pale, having lived nearly 20 years. This was her first encounter with such a terrifying situation. She had no idea what was happening. She had been inexplicably seized by these individuals. Stay calm. Stay calm. After repeatedly giving herself psychological affirmations, Lin Qingxue took several deep breaths to forcibly calm herself, and her mind began to race at the very least. They were undoubtedly in a phase of escape. Moreover, she had not wronged anyone in particular. Her family was not particularly affluent, hardly at a level that would warrant a kidnapping for ransom. This suggested that the individuals who had abducted her must have alternative motives. If that were the case, she should not face immediate harm. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Qingxue quickly inquired, "Who are you, and why have you kidnapped me? I surely have not wronged you." Nevertheless, despite her efforts to reassure herself, her voice trembled as she spoke. It was hardly a matter of offense. The man driving chuckled, saying, "As for the reason behind your abduction, if you ever have the opportunity, you may ask your boyfriend directly. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards him. Do not hold us accountable, for we are merely following orders from above." Chapter 58. Chu Yang's Preparations. Activation of the battle armor boyfriend. Lin Qingxue's heart trembled at the thought. Chu Yang? Why would these individuals resort to kidnapping her as a means to threaten him? At that moment, the young man seated in the passenger seat turned anxiously to the middle-aged man beside him, saying, "Captain, we've received a message from above. We need to be cautious. The traffic police, special police, and the security bureau in Kyoto have all mobilized. We must be vigilant, as Kyoto has been locked down. What is there to fear? Haven't we prepared for this long ago?" The middle-aged man scoffed, then glanced through the rearview mirror at Lin Qingxue, who sat in the back, her expression one of shock. He taunted, "Little girl, you mustn't still be unaware of what your boyfriend is involved in, right?" He then chuckled appreciatively, adding, "I must thank you. We were previously uncertain about your boyfriend's identity, but now I can say with complete assurance that your little boyfriend is far more complex than you realize." Did you hear that? Because you have been kidnapped, all of Kyoto is in lockdown. Your little boyfriend wields considerable influence. Lin Qingxue was taken aback. Kyoto in lockdown? Even if the kidnapping was indeed serious, it seemed excessive to warrant such drastic measures. What exactly were these people threatening Chu Yang for? During the 3 years of Chu Yang's disappearance, was he truly engaged in medical treatment? But if so, how could it lead to such dangerous individuals? She had seen the firearms in their possession when she had been captured. At that moment, she found herself unable to comprehend Chu Yang. In the Kyoto University laboratory, Chu Yang was diligently working on the weapon template for installation on the White Tiger Type 1 battle armor. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Chu Yang hastily set aside his work and approached the entrance. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by 2 familiar faces. "Is there something urgent that brings you here at this hour?" Chu Yang inquired, perplexed. Typically, personnel from a security bureau would not seek him out unless there was cause for concern. One of the men glanced nervously at Chu Yang and said, "Mr. Chu, we need to inform you of a matter, but we hope you can remain calm upon hearing this news." "What has happened?" Chu Yang's expression grew serious. "Lin Qingxue has been kidnapped." "What? Chu Yang's countenance darkened instantly. When did this occur? Half an hour ago, the man replied quickly. Our team at the Security Bureau was covertly protecting her when, unfortunately, they allowed her to be taken by the kidnappers. The man lowered his head, filled with regret. We sincerely apologize, Mr. Chu. This is our oversight. Do we have any updates? Chu Yang's emotions began to stabilize. The man responded, We found an abandoned van and suspect they may have switched vehicles to escape. After a brief pause to collect his thoughts, he looked at Chu Yang and continued. Rest assured, the capital is currently under lockdown, and our security agency, in conjunction with the police, is conducting a city-wide manhunt. They will certainly not escape Kyoto. Is it because of me? Chu Yang inquired. There is a significant likelihood that it is instigated by an external organization. I see. Chu Yang sighed softly, then addressed the group. I trust you will handle this matter diligently. If you find anything, please keep me informed. Subsequently, Chu Yang returned directly to the laboratory, firmly locking the door behind him. Outside, the personnel from the security agency were somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Chu Yang's demeanor had seemed rather unperturbed. Did he not harbor any concerns? Unbeknownst to them, the moment he stepped back into the lab, his expression turned ominously grim. He felt powerless. That group had dared to target Lin Qingxue. How audacious! Did they truly believe they could toy with someone associated with me? Chu Yang? In the next instant, Chu Yang commanded coldly, Xuanwu, prepare the mecha for assembly. Understood, boss. Chu Yang removed his lab coat and took his position on the mecha assembly platform. Mechanical arms swiftly moved into action, various mecha components beginning to envelop him. When the final visor was placed upon his face, he was entirely encased within the white tiger type 1 mecha. However, this time, instead of being connected to a massive power cable, it was linked to a lithium-air battery. Before Chu Yang's eyes, darkness enveloped him momentarily, soon replaced by a virtual electronic display. It monitored the overall data of the white tiger type 1 mecha, as well as the remaining power of the lithium-air battery. Xuanwu, activate the operating system. Activating operating system. Internal circuits self-check in progress. Curvature drive system check complete. Remaining power at 99, power sufficient. Welcome, boss. With a series of announcements from Xuanwu, the previously locked white tiger type 1 battlesuit was fully unlocked. Chu Yang's previously restrained limbs began to move freely. Before him, the screen revealed a vast field of vision ahead. After a brief movement, feeling little different from an ordinary person, Chu Yang clenched his fist tightly and stated coldly, Xuanwu, initiate a big data search for Lin Qingxue's current location within Kyoto. Understood, boss. In the next moment, a massive stream of data surged onto the internet. Moments latte. Xuanwu responded, All right, boss, the location has been pinpointed. The vehicle carrying the lady boss has now appeared on a thoroughfare in the eastern suburbs of Kyoto, currently traveling at a speed of 120 km/h and is approximately 80 kilometers away from your position. Excellent. Chu Yang replied with a slight nod, his gaze gradually turning icy. Did you not seek to find me? Today, I shall fulfill your wishes. Chapter 59. Unidentified flying object over Kyoto. Activate the curvature drive device. In the next instant, Chu Yang, clad in his mech, ascended rapidly from his position, shattering the laboratory's ceiling above him, and surged forth into the open air. Inside the laboratory, the tremendous noise created by the mech's breach and the cascade of debris falling to the ground instantly captured the attention of everyone present. What is happening? Outside the laboratory, 2 personnel from the security administration were momentarily stunned. The next second, they beheld a mech, resplendent in a fiery red hue intertwined with golden glimmers. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? What on earth is that? Just as the two were blinking in an attempt to discern the mech's precise form, Chu Yang had already piloted it away in a flash. They were left bewildered. Did you see anything fly past just now? I did, but was it an illusion? There was nothing there, right? This is absurd. However, as they engaged in their discussion, a walkie-talkie hanging from their chests crackled to life with an urgent message. Emergency situation. There's a problem in the laboratory. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hurried towards the lab. Above Kyoto, Chu Yang wore a pained expression, not due to the shock of the mech crashing through the ceiling affecting him, for he had equipped the interior of the mech with cushioning devices. As long as the external forces did not exceed the mech's tolerance, nearly 99% of the impact would be absorbed by these internal mechanisms. Primarily, it was not his first time flying in an aircraft, but piloting a mech was a novel experience. He had a slight fear of heights. Moreover, this was his inaugural use of the mech, and he had yet to master its operational intricacies. After floundering through the void for a while, he gradually gained a semblance of control over the mech's flight dynamics. He then proceeded in a direct line, accelerating swiftly towards the direction where Lin Qingxue was located. In the vicinity of Kyoto University, although many within the laboratory did not catch a clear glimpse of the mech, there were numerous onlookers who did. In the sky, a humanoid figure darted swiftly through the air. A young man on the street glanced up and was immediately struck with astonishment. What on earth is that? Flying so fast? The girl beside him looked up a moment later, yet she too caught sight of Chu Yang piloting the mech, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stammered. Is that a drone? But it doesn't seem like one. It's far too small. The mech's speed was astonishing. Within mere seconds, it vanished from their sight, and they exchanged incredulous glances. Darling, what is that red object? I must be mistaken, dear wife. Did something just fly by above us? Could it be an alien invasion? Indeed, it is not only we who have witnessed this spectacle. Countless others have raised their heads in bewilderment, gazing at the mechanical figure soaring overhead. Is that a UFO? How can it fly so swiftly? Is this the latest domestic technological advancement? It feels as if a person is flying in the sky. What on earth is this? Has some esteemed individual been discovered using aerial flight? Many have taken out their mobile devices, capturing this extraordinary scene and promptly sharing it online. At the military camp in Kyoto, an alarm suddenly blared from the radar detection office. Alert! Alert! An unidentified flying object has been detected in our airspace. Almost instantaneously, a large screen in the office displayed satellite surveillance footage, revealing the figure of Chu Yang piloting the mecha at high speed. The onlookers in the office widened their eyes in astonishment. What is this object? Goodness, is it flying at an astonishing pace? Is this a new device developed by the Huaka Institute? Yet, we received no notification of any test flight. Then, one person exclaimed, the detection shows a flight speed of nearly 220 kilometers h. At such altitude, this speed appears rather ordinary. Commercial airliners can reach speeds of up to 900 kilometers h, not to mention the military's fighter jets, which fly even faster. However, the object in the video is undeniably peculiar. The next moment, the office supervisor's expression turned serious. Regardless of what it is, prepare to report it and take it down. Meanwhile, within the laboratory, two personnel from the Safety Administration urgently knocked on Chu Yang's laboratory door. Mr. Chu, is something amiss? Please respond. After a prolonged silence, there was no answer from within the office. A sense of unease gripped them. The leading pair exchanged glances, nodded in unison, and declared, breach the door. In the next instant, they charged through the laboratory door. As the internal security alarms blared, they disregarded the commotion, rushing into the laboratory with a group of personnel. After passing through two more doors, they finally entered the laboratory. However, upon witnessing the contents within, everyone present stood frozen in place. Countless mechanical arms, modified by Chu Yang, loomed in the space. Massive mecha assembly workstations occupied the area, and even against the wall, two assembled mecha shells stood ready. These were the two prototypes created during Chu Yang's initial tests of mechanical agility. It is only after the optimization of these two versions that he has donned the remarkable White Tiger Type 1 mech. Good heavens, what is he researching within this contraption? Is this not a tad excessive? It feels as though we are on the set of a science fiction film, with mechs being created. Everyone present stood in stunned silence. However, in the next moment, the lead officer from the Security Administration turned to address the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but from this moment forth, you're not permitted to leave this laboratory. Soon, our Security Administration will dispatch personnel to take over the facility. He then glanced at his companion and instructed, quickly, call the headquarters and inform the director that Chu Yang has vanished. Chapter 60. I have found you in the military camp stationed in Kyoto. Within the hastily established wartime command center, The expressions of the high-ranking military officials were grave as they observed the unidentified flying mech soaring swiftly in the sky. As an information investigator entered the room, one of the senior officials immediately turned and inquired, "Have we clarified the origins of this unidentified flying object?" "Not yet," the investigator responded anxiously. "However, I've already contacted the Huaca Institute, and they confirmed that this unidentified flying object was not developed by them, nor have there been any recent flight tests of new unmanned aerial vehicles. Could it possibly be an aircraft from another country? Discussions with neighboring nations are already underway, but specific data may take some time to gather." The high-ranking official's expressions darkened at once. "Then let us set that aside for now. Prepare 2 fighter jets immediately to pursue it and ascertain whether there are occupants aboard. If there are none, bring it down." The emergence of such an unidentified flying object in Huaxia, particularly in the airspace over Kyoto, was alarming. If it were domestic, it would be manageable. However, if it were foreign and gathering detailed reconnaissance data on Kyoto, the implications could be severe. "Understood." One of the communications officers promptly picked up the landline on the adjacent table and dialed. "This is the temporary command center of the Kyoto garrison. An unidentified flying object has been detected in the airspace over Kyoto. We urgently request the deployment of fighter jets for interception." Repeat, an unidentified flying object has been discovered over Kyoto. Request immediate deployment of fighter jets for interception. Over. However, just as this command was issued, another communications officer from a different department rushed into the command center, saluted the senior commander, and quickly reported, "Commander, we have received an urgent call from the Huaca Institute, requesting at least 1 company of personnel to be dispatched immediately to the Kyoto University laboratory for armed protection." What? The commander felt a headache coming on. While they were still dealing with the unidentified flying object in the sky, how could there be trouble at Kyoto University? Nevertheless, the military had personnel stationed there and understood the significance of the researchers in that laboratory. The call from the Huaca Institute undoubtedly indicated that something had gone awry. He then stated solemnly, "Approved. Assemble a team and head over to investigate at once." Shortly thereafter, 2 of the most advanced military fighter jets took off rapidly from the Kyoto airbase, swiftly pursuing the position of Chu Yang. Meanwhile, within the laboratory at Kyoto University, numerous academicians from the Huaca Institute had gathered, each wearing a grave expression. Chu Yang could be considered one of Huaxia's most vital researchers, and should anything happen to him, the consequences will be dire. Wang Weiman, surveying the various instruments in the laboratory, dialed Chu Yang's number. In the sky, the internal system of the mech Xuanwu spoke, "Boss, Director Wang Weiman from the Huaca Institute is calling you. Do you wish to answer, Director Wang?" Chu Yang paused momentarily, then commanded, "Switch to autonomous driving mode." "I will take this call." In the next instant, the mech seamlessly transitioned into its automated operation protocol, swiftly propelling itself towards Lin Qingshue's location. Meanwhile, Chu Yang answered the call, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Old Wang, what brings you to call at this hour?" "Chu Yang," Wang Weiman exclaimed, visibly relieved upon realizing Chu Yang had answered. He quickly pressed on, "Where are you right now? What is happening in the laboratory?" "I've been out for a run," Chu Yang replied with a gradual smile. "As for the lab, I've successfully constructed the mech, though it remains in the testing phase. I accidentally made a miscalculation earlier and ended up crashing through the ceiling." "Testing?" Wang Weiman seized upon this key detail. "Chu Yang, you must tell me. The unidentified flying object soaring over Kyoto is your creation? Isn't it?" "Well, it seems my secret is out," Chu Yang smirked. "I'm currently conducting flight tests. Don't overthink it. I'll return shortly." With that, he hung up and turned to Xuanwu, asking, "How long until we arrive?" 5 minutes. Full speed ahead," was the prompt response. In the next moment, the mech's velocity surged considerably. However, it wasn't too long before 2 Chinese fighter jets appeared alongside Chu Yang. "Master, the pilots of the 2 jets wish to establish communication. Should we permit this? Fighter jets?" Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback, but after a cursory glance to either side, he nodded affirmatively. "Yes, connect them." Once the line was established, the voice of a pilot crackled through, warning, "This is the Chinese Air Force. You have entered our airspace. Please immediately identify yourself and prepare to land." or our aircraft will be authorized to engage. Is the military this swift? Chu Yang was slightly taken aback, but he had neither the time nor the inclination for idle chit-chat with military personnel. He quickly replied, "Do not pursue me. Return to base and inform your commander that I am Chu Yang, conducting a mech test." Chu Yang? The lead pilot hesitated, unaware of Chu Yang's true identity. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, Wang Weiman's expression shifted dramatically as he hung up the phone. He swiftly dialed the commander station in Kyoto. "Commander Sun, that unidentified flying object overhead is being piloted by one of our academicians conducting a flight test. Please tell me you haven't taken any action yet?" "What?" The commander, on the other end, was left speechless. "You didn't mention this earlier, and I've already dispatched fighter jets. If all goes well, you'll soon witness that craft plummeting from the sky." "Absolutely not," Wang Weiman shouted urgently. "We must not shoot down. Our researchers are still inside." Back with Chu Yang. After exchanging a few words with the fighter pilots, the mech began its rapid descent. The fighter pilot's expression changed dramatically. Tower. There is an operator present in the flying object, and he claims to be Chu Yang. Should we proceed with the next step of expulsion?" "Over." Soon, the tower responded. "This is the tower. Thank you both for your hard work. Identity has been confirmed. He is a researcher from our country testing a new scientific achievement." "Over." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two fighter pilots instantly froze. A new scientific achievement from our nation? When did Huaxia acquire such technology? Meanwhile, as the mech descended rapidly within its confines, Chu Yang's field of vision caught sight of a sleek black sedan speeding along the road. At this, a cold smile crept across Chu Yang's face. "I have found you." Chapter 61. Those who resist shall perish inside the black sedan. The middle-aged man at the wheel gazed out at the desolate road, devoid of passing vehicles. He envisioned the moment they would reach the outskirts, where arrangements would be made for their departure from Kyoto via waterways. A triumphant smile crept across his face as he urged his companions. "Brothers, stay alert. Once we complete this task, we shall soon return to our homeland." These individuals had been covertly dispatched to China as early as a decade ago, tasked with gathering sensitive intelligence, inciting chaos, and instigating international disputes. They were also required to undertake specialized assassination missions when necessary, living each day in a state of trepidation. However, with Lin Qingxue as their bargaining chip, the seemingly endless days of fear were finally drawing to a close. They might even ascend to mid-level ranks within their organization upon their return, indulging in fine wine and luxury automobiles. Upon hearing their leader's words, the others in the vehicle shared in the mirth, exclaiming their relief at the prospect of no longer enduring such anxiety in China. Yet, their smiles had barely begun to fade when the young man in the passenger seat suddenly looked up, his face etched with disbelief. His voice faltered as he stammered, "Captain, look, what is that in the sky?" The middle-aged man looked up, and his pupils constricted in shock at the sight of Chu Yang hurtling towards them. "What in the world is that?" He cursed under his breath, slamming down on the accelerator. "Hold on tight, brothers. I'm accelerating." In that moment, his heart raced to an unprecedented tempo. They were on the verge of fleeing Kyoto, and now an unexpected threat had emerged. While they had studied China's military technology, he could not fathom what this flying object could be. A drone? Or perhaps a mech? Yet, he quickly dismissed the latter thought. How could that be possible? Even the most advanced exoskeletons from America could merely execute simple reconnaissance in specific environments. But this object above them, with a size akin to a human, could actually fly? Such technology could not possibly exist in the world today. Suddenly, the young man in the passenger seat's phone rang, displaying a strange number filled with jumbled characters. His expression tightened as he exclaimed, "Captain, should I answer this call?" "Yes." The middle-aged man replied without a moment's hesitation. With an object like that hovering above them, it was all too clear who was calling. Upon answering the call, Chu Yang's voice resonated coldly from the air above. "You are surrounded. All of you, exit the vehicle. Cover your heads and crouch on the ground. Those who resist shall perish." The middle-aged man snatched the phone with a fierce grip, declaring, "What a joke. I have a hostage in the car. If you have the guts, come down." He abruptly hung up the call, his expression darkening as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The roar of the engine intensified, and the black sedan surged forward with increased speed. Damn it! Chu Yang felt a wave of regret wash over him. Why hadn't he equipped the mech with weapon modules earlier? Without any armaments, the imposing metal shell lost much of its intimidation factor. However, he quickly composed himself and coldly commanded, Xuanwu, engage those people. Lacking weapons did not mean he was incapable of dealing with them. Soon, as he descended within mere dozens of meters from the ground, Chu Yang deactivated the curvature drive, plummeting rapidly to the earth. He struck the ground with such force that a deep crater formed before the black sedan, resembling the descent of a divine being. Captain, what will we do if that thing comes down? The occupants of the vehicle began to panic. If they were facing a helicopter, they would remain calm. After all, they had a hostage and could not afford to open fire. However, the unknown was far more terrifying. They were utterly perplexed by the entity before them, uncertain of the danger it could unleash. What are you afraid of? The middle-aged man barked angrily. I'll ram it to pieces. Chu Yang slowly rose from the ground and promptly maneuvered the mech, charging toward the black sedan. With a resounding crash, he positioned himself directly in front of the vehicle, gripping its front with unwavering strength. Sparks erupted beneath his feet from the friction as the mech was pushed backward by the car's momentum. Xuanwu increased the curvature drive's power. Chu Yang gritted his teeth, intensifying the mech's thrust. Inside the car, Lin Qingxue stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Disbelief etched across her face. What was this entity? Why had it suddenly appeared? A mech towering around 2 meters had managed to intercept a speeding vehicle. If she weren't a hostage, she would surely think this was a scene from a sci-fi film. The driver, his face twisted in rage, shouted, "What the hell is that thing? Shoot it, shoot it!" Without hesitation, he drew a handgun from the driver's seat and began firing at Chu Yang's mech. However, the mech's exterior had been specially reinforced, rendering ordinary bullets utterly ineffective against its defenses. With a fierce determination, Chu Yang growled, "Increase the power to 80. No one here is leaving today." In the next instant, a surge of overwhelming force erupted, allowing Chu Yang to finally stabilize the mech firmly in place. Immediately following, Chu Yang delivered a fierce blow with his hammer directly onto the engine of the car. Bang! In an instant, a deep crater formed on the car's hood, from which a plume of black smoke emerged. The black sedan finally succumbed to a loss of power. Damn it! The middle-aged man was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust, raising his hand to strike the steering wheel with force. What on earth was this? Were they not merely kidnapping someone? Was there truly a need to deploy such a contraption to thwart their efforts? Yet, the opportunity to return home lay tantalizingly close. No matter who stood in his way, none would prevent his departure today. Get out, all of you. I will end him. The middle-aged man kicked open the car door, seizing the submachine gun resting beside him, and began to unleash a frenzied barrage of gunfire towards the mech. Chapter 62. The Wrath of Chu Yang within the Kyoto police station, in a makeshift command center where traffic police, special police, and auxiliary officers convened. A sudden appearance of a digital map graced the large display before them. Marked upon this map was a conspicuous red dot. What could this signify? The expression of the station chief instantaneously shifted to one of grave concern. This network belonged exclusively to the Kyoto police station, fortified by an impenetrable firewall. Why then did such an icon emerge? Who had infiltrated their system? Chief, the system is unresponsive. An information officer frantically typed at the keyboard, only to discover they had completely lost control over the screen. In the next moment, a message flickered onto the computer's display. Lin Qingxue is here. Hurry. These suburbs? A shiver coursed through the chief's heart as he scrutinized the location on the map. Is this not just a malicious attempt to obscure our vision? Queried another high-ranking officer nearby. Make a call. Dispatch all officers in the vicinity. The chief gritted his teeth. This matter is of utmost importance. We cannot afford to overlook a single opportunity. Kyoto University. Suddenly, several armed helicopters appeared in the sky above the campus, while a fleet of green trucks carrying soldiers swiftly entered the university grounds, ultimately halting around Chu Yang's laboratory. A heavy military presence encircled the facility. What on earth is happening? Just days ago, a convoy from the military arrived, and now an even greater number of troops. Those must be the newly modified Type 95 semi-automatic rifles. How spectacular! Am I the only one still preoccupied with that unidentified flying object from earlier? The videos circulating online are simply astounding. Could it be that the technology originated from our university's laboratory, prompting such a sudden influx of military personnel? Meanwhile, in the east suburbs, damn it, you coward, come here. A middle-aged man wielded a submachine gun, firing incessantly. Others around him raised their weapons, unleashing a torrent of bullets as if they were mere confetti. Yet, these projectiles inflicted no harm upon Chu Yang. Thanks to the defensive shell of the White Tiger Type 1 mech, unless they were armor-piercing rounds, the standard bullets would never breach its exterior. Such a feeble display of firepower against a mech was utterly futile. With a dismissive snort, Chu Yang slowly raised his hand, activating the curvature drive mechanism. Freeze. Under his command, the space within a 10-meter radius around him appeared to be rendered motionless. The formidable warp field altered the trajectory of the incoming bullets, effectively immobilizing them in midair. What is happening? The expressions of the armed spies shifted to one of sheer astonishment, as they discovered not only could they no longer pull the trigger with their fingers, but even speaking had become a daunting challenge. Utilizing the curvature drive system, Chu Yang had seized control of all the surrounding space. Load martial arts module, Chu Yang commanded, and the various hydraulic mechanisms within the mech began to operate swiftly. Although he had not installed any weapon modules on the mech, how could Chinese mechs lack martial prowess? The module was successfully loaded, and with the voice of the Xuanwu resonating, Chu Yang's figure rapidly vanished from his original position. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he reappeared directly before one of the spies, palm open, forcefully striking the spy's chin and sending him flying. Simultaneously, the curved speed confinement ended. Yet the remaining individuals were too late to retaliate against Chu Yang. In a flurry of motion, Chu Yang swiftly toppled everyone in his path to the ground. Ultimately, he dashed to the front of the middle-aged man leading them. "Come on, if you have the capability, kill me." The freed middle-aged man shouted frantically, pulling the trigger of his weapon in a mad frenzy. He did not dare to retreat to his vehicle to use Lin Qingxue as a hostage, nor could he entertain any thoughts of escape. Chu Yang's earlier immobilization technique had been utterly terrifying. He could only make a final stand. Even in death, he wished to die with dignity. A cold smile spread across Chu Yang's face as he calmly approached the barrage of bullets aimed at him. Walking steadily towards the middle-aged man, with a casual gesture, he seized the muzzle of the man's submachine gun, twisting it with a slight force. Harnessing the amplified strength of the mech's internal hydraulic system, he instantly exerted thousands of pounds of pressure, flattening the barrel. "You should never have laid a hand on Lin Qingxue." Chu Yang's expression darkened as he crushed the barrel and effortlessly snatched the gun from the middle-aged man's grasp. With relentless force, he twisted the submachine gun into a massive spherical iron ball. After discarding the iron ball to the side, Chu Yang slowly approached the middle-aged man, effortlessly grasping his neck and lifting him off the ground as one would a chick. Within the mech, Chu Yang's eyes were filled with a cold indifference. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely contemplated snapping the middle-aged man's neck. However, allowing him to die so easily would be far too lenient. They all must ultimately face the consequences of their actions under the law. To them, this was a fate more terrifying than death. With a powerful throw, he flung the middle-aged man aside and then took measured steps toward the nearby black sedan. Lin Qingxue's complexion had turned pale, and upon seeing Chu Yang approach, she instinctively curled up, her eyes filled with terror. The scene that had just unfolded was exceedingly bizarre, coupled with Chu Yang's extraordinary methods. She was left in a state of uncertainty, unable to discern whether the mecha that had suddenly appeared before her was friend or foe. Chu Yang cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Qingxue. However, at that moment, he could not afford to reveal his true identity. With a casual gesture, he summoned a dagger from a nearby spy using a warp field, seamlessly transferring it to his hand. He then proceeded to open the car door and, with gentle precision, used the hilt of the dagger to sever the ropes binding Lin Qingxue's wrists. After accomplishing this, He discarded the dagger to the side. Witnessing this, Lin Qingshua's heart raced uncontrollably. She sensed that there was indeed a person within the mecha. Recalling the words exchanged with the others in the car earlier, tears brimmed in her eyes. Chu Yang. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 63. One day. Let the territories of Huaxia never suffer intrusion from foreign clans. Chu Yang stood within the mech, gazing at Lin Qingxua, whose tear-streaked face resembled a weeping pear blossom. A profound ache gripped his heart. He understood that often, with a touch more courage, the conclusion could be vastly different. He could easily remove his mask, abandon all pretense, and rush to embrace Lin Qingxua, providing her with the most steadfast sense of security in her moment of despair. It was not beyond his capability. However, he cannot. Ever since he officially became a national defense researcher, he belonged not solely to himself. In the face of confidentiality, the interests of the nation must always take precedence. Without the collective, how could there be the individual? Before him lay countless ancestors who, in their anonymity and exile, sought neither fame nor fortune, sacrificing their lives in relentless pursuit of national research, dedicating their existence. It was their unwavering commitment that laid the solid foundation for the present glory of Huaxia. In the realm of international conflict, there could be no leniency. He could not be the exception. Ultimately, Chu Yang refrained from taking that step. Yet within his heart, a fierce flame of indignation ignited. What he had accomplished thus far was insufficient. Far from enough. This was Huaxia, the homeland of one, for billion souls, bearing the weight of their lives and aspirations. The territory of Huaxia would not allow foreign intruders to trample upon it. Dignity exists solely at the edge of a sword. He must strive for more, for one day. The territories of Huaxia shall never suffer invasion from foreign clans. Soon, the wailing sirens of police vehicles filled Chu Yang's ears. Countless police cars sped toward them, mere hundreds of meters away from the black sedan where Lin Qingxua sat. Observing this, Chu Yang cast a glance at the weary Lin Qingxua still seated within the vehicle and swiftly activated the curvature drive, vanishing from the spot in an instant. On the short video platform, the footage of Chu Yang piloting the mech above Kyoto began to spread wildly, accompanied by a flurry of eclectic comments. Good heavens! This is the first time I've seen such a clear video of a mysterious event. Kudos to the uploader. Is this for real? Is it a new type of aircraft from our country? I advise you to delete this. Don't invite trouble. Wow, is this a special effect or real? This is absolutely real. I saw this little thing zoom by when I was in Kyoto today. Meanwhile, within the security administration, Liu Chongqing sat in an office, his expression grave as he observed the various captured footage of the mech on his computer screen. What is happening? Why hasn't this matter been resolved? Upon confirming that the mech was piloted by Chu Yang, Liu Chongqing felt a mix of joy and concern. Naturally, he was delighted that Chu Yang had developed yet another top-tier scientific achievement. However, what troubles me is that someone actually captured footage and posted it online. And it wasn't just one person. Doesn't this complicate their work? Director, the number of individuals sharing this is overwhelming. It's already too late to delete the videos now. This could potentially provoke a backlash, one of the technicians lamented. The speed at which short video platforms disseminate information is astonishing. Within mere moments, countless individuals have viewed this video. Liu Chongqing's expression turned grave. Find a way to contact the short video department and reduce the traffic of those accounts sharing the videos. Furthermore, arrange for personnel from the network department to begin spreading the narrative that this video is merely a game special effect. Additionally, get me in touch with the head of the Cultural Development General Administration. Whatever means necessary, we must redirect the attention towards the entertainment industry. Let us do our utmost to minimize the impact of this incident. At Kyoto University, Chu Yang swiftly piloted the mech back to the laboratory. However, during the descent, he miscalculated his position. After shutting down the curvature drive, Chu Yang was supposed to drop into the pit he had created earlier, but instead, he landed less than 10 centimeters away, creating yet another crater. Inside the laboratory, debris fell, and smoke enveloped the area. The numerous soldiers on high alert immediately tightened their grips on their weapons, countless dart gun barrels aimed at the mech's location. Once the smoke cleared, Chu Yang waved his hand. Seeing the multitude of weapons pointed at him, he instructed Xuanwu to lift his visor and quickly shouted to the crowd, "Don't shoot. Don't shoot, I'm one of you." Chu Yang? Wang Weimin rushed forward upon recognizing him behind the visor. Anxiety etched on his face. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm fine." Chu Yang quickly shook his head and smiled at Wang Weimin. "Just give me a moment to disarm the mech." With that, he hurried to the workstation. Fortunately, his descent had not damaged any electrical wiring in the lab. Upon reaching the massive mech workstation, a multitude of small mechanical arms emerged, wielding various screwdrivers, meticulously removing the armor piece by piece from his body. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were instantly astounded. Initially, they believed the steel exteriors of the two experimental subjects in the lab were impressive, but they were utterly taken aback by the sheer magnificence of the mech Chu Yang had been wearing. Once he had fully disassembled the mech, Wang Weimin swiftly approached him, his face a mask of astonishment. "Did you create this? This can only be considered the prototype." Chu Yang nodded, continuing to gaze at Wang Weimin. "I understand you must have many questions right now, but I don't have the time to explain at the moment. Once this incident is resolved, I will discuss it with you in detail, if that is all right." Wang Weimin inquired, "Is that little girl from the Lin family all right?" He was well aware of Chu Yang's temperament. Had there not been an urgent issue, Chu Yang would undoubtedly have sought approval from above to test the research outcomes, rather than recklessly commencing the tests alone. This was a perilous gamble with his own life. "All is well," Chu Yang replied, shaking his head. In haste, he located his phone and swiftly dialed Lin Qingshua's number. "Hello, Qingxue." Chapter 64, Lin Qingshu. "Chu Yang, do you not intend to say anything to me?" Kyoto Hospital, a special high-level ward. In the corridor, numerous armed special police stand guard. Chu Yang and Wang Weimin rushed from the hospital elevator into the corridor. Upon seeing the two, a director from the security bureau approached them. Wang Weimin inquired, "How is the situation inside?" The girl's emotional state is quite unstable. Aside from a phone call with academician Chu in the police car, she hasn't uttered a single word, the director replied, his expression troubled. He then glanced at Chu Yang apologetically, saying, "Academician Chu, I sincerely apologize. This incident was a lapse on our part at the Security Bureau. It is not your fault." Chu Yang replied, his demeanor darkening slightly. "It is those individuals who were too arrogant." He then anxiously looked towards the ward door, asking, "May I see her now? Our psychological expert is currently inside conducting case documentation and counseling. Please wait a moment," the director responded. Just then, a woman in a white coat emerged from the room and hurried towards them. The director quickly asked, "How is the girl? Has the documentation been completed?" The psychologist nodded and then glanced at Chu Yang. "Are you her boyfriend?" Chu Yang's identity was still confidential, even within the security bureau. Few knew of it aside from those assigned to protect him. "I am," Chu Yang affirmed quickly. "Go see her. She needs your comfort right now." Chu Yang dashed into the ward. Lin Qingshu was curled up on the hospital bed, her eyes swollen and red, clearly having cried. Seeing this, a pang of sorrow struck Chu Yang's heart. He swiftly approached her, sat on the bed, and without uttering a word, enveloped her in his embrace. Immediately, Lin Qingshu began to sob loudly in his arms. "I am here." Chu Yang gently patted her back, whispering, "It's all right, it's all right, it's all over now. I promise such things will never happen again." After a long while, Lin Qingshu gradually ceased her tears. The next moment, her expression turned cold as she pushed Chu Yang away. "Chu Yang, do you not intend to say anything to me?" Her eyes remained slightly red, with glistening tears still clinging to her lashes. She was not foolish. Her thoughts were clear. Otherwise, she would not have been admitted to Kyoto University as the top science student from Xiangnan province. Those 3 years of Chu Yang's sudden disappearance, was it truly just for medical treatment? The clothes he wore that day and the medal hanging from his chest, which yielded no information online, there were too many doubts. Yet, she was reluctant to delve deeper into her thoughts. Even if Chu Yang was indeed lying, she still wished to choose to believe him. But now the circumstances lay bare before her. She no longer wished to evade them, nor could she afford to do so. This time, it was merely she who had been abducted. What if it were Chu Yang who had been taken? How would he fare? During the 3 years of their estrangement, what had Chu Yang done? Why had he incurred the wrath of such formidable individuals? Qingshu, Chu Yang found himself momentarily at a loss. What had those kidnappers whispered to her in the vehicle? He hastily began to explain. Allow me to clarify the situation. I acknowledge that this is my fault. Had it not been for my involvement, you would never have been ensnared by those people. However, Yet, the final words lingered on his lips, unuttered, as he clenched his fists in anguish. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. From the moment he stepped into the research base, he ceased to belong to his family, and certainly not to Lin Qingxue. He belonged solely to his nation and his people. Serving his country had become his lifelong creed. Beyond that, he was often a pawn in circumstances beyond his control. At that moment, Wang Weimin, who had been eavesdropping at the door, suddenly knocked and peered in, addressing the two with a smile. Pardon the interruption, but allow me to elucidate this matter. Wang Lao. Chu Yang turned in surprise. Lin Qingxue also regarded the unexpectedly appearing Wang Weimin with curiosity. He held a confidentiality agreement in his hand and, after offering Chu Yang a reassuring smile, extended the document toward Lin Qingxue, gently stating, "Please sign this confidentiality agreement first. Once you do, I will disclose the information you seek." After speaking, he added with a hint of nostalgia, "Now, Lin, do not blame Xiao Chu. He has his compelling reasons." Lin Qingxue gradually stifled her sobs. Taking the confidentiality agreement from Wang Weimin, she meticulously reviewed its contents before swiftly grasping a pen and inscribing her name upon it. Upon witnessing Lin Qingxue's signature, Wang Weimin's smile broadened. "Now, dear Lin, what questions do you wish to pose? I want to know what exactly Chu Yang does." Wang Weimin chuckled. He is considered a researcher at our Huaka Institute. The critical data for several segments of the mech you encounter today was authored by him, which is precisely why those individuals sought to abduct him. He then inclined his body slightly in an apologetic gesture toward Lin Qingxue. "This incident arose from our operational oversight, and for that, I sincerely apologize." "And what about those 3 years he was absent?" "Indeed," Wang Weimin affirmed with a nod, "he has spent these 3 years at a research institute within Huaka, where he exhibited exceptional talent in the field of computer science, prompting us to recruit him." Lin Qingxue shot Chu Yang an incredulous glare. "Is that true?" Chu Yang's lips twitched. "Yes, that is indeed the case. A computer genius? I suppose that's one way to put it." This explanation, albeit vague, was certainly preferable to unmasking the entirety of the truth. "If that is the case, why did you not say anything?" Lin Qingxue gazed at Chu Yang with a hint of confusion, her eyes welling up with tears once more. "For the past 3 years, you have not sent me a single message. Why? Is it that once you went to the Huaka Institute, you could no longer keep in touch?" Wang Weimin chuckled, waving the confidentiality agreement in his hand. "Did you not just see the stipulations written on it?" Lin Qingxue's expression faltered. "All right then," Wang Weimin continued with a smile. "Dear Lin, now that you have signed the confidentiality agreement, I must ask you to keep this matter under wraps for the good of our nation. You two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave and not intrude any further." With that, Wang Weimin turned and exited, even thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Chu Yang slowly leaned closer to Lin Qingxue. "Qingxue, you stay right there." Lin Qingxue shot him a glare. "Do you truly believe that this beautiful girl would take you for just an ordinary researcher?" The person who just left was Wang Weimin. His photograph still adorns the wall of fame at Peking University. The president of the Huaka Institute. If Chu Yang were merely a regular researcher, such matters would hardly warrant a figure of Wang Weimin's stature to personally come and explain them to me, would they? Chapter 65. May I steal a kiss? Well. Chu Yang found himself momentarily flustered. What had just gone awry? However, at that moment, Lin Qingxue suddenly burst into laughter. "Never mind, I was just joking." From the very beginning, she had been reluctant to ponder such matters. Now, understanding certain aspects of Chu Yang's identity, she was even less inclined to speculate. What she desired was Chu Yang himself, not any of his peculiar titles. But then, Lin Qingxue looked up at Chu Yang and smiled. "However, I do have a question for you." Chu Yang nodded. "Go ahead." "Ahem." Lin Qingxue chuckled as she cleared her throat and shifted from the bed to sit beside Chu Yang. She then raised her right hand as if it were a microphone, interviewing him. As a nationally recognized prodigy who was specially recruited to Kyoto University at the tender age of 16, Why are you not focusing on your studies there, and instead have come to stir things up? Whom have I stirred up? Chu Yang asked, furrowing his brow. Me. Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes. Just a couple of days ago, you were confessing to me here. Are you not aware that sometimes girls feel particularly insecure? Especially when their potential boyfriends are filled with secrets and mysteries. What if you were to mysteriously vanish one day? Wouldn't that be a waste of my time? Chu Yang chuckled. So, does that mean you are agreeing to be my girlfriend? Don't change the subject, Lin Qingxue said, her expression turning serious. Though she soon couldn't help but laugh again. First, answer my question. Why did you suddenly decide to attend? With a sigh, Chu Yang replied. It was someone who mentioned that one could start dating at 18, so here I am. He laughed again. Though I may be a year late. It is certainly not too late. Lin Qingxue giggled. But I never said I was definitely going to date you. That was my initial thought as well. Chu Yang nodded with a smile. But upon further reflection, I realized you would eventually seek a boyfriend, whether it be me or another boy. And I certainly wouldn't be content with that. Thus I came. Consider yourself fortunate. Lin Qingxue playfully shot him a glance before asking, but when will I be able to leave this place? A hint of worry flickered in Lin Qingxue's eyes. Qian and the others accompanied me for a shopping trip, and they still have no idea about my situation. I can't even use my phone at the moment. After being brought to the hospital by the police, her phone had been temporarily confiscated for confidentiality reasons, and it had yet to be returned to her. You need not fret, Chu Yang reassured her. In a little while, once the personnel from the security department finish their work, you will be able to leave. Until then, I shall remain here with you. As for your phone, I will call them to bring it in shortly. All right then. Lin Qingxue nodded obediently. At that moment, Chu Yang suddenly leaned closer to her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. If you find it dull, why don't we play a game together? What do you want to play? Lin Qingxue cast a wary glance at Chu Yang. In a room shared by a man and a woman, what kind of game did he have in mind? Just say whether we're playing or not, she insisted. Lin Qingxue eventually agreed. Since we have nothing better to do, how do you propose we play? In the next instant, Chu Yang swiftly pushed her onto the bed. Their noses nearly touched, and it felt as if they could sense each other's unique scent. What do you want to do? Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing wildly. I want. Chu Yang nodded eagerly. Lin Qingxue was bewildered. What did he mean by that? Then, Chu Yang leaned in closer, his breath quickening as his lips hovered near hers. May I kiss you? No. Lin Qingxue immediately turned her head, pouting. You think you can kiss me after making me angry? How did I even provoke you? You lied to me about having leukemia. What kind of excuse was that? Coughing awkwardly, Chu Yang replied. At that point, you were asking so persistently, I couldn't think of a better excuse. I promise I won't do it again. You still think there will be a next time? Chu Yang shook his head vigorously. No, never again. Just this once. That's more like it. Lin Qingxue smiled with satisfaction and continued, Let me teach you. Pursuing a girl isn't dumb like this. In situations like this, don't ask, just kiss. Do you hear me? Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Yang bent down and swiftly pressed his lips against hers. After a long moment, breathless, Lin Qingxue finally pushed him away, her face flushed. You rogue. Chu Yang, however, wore an expression of lingering desire. So, did I kiss the wrong person? Wrong person? I kissed my boyfriend, he laughed. I did not kiss the wrong one. Lin Qingxue's eyes darted around. Mr. Chu Yang, I hereby declare that you have successfully become Ms. Lin Qingxue's probationary boyfriend. Why probationary? Chu Yang asked, Boozlet. What must I do to become permanent? Please present your credentials. Oh, I see. Chu Yang chuckled, swiftly pulling Lin Qingxue closer to him, savoring her warmth as he murmured, Your thoughts align with mine. If you're dating me, it must lead to marriage. Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed once more. She quickly sprang from his embrace. No way, that's too much. I have to post this on my social media. She dashed from the hospital bed, put on her shoes, and retrieved her phone from the security personnel at the door, bouncing back into the ward with excitement. After opening her phone for a selfie, Lin Qingxue leaned directly into Chu Yang's embrace. Come on, look at the camera and smile. Chu Yang felt a bit bewildered, but complied nonetheless. Click. Accompanied by the sound of the shutter, the two captured a photograph together after 3 years. Their last group photo dated back to their first year of high school during an outdoor spring outing organized by the school, where classmates took a collective picture. Subsequently, she posted the photo on her social media, proclaiming, "First time showing affection, not very skilled." After sharing, she eagerly turned to Chu Yang and asked, "Aren't you going to post one? I've never shared anything before." Chu Yang was taken aback. Ever since he participated in the 1 nanometer lithography project, he hadn't posted anything on social media. All right then. Lin Qingxue seemed to understand Chu Yang's work nature. "It's fine if you don't post." Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds, then took out his phone. "Let this be my first post in 3 years." After quickly copying Lin Qingxue's photo, he promptly shared a post. "From now on, amidst the misty rain of Jiangnan, one holds the umbrella while two walk together." Chapter 66. She is his preference evening. Once the personnel from the security bureau concluded all matters, Chu Yang departed the hospital alongside Lin Qingxue. At the hospital entrance, Li Qian and a few others awaited their return. Upon spotting Lin Qingxue and Chu Yang entwined in each other's arms emerging from the hospital, Li Qian shot Lin Qingxue a playful glare. "Qingxue, how could you be so dismissive of friendship? We, your roommates, have been worried about you at the precinct for so long. And here you are, flaunting your affection with Chu Yang in the hospital." Afterward, she turned her attention to Chu Yang. "Junior, while it's true that our Qingxue tend to prioritize romance over friendship, I must warn you, since you are now with her, do not dare to mistreat her. Otherwise, the women in our dormitory are not to be trifled with." "Of course." Chu Yang chuckled. "I truly appreciate your efforts today. Since the time is just right, allow me to treat you all to dinner this evening." Li Qian nodded in satisfaction. "Now you're speaking our language." She swiftly moved to stand before Lin Qingxue and smiled at Chu Yang beside her. "For now, we shall borrow your Qingxue." After taking Lin Qingxue from Chu Yang's grasp, the sisters from the dormitory huddled together, engaging in hushed conversations. "Come on, tell us everything that transpired. We need to gossip properly." By 9 o'clock that evening, Chu Yang returned to school with Lin Qingxue and her friends, with Li Qian and the others accompanying her. Lin Qingxue opted not to have him escort her back to the dormitory, instead returning with her friends. Upon entering his own dormitory, Chu Yang had barely opened the door when Zhu Pengfei and the others immediately set aside their activities, arranging their chairs in eager anticipation. "Boss, commence the lesson. We are willing to pay for your wisdom." Chu Yang was taken aback. "What are you all doing? We're here to learn from you," Zhang Mingyang exclaimed, his expression one of admiration. "It hasn't been long since the semester started, and you've already won over the most elusive beauty in our school, Lin, the campus goddess. As your longtime brothers, you must share your secrets with us." Wang Lei and Zhu Pengfei chimed in, "Exactly, old third. Don't hoard your techniques. We are still single, and you ought to impart some skills to us." Although the incident involving Lin Qingxue's abduction had been suppressed by the authorities, leaving only a few individuals privy to the truth, the photographs Chu Yang posted on social media had been widely viewed. The intimate poses depicted were undeniably close. "Ah, that's quite simple," Chu Yang replied with a smile. "I see now why you're eager for a lesson. Truth be told, there's no particular technique. It mainly relies on one's looks. To be frank, she simply desires my physique." The three of them simultaneously rolled their eyes. "Get lost. How shameless. Heavens. Old three, your audacity is truly remarkable." Late at night, after a refreshing shower, Chu Yang settled beside his desk. Upon picking up his phone, he noticed a message from Lin Qingxue sent just a few minutes prior. "Where are you up to?" Chu Yang chuckled softly and swiftly replied, "Just finished showering. Preparing to study some materials." Lin Qingxue responded almost instantaneously. "I see, then you carry on. I won't disturb you. Good luck." After sending this message, she added a supportive emoji. Seeing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile, replying, "No worries, I can respond to you." After sending his message, he opened the computer on his desk, logged into WeChat, and clicked on the Xuanwu icon on his desktop. He had already uploaded the data code for Xuanwu onto the internet. It did not require any host as a medium. It existed perpetually within the vast expanse of the internet. In simpler terms, all computers across the globe could amalgamate to serve as its host, significantly enhancing its computational capacity. What remained on his computer was merely a port for Xuanwu. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingshue's lips curved upward upon reading Chu Yang's response. No need for that. I'll just read. After sending a quick reply, she set her phone aside. She would not bind Chu Yang with the chains of love. In her eyes, he was free to do as he pleased. All she wished was for him to think of her before undertaking any endeavor, and that alone sufficed. She understood that the boy she had developed feelings for was destined to become a radiant sun in the future. Fortunately, she was his favored one. Genuine affection unfolds gradually, so let it unfold at its own pace. One day, they would nestle together on a sofa, engrossed in the same book or film. On Chu Yang's end, upon reading Lin Qingshue's message, a smile graced his lips as well. There was no need for daily intimacy. Maintaining contact was sufficient. I know you want to leave, and you know I want to change. We are both busy, yet we care for each other. This, indeed, is the ideal state of love. Following this thought, he promptly issued a command through the Xuanwu port on his computer. Hack into the databases of all foreign intelligence agencies. Perhaps Lin Qingxue believed this matter to be behind them, but for him, it was far from over. Those who dare to harm his loved ones must face the consequences. He intended to make it clear to anyone contemplating targeting Lin Qingxue in the future that Chu Yang's people were not to be trifled with. He would ensure that such events would never recur. Chapter 67. Infiltration of the Central Intelligence Agency. Note: the previous search for military satellite launch schedules has been revised to hacking into the databases of intelligence agencies across the globe. The moment the command from Chu Yang was issued, the entity known as Xuanwu began to reveal its true capabilities. Within an internet CAF in Huaxia, a row of meticulously arranged computers experienced a sudden decline in operational speed. However, it was merely a brief lag of 0.1 seconds, a slight delay that prompted a young gamer, wielding Yasuo and wreaking havoc, to unleash a torrent of expletives. What the hell is going on? Why did it lag when I activated my ultimate? In the very next moment, his computer screen plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit cocoon, the glow of a smartphone screen flickered incessantly, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts emanating from his Bluetooth headphones. Just as he was indulging himself in a moment of satisfaction, the previously seamless stream of the internet abruptly faltered, inciting another outburst. Damn it, why is this website suddenly so slow? Of all times, it had to be now. Yet, in the subsequent moment, his expression transformed to one of sage-like resignation. Ah, how utterly dreary. In a shopping app that evening, a suave gentleman sporting black-rimmed glasses was poised to snatch up his beloved limited edition anime figurine. However, as he entered the website, his previously smooth-running phone experienced a momentary stutter. It was merely a second's delay, yet it cost him dearly. His coveted figurine was snatched away, leaving him with a look of profound dismay. What is this nonsense? I waited so long, and in just 1 second it's gone? Are you all this fast? Simultaneously, similar occurrences proliferated across various regions within the country. Even the servers of certain major internet companies experienced brief interruptions, as computational power was swiftly commandeered by Xuanwu. On the other side of the ocean, within a foreign intelligence agency dedicated to espionage and subversion, an agent clad in a black suit and tie leisurely strolled into his office, coffee in hand and breakfast in tow. Within the expansive server room of the agency, countless high-performance computers operated in unison, each boasting exceptional configurations and rapid processing speeds. This facility housed the largest and most confidential database of the nation, containing the profiles of spies dispatched to various countries over the years, along with strategic deployment information. Yet, at that very moment, a cacophony of alarms erupted throughout the intelligence agency. The head of the agency had just arrived in his office when the piercing sound of the alarm reached his ears. In the next moment, the door to his office was abruptly thrust open by one of his subordinates. "Boss, this is dire. Our database is under an attack from unidentified hackers, and the firewall is being compromised. It is expected that within 10 minutes, our data's firewall will be breached, and all the information in our database is at risk of exposure." What? The head of the intelligence agency's expression darkened immediately. In the following instant, he violently slammed his coffee cup onto the floor. "Quick, take me there!" Bursting out of the office in a flurry, The director hastened to the server room. He then bellowed at everyone inside. Who can tell me what is happening? Why has our agency's database been targeted? With your skills, are you incapable of thwarting an international hacker's assault? The state has invested so much in you. And is this how you repay that trust? 10 minutes. When did our national cyber defense become so feeble as to withstand only 10 minutes of attack? A nervous blond man stepped forward. Boss, this adversary is exceptionally formidable, and the method of attack is unlike anything we have encountered before. We are in serious trouble. Incompetence, a bunch of incompetence. The director shouted furiously. I don't care what methods you employ. You must defend a database. The information contained within is invaluable, detailing the operatives we have deployed over the years. If this database is compromised, all our painstaking efforts could be shattered in an instant. Meanwhile, in the chat group of the Red Hacker Alliance, countless dormant accounts suddenly sprang to life. Goodness, has one of our masters from the Red Hacker Alliance taken action? I just received news that a certain intelligence agency in the beautiful nation has been hacked. I know, it's the Central Intelligence Agency, right? Who is so powerful? I've secretly infiltrated to observe. If the CIA's database is breached, won't the beautiful nation be infuriated? Are there not numerous lists of spies within? Brothers, this is a golden opportunity. Shall we all go online and execute a grand operation together? Charge! Let us get online immediately and rally together. I shall bear the banner for our homeland. Brothers, onward. In a dormitory at Jing University, Chu Yang sat at his desk. Zhang Mingyang and Zhu Pengfei, along with a few others, passed by and noticed the chaotic stream of code on Chu Yang's computer screen. Curiosity piqued, they inquired, Third brother, what are you doing? Chu Yang smiled. I'm enjoying the show. Zhang Mingyang and the others glanced briefly, but soon turned away, for they could not comprehend it. At this moment, Xuanwu suddenly sent a message. Boss, another hacker faction within the country has begun to assault the intelligence database of the beautiful nation. Would you like me to assist them in concealing the IP address? Chu Yang nodded slightly, swiftly striking the keyboard to issue a command. Yes. Inside the Central Intelligence Agency of the beautiful nation, once the Red Hacker Alliance joined, the servers of the agency were immediately besieged, and the defense system was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a key technician in the operations room stood up abruptly. No, this is not right. The attackers are not merely attempting to breach our firewall, nor are they seeking to steal our information. They aim to directly expose all of the Central Intelligence Agency's top-secret data online. Chapter 68, Intelligence Leak, The Internet Erupts What? The head of the Central Intelligence Agency felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. If the confidential espionage data and their previous strategic plans stored in the database were to be leaked, he would bear an immense responsibility. If the higher-ups held him accountable, survival would be a daunting challenge. In a frenzy, he bellowed, Quick, cut the power. Typically, the database of a Central Intelligence Agency must not be hastily shut down. Moreover, with hackers already on the offensive, whether or not to cut the power was inconsequential. Any attempt to utilize the data within the database would necessitate a complete resolution of the hacking incident. Otherwise, even disconnecting the power would merely serve as a temporary reprieve. However, at that moment, he could not afford to ponder the implications. The internal documents of the intelligence agency absolutely must not be exposed to the internet. Yet, Chu Yang's speed was utterly incomparable. Under the assault of Xuanwu, the firewalls of the world's national databases were as fragile as the emperor's new clothes, barely distinguishable from being completely vulnerable. Would it really take 10 minutes to breach the Central Intelligence Agency? It was merely a matter of a few keystrokes. As it stood, Xuanwu was an invincible force in the realm of cyberspace. Once Xuanwu infiltrated the intelligence databases of various nations, it did not take long for Chu Yang to ascertain which country had orchestrated this espionage incident. Granting them 10 minutes was merely an opportunity to witness the prowess of the hackers from the beautiful nation, allowing them to struggle in vain for a while longer. In retrospect, it was quite underwhelming. Annihilate. After inputting a command to Xuanwu in the blink of an eye, before the personnel at the Central Intelligence Agency could sever the power, numerous computer hosts within their facility began to emit sparks and smoke. The internal system of the Central Intelligence Agency, overwhelmed by the chaotic data inputted by Xuanwu in its final moments, reached its operational limits. The system collapsed. Simultaneously, a plethora of data, recently exposed from the beautiful nation's Central Intelligence Agency, suddenly appeared across the globe's premier social media platforms. Of course, Chu Yang was not excessively ruthless. He merely revealed select information pertaining to espionage. As for other confidential data, he instructed Xuanwu to preserve it without exposing it online, simply creating a backup. When time permitted, he would send it to Wang Weimin's email. Otherwise, desperate times could lead to catastrophic outcomes for all. The espionage list of the beautiful nation in Huaxia. The espionage list of the beautiful nation in the White Bear. Xuanwu was quite considerate, even taking the time to organize this information into individual documents for exposure within the intelligence agencies of various nations. Upon discovering the leaked detailed data from the Central Intelligence Agency, some individuals erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Is it not the case that this splendid nation prides itself on being the pinnacle of global technology? How has the confidential information from its intelligence agency been so thoroughly compromised?" Others maintained a grave demeanor, urging, "Quickly compare this with our intelligence repository. If there is a match, we must immediately initiate apprehension protocols." Within the Huaxia Red Hacker Alliance, countless members began to express their excitement. "I can't believe we actually breached their defenses. We cannot claim sole credit. It is that extraordinary figure guiding our chaotic assault. While he wreaks havoc, we merely observe. Indeed, that remarkable individual is truly formidable. Perhaps he sensed our involvement. I have yet to erase my traces of intrusion, yet he has already assisted in clearing them. I share your sentiments. However, is this not a rather significant incident? The Central Intelligence Agency's data has been leaked. I concur. We must keep this matter confidential. Everyone, this information must remain under wraps to avoid unnecessary complications for our superiors. Although breaching the Central Intelligence Agency is exhilarating, such acts should be conducted discreetly. We ought not to attract undue attention. That individual has effectively toppled their stronghold. They could already foresee the repercussions. The extraordinary figure leading their tumultuous campaign would undoubtedly be subject to severe retribution from this splendid nation. Should he persist, the esteemed president would likely find himself restless each night. In the dormitory of Jing University, Zhang Yang, who had been scrolling through social media, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! You must check the trending topics. It's fantastic news." "What is it?" inquired Zhu Pengfei, lifting his gaze. Zhang Yang quickly responded, "The spy data from a splendid nation's Central Intelligence Agency has been leaked, along with strategic plans concerning Huaxia." I can't stop laughing. Which divine figure accomplished this feat? Is this for real? I must see for myself. Wang Lei was astonished and promptly opened the social media application, while Chu Yang smiled and followed suit. On the trending topics list, a multitude of posts regarding the intelligence leak rapidly attracted a plethora of comments. Congratulations from the people of Xiangnan Province. Congratulations from the citizens of Kyoto. Congratulations from the people of Su Province. I knew there had to be some foul play behind the scenes regarding domestic rumors. It turns out to be these individuals. In the future, let us not fall for the rumors circulating online. They may very well be schemes devised by foreign nations. This is indeed a cultural war. We must trust our country and refrain from believing everything we encounter online. Just as he had perused a few posts, Lin Qingxue sent a message. "Chu Yang, are you finished with your tasks? Once you have completed your tasks, you may wish to peruse the trending topics on Weibo. It appears that Central Intelligence Agencies have suffered a significant breach of confidential information. I can only imagine the bewilderment of their president. Ha ha ha." Chapter 69. Within the borders of Huaxia, did you finish the book? Chu Yang replied with a smile. Lin Qingxue quickly responded, "No. I just overheard Qian and the others discussing it midway, and I found it intriguing, so I decided to share the news with you." After sending that message, she swiftly inquired, "Have you finished so soon? How can you respond instantly while busy researching?" "No," Chu Yang replied slowly. "I just suddenly thought of you. How much do you miss me?" Lin Qingxue laughed in her dormitory. Chu Yang picked up his phone, hesitating momentarily as he gazed at the chat screen. A minute later, Lin Qingxue sent another message. Where are you? Why did you suddenly disappear? I'm here. Chu Yang quickly replied, followed by a light-hearted message. I was just contemplating how to respond to your question. However, my language skills may not be sufficient to find a more suitable adjective. My apologies. Nonetheless, I genuinely thought of you for a full minute. The seconds ticked away on his phone, 1 minute and 1 second. How can he be like this? Lin Qingxue, seated in her dormitory, found herself overwhelmed. Had Chu Yang suddenly gained clarity? This was too flirtatious. She couldn't handle it. Li Qian and the others curiously shifted their attention from the gossip around their scars to the intrigue surrounding Lin Qingxue. What happened? What's the big news? Nothing. Lin Qingxue chuckled, shaking her head. Li Qian and the others rolled their eyes in unison. Your smile is practically reaching the heavens. Do you think I believe you? At the security administration, Lu Chongqing returned to his office late into the night. After settling down, he prepared himself a cup of goji berry and chrysanthemum tea and questioned a staff member beside him. Have you corroborated the information circulating online? The espionage details provided by Chu Yang were of utmost importance. If verified, they could eliminate a wave of pests within the country. The staff member nodded. Yes. We have cross-checked the information, and it is accurate. Moreover, we have personnel from our department monitoring every region across the nation. As soon as you give the order, we can proceed with the arrests. Good. Lu Chongqing nodded, and after preparing his tea, he took his seat at the desk, studying the documents displayed on his computer screen. Name, Wu Li. Age, 48. Occupation, taxi driver. Number of missions, 4. Name, Zhang Ling. Age, 26. Occupation, kindergarten teacher. Number of missions, 1. Name, Wang Hai. Age, 39. Occupation, Vice General Manager of Operations at Xinlong Group. Task count, 27. As he scrutinized the data of each individual, Lu Chongqing's expression grew increasingly grim, his fingers trembling with rage. This is utterly outrageous. The identities of these spies include kindergarten teachers, secondary school principals, taxi drivers, executives from technology firms, and leaders of various investment companies. It can be asserted that across all sectors within Huaxia, numerous agents dispatched from the beautiful country have infiltrated. Notably, those with higher status have undertaken more missions. Some reports even indicated that these individuals had leveraged nefarious tactics to coerce and entice certain administrative personnel into assisting them. It is inconceivable to fathom the extent of their heinous activities in Huaxia. Lu Chongqing slammed his hand upon the table. Arrest them. Regardless of how many individuals are involved behind the scenes, apprehend them all. At Huaxia Customs, a young man with an Eastern visage diligently worked the night shift at the transportation plaza. Suddenly, the unremarkable watch on his wrist began to vibrate. In the next instant, he hastily dashed into the restroom, retrieving his mobile phone. Upon opening his email, he quickly received a spam message. As he rapidly opened the email and cross-referenced the jumbled numbers contained within, the color drained from his face. His identity was compromised. He needed to flee. Almost instantaneously, he burst through the restroom door, hastily preparing to exit the customs area. At that moment, several police cars sped towards him. Personnel from the security administration, in conjunction with police officers, brandished their firearms and blocked his path. Apologies, you are under arrest. Please accompany us. On the surface of the sea, numerous inspection boats equipped by the police swiftly departed from the dock, heading towards international waters. In the midst of the ocean, a luxurious yacht hosted a blond man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, leisurely perched on the deck with a glass of red wine in hand, savoring the moonlit night alongside 2 elegantly dressed young women. Suddenly, a satellite phone on the nearby table rang. Upon answering, the blond man promptly uttered in fluent Mandarin, "Apologies. Jess, I must take my leave. I will not be returning home. It will be a death sentence if I did. There will be no more Agent James. Farewell." After concluding the call, he discarded the phone into the sea. He was once a leader among spies in Huaxia, but that was no longer the case. From the moment he was dispatched abroad, he had braced himself for the possibility of exposure. A spy whose identity is revealed faces a dire fate upon returning home, unless they have made significant contributions. This has been a timeless truth since ancient times. To express it in the words of the Huaxia people, throughout history, spies have seldom met a good end. Fortunately, he still controls the treasury of his entire intelligence network. As long as he leaves Huaxia and never returns, he can live incognito for the rest of his life with the funds at his disposal. That would suffice. After all, for individuals like them, every place is home. Yet nowhere truly is. They are but rootless drifters. However, in the next moment, accompanied by the blaring of sirens, countless police and military speedboats surrounded the luxurious yacht, announcing, "You are now surrounded. Please cease all movement immediately." In a lavish office in a beautiful nation, papers and documents lay strewn across the floor in disarray. The head of the Central Intelligence Agency stood before his desk, droplets of dark coffee falling onto the ground. At that moment, the president of this nation stood before him, furiously berating him. "Is this what you call managing an intelligence agency? All our operatives, scattered over decades, have now been exposed. Do you have any idea how many calls I've received from those scoundrel parliamentarians this morning? Years of effort wasted. Do you comprehend how many people out there are eagerly watching our disgrace? You better provide me with a satisfactory explanation, or I will ensure your demise." The head of the intelligence agency felt utterly powerless. "Mr. President, this is not what I wish to see either, but this time, our adversary is far too formidable. In just 10 minutes, our network's defensive firewall was breached. But you cannot claim that their defenses were weak. Countless hackers from around the globe continuously assault their network. Yet no nation has succeeded in breaching their defenses. However, now our opponent is exceptionally ruthless." The president's expression darkened. "This is your explanation? Have you determined where our adversary originates? Don't tell me that the hacker who publicly humiliated our beautiful nation has yet to be identified." The head of the agency bowed his head in shame, then quickly lifted it again. "However, I suspect it must be someone from Huaxia. The operatives we dispatched to Kyoto for a mission have all vanished, and now we face a leak of our personnel list. My instincts tell me this must be the work of Huaxia, and it is highly likely that it was executed by that very young man we intend to confront." The president delivered a sharp slap to the face of the official. "Is your approach to intelligence work merely based on intuition?" After uttering these words, the president returned to his desk, exclaiming, "Enough. I am weary. You may leave, taking your belongings with you. Soon, someone will come to address the mess you have created. Mr. President, I implore you for another chance." The official's expression shifted dramatically. "I assure you, I will thoroughly investigate this matter." As an intelligence officer, he had unknowingly offended countless individuals. Once he relinquished this identity, it was uncertain whether he would survive should those he wronged discover his misdeeds. The president abruptly raised his gaze. "Leave?" The official inhaled deeply several times, ultimately clenching his fists tightly before turning sharply to exit the office. Yet, as he departed, his eyes were filled with a frigid, resentful glare. He could not accept this fate. It was the emergence of that young man, Chu Yang, that had precipitated such turmoil in his work. Now he was in dire straits, and he vowed that the young man, Chu Yang, would not be spared either. Upon leaving the presidential residence and stepping onto the street, he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed a number from the dark web. "I am offering a bounty of $1 million US for the life of a Huaxia citizen." "Within Huaxia?" "Indeed. Send me the information, and I will arrange for someone. However, given the location, the price must be increased." Chapter 70. Chu Yang. I can forego payment. The former head of the Central Intelligence Agency found himself at a loss for words. After all, was it not merely a matter of eliminating an ordinary Chinese lad? A sum of $1 million US should suffice. At that moment, a jovial male laughter echoed through the phone. $1 million is indeed adequate, but I fear you may be unable to pay, considering. The next instant, accompanied by the screeching of tires, a dark gray sedan careened around a corner and collided with the former head of the Central Intelligence Agency, sending him flying several meters away. In disbelief, he lifted his bloodied arm, tightly clutching his phone. With a face full of resentment, he inquired, "Why? Why? Your survival means someone's sleepless nights." Meanwhile, just outside the president's office in the United States, a man in his 30s, clad in a black suit, gently rapped on the door. "Mr. President, I am the newly appointed head of the Central Intelligence Agency." In the dormitory at Jing University. After engaging in light conversation with Chu Yang, Lin Qingxue glanced at the time on her phone. It was nearly 11 o'clock. With a smile, she quickly sent a message. "When can I sleep with you?" Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. "Sleep with you? What does that mean?" They had just begun their relationship, and already such a provocative topic was broached. Resisting the urge to laugh, he took a deep breath and promptly replied, "Are you certain? If we do, you must take responsibility. I can forego payment, but you will be accountable for a lifetime." Lin Qingxue was momentarily bewildered. After sending a series of confused messages, she quickly followed up with another. "Chu Yang, what do you mean? I was asking when you would be free to sleep. As in I am preparing to go to bed. Not literally sleeping with you, do you understand?" After sending the message, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. How long had it been since they got together? Was she already revealing her true intentions? She then playfully sent another message. "Oh no, you've exposed yourself. Chu Yang, quickly confess. Did you pursue me solely for my body? You cat." Chu Yang chuckled. "To speak candidly, if I were to date you without any desire for your body, might as well become sworn brothers instead." Lin Qingxue was taken aback by his response, her cheeks flushing crimson. Truth be told, there was some logic in his words. However, she quickly shook her head. What was she thinking? Such impure thoughts. She then replied, "So, shall I come out tonight?" Chu Yang's heart raced with excitement. "Are you serious? I think you're just teasing." Lin Qingxue sat on the chair, giggling delightfully, and quickly replied, "We shall discuss this matter later. Whenever you manage to amuse me, I shall reward you with a night of companionship. As you command." The following day, the sun rose brilliantly in the early morning. Wang Weimin had just arrived at his office and brewed himself a cup of goji berry and chrysanthemum tea. Upon opening his computer, a peculiar email promptly appeared in his inbox. At this moment, Wang Weimin felt a wave of confusion. This email was intended for internal communication among the staff of Huaka Institute. Generally, only researchers within the institute would send documents to him through this email. However, no one had notified him in advance. The next moment, Wang Weimin donned his reading glasses and began to peruse the email. It contained design blueprints and detailed parameters of advanced technology from the United States. Upon seeing this document, Wang Weimin's pupils instantly contracted in shock. He quickly flipped through the pages, only to find himself engrossed for over half a day, still unable to reach the end of the email. It recorded an immense volume of classified research weapon designs from the United States, as well as confidential technological information from other countries. All the data, aside from what resided on separate hard drives and databases, had been meticulously compiled by him. However, Chu Yang had not reviewed it. He simply had Xuanwu organize it in the morning and send it via internal email. Wang Weimin was astounded. He didn't even need to verify the contents of the email to surmise that the information was likely authentic. He had previously dedicated time to studying foreign technological weaponry and recognized some of the data. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. Who could have possibly disseminated such top-tier information from multiple nations? He did not delve deeper. Instead, he closed the email and sought the sender's name. There was prominently displayed Chu Yang. Upon seeing Chu Yang's name, Wang Weimin suddenly understood. So it was this young man who had sent it. That alleviated his concerns. Nevertheless, he took out his phone and dialed Chu Yang. The call was quickly connected. Chu Yang, who was having breakfast with Lin Qingxue in the cafeteria, answered. "Old Wang, what brings you to call me? Did you see the email I sent you?" Wang Weimin inquired, nodding. "How did you acquire this information?" "I was just browsing the internet last night out of boredom," Chu Yang replied casually. Wang Weimin's lips twitched slightly. Did he think the confidential databases of various nations were akin to his backyard? Just a casual stroll? Curiosity piqued, he then asked. "Were the foreign intelligence personnel details sent out last night also from you?" Chu Yang nodded. "Indeed. These are merely trivial trinkets, yet I believe you may find them valuable. Hence I have copied them and sent them to you." Wang Weimin was momentarily taken aback, a pang of emotion stirring within him. He felt that he could no longer call Chu Yang. This was simply too exhilarating. How could one refer to the research data on national defense weapons from various countries as insignificant trinkets? However, Recalling Chu Yang's formidable capabilities, whether it be the development of lithography machines, curvature engines, or even the recent creation of mechs, he then burst into hearty laughter. Huh, young Chu. That old gentleman thanks you for your contributions to the nation. Yet, after uttering those words, Wang Weimin's tone turned serious. By the way, young Chu, has your exoskeleton technology begun to be deployed? Recently, several high-ranking officials from the military have contacted me, eager to procure a few sets of the exoskeleton mechs you have been researching. Through satellite reconnaissance technology, the video of that day's overseas intelligence personnel being apprehended was all meticulously recorded. Now, those military leaders are all exceedingly eager to acquire the very mech that Chu Yang donned that day. Chapter 71. Never again will I go to the bathhouse with you. Using it is not out of the question. Chu Yang glanced at Lin Qingsui, who sat across from him, delicately savoring her dumplings, and replied, however, this device is merely a toy at present, not the optimal design. If you desire it, let's wait a while longer. Once I have refined it, we can arrange a time to conduct a comprehensive data assessment. Should they wish for it, then, you may proceed with mass production. Currently, every component of the White Tiger Type 1 mech requires bespoke customization. The future direction of optimization will focus on adaptability. Otherwise, promoting this device would be cumbersome. Even if we set aside the notion of widespread public adoption, introducing it within the military would be troublesome if every individual required a tailored version. Furthermore, there are material considerations. Earth has yet to discover a method to significantly mitigate the effects of the warp field, especially when applied to mechs. A speed of 100 meters per second is nearly the limit. Exceeding this threshold would subject the mech's exterior to unbearable reactive forces from the warp field's fluctuations. A toy? Wang Weimin chuckled bitterly. Very well. In that case, I shall inform them to wait a little longer. When you deem it ready for testing, I will prepare the venue and extend invitations to some senior military officials to observe the evaluation. Agreed. Chu Yang nodded slightly before ending the call. Upon raising his gaze, he found Lin Qingxue staring intently at him. Was that a call? She inquired curiously. Chu Yang nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Lin Qingxue refrained from further questioning and picked up a dumpling from her plate, cheerfully offering it to him. Here, open wide. Allow me to treat you to a dumpling. You worked so hard. Chu Yang naturally did not decline, promptly consuming the dumpling she presented. However, the next moment, he felt a chill creeping down his spine. The cafeteria was bustling with students enjoying breakfast, and Lin Qingxue's presence was particularly captivating. Upon witnessing this scene, numerous boys cast envious glances at Chu Yang. Seated across from Lin Qingxue, the audacity! He gets to eat dumplings fed by the goddess herself. Is he incapable of feeding himself? Must he rely on the goddess for nourishment? I am different. I have hands. Why not just book a room instead of flaunting their affection in the cafeteria? This guy is really something. Meanwhile, in a corner of the cafeteria, Wang Xiujie sat at a table with another boy. Observing the affectionate exchange between Lin Qingxue and Chu Yang, a look of anguish filled his eyes. Sensing his distress, the boy across from him reassured, Xiujie, it's all right. I've investigated that guy dating Lin Qingxue. He's just a freshman from our management department. You, a future student council president, and I, the dormitory supervisor. Surely we can handle a mere freshman. Wang Xiujie cast a cold glare at the boy, then sighed softly, let it be. Do not act recklessly. I will wait for her. As long as she is not married, I shall wait for her indefinitely. The boy's expression turned pained. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for a woman? Sometimes, you should consider those around you. Those around me? Wang Xiujie paused, bewildered. Who do you mean? The boy took a deep breath. Xiujie, I was not always so. I have always been attracted to women. It wasn't until I met you in college that I began to see your excellence, which made me admire you deeply. Gradually, I started to care for you. Now, in my eyes, no one is more important than you. For you, I would even be willing to die. After saying this, the boy looked at Wang Xiujie with eager anticipation. Do you understand what I'm saying? Wang Xiujie twitched his lips well. I can somewhat understand, just not entirely. However, I am perfectly normal, so... The boy appeared somewhat disheartened. Then, can we still be friends in the future? Let us discuss that later. Wang Xiujie replied, suppressing his facial twitching. But in the future, No matter what, I will not accompany you to the public baths. Meanwhile, on Chu Yang's side, after finishing his dumplings, Lin Qingxue cheerfully looked up and asked, "Do you have any plans for this afternoon? Is there something going on?" Chu Yang inquired. "Nothing significant," Lin Qingxue smiled, "but I have no classes this afternoon, and it seems a good movie has just been released. So I thought of inviting you to watch it with me. However," she added, "if you are busy, you need not accompany me. Is that so?" Chu Yang pondered for a few moments. "How many people?" "Just the two of us." Chu Yang nodded slightly. "If it is just the two of us, I can leave at noon. Then we can also enjoy a hot pot together. That is no problem." After finishing breakfast, Lin Qingxue went off to class. Chu Yang returned to the dormitory with several breakfast items he purchased from the cafeteria. Upon opening the door, he found Zhu Pengfei and the others were already up, clustered around the sink on the balcony, brushing their teeth. Chu Yang grinned. "Sons, I have returned." Zhang Mingyang quickly finished brushing his teeth and replied, "My dear son, you are finally back." Chu Yang waved the breakfast in his hand, and Zhang Mingyang rushed over. "Dad, I love you the most." This is perhaps one of the reasons why male dormitories tend to be more harmonious than female ones. Between father and son, what grudges could possibly last overnight? Since they had no classes that morning, after breakfast, Zhu Pengfei began calling out to his friends, "Hurry up, guys, are you online? My Yasuo is exceptionally sharp." Zhang Mingyang rolled his eyes at him. "Is it just your Yasuo? It is not mere boasting. Had it not been for your misstep last night during that crucial push, we might have emerged victorious, right?" Wang Lei nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, I contributed significantly in that final match with my adept control of the minion waves. Yet we still lost. Boss, you must shoulder the blame." After saying this, Wang Lei turned to Chu Yang and inquired, "Old 3, what do you say? Would you care to join us for a couple of games?" "You all go ahead," Chu Yang replied with a faint smile. "I'm not particularly skilled at this game. It would be best not to drag you down." He then opened his laptop on the desk, for humans are inherently social beings. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to frequent the laboratory daily. Once his computer was on, he launched a mapping software, preparing for the next phase of mechastructural design. Time passed until nearly noon when the alarm he had set finally rang. Rubbing his weary eyes, Chu Yang saved the preliminary framework of his mecha design and closed his laptop. He then stood up and left his dormitory. After waiting a few minutes at the boys' dorm entrance, Lin Qingxue, and now donned in a lovely dress, bounced over to him, beaming as she said, "All right, let's go out for lunch." Chu Yang nodded slightly and hailed a taxi right at the school gate, heading straight for the city center of Kyoto. Lin Qingxue purchased the tickets first, and Chu Yang led her to a hot pot restaurant. Once seated, Lin Qingxue called over a waiter to place their order, casually selecting some fatty beef and other hot pot ingredients. As soon as the waiter departed, she turned her head to glance at the retreating figure, exclaiming, "That young lady's lipstick looks stunning. Isn't it all just red?" Chu Yang asked curiously. "I've never understood how you girls can recognize so many shades: orange red, blood red, tomato red. To me, they all seem like one color." Lin Qingxue chuckled. "Well, I wonder why you boys can identify so many Ultraman characters. Go on, test me," she challenged playfully. "Guess the color of the lipstick I'm wearing today." "Not a chance," Chu Yang conceded immediately. "I'd rather delve into mecha studies than guess that." "Fool," Lin Qingxue giggled. "I'm wearing the same shade as that young lady, Dior, $9.99. It's quite popular right now." When it comes to cosmetics, she spoke with confidence. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. "You can really tell that?" Lin Qingxue nodded proudly. "If you don't believe me, we can ask her when she brings our dishes." Before long, the young waitress returned, carrying several plates of rolled beef. As she prepared to leave after arranging the ingredients, Lin Qingxue called out to her, inquiring, "Miss, is your lipstick Dior $9.99? "Yes, it is indeed Dior $9.99. The young waitress nodded in affirmation. Lin Qingxue immediately beamed at Chu Yang, exclaiming, "See, I told you so." "You didn't believe me." Chu Yang glanced at the young lady and then at Lin Qingxue, puzzled. "But that doesn't seem quite right. Her shade appears deeper, while your lipstick seems a tad lighter." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue shot Chu Yang an exasperated look. "So who is responsible for the fading? I wonder who was being untrustworthy in the taxi." "Oh well." Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds before affectionately admitting, "It was me." I did it. The young waitress interjected, "Ladies, I merely came to deliver your meal. There's truly no need for such theatrics." Chapter 72. Matters of the Heart Beyond Words. Once the waitress departed, Lin Qingxue could no longer restrain her laughter. Chu Yang, you are truly incorrigible. What did I do? Chu Yang responded, somewhat bewildered. The gaze of that young lady, just now, seemed as though she wished to tear us apart. Doesn't she have a boyfriend? Chu Yang retorted. Lin Qingxue sighed. There is no saving this man. After the two had finished their hot pot meal, Lin Qingxue led Chu Yang to a nearby cinema. Upon stepping into the establishment, Chu Yang's expression turned nostalgic. This was his first visit to the cinema in 3 years, and he was accompanied by Lin Qingxue. How does it feel to return after such a long absence? Lin Qingxue inquired, tilting her head with a smile. Indeed, Chu Yang replied, reflecting, the last time I was here was during our high school days, a distant memory. It was that summer after we transitioned from the first to the second year. Back then, he had visited the cinema with a few close friends during their vacation. It was during that very summer that he discovered an eternal repository of knowledge, subsequently enrolling in Kyoto University, embarking on a journey of research in the northern wilderness for 3 years. In retrospect, had he known that day would mark the final occasion in those 3 years that he would watch a film with Lin Qingxue, he would have dressed more handsomely. Then let us relive that experience, Lin Qingxue said, smiling as she took Chu Yang's hand and swiftly headed towards the ticket booth. Perhaps the greatest fortune was that 3 years prior, they had sat side by side in the same classroom, dreaming of what their futures would hold after the college entrance examination. And now, they were still walking shoulder to shoulder towards their shared future, towards a future that belonged to them. Even though 3 years had separated them, they would still have another 3 years, 13 years, and even 30 years ahead. Moreover, in the time to come, they would walk hand in hand, facing the future that was rightfully theirs. As they arrived at the cinema early, Lin Qingxue nestled into Chu Yang's embrace on a small sofa in the waiting area, looking up at him with a playful smile. Chu Yang, did you like me 3 years ago? Sort of. Chu Yang chuckled. Lin Qingxue pouted. What do you mean by sort of? That sounds rather dismissive. Chu Yang shook his head gently. At that time, I was indeed struck by love at first sight. Lin Qingxue pressed on. Then why didn't you tell me back then? What if we ended up losing our friendship? I would have certainly accepted you. Lin Qingxue smiled, then wrinkled her adorable little nose, gazing at Chu Yang, and said, however, love at first sight usually stems from physical attraction. So, you must admit that upon seeing me for the first time, you had thoughts about me, right? What a fallacy. Chu Yang gently tousled Lin Qingxue's silky hair and replied with a warm laugh. To me, love at first sight means that souls recognize one another, creating a magnetic pull, a resonance of thoughts. In the language of physics, it is akin to quantum entanglement. What is quantum entanglement? Lin Qingxue asked, slightly perplexed. Yet, she refrained from probing further, instead wrapping her arms tightly around Chu Yang and mischievously saying, with such eloquence, why don't you write a book? Chu Yang pondered for a few seconds and replied earnestly, if time permits in the future, I might consider the idea of writing a book. Lin Qingxue was taken aback. I merely mentioned it casually, and you took it seriously? You genuinely wished to write a book. But soon, she couldn't help but laugh again. So, I was once a secret in your heart. Chu Yang lowered his head slightly. What are you laughing at? Just because I feel like it. Lin Qingxue teased, making a funny face before her curiosity resurfaced. But how could you possibly fall for me? She continued slowly. I have a bad temper, I'm possessive, and I often say one thing while meaning another. I must tell you, I am incredibly jealous. Yet, if I ever feel jealous, I would be too shy to bother you with it. I would sulk alone, seething with jealousy, but I am possessive. You are mine, and no one else is allowed to like you. Though she was undeniably beautiful, Chu Yang was no less remarkable. In the future, he would only become more exceptional, perhaps even encountering someone better than her. What would happen then? Contemplating this, Lin Qingxue's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. With such a side of me, would you still like me? Chu Yang was exceedingly outstanding, so much so that her own brilliance seemed to dim in his presence. Of course, Chu Yang answered without hesitation. And the reason? Lin Qingxue pressed on. Matters of the heart often elude verbal expression. Chu Yang gazed tenderly at Lin Qingxue. However, if you wish to hear reasons, I can provide them. For instance, you are intelligent, pure, kind, and charming. Yet, I realize that these simple adjectives fail to encompass the entirety of why I cherish our time together. I understand that the primary reason is that your essence aligns seamlessly with my interests. Thus, you might perceive my affection as a form of selfishness, a desire to keep you close for my own sake. Therefore, you need not feel burdened by my love, nor should you feel compelled to express gratitude. You are the one I adore, and only you. Therefore, before me, if you do not wish to grow up, then do not. If you do not desire to take the initiative, then there is no need to. Feeling anxious or shy is perfectly acceptable, and being insincere is not an issue either. After all, I shall take it upon myself to understand you. Chapter 73. Chu Yang. Can you drink ice? Lin Qingxue's heart raced wildly. My heavens, what is this man saying? It is utterly mortifying. If it weren't for the fact that she and Chu Yang attended the same high school, and that he was experiencing his first romance, she might have thought he was some seasoned seducer. Which girl could withstand such boldness? After taking a deep breath, she smiled sweetly at Chu Yang and inquired, So, how long will you like me? Chu Yang lifted his gaze slightly, pondered for a few seconds, and replied, If you are willing to listen to my nonsense forever, then I shall like you forever. After saying this, he lowered his head and returned the question, And how long will you like me? Me? Lin Qingxue nestled in Chu Yang's embrace, gave her adorable little head a gentle shake, blinked, and then looked up to say, That answer is rather lengthy. To put it simply, I'll ask how long you can live. Following this, she snuggled even closer to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, do you know that the time spent with you is never enough? Chu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Then I suppose I can live for a very long time. So, you can wait patiently. Lin Qingxue playfully laughed. Let me tell you, you must not be overly kind to other girls in the future. I will get jealous. I will stomp my feet, and I will even throw myself on the ground demanding hugs. Let's see how you handle that. Chu Yang smiled indulgently. I can agree to that, but you must promise me one thing in return. What is it? Chu Yang tightened his hold on Lin Qingxue. Whenever you get angry or jealous, do not push me away. And please do not dismiss my inquiries with it's nothing. You mustn't keep your feelings bottled up inside or secretly deduct points from me. Just make room in your heart for me. No other unhappy thoughts are allowed. Is that all? Lin Qingxue lifted her little head. Yes, that's all. I promise you. Lin Qingxue instantly broke into a smile. Leaping toward Chu Yang, pressing her chest closely to his, and leaning in to whisper in his ear, Listen closely. Let's see if you can hear my heartbeat. Chu Yang was momentarily stunned, inhaling the delicate fragrance of Lin Qingxue and feeling the softness against him, causing his blood to surge uncontrollably, leaving him somewhat rigid. Wasn't this a bit too stimulating? After all, he was just a young man nearing 20. How could he withstand this? Suddenly, he was at a loss for where to place his hands. At that moment, Lin Qingxue softly exhaled warm breath near his ear. Is my soundproofing too good? Otherwise, you would surely hear my heart pounding, even across 3,000 rivers and 600 trees. Chu Yang's body relaxed as he gently stroked Lin Qingxue's silky hair. Dear Miss Lin, I almost forgot to express my gratitude to the heavens for allowing me to encounter you. I sincerely hope that the one by your side can always be me. The two of them nestled together on the sofa in the cinema, enjoying a moment of respite. As the time approached, Lin Qingxue reluctantly lifted her head from Chu Yang's embrace, gazing at him with a cheerful smile, and remarked, All right. The time is drawing near. Let us proceed to the ticket check. Chu Yang nodded slightly, gently taking Lin Qingxue's hand in his own. After retrieving their movie tickets from the electronic kiosk, Lin Qingxue pointed to the nearby snack stand and exclaimed with a grin, Chu Yang, I want to grab some popcorn. You know, I heard from Tian and the others that the movie we're about to watch is exceptionally good, and it has received high ratings online. Chu Yang glanced at the movie ticket in his hand, noting that it was a romantic film. From his recollection, domestic romance films were generally like this. However, seeing Lin Qingxue's exuberant expression, he refrained from further comments and cheerfully replied, All right, let us go get some popcorn. Upon arriving at the popcorn counter, Chu Yang turned to Lin Qingxue and asked, Can we have iced drinks today? Lin Qingxue looked puzzled and responded, of course, why? Chu Yang smiled and nodded. Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry. He then turned to the popcorn vendor and cheerfully ordered, "We would like 2 cups of iced cola and a large bucket of popcorn. Please." The vendor nodded slightly and began preparing their order. Suddenly, Chu Yang burst into laughter and glanced at Lin Qingxue, saying, "If we run out of money, can we have her work here as payment?" Upon hearing this, the vendor couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes at Chu Yang, expertly pinching his waist and executing a swift 180-degree turn. "Could you repeat that?" Chu Yang inhaled sharply, then smiled at the vendor, saying, "Ahem, I was just joking. Please continue." After receiving their popcorn and iced cola, the two made their way into the screening room. Perhaps due to the film's commendable ratings, the auditorium was already filled with numerous patrons even before the lights dimmed. Chu Yang led Lin Qingxue to a couple seat in the last row. Soon, the movie commenced. As the familiar opening credits rolled, the film quickly delved into its narrative, embodying a quintessential tale of youthful romance. It depicted the innocent love of high school and the passionate experiences of university life. From the very beginning, Lin Qingxue was completely engrossed in the story. At that moment, as Chu Yang reached into the popcorn bucket, Lin Qingxue's hand inadvertently brushed against his. In a playful manner, she mischievously snatched a piece of popcorn from his grasp. Chu Yang immediately turned his head. "Are you trying to snatch the popcorn from my hands?" Lin Qingxue promptly stuck out her tongue at him. "Nah. The popcorn from others is tastier." "Are you sure?" Chu Yang chuckled mischievously. "What are you planning to do?" Lin Qingxue stubbornly glared at him. "Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you." Chu Yang's laughter grew even more pronounced. "Really not afraid?" "Not afraid." Lin Qingxue maintained her defiance. "Then just wait." Chu Yang set down the popcorn and slowly leaned toward her. Since they were seated as a couple, there was no gap between their 2 seats. As Chu Yang approached suddenly, Lin Qingxue gasped and instinctively covered her mouth, curling up at her chair. "Why you? Don't mess around." Chu Yang grinned wickedly. "You don't actually think we came to the cinema just to watch a movie, do you? Don't mess around. There are cameras." Lin Qingxue exclaimed. Chu Yang leaned in closer, brushed aside her hand, and swiftly kissed her. "Don't worry. They usually don't pay attention." After a brief moment, Lin Qingxue finally pushed him away, her face flushed, stammering, "Why you? Where did your hand just go?" If it weren't for the dim lighting of the cinema, one could easily see the crimson flush on her cheeks. Chu Yang cleared his throat. "Ahem, my hand had to rest somewhere, right?" "Pervert," Lin Qingxue muttered under her breath, shooting him a glare before slowly asking, "You rascal, you claim you're not after my body, yet you just asked if I could drink something cold. Are you plotting something?" "I have always had ulterior motives towards you," Chu Yang admitted without hesitation. Smiling softly, "I have never claimed to be devoid of desires for you. From your hair to your fingertips, I wish to possess it all. Love is never a temple, but rather a bustling street in Yangzhou, where the lights never fade. I can't be bothered with you. Let us just watch the movie." Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Yet in the next moment, her delicate hand entwined with his finger like a small snake. There were no further interruptions, but at the climax of the film, the director unleashed an emotional twist, stirring profound feelings that made Lin Qingxue's tears flow freely. Seeing this, Chu Yang quickly retrieved the leftover tissues from their hot pot lunch, smiling helplessly at her. "Come here. Seeing you cry like this, let me wipe your tears. You can still laugh." Lin Qingxue cried. "I'm truly touched." After a moment, she glanced at him again. "After all that sweet talk, where are your honeyed words now? I'm crying over here, and you're just standing by, enjoying the show. This is too much." Chu Yang was taken aback. Was he really expected to console her? After a brief hesitation, Chu Yang uncertainly asked, "Dear heart, come here. Allow me to wipe away your tears." In an instant, Lin Qingxue's tears ceased. With a look of astonishment, she gazed at Chu Yang and inquired, "What did you just say?" "Dear heart, come here. Allow me to wipe away your tears." Puffed. Lin Qingxue immediately covered her mouth, unable to stifle her laughter, and quickly leaned closer to Chu Yang. "Chu Yang, has anyone ever told you? Sometimes you are genuinely amusing. Ha ha ha." Dear heart. How on earth did Chu Yang come up with such a phrase? She could no longer contain herself. Ha ha ha. With the climax of the story concluded, The film drew to a close. The lights in the cinema flickered on. Countless individuals rose from their seats, hastily exiting the auditorium. Chu Yang took Lin Qingshue's hand, gently tousling her hair with his other hand. All right, the movie is over. What would you like to eat? I'll take you somewhere delicious. Why the sudden urge to buy food? Lin Qingxue inquired curiously, tilting her head. Chu Yang continued with a smile. Consider it a reward for your brief bout of tears. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Is that a problem? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingxue declared, Then I want to eat candied hawthorn, and I want 2 sticks. If that's what you desire, I shall purchase you 2 bundles. Upon exiting the cinema, the two strolled onto the bustling street. After surveying their surroundings, they quickly spotted a vendor across the road, selling candied hawthorn. However, the road was teeming with traffic. Observing this, Chu Yang gently ruffled Lin Qingshue's hair. You stay right here and wait patiently. I shall fetch the candied hawthorn for you. All right. Lin Qingxue nodded obediently. Chu Yang swiftly crossed the road, approached the vendor, and cheerfully said, Sir, could you please pick out the 2 largest and most delectable candied hawthorn for me? The vendor chuckled. Young man, let me tell you, each of my candied hawthorn is both large and delicious. Just a moment, I'll select the 2 biggest for you. As he began to carefully choose, he glanced over at Lin Qingxue, who was patiently waiting across the street, and grinned at Chu Yang. Buying candied hawthorn to please your girlfriend. Huh? Indeed. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Girls become ever more adorable when pampered. Once the vendor had selected and packaged the 2 sticks of candied hawthorn, he handed them to Chu Yang. Thank you. After paying and expressing his gratitude, Chu Yang hurriedly crossed the road again, returning to Lin Qingxue. What were you and the vendor whispering about? Lin Qingxue asked with a curious smile. I mentioned that my little glutton was craving candied hawthorn. You are the little glutton. Lin Qingxue shot him a playful glare, then smiled. All right, shall we head back to school now? Chu Yang chuckled. So, are we just going to watch a movie and head back? Is there any other plan? Lin Qingxue retorted. Perhaps we could wander around a bit longer. That sounds agreeable. They meandered through the streets until the clock struck 11 at night, indulging in various delectable street foods scattered throughout half of Kyoto. Lin Qingxue paused at the roadside, turning to Chu Yang. Is it time to return now? After glancing at the time on his phone, Chu Yang hesitated for a few moments before reluctantly responding. Well, I suppose it is getting quite late. I'll hail a taxi. Lin Qingxue replied with a smile, raising her hand to signal an approaching cab. Chu Yang felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. Are we really heading back so soon? Lin Qingxue froze for a moment, her cheeks flushing a delicate crimson. What else will we do at this hour? I have class in the morning. I meant, Chu Yang stammered. Shouldn't we pick up something for your roommates? Lin Qingxue shook her head. No need. If we go shopping again, we won't make it back to the dorm tonight. As they spoke, a taxi arrived, and, quite fortuitously, it was the same driver they had before. Well, look what we have here. Fancy meeting you, too, again. The driver exclaimed with a grin. Heading back to school? Yes. Lin Qingxue nodded slightly. They promptly climbed into the taxi. Lin Qingxue immediately instructed, Driver, we have a curfew at midnight, so please drive quickly. Chu Yang quickly go in bed. Safety first, it's fine to go slowly. What are you talking about? Lin Qingxue shot him a playful glare, her face tinged with embarrassment. The driver chuckled, Don't worry. I used to drive in the military. My skills are top-notch. After sharing a laugh, he nodded, but the young man is right. Safety comes first. With that, he pressed down on the accelerator. When they arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, it was exceedingly late, with only a few couples leisurely strolling in the night. Chu Yang silently calculated something in his mind. Noticing his distracted demeanor, Lin Qingxue inquired curiously, What's wrong? You seem a bit upset. Suddenly, Chu Yang looked up, exclaiming, We were speeding. That driver definitely exceeded the speed limit. What should have been a 40-minute journey had been completed in merely 20 minutes. Absolutely speeding. Lin Qingxue was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. You can't be serious. Were you calculating the speed from the school gate to our dorm all this time? Chu Yang responded, What else would I be doing? Come with me. Lin Qingxue giggled, taking his hand and swiftly leading him to a shadowy corner beside the dormitory. What are you up to? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Chu Yang surveyed the dim surroundings, a smile involuntarily playing on his lips. "What else could it be?" he remarked, spreading his hands wide. "If that's the case, then let us get on with it." Lin Qingxue swiftly approached Chu Yang, standing on tiptoe to plant a firm kiss on his forehead. She then playfully rubbed his cheek, saying, "Cheer up." Chu Yang, grinning, pointed his lips and quipped, "What about here?" "Absolutely not." Lin Qingxue vehemently shook her head. "The doctor said that goodnight kisses should only be on the forehead. Otherwise, young children might get cavities." With that, she quickly turned and declared, "I'm heading back to the dormitory. Goodbye." Chu Yang remained rooted in place, gradually coming to his senses, as he watched Lin Qingxue wave goodbye from the dormitory entrance. A warm smile blossomed in his eyes. "My lovely Lin, I shall be as loyal to you as I am to my homeland." Chapter 74. Do not rush. Soon all will be on the same household register the following day. Within the confines of the laboratory, as noon approached, Chu Yang finally completed the initial comprehensive design blueprint. He promptly transmitted it to the laboratory's large screen. "Xuanwu, please create a 3D construction model of the design." In the next moment, a 3D model of the second-generation mech materialized before Chu Yang on the large screen. Visually, the mech appeared bulkier than its predecessor and slightly taller. However, it featured additional adaptive components within its internal structure, capable of adjusting automatically to accommodate the user's height and physique, ensuring a perfect fit for the operator. Simulate the data obtained from the previous combat scenario and compare it with the first-generation data model. Chu Yang began preparing for data testing. Soon, the 3D model of the initial mech appeared on the screen, accompanied by a series of electronic data analyses and comparisons in the lower right corner. Before long, Xuanwu provided the final test results. White Tiger Type 1 mech, tailored for you at a height of 183 centimeters. The mech weighs 770 kilograms, with an external detachable lithium-air battery of 100 kilograms, bringing the total weight to 870 kilograms. Full load operational time is 4 hours, with dual arm strength exceeding 1.5 tons, and a flight speed of 100 ms. White Tiger Type 2 mech, accommodating heights from 1.7 meters to 2.0 meters. In adaptive conditions, it can fit users ranging from 1.6 meters to 2.10 meters. The total weight of the mech is 890 kilograms, with an external detachable lithium-air battery of 100 kilograms, totaling 990 kilograms. Full load operational time is 2 hours, with dual arm strength exceeding 1.7 tons, and a flight speed of 100 ms. In summary, while the Type 1 mech boasted superior endurance, its arm strength was slightly diminished. The Type 2 mech exhibited nearly a 20 improvement in defense, strength, and adaptability. However, this came at the cost of a 30 increase in energy consumption for curvature drive flight and a 50 reduction in battery endurance, alongside a 40 decrease in mech agility. This data is somewhat lacking, Chu Yang mused, furrowing his brow at the results provided by Xuanwu. The operational endurance had dropped by 2 hours. While strength and defense had improved, the increase in overall weight inevitably led to heightened energy consumption for curvature drive and other movements. Furthermore, a significant drawback emerged: the mech's agility. Due to the integration of adaptive devices and the resultant increase in size, a decline in flexibility was to be expected. Yet, he had not anticipated such a staggering 40 reduction. This outcome did not align with his aspirations for the second-generation mech. Chu Yang fell into contemplation. Should he explore material options? Could he maintain the mech's defensive capabilities while simultaneously reducing its weight and bulk? Yet, at this juncture, he was utilizing a premier metal material forged from top-tier titanium alloy, combined with a special composite metal. However, just as Chu Yang was lost in contemplation within the laboratory, a voice from Xuanwu suddenly interrupted. "Boss, Lin Qingxue has sent a message." Chu Yang slightly raised his head, momentarily casting aside his thoughts, and reached for his phone on the adjacent experimental table. Upon unlocking the screen, he discovered a message from Lin Qingxue. "Where are you up to?" Chu Yang smiled and replied, "In the laboratory, studying some materials." After signing a confidentiality agreement, he had revealed to Lin Qingxue that he was currently leveraging his computer prowess to work for the Huaka Institute in Peking University's laboratory. "All right, Lin Qingxue slowly typed back. I was going to ask if you have time for lunch together, but if you're busy, then never mind. After sending this message, Lin Qingxue, in her dormitory, suddenly chuckled. However, I can come over and bring you lunch. Bring lunch? Chu Yang pondered for a few moments. The idea of the campus belle delivering lunch certainly sounded appealing. Nevertheless, he quickly responded with a smile. The laboratory is under confidentiality. Family members can register to enter, but they cannot access the restricted area. Lin Qingxue replied, Am I not considered family? Chu Yang clarified, By family, I mean those legally recognized as such. After sending this message, he playfully added, But don't be anxious. We will eventually be on the same household register. Upon reading Chu Yang's message, Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed instantly. She muttered under her breath and quickly retorted, Who agreed to marry you? Shameless. After this, she seemed to remember something and, gritting her teeth, sent another message. It's all your fault. We agreed yesterday to return after the movie, but you insisted on staying out late. When I was out with Qian and the others trying to win a stuffed toy, I got a particularly adorable Pikachu doll that I planned to wash and sunbathe yesterday. However, I returned too late and forgot all about it. This morning, when I went to retrieve the Pikachu, it had mysteriously vanished. You owe me a new one. The thought of a stolen Pikachu made Chu Yang chuckle uncontrollably as he swiftly replied, All right, I promise to get you a super cool Pikachu. In the laboratory, Chu Yang gazed at the chat screen with Lin Qingxue, gently stroking his chin. A Pikachu? What fun could a plush toy bring? If we are to play, let it be something substantial. Glancing around the lab, he noticed a pile of previously discarded metal materials. It would serve as a refreshing change of pace. With this thought, he directly addressed Xuanwu. Xuanwu, create a 3D model of Pikachu for me. I intend to assemble a steel Pikachu. 2 hours later, after having someone bring him lunch midway, Chu Yang finished enhancing the overall design of Pikachu. He began to tinker away in a laboratory, surrounded by various mechanical arms assisting him. Before long, a Pikachu measuring 40 centimeters in height, radiating a metallic sheen, materialized before his eyes. Xuanwu, make it move. In the next moment, the white Pikachu on the table began to move slowly. Make a sound? Instantly, the internal mechanism emitted the authentic sound of Pikachu. Pika, Pika, Pikachu witnessing this. A smile spread across Chu Yang's face. It could move and make sounds. Adding Pikachu's colors would surely make it more entertaining than any plush toy. However, after gazing at the Pikachu for just a few seconds, Chu Yang felt as though something was still lacking. Having successfully crafted the metallic model of Pikachu, he pondered for a moment. Should he add a few more enhancements? Since he had come this far, why not? Just a little more. He then directed his gaze towards the three-dimensional design diagram of Pikachu displayed nearby. Xuanwu, come, disassemble this Pikachu's three-dimensional design for me. First, reduce the size of the lithium-air battery to serve as the core drive. Then, let's incorporate a miniaturized curvature drive device. As for the weapon system, how about an electromagnetic cannon? Chu Yang had a basic understanding of the theory behind electromagnetic cannons, so crafting a small device should pose no challenge. After all, this was Pikachu. Wouldn't it be quite normal for it to have the ability to launch electric attacks? Although it couldn't electrocute a person, the bullets fired from an electromagnetic cannon would still pack a considerable punch. Chapter 75. Nanotechnology, what more could be added? Observing the Pikachu that had nearly doubled in size, Chu Yang began to stroke his chin, contemplating slowly. Reflecting on the previous kidnapping incident encountered by Lin Qingxue, it was evident that those kidnappers were armed. Even though his previous maneuvers had nearly eradicated all overseas intelligence operatives within the country, there was no guarantee that foreign adversaries would not send reinforcements at any moment. If it were merely in the form of Pikachu, the offensive capabilities might suffice, yet the capacity for bullet resistance appeared rather inadequate. The curvature drive, after all, was somewhat energy-intensive. Should the lithium-air battery within Pikachu run out of power, defensive capabilities would be compromised. After a few moments of contemplation, Chu Yang abruptly slapped his thigh. That's it. Let us take inspiration from Transformers. In the realm of Transformers, the Autobots could transform from vehicles into robots. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for this yellow rodent to metamorphose into a mech. With this thought igniting his imagination, Chu Yang promptly began redesigning the internal structure of Pikachu. There was no need for excessive offensive power. He would eliminate the hydraulic thrust system modules designed to enhance the mech's arm strength. The primary focus would be on augmenting the mech's defensive capabilities. In the event that Lin Xingxue were truly in peril, hiding within a metal shell would afford him at least 10 minutes to pilot the mech to her side. Yes, this is the way to proceed. Chu Yang chucked, accelerating the pace of his design work. As evening approached, the second-generation 3D modeling design of Pikachu was finally completed. The size had slightly increased to approximately 60 centimeters. The internal structure had been enhanced with transformation capabilities, allowing it to shift from Pikachu into a sleek, portable personal mech. Next came the curvature drive mechanism beneath its feet. As for the electromagnetic cannon system, Chu Yang had positioned it within the palms, capable of firing steel balls with a diameter of 1 centimeter, theoretically usable as a handgun. However, the operational authority for both the curvature drive and the electromagnetic cannon system had been shifted from automatic to passive to be intelligently controlled by Xuanwu, thus eliminating the possibility of accidental harm. Once the design was finalized, Chu Yang issued a directive. Xuanwu, commence preparations for manufacturing the components and begin assembly. At that moment, Xuanwu's voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Boss, are you certain this is intended as a gift for the boss lady's Pikachu? Surprised, Chu Yang replied. You know about the boss lady? My database has been consistently acquiring knowledge from the internet. According to your human terminology, I should refer to Lin Xingxue as the boss lady. The little creature is quite astute, thought Chu Yang with a smile. He then inquired, is there a problem with me gifting this steel Pikachu? Firstly, I believe a steel Pikachu would undoubtedly be more impressive than a furry one. Xuanwu replied quietly. However, according to the system's calculations, the total weight of this Pikachu, along with the internally miniaturized lithium-air battery, must reach 150 kilograms to achieve optimal performance. If this were to be gifted to a girl, she would struggle to lift it. Chu Yang responded, this little creature does have a point. Am I perhaps overly enthusiastic? Yet, how incredibly cool is this yellow rodent? Is there a solution? Xuanwu suggested, nanotechnology could be employed. By utilizing special materials to create nanoparticles, we can significantly reduce the weight while preserving the original functionality. One could even purchase another Pikachu plush toy and store the nanoparticles within it, allowing for the assembly of an iron Pikachu when necessary. Chu Yang was taken aback. Nanomaterials? Indeed, I could entirely use nanomaterials to fabricate Pikachu. And not just Pikachu. Even second-generation mechs could be constructed using nanotechnology. This would allow for a perfect fit to the body, maximizing personal agility and even enabling transformation under system control. It's simply astonishing. However, upon this realization, a few lines of frustration appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. Why didn't TU suggest this when a mech design encountered issues? You never asked, Xuanwu replied, leaving Chu Yang somewhat exasperated. Excellent. I find myself unable to counter that statement. Yet, Xuanwu promptly added, nevertheless, current nanotechnology is still not particularly advanced. If the boss wishes to utilize it for creating Pikachu, several challenges must first be addressed. The first is the issue of nanomaterials. As the fabrication approaches the nanoscale, the properties of the materials differ from their macroscopic counterparts. For instance, while copper conducts electricity at a macro level, its conductivity may diminish at the nanoscale. Moreover, when dealing with magnetic materials, if one were to create an electromagnetic cannon, the magnetism at the nanoscale could be thousands of times greater than that observed at larger scales. The second issue pertains to agglomeration. Current research indicates that due to the minute size of nanoparticles and their high surface activity, agglomeration occurs easily, severely hindering the application of nanopowders and the production of corresponding nanomaterials. Thus, if the boss intends to utilize nanotechnology, addressing these two challenges is paramount. Does this make you feel particularly well-informed? Chiang's lips twitched. Had he just received a lesson from artificial intelligence? However, he soon chuckled. The technologies that remain unsolved on Earth do not imply that the eternal reservoir of knowledge lacks relevant techniques. He was unfazed by reading. In fact, He even envisioned the future transformation of mechs, merely requiring specific attire to achieve shock absorption and pressure relief. Then, within the fabric, a control system is meticulously laid out according to the distribution of human skeletal and neural structures, complemented by the establishment of a nanoframework. Ultimately, utilizing a belt or a slightly larger device akin to a watch, the nanomaterials are housed within a compartment. When in use, the nanoparticles are released, swiftly forming biomimetic muscle tissue that envelopes the exoskeleton. This innovative approach not only preserves the inherent strength of the exoskeleton, but also significantly enhances its agility, achieving a remarkable dual advantage. Chapter 76. The transformation of the yellow-furred rodent in the depths of the night. Chu Yang's consciousness manifested within the eternal knowledge repository. Before him lay an array of extensive tomes: nanoparticle preparation and application technology, nanoparticle storage technology, neural command control systems, and more. In the ensuing days, he resolved to delve deeply into these texts. By shifting his focus towards the realm of nanomechanics, his perspective broadened significantly. Much like the Iron Man depicted in cinematic narratives, it was evident that the energy reserves showcased were far beyond the reach of current terrestrial technology. However, the concept of a nanotech exosuit presented itself as a compelling avenue. A compact nanoparticle storage unit affixed to the chest could potentially contain all the nanoparticles required for the entire suit, both lightweight and formidable. This endeavor relied heavily on the potential transformations of nanoparticles. With the right materials, the strength of nanoscale substances might vastly surpass that of the composite metals he currently employed. The challenge remained to address the aggregation phenomenon of nanoparticles. Coupled with innovative nanoparticle control technologies, an effective nanoscale control system could indeed be established. The prospect of crafting a nanoscale exosuit seemed increasingly plausible. 5 days later, Chu Yang sat within his laboratory. Before him resided a yellow-furred rodent, emanating a metallic sheen, reminiscent of his previous creation. It possessed the ability to emit sounds and move, yet was astonishingly lightweight, easily held in hand. Beneath its metallic exterior, he had meticulously constructed a skeletal framework using nanoscale materials, modeled after the rodent's anatomical structure. When not in use, these nanoparticles would remain concealed beneath the rodent's steel shell. Moreover, within the rodent's body, he planned to integrate a nanoparticle storage unit, containing sufficient materials to assemble the entire exosuit in a delightful pink hue. Upon activation, the nanoparticles would interact, swiftly mobilizing to coalesce around the nanoskeleton, ultimately enveloping the rodent entirely. Additionally, the lithium-air batteries, composed of nanoparticles, exhibited significantly enhanced energy storage capabilities. Although untested in combat, calculations from Xuanwu indicated that under full power, the duration could sustain operations for a remarkable 8 hours, sufficient for most combat scenarios, as long as the adversary refrained from deploying high-yield missiles or nuclear weapons. It would be nearly invincible on the battlefield. Soon after placing the final nanoparticle storage unit within the rodent's interior, a seemingly ordinary steel rodent was completed. Xuanwu, initiate the nanoparticle coverage test. Commanded Chu Yang. In the next moment, the rodent's initially dark eyes transformed to a soft red hue, as countless pink nanoparticles began to envelop its surface. In an instant, the transformation commenced. Let this Pikachu undergo its transformation. Taking 2 steps, as Chu Yang's voice fell, the pink Pikachu began to move realistically on the laboratory table. 100,000 volts. Chu Yang proceeded to the next phase of the experiment. In the blink of an eye, Pikachu's tail shot up, emanating a purple electric current that swiftly struck the laboratory floor. Bang! With a cloud of dust scattering, a sturdy tile on the laboratory floor shattered into pieces. This could indeed be considered a genuine discharge attack. The released current, utilizing the concept of an electromagnetic cannon, propelled a projectile composed of countless charged nanobots. When these nanobots combined and interacted with the electromagnetic field, the resultant electrical damage could effortlessly reach the level of 100,000 volts. However, these nanobots were designed for one-time use. Chu Yang had prepared a total of 100 sets of nanobots, sufficient for Pikachu to unleash 100 consecutive discharges of 100,000 volts. Yet he soon sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. The attack of 100,000 volts still felt somewhat lacking in power. After all, a casual bolt of lightning would exceed 1 billion volts in intensity. The firepower was insufficient. Shortly thereafter, Xuanwu's congratulatory voice rang in Chu Yang's ear. "Boss, as expected of you, resolving the nanotechnology issue so swiftly." Chu Yang casually waved his hand with a smile. Modesty, these are merely trivial technologies, not worth mentioning." After saying this, Chu Yang picked up his phone and dialed Wang Weimin. "Old Wang, my battle armor is nearly perfected. If you have time, you can come over later to take a look, and we can then finalize a schedule for the mecha performance testing." "What? Completed?" Wang Weimin exclaimed excitedly from the other end of the line. "Have you really finished upgrading the second-generation mecha? The exoskeleton mecha technology is inherently challenging to research. Otherwise, exoskeleton mechas capable of actual battlefield deployment would have emerged long ago." Yet, Chu Yang had previously created a perfected exoskeleton mecha in a short time, and now he had completed a technological upgrade in less than a week. Surely this was a joke? "Indeed," Chu Yang nodded sleekly. "If you have time, you can come by this afternoon." "No problem, I'm on my way." Wang Weimin hung up the phone and quickly rushed out of the office, instructing, "Immediately arrange a car for me. I need to visit the laboratory at Peking University." Upon arriving at the destination, Wang Weimin gazed at the steel Pikachu before him, his slightly clouded eyes widening in astonishment. "Xiao Chu, you can't be telling me that this is the technology for your second-generation mecha, right? This little gadget can transform into a mecha?" "Indeed." Chu Yang nodded slightly and casually snapped his fingers. "Xuanwu, transform Pikachu." "Understood, boss." Xuanwu's resonant voice echoed in their ears. Immediately, Pikachu began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Following this, Chu Yang simultaneously demonstrated Pikachu's aerial capabilities and offensive prowess to Wang Weimin. Eventually, as they beheld the transformed steel Pikachu, the astonished Wang Weimin exclaimed, "Have you discovered the super polymer chains of nanomolecules?" As the president of the Huaka Institute, although he may not possess comprehensive knowledge across all scientific domains, he was certainly well-versed in many. It was a well-established fact that the movement of nanobots was inherently slow. Moreover, the convergence of numerous nanobots into a genuine nanomech on Pikachu was extraordinary. This feat would necessitate Chu Yang's ability to either locate or synthesize unique molecular polymer chains. Through the supermolecular bonds within these chains, he could amalgamate thousands of nanomachines. Each nanomachine could produce approximately 1 nanometer of linear extension and contraction. When aggregated, the synchronized movements of tens of thousands of these diminutive nanomachines could induce the polymer chains to mimic muscle tissue, generating 10 micrometers of contraction and relaxation, effectively forming a simulated muscle cell structure. The strength of such synthesized muscle cell structures would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary humans by several hundred to 1,000 times, thereby meeting the stringent strength requirements for mechanical exoskeletons. Chapter 77. You guard Huaxia, while I guard you, Chu Yang silently nodded. The complexity of exoskeleton mechas lies in materials, propulsion, and overall structural design. However, the nanotech armor can effectively address these three challenges. In terms of materials, the strength of nanomaterials far exceeds that of conventional metals. As for propulsion, lithium-air batteries currently suffice. Furthermore, regarding structural design, by discarding all traditional mechanical complexities, one can simply employ nanomolecules to envelop the entire body in nanomechas. This not only resolves the issues of structural design, but also renders the custom creation of battle armor remarkably straightforward. By fabricating sufficient nanobots for various components, an infinite array of different types of nanotech armor can be produced. Moreover, during combat, should the nanotech armor sustain damage or experience energy depletion, one can simply immerse oneself in a large basin filled with specialized energy-supplying nanobots for rejuvenation. Under the control of Xuanwu, restoring the nanotech armor to its pristine state becomes exceedingly effortless. Upon receiving Chu Yang's affirmation, Wang Weimin gasped in astonishment. The nanomecha technology developed by Chu Yang is poised to illuminate several diverse fields. The endurance challenges in the energy sector, the superpolymer chain technology in nanomaterials, and even the nanomagnetic cannon crafted by Chu Yang. If magnified and produced in vast quantities, it could potentially create an extensive electromagnetic field on the battlefield. Would this not result in catastrophic consequences for adversaries? In the midst of his astonishment, Wang Weimin expressed curiosity. But why did you choose a Pikachu as a model? Can this actually be worn by a human? While a steel Pikachu might not be entirely out of place in a laboratory, it is indeed a challenge to reconcile such an adorable creature with a formidable weapon of war. This is a special custom version, Chu Yang replied with a faint smile. It's a gift from my girlfriend. The other versions are on me. As he spoke, Chu Yang began to remove his clothing. Wang Weimin quickly intervened, casting a wary glance at Chu Yang. Hey, Xiao Chu, what are you doing? I am a serious person. Don't get carried away. I won't fall for your tricks. What are you thinking? Chu Yang Chuklet helplessly. After shedding his experimental attire, a triangular nanobox appeared on his chest. With a gentle press of the button at the center of the box, a multitude of nanobots surged forth, swiftly enveloping Chu Yang's entire body and ultimately forming a layer of nanotech armor that gleamed with a metallic luster. In the next instant, the nanotech helmet covering Chu Yang's head vanished, revealing his original appearance. He slightly raised his head and said to Wang Weimin within these nanobots, I have also implanted some biological nanobots, capable of directly communicating through the body's bioelectric currents, decoding the information transmitted by human neurons, thereby enhancing the controllability of the nano armor. As he spoke, various nanomaterials swiftly coalesced in Chu Yang's hand to form a longsword. In an instant, it transformed into a firearm, and finally, a luminous ring emerged in the palm of his hand. Chu Yang explained, this is a laser emitter. However, its current power is not particularly formidable, capable of emitting a laser beam with a temperature of approximately 20,000 degrees over a distance of 50 meters. With a smile, Chu Yang turned to Wang Weimin and said, allow me to demonstrate. In the next moment, nanomaterials enveloped Chu Yang's head, and a positioning coordinate swiftly materialized before his eyes. Once the system auto-locked onto the target, he fired rapidly, striking a pile of scrap metal 20 meters away. In an instant, the metal melted into a crimson liquid. After testing the efficacy of the laser cannon, Chu Yang removed the helmet portion of the nanobots and smiled at Wang Weimin, saying, the laboratory is rather small. For now, we can only conduct simple tests on the performance of individual components of the nano armor. Most of the data will require a broader area for testing to fully unleash the armor's capabilities. Wang Weimin, utterly astonished, found himself at a loss for words. While other exoskeleton technologies in the world still relied on alloy materials and supplemental weapon modules, here was Chu Yang, not only fabricating armor from nanomaterials, but also having developed a laser cannon. Amidst his astonishment, excitement began to stir within him. Where do you plan to test it? Do you have a preferred location, or shall I assist in finding one? Feel free to decide the location, Chu Yang replied as he completely retracted the nano armor. After a brief moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. However, I have one request. What is it? Wang Weimin nodded slightly. Chu Yang excelled deeply. I wish to invite some soldiers from the military general hospital, those who have become disabled due to injuries, to come and observe. His intention in researching and designing the nanomech was not merely to create a formidable weapon for the battlefield. Rather, it was to enable those soldiers who had lost their legs due to injuries to stand upright like normal individuals, allowing them to live with dignity. It was also for the little girl who lost an arm because her father served in the military, to have a father with a complete body, so she could joyfully sing while being cradled in his strong arms. Furthermore, it was for the elderly who yearned for their children serving at the borders to return home safely, witnessing their children return in military garb, unharmed. In times of adversity, one should cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should benefit the world. While he could not emulate the sages in saving the dawn and rescuing all living beings, nor could he achieve world peace through warfare, he held steadfast to his vision. Yet he also aspires to contribute in any way within his means for these delightful individuals. May we, in our youth, safeguard the flourishing era of Huaxia. That is your oath. As for me, upon contemplating this, Chu Yang suddenly smiled joyfully. You protect Huaxia, and I shall protect you. Chapter 78. After much effort, I found a boyfriend, and I don't want to overwhelm him as evening approached. The warm summer breeze rustled the leaves of the camphor tree at the dormitory entrance. Chu Yang stood quietly at the girls' dormitory door, cradling a mechanical, assembled yellow Pikachu. Soon, Lin Xingxue rushed out of her dormitory, glancing around before her eyes landed on Chu Yang, prompting her to hasten towards him. Upon seeing the mechanical Pikachu in Chu Yang's hands, Lin Xingxue's curiosity was instantly piqued. What is this? She inquired. Chu Yang slightly raised his hand, presenting the Pikachu to her. Did you not mention needing compensation for a Pikachu? I thought purchasing one elsewhere lacked novelty. So I gathered some materials from the lab and crafted this one myself. He chuckled, adding, moreover, this little creature can move like a mechanical dog and even emit Pikachu's original sounds. With that, Chu Yang placed the Pikachu on the ground and commanded, forward. The Pikachu, firmly positioned, took 2 steps ahead. Back. It immediately retreated a few paces. Spin in place. The Pikachu commenced spinning energetically, its tail swaying playfully. Finally, it approached Lin Xingxue, looked up with a gentle expression, and called out, Pika Pika. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xingxue's heart nearly melted, although the mechanical Pikachu bore a somewhat technical aesthetic. Its adorable call was utterly captivating. Soon, the delightful sound attracted the attention of many onlookers. Look, this Pikachu can actually make sounds, exclaimed one. Its tail is so cute when it moves. This mechanical Pikachu is so cool. Countless girls gazed at the Pikachu with sparkling eyes. Some began to whisper among themselves, Sweetheart, isn't your boyfriend a graduate student from the Intelligent Engineering College at Jingda? Why not ask him to make something like this for you? It's so adorable. Upon hearing this, one girl promptly dismissed the notion. You all should forget it. I've finally found a boyfriend, and I don't want to overwhelm him. Although she was aware that current technology could indeed yield such results, she doubted her boyfriend could manage it. Lin Xingxue quickly crouched down, cradling the Pikachu in her arms. It was not particularly heavy, likely due to the incorporation of various materials, yet its exterior resembled that of a metal can. Holding the Pikachu, Lin Xingxue looked playfully at Chu Yang and remarked, I just had a thought. If we were to live together in the future, will we no longer need to purchase any new appliances if they broke, given your skills? She estimated that once the two of them began living together, any broken items in the house would no longer require a maintenance call. Chu Yang would be able to fix everything himself. After pondering this matter seriously for a few seconds, he nodded emphatically. I believe that is quite likely. Upon saying this, he reached out to gently ruffle Lin Xingxue's hair. All right, let us head back to the dormitory and put Pikachu away first. I'll accompany you for dinner tonight. Okay. Lin Xingxue beamed with delight, exclaiming, wait for me. After planting a quick kiss on Chu Yang's cheek, she hurriedly carried the mechanical Pikachu towards the girls' dormitory. Observing her lively departure, a smile gradually emerged on Chu Yang's lips. The internal nanobots of Pikachu would periodically emerge to exchange nanomaterial for energy replenishment. There were even biological nanorobots that appeared within her bloodstream, relying on her bioelectricity to sustain their power. Should Lin Xingxue's brain send out an urgent distress signal, the nanobot armor of Pikachu would be instantly activated, swiftly positioning itself by her side. This way, her personal safety would be significantly enhanced. After placing Pikachu safely, Lin Xingxue quickly dashed out of the dormitory, linking her arm with Chu Yang's, and cheerfully declared, let us go eat something delicious. Chu Yang chuckled softly as they sauntered towards the school cafeteria. Casually ordering 2 portions of clay pot rice, they settled at a table. Lin Xingxue picked up a piece of braised pork rib from her bowl and placed it into Chu Yang's. In response, within the next second, he returned the favor by transferring a substantial piece of braised meat from his bowl to hers. Look over there. Lin Xingxue exclaimed, pointing behind Chu Yang. Instinctively, he turned to glance back, and in that moment, she deftly returned the piece of braised meat to his bowl. Once he turned back to his meal, noticing the extra piece, he chuckled and picked it up with his chopsticks. Lin Qingxue immediately covered her bowl with her hands, protesting, "You mustn't give me any more. If you do, I'll be angry. Such a large piece of braised meat is too rich." Chu Yang silently laughed. "What kind of expression is that? Don't take it the wrong way. I was just about to eat it." Lin Qingxue responded with a faux shocked face. "Humph, you rascal. Why didn't you say that earlier?" After shooting him an annoyed glance, she pouted, "I can't be bothered with you. Let us eat." With that, she slyly snagged a smaller piece of braised meat from his bowl, even making a playful face at him. "If you want tea, give it to me. I'll just have to take it, hee hee." Chapter 79. The descent from 100 meters above the following day, a military helicopter hovered above the laboratory at Peking University. Observing this spectacle, several students engaged in morning exercises turned their gazes toward the aircraft. "Oh my, another military helicopter has arrived. Our university has been quite lively lately," one remarked. "I heard that a laboratory in collaboration with the military has been established here. I accidentally ventured there once, but before I could come close, I was intercepted by several men in black suits. Which esteemed figure at our university has produced something remarkable this time?" they speculated. Nevertheless, such occurrences had become commonplace for the students of Peking University, who had grown accustomed to the frequent appearances of military helicopters. Soon, as the helicopter descended onto a vast flat surface within the laboratory, Wang Weimin swiftly exited the aircraft and approached Chu Yang, who was waiting nearby. "Little Chu, is everything prepared?" The testing site has been confirmed at the special training base of the military camp in Kyoto, where all wartime environments can be simulated. It should fully showcase the capabilities of the mecha. Chu Yang nodded slightly and boarded the helicopter with Wang Weimin. After approximately an hour of flight, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. Below their helicopter lay a grand military special training square, bustling with numerous experts from the military-industrial sector of Kyoto University, along with military researchers and high-ranking generals. Among them were also several disabled veterans who had been invited to observe the proceedings. In front of these individuals, various obstacles had been arranged, alongside several decommissioned tanks and an array of firearms, such as rocket launchers and mortars. A group of military researchers huddled together, engaged in fervent discussion. "I heard that the individual responsible for this exoskeleton technology is a young man under 20. Do you think that could be true? I'm unsure of its veracity, but if he truly has developed exoskeleton technology, I would be thoroughly impressed." One responded. The presence of so many military leaders suggested that the higher-ups regarded this matter with considerable seriousness. However, there were murmurs of skepticism among the crowd. It was not uncommon for doubts to arise. While both the Armed Research Department and Kyoto University fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Science and Technology, the focus of the Armed Research Department was primarily on the modification of weapons used by the military. They had devoted over a decade and invested hundreds of billions in research on exoskeleton technology without achieving significant results. Now, it seemed that a mere boy had succeeded where they had not, casting a shadow over their efforts. Wang Weimin sat beside Chu Yang, attentively advising young Chu. "This test will be divided into 3 parts. First, we will assess the maximum speed of the mech. Next, we shall evaluate the strength of its dual arms and its overall offensive capability. Finally, we will examine the defensive capabilities of the mech. We have prepared a 1-to-1 scale bionic model for this purpose. Once the bionic model is equipped with the nanotech mech you have developed, we can proceed with the final defense test." After speaking, Wang Weimin continued, "If you have no objections, we can arrange for the helicopter to descend." "Certainly." Chu Yang nodded slightly, but then he turned to Wang Weimin and said, "However, old Wang, I will not descend with the helicopter. Please open the cabin door. I will jump down directly from here." "Are you certain?" Wang Weimin was taken aback. The helicopter was not at a great height, merely about 100 meters off the ground. Yet, that was still a considerable altitude. For an ordinary person, jumping from such a height would likely result in a catastrophic fall. Even though Chu Yang was capable of donning the nanotech mech, the risks remained perilously high. The captain of the Special Forces unit nearby also cast a surprised glance at Chu Yang. They were aware of what Chu Yang was testing, having even received some footage from his previous trials with the first-generation White Tiger mech. Nonetheless, the height was daunting. Any miscalculation during the descent could lead to irreversible consequences. "It's fine," Chu Yang replied with a calm smile. "For me, the testing of the nanotech mech commenced the moment I stepped into this training facility." He then glanced at the captain beside him and said, "Captain, could you please assist me in opening the helicopter's cabin door?" The captain hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately complied, opening the door while nervously advising, "Be cautious." Chu Yang chuckled lightly. "See you below." With that, he rose from his seat and slowly approached the cabin door. A gust of wind howled past, filling the cabin with a cacophony of noise. Outside the helicopter, a lush expanse of grass swayed in the gentle breeze. Chu Yang looked down at the ground, where people appeared as tiny ants. After a soft chuckle, he stepped forward without hesitation, leaping from the helicopter. "My goodness, look above the helicopter. Someone is jumping down." At the very moment Chu Yang leapt, a group of researchers from the military's Armed Research Institute, along with several high-ranking military officials, all looked up towards the sky. In midair, after descending from the helicopter, Chu Yang plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Witnessing this, the researchers below were instantaneously struck with astonishment. That height must be at least 100 meters, and he's just jumping down like that? What is happening? Why did he leap down so recklessly, as if disregarding his own life? Was there an unforeseen incident? The expressions of several military leaders changed dramatically. It is important to note that, under normal circumstances, it is nearly impossible for someone to fall from an armed helicopter. In the next moment, they witnessed the rapid enveloping of Chu Yang by a layer of nano-armor. Bathed in sunlight, he radiated shimmering metallic glimmers as he plummeted from a height of 100 meters. Chapter 80. Exaggerated Data. War's Ultimate Weapon. What is this? What is this substance that envelopes my entire body in an instant? What on earth has this individual created? The surrounding crowd was instantly taken aback. Some high-ranking officials in the military wore expressions of grave concern. Judging by appearances, this person must indeed be the legendary Chu Yang. But what on earth is he doing right now? Has he lost his mind? Even clad in mecha, one cannot simply leap from a height of 100 meters. They were acutely aware of Chu Yang's identity, one of the only two individuals in Huaxia to have received a National Scholar Medal in a century. And he is so remarkably young. If anything were to happen to Chu Yang under their very noses, the repercussions would be dire. With this thought, a flicker of anger appeared in their eyes. What is the situation with the Special Forces captain on the helicopter? How could such a matter go unreported? Allowing Chu Yang to jump down so recklessly? This is a matter of life and death. Do they think this is a joke? However, the shock did not linger long. The moment they witnessed Chu Yang leap from the aircraft, he descended rapidly through the sky without a moment's pause, landing on the ground in an instant. Bang! Accompanied by a tremendous roar, clouds of dust swirled before their eyes, and the entire training ground began to tremble violently. Silence. In that fleeting moment, the entire area fell into a profound stillness. Countless individuals held their breath, not daring to utter sound. The hearts of the military's high-ranking officials raced. What is happening? How could this stir such a commotion? Why has it suddenly gone quiet? Could something have gone awry? Amidst the astonishment, the surrounding researchers and senior military leaders turned their gazes toward the center shrouded in dust. Within the haze, Chu Yang's figure gradually emerged. He was adorned in a fiery red nano-battle suit, one hand braced against the ground, adopting a half-squatting posture as he steadied himself. Beneath him, the aged concrete of the training ground had cracked and even caved in slightly, clearly indicating the force of the impact. In the next moment, numerous military leaders and researchers disregarded all caution and rushed to Chu Yang's side, their expressions oscillating between shock and anxiety. They were astounded that Chu Yang had truly leapt down so directly. Yet, they were anxious, fearing that if Chu Yang were harmed, the consequences would be grave. One elder, aged around 50, called out urgently, "Immediately notify the emergency rescue team to ensure academician Chu's life is not in jeopardy." Yet, as soon as those words were spoken, Chu Yang, who had been half squatting on the ground, gradually stood up. After taking a steadying breath, he began to walk towards the crowd. With each step, the ground echoed with the sound of metal colliding against the surface. As he stepped before the crowd, Chu Yang finally controlled the nano-armor, removing the helmet from his face. I apologize for the concern, everyone, although he had previously piloted mechs at high speeds. This was his first experience jumping from such a height of over 100 meters. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. Witnessing this scene, numerous researchers around him turned their astonished gazes towards the nano-armor he wore, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Could such feats truly be accomplished with current technology? Was he really unharmed? My heavens, am I not mistaken? A few senior military officials were momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, their expressions transformed into sheer elation. Without a doubt, the impact resistance demonstrated by the armor was exceptionally formidable. It is essential to note that from a height of 100 meters, even the most elite soldiers equipped with the finest parachuting gear risk fatality if they misjudge the timing of their descent. Although the initial leap was perilous, the outcome indeed left them pleasantly surprised. Soon after, among the military leaders, one senior officer, nearing 50, swiftly approached Chu Yang. He extended his hand, intending to shake hands, but hesitated upon seeing the armored arm of Chu Yang. Only after witnessing the nanoparticles recede did he smile and grasp Chu Yang's hand firmly. "Greetings, Chief Engineer Chu. I am Yang Xinghua, the station officer at the Kyoto military camp." Chu Yang glanced at his insignia, nodding with a smile. "Hello, Commander Yang. I appreciate the hard work you and your team have put into preparing for this test. Once Wang Lao and the others arrive, I will provide a detailed introduction to the specific data of this nano-armor, and we shall conduct practical tests thereafter." "Chief Engineer Chu, you are too modest," Yang Xinghua replied with a slight nod. "We eagerly await that." As the initial shock and excitement among the researchers began to settle, they turned their surprised gazes towards the now helmetless Chu Yang. "He is so young? Is this really the youngest academician from the Huaka Institute?" They had only recently learned of Chu Yang's identity while discussing related projects. This was their first encounter with his true visage. They had envisioned that, regardless of youth, an academician from Huaka Institute would typically be in their 40s. To their astonishment, the individual before them appeared to be barely in his 20s, youthful to an extraordinary degree. However, some researchers, upon closely examining the armor Chu Yang wore, felt their eyes welling with emotion. No need to say more. I, old Yi, am utterly impressed. Just let me study this mech, and I would gladly give anything for the opportunity. Among these individuals, those with the longest tenure have essentially been engaged in research on China's own exoskeleton technology since the inception of the exoskeleton armor project. However, they have long been hindered by technological bottlenecks, unable to produce any notable scientific achievements. Yet now, a complete mech has unexpectedly appeared before them, stirring their excitement. Some have fallen into silence, suppressing their earlier doubts and feelings of discontent that arose prior to Chu Yang's arrival. In the wake of this silence, a sense of relief washes over them. Regardless of whether the technology behind this exoskeleton mech originated from their military research institute or from the esteemed researchers at the Academy of Sciences, and irrespective of whether the researchers are seasoned academicians or young scientists, the mere fact that a mature exoskeleton armor has been developed brings them a sense of fulfillment in their lifelong pursuit of scientific research. For from that moment forth, China would possess another formidable artifact to bolster its national defense. This realization fulfills their long-held aspirations and ultimate ideals in the realm of scientific exploration. Of course, while these individuals are still processing their astonishment, on the other side, a young soldier who had been invited from the military general hospital, having just signed a confidentiality agreement, could not contain his excitement upon seeing Chu Yang inside the mech. He quivered with exhilaration. Is it really him? He vividly recalled Chu Yang's face, the young man who had boldly proclaimed to the military hospital that he would enable them to live like normal individuals within a year and return to their units to continue fighting. Initially, he had thought Chu Yang was merely jesting. However, he never anticipated witnessing such remarkable technology come to fruition. Although he lacked understanding of scientific research, he could fathom that if such an intricate mech could be created, then surely Chu Yang could also develop true bionic prosthetics that would restore their normal lives. Soon, The helicopter carrying Wang Weimin and the others landed swiftly on a nearby helipad. As they approached the group, Wang Weimin, still shaken, turned to Chu Yang and exclaimed, "Little Chu, please don't do that again. You nearly frightened me to death." Having watched Chu Yang leap from a height of 100 meters, he felt that if not for his confidence in Chu Yang's skills, he might have fainted in the helicopter. "I'm perfectly fine," Chu Yang replied with a calm smile. Before turning to the assembled, curious researchers and military leaders, slowly beginning to elucidate the combat parameters of the mech. "Now that everyone is here, allow me to introduce the specific data of the mech. This is the second-generation White Tiger mech, which employs advanced nanotechnology. Upon the activation of the battle armor, a complete coverage of the body can be achieved within a mere 3 seconds. The power source utilized is the latest lithium-air battery, which, under normal conditions, boasts a power output and energy storage capacity several times greater than conventional lithium batteries available on the market. In a nanotechnology-enhanced state, the efficacy of the lithium-air battery is further amplified. Under standard conditions, the Baihu 2 mech can operate for a full 8 hours, with dual arm strength reaching an impressive 1.8 tons. When the curvature mode is engaged, the operational duration is reduced to 4 hours. However, it is worth noting that curvature drive does not need to be perpetually activated. Additionally, the Baihu 2 mech is equipped with a nanoparticle superlink program, allowing for the integration of various nano-level weaponry materials. Currently available weapon modules include the first, a combat knife mode for close-quarters combat, the second, a laser cannon mode capable of emitting ultra-high temperature lasers at 20,000 degrees Celsius within a 50-meter radius, and finally, an electromagnetic cannon mode, which can unleash nearly 100,000 volts of electric field within a 100-meter range. Furthermore, the mech is outfitted with a central control system that can synchronize with global satellite frequencies, complemented by a remote combat control panel, enabling the mech's activation and deactivation from a distance when necessary, along with a self-destruct protocol in the direst of circumstances. The onlookers stood silently beside Chu Yang, absorbing his detailed exposition of the mech's specifications. Once the presentation concluded, Yang Xing, the commander, gazed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief, rendered momentarily speechless. He was aware of the research into exoskeletons conducted within the military. Even the Armed Research Institute had made strides in developing advanced technologies to enhance the military's own exoskeleton armor. Yet, the exoskeletons they produced paled in comparison to the nanotech armor donned by Chu Yang, which was a realm apart. Moreover, Chu Yang was a battle-hardened veteran, having emerged from special operations. His ascent to his current position was forged through relentless effort on the battlefield, acutely aware of its volatile and perilous nature. He understood well the immense advantage that superior armed equipment could bestow upon soldiers in combat. It is no exaggeration to assert that the nanotech armor worn by Chu Yang is an unparalleled weapon of mass destruction, capable of single-handedly turning the tide of battle. The researchers at the Armed Research Institute were equally taken aback. The lithium-air battery, a concept still in the theoretical stage in energy sectors worldwide, had been successfully developed by Chu Yang to a nano-level. With a standard operational endurance of 8 hours, coupled with the mech's almost superhuman specifications, Chu Yang's nanotech armor could potentially surpass the combined effectiveness of 10 of the nation's finest tanks deployed simultaneously on the battlefield. After all, tanks are notoriously cumbersome. The nanotech battle armor possessed by Chu Yang is designed for single-person operation, boasting an impressive arm strength of 1.8 tons. A single punch could nearly fell an elephant. The combined strength of both arms undoubtedly produces a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Aside from heavily armored vehicles like tanks, what could withstand the force of a strike? Not to mention the formidable defensive capabilities exhibited by the mech, along with the laser cannons and various specific offensive strategies described by Chu Yang. To put it bluntly, deploying this technology on the battlefield would be akin to cheating. Contemplating this, the surrounding researchers found their breaths quickening with anticipation. One leading researcher could no longer contain his excitement and rushed to Chu Yang. "Academician Chu, are you certain about all this? You must understand, This pertains to national security. Do not jest with us lightly. Chu Yang nodded with a smile. Did you not just witness the preliminary results? After speaking, he turned to Yang Xinghua. If there are doubts, let us conduct a practical test to verify the data I just presented. As his words concluded, the fiery red nanotech armor enveloped Chu Yang once more. Under the sunlight, the blue area around the eye sockets of the armor gleamed with a brilliant azure light. Chapter 81. The Resurgence of the Living and the Survival of the Enduring. Before Chu Yang lay 3 distinctly delineated zones. The first zone was a simple speed testing area, extending nearly 1 kilometer in length, designed to assess Chu Yang's ultimate velocity. The second zone was dedicated to strength testing, featuring a military jeep weighing approximately 3 tons, intended to evaluate the arm power of a mech. The final zone comprised an abandoned urban landscape, serving as a simulation for special operations to test the mech's agility. As the researchers from the Armed Research Institute meticulously affixed portable sensing devices to various points on Chu Yang's form, he vanished from sight in an instant. Above, several military drones hovered, capturing aerial footage and relaying the testing visuals to the computers of the scientists below. The data rapidly materialized alongside speed, 360 kilometers h. Left arm strength, 1. 84 tons. Right arm strength, 1. 85 tons. Additionally, parameters that eluded conventional detection, such as the mech's offensive capabilities and specific agility metrics, were swiftly conveyed through the drone's recordings. After Chu Yang effortlessly lifted the jeep a few meters away, a brilliant white laser beam sliced through the air, cleaving the vehicle in two before it plummeted to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in the derelict cityscape, deftly maneuvering through the chaos, ultimately reaching the apex of a towering chimney. The entire testing sequence, spanning nearly 3 kilometers, was concluded in less than a minute. Witnessing such astonishing data, the researchers stood transfixed, struggling to comprehend the implications. Understanding Chu Yang's explanations was one thing. Witnessing his prowess in action was an entirely different experience. Achieving a speed of 360 kilometers per hour approached that of the fastest high-speed trains in Huaxia. Under such tremendous force, the mech Chu Yang had developed, along with its weapon modules, could lethally impact even with the slightest collision. Moreover, the mech's endurance at this velocity astonishingly reached 4 continuous hours. In the context of special operations, sustaining such high-speed combat held implications that were simply unfathomable. The mech's agility surpassed all existing exoskeletons globally, exhibiting a fully anthropomorphic range of motion. When donned, the nano-armor felt as though it were an extension of Chu Yang's body, unencumbered by external apparatus. Even the mere act of running in the mech propelled him at an astonishing speed of 15 meters per second, far exceeding the fastest human sprint. When these remarkable attributes coalesced, the implications were truly extraordinary. Deploying this nano-battle armor on the battlefield would undoubtedly create an unparalleled superweapon. Once Chu Yang concluded the testing and returned before the gathered crowd, he gradually reabsorbed all the nanoparticles into the nano storage box at his chest. Gazing at the assembly, he inquired, "Esteemed colleagues, are you satisfied with the results of this test?" "Absolutely, absolutely." An elder from the Armed Forces Research Institute promptly nodded emphatically and hurried to Chu Yang's side. "So, Academician Chu, whether at Huaca Institute or here at the Armed Forces Research Institute, you are engaged in research. Have you considered developing your career with us? If you are inclined, I can immediately arrange for you the title of Deputy Director of the Armed Forces Research Institute. Should you find that unsatisfactory, I would gladly step down and allow you to take the position of Director. The Armed Forces Research Institute is not merely a research facility. It stands as a parallel scientific institution to Huaca Institute. Beneath the Research Institute, there are nearly 1,000 organizations dedicated to weapon research and transformation. The role of the Institute's director holds equivalent prestige to that of the president of Huaca Institute. Upon hearing this, Wang Weiman's demeanor soured. You are being rather unscrupulous. I brought our Huaca Institute personnel here for testing, and you are attempting to poach talent right from under my nose. I assure you, it is utterly unfeasible. After all, Chu Yang was someone he had painstakingly nurtured to reach his current stature. How dare he attempt to reap the rewards of Wang's efforts? Calm yourself, old Wang. The director of the Armed Forces Research Institute chuckled. Regardless of your sentiments, we must ascertain young Chu's intentions. Chu, my previous statement was devoid of insincerity. Should you wish to join us, I would be willing to relinquish the position of director. Chu Yang's performance had showcased capabilities far beyond mere mech technology. Lithium-air batteries, nanotechnology, laser cannons, and even electromagnetic guns. Each of these achievements stands as remarkable in its own right. Furthermore, Chu Yang had not only perfected these innovations, but had also integrated them into the mech itself. He was even aware that the curvature drive device developed by Huaka Institute was originally conceived by him. It is no exaggeration to assert that Chu Yang is a prodigy in the realm of high-tech weaponry research. Such a promising talent must be secured. Wang Weiman smirked. Let us see if you can persuade him. I am confident in this regard. If Chu Yang could be swayed merely by the position of Huaka Institute's president, would I still be standing here conversing with you? That old man would have long retired to enjoy his golden years. Yet, this young man insists on lingering in the laboratory at Kyoto University. Do you truly expect him to join the military? You must be dreaming. Chu Yang forced a smile, addressing the director of the Armed Research Institute with a measured tone. Director, I am truly grateful for your kind consideration, but I currently have no intentions of changing my work environment. Should the thought arise in the future, I promise to submit my application at the earliest opportunity. Is that really so? Director, he replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. The position of director is yours for the taking, should you desire it. The administrative rank of the Armed Research Institute is one of the highest attainable by an ordinary individual. Achieving such a position at merely 20 years of age is no small feat, yet he chooses to decline? Chu Yang inclined his head slightly, expressing his gratitude once more. I sincerely appreciate your generous offer. Afterward, he cast a glance at Wang Weiman and continued, Elder Wang, may I trouble you to have the items I brought from the laboratory brought forth by the brothers from the troops? Wang Weiman nodded repeatedly. Of course. Prior to boarding the helicopter, Chu Yang had indeed brought along 2 substantial boxes. The onlookers were puzzled. Did he bring additional items for testing? Chu Yang shook his head gently, then turned his gaze toward several wounded soldiers invited from the military's general hospital, who were seated nearby in wheelchairs. What I truly wish to showcase today, above all else, is not the mechas, but rather this. He paused momentarily before adding, in essence, my motivation for researching nano-battle armor is for their sake. In his youth, he often pondered why those robust soldiers would meet their demise on the battlefield. Only now does he begin to grasp the reality. Behind them lies peace, while before them stands war. They willingly sacrifice themselves to safeguard the warmth of countless homes, believing that if one family cannot be whole, then the unity of many families must prevail. Now, all he can do within the limits of his abilities is to ensure the survival of the living and enhance the lives of those who endure. Chapter 82. As long as we remember, they live on what is it? A wave of confusion swept through the crowd. Soon, several Special Forces soldiers emerged from the helicopter, bringing with them 2 large boxes that Chu Yang had brought. Chu Yang stepped forward to open one of the boxes and retrieved a remarkable prosthetic limb. Measuring the length of an arm and crafted from an array of intricate devices, radiating a silvery sheen. Displaying the prosthetic before the crowd, Chu Yang began to explain. This is a prosthetic limb I have created utilizing a biological nanomaterial at the connection points, employing the same technology as that used in nano-battle armor, enabling it to perfectly adapt to the injured areas. After speaking, Chu Yang gradually approached the young man he had conversed with earlier in the hospital, smiling as he extended an invitation. This one is specially designed for you. Would you like to give it a try? The young man appeared momentarily bewildered. For me? A flicker of disbelief and anticipation danced in his eyes. Is that possible? Certainly, Chu Yang affirmed with a gentle nod. He then crouched down before the young man, rolled up the empty pant leg, and directly attached the prosthetic limb to the site of the amputation. The nanobots at the connection point sprang into action, and with a faint surge of electricity coursing through him, Feeling gradually returned to his previously insensate right leg. All right, stand up and give it a try. Chu Yang enjoyed giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. The young man nodded vigorously, his face alight with excitement as he grasped the armrests of his wheelchair and struggled to rise. However, having not used his legs for so long, his left leg buckled under him, nearly sending him to the ground. Chu Yang quickly moved to support him, his gaze filled with encouragement. It might take some getting used to at first. Take a few more steps, and you'll adapt. With a choked laugh, the young man felt tears of joy welling in his eyes. Supported by Chu Yang, although he initially struggled with the first 2 steps, he gradually gained confidence and control over the mechanical limb. Before long, he was able to stand unaided. 1 step, then 2, until he finally broke into an uninhibited run. As he sprinted, he looked up and shouted joyfully, "Ha, I can stand again. Mom, Dad, the country has not forgotten us, and the people have not forgotten us. Your son is standing once more. Comrades, I am back on my feet. Can you see this? Our sacrifices were not in vain. There are still those who care for us, who, while we protected them, sought every means to protect us in return. Did you all see it?" As he ran, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Class leader, vice leader, and Xiao Liuzi, can you see this from above? You have all been doing everything possible to protect us. Witnessing this scene, all present were deeply moved. Several high-ranking generals from the military swiftly approached Chu Yang. "Akadisian, is this prosthetic device capable of being implemented across the entire army?" Even those who were not engaged in scientific research understood the significance of this prosthetic after witnessing its performance. Among the myriad prosthetics available in the market, even the most advanced ones could not compare to the remarkable functionality of the device developed by Chu Yang. Within the ranks of the military, countless elite soldiers have been forced into retirement due to injuries sustained in various conflicts, leaving them with a sense of regret. If Chu Yang's prosthetic could be adopted throughout the army, would those valiant soldiers no longer have to bid a reluctant farewell to their cherished military careers? Furthermore, would ordinary soldiers injured in the line of duty have hope for a life akin to that of able-bodied individuals? Indeed, such prospects were promising. Chu Yang nodded slightly, explaining, "The technology behind these prosthetics stems from a fusion of first- and second-generation mecha technologies. I have developed 2 distinct versions of these devices. The one just used by that young man incorporates nanotechnology, allowing it to receive and respond to the body's bioelectric signals while also providing enhanced strength akin to that of a mecha. Admittedly, the cost is somewhat elevated. In addition, there is another version that, while it does not enhance strength, allows users to regain a semblance of normalcy, meeting over 95 of the functional requirements of a human limb." Upon hearing Chu Yang's words, the military leaders fell silent. Then, led by Yang Xinghua, all the soldiers present straightened their chests. Everyone salute. Yang Xinghua, with tears in his eyes, offered a standard military salute to Chu Yang. The surrounding soldiers, with solemn and respectful expressions, followed suit, paying their most heartfelt tribute to Chu Yang. Chu Yang quickly stepped aside. "Commander Yang, what is this? I cannot accept such honor." "You can, and you shall," Yang Xinghua replied earnestly. "Academician Chu, this is my way of representing all the soldiers and expressing gratitude for everything you have done for them. This salute, you absolutely deserve it." Should Chu Yang's prosthetic technology be adopted army-wide, it would alleviate a significant concern for the military. Everyone within the ranks would forever remember Chu Yang's contribution. Before long, a young man who had joyfully run several laps on the playground approached Chu Yang. His eyes slightly reddened. Standing tall, he offered a salute to Chu Yang. In the end, after lowering his hand, he choked out, "Academician Chu, I'm truly grateful to you. I never imagined that I would have a day where I could stand up and run so freely on the playground." Chu Yang smiled and shook his head. "There is no need for thanks. I merely performed the duties expected of a national defense researcher." He then chuckled again. "By the way, I completely forgot to ask your name last time. What do you call yourself?" The young man stood tall and replied, reporting in, "My name is Yang Chengjun." Yang Chengjun. Chu Yang pondered momentarily. "That's a fine name. I shall remember it." Yang Chengjun looked back at Chu Yang and inquired, "Academician Chu, may I ask if the mecha you just demonstrated is also being promoted by the military? He had witnessed the power of the mecha during the demonstration. Of course, Chu Yang replied with a grin. Are you interested? If so, you can strive for it when the time comes. The cost of a nano armor is indeed substantial, and it is impossible for every soldier in the army to possess one. And no, Yang Qingjun shook his head, choked with emotion. It's not that I don't want it. I truly desire it. His head shook faster now, and his voice quivered slightly as he continued. It's just that the frailty of the human body on the battlefield is too great. The squad leader is gone, the deputy squad leader has perished, and my best buddy, Xiao Lu, sacrificed himself on the day his daughter was born. He struggled to force a smile. If I had possessed a mecha earlier, perhaps during each vacation, I could spend less on cigarettes and alcohol to visit their graves. Wouldn't that save me some money, don't you think? Yang Qingjun endeavored to make a jest. Yet the tears and the twitching of his lips could not conceal the pain within. He thought of them and wished for no more losses. Chu Yang stood before Yang Qingjun, raising his hand as if to offer comfort. However, as the words lingered at the tip of his tongue, he hesitated. Having left home as a youth, returning now as a vessel of patriotism. Such occurrences have transpired far too often in many unknown corners of the world. After a heavy sigh, Chu Yang gently placed his hand on Yang Qingjun's shoulder, saying, "Live well, carrying their hopes with you. As long as we remember them, they shall live on forever." Chapter 83. Let us all visit the bathhouse to relax. Upon returning to school, Chu Yang felt a lingering melancholy. However, upon pushing open the door to the dormitory, he beheld Zhang Mingyang, who sat in his chair with a countenance of deep distress, rapidly typing on his phone as if life held no joy for him. Upon noticing Chu Yang's return, he turned his head to glance at him, forcing a faint smile. "Ah, the third one is back. What troubles you, Lao Zhang?" Chu Yang inquired, guessing apus gazette Zhang Mingyang, whose pale face suggested he had perhaps overindulged the previous night. "Oh, don't mention it," Wang Lei interjected from the other side. "Lao Zhang has taken something wrong. He was about to request our counselor to secure graduate school recommendations for our entire dormitory. But considering you are already on a continuous path from undergraduate to doctoral studies, it hardly matters for you. Graduate recommendations?" Chu Yang's lips twitched slightly. "Lao Zhang, what did you take?" With a look of despair, Zhang Mingyang lamented, "This morning, I woke up feeling unwell. I must have caught a cold. I intended to take some Lianhua, Qingwen capsules, but," he continued, his voice growing heavier with each word, "I was so dazed that I mistakenly took amoxicillin capsules instead." He gestured dramatically. 8 capsules. A full 8. Ever since I returned from class, I've felt dreadful. I desperately want to sleep, yet I feel nauseous and am on the verge of vomiting. However, I dare not sleep or search online. What if the internet tells me I'm dying? At that moment, a voice from Zhang Mingyang's phone interrupted. "Zhang Mingyang, what on earth did you take? Have you seen the infirmary? Stay in your dormitory. I'm not at school right now, but I'll drive over to find you shortly." Zhang Mingyang raised his phone in response. "Counselor, please don't panic. My parents are quite understanding and reasonable. If I were to die, they wouldn't come to the school to cause trouble. My only hope is that my roommates all secure their recommendations." "Amoxicillin?" Chu Yang's forehead creased with lines of concern. "Lao Zhang, have you truly lost your wits due to fever? Amoxicillin is an antibiotic. Feeling drowsy and nauseous is normal if you've taken too much, but it won't kill you. Just take a nap." "Really?" Zhang Mingyang appeared taken aback. "Is that true? I haven't read much. Please don't deceive me. I assure you, I'm not lying." Chu Yang affirmed with a solemn nod. "Oh no." Zhang Mingyang suddenly sprang up from his chair in a flurry of panic. "Does that mean your hopes for recommendations are dashed?" He hastily attempted to retract his earlier message. "I've already sent my will to my mother. I need to recall it quickly." However, his hand trembled, resulting in a deletion rather than a retraction. Witnessing this, he sank back into his seat, eyes vacant. "It's over. Your hopes for recommendations are gone. And so are mine." He had composed a heartfelt will of 1,500 words. There was no retrieving it now. His aspirations for securing recommendations for his roommates had vanished as well. Suddenly, life felt shrouded in darkness and despair. "I no longer care. Let it all end." Chu Yang's lips quivered once more. Is it possible for a student from Peking University to exhibit such youthful exuberance? Nonetheless, Zhang Mingyang maintains a remarkably positive attitude. Upon realizing that the news could not be retracted, he swiftly sent several messages to his counselor and his mother to explain the situation. Then, he simply laid back and declared, "Brothers, I have nothing further to say. To celebrate my survival, and regrettably acknowledging your unsuccessful applications for postgraduate studies, I shall first take a nap. Upon awakening, I invite everyone to visit the large bathhouse next to Peking University to unwind. Bathe?" Chu Yang and Wang Lei were momentarily taken aback. Both hailing from the south, they had never experienced the pleasure of a communal bath, as their dormitories boasted private bathrooms. Just as Zhu Pengfei was preparing to drift into slumber, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, sprang from his bed, and exclaimed with excitement, "Old Zhang, discussing this invigorates me. Boss, shall we indulge in milk, vinegar, or red wine baths?" Zhang Mingyang responded with a hint of melancholy. "Shouldn't you be concerned about my apparent lapse in judgment? I've already researched it for you. It's harmless," Zhu Pengfei retorted. "Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Zhang Mingyang shot him a glance. "Well, I was preoccupied with my game," Zhu Pengfei admitted sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "So what will it be? Milk, vinegar, or red wine?" "Any of them will do." Zhang Mingyang laughed heartily before swiftly climbing onto his bed. "Wake me at 7. I have no classes this afternoon. I'll take a good nap. And when I awaken, we shall go bathe together and then enjoy some barbecue." "Perfect." However, it was not long before Zhang Mingyang's phone began to ring incessantly. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his mother calling. With a grimace, he abruptly ended the call and powered off his phone. After all, he had already faced social embarrassment. As long as he remained unfazed, the awkwardness would belong to others. By 6 o'clock, there was no need for Chu Yang and the others to call him. Zhang Mingyang sprang out of bed, brimming with energy. Observing Chu Yang, who was engrossed in reading, and Zhu Pengfei, who was playing a game, he cheerfully announced, "Gentlemen, are you ready? Let us get ready to depart. Just let me finish this match." Zhu Pengfei replied without turning his head, "Watch me dominate with yasu." Ah. After pondering for a few moments, Chu Yang nodded quietly. Having spent a considerable amount of time in Kyoto, he thought it would be worthwhile to experience a bath in the city. Familiar with the bathhouse near Peking University, Zhang Mingyang guided Chu Yang and the others there with ease. As they approached, Wang Lei, intrigued, asked old Zhang, "What is the procedure for bathing?" Zhang Mingyang chuckled. "The steps are straightforward. After a few visits, you'll be well acquainted. First, you need to take a card, red or blue. After obtaining your card, you cannot bathe immediately. A staff member will provide you with a piece of soap, affectionately referred to by us locals as inzi, which are small blocks of soap, with a touch of elegance. One begins by acquiring a quality shampoo, followed by a gentle lathering of soap upon the back, cleansing thoroughly. Once refreshed, one may indulge in a soothing soak. And when comfort envelopes, it is time to seek someone to assist with the back scrubbing. This indulgence is quite affordable, typically ranging from 40 to 50 yuan per person, depending on the choice of scrubber. I assure you, dear Wang, once you experience this delightful process, you shall find it utterly addictive. Wang Lei nodded, somewhat perplexed. Upon arriving at the bathhouse, a wave of warm steam greeted the patrons. After settling the payment, receiving a token, and securely storing their garments, each person was handed a bar of soap, roughly the size of a thumb. Chu Yang turned to his companion, Zhu Pengfei, and inquired, "Boss, isn't this soap a tad small? How is one supposed to use it?" This was, after all, his first encounter with such an item for bathing. "Quite normal," Zhu Pengfei replied with a calm nod. "If the soap were any larger, one might simply take it home after the bath, which would be quite the loss for the proprietor." At this point, Zhu Pengfei glanced at the fair-skinned Chu Yang and suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. "The small size means it could easily slip away. If it falls, you'll have to seek out a friend in the bathhouse." "Seek a friend?" Chu Yang Bao said, momentarily taken aback. Although the statement appeared sound, it left him with an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 84. An unexpected encounter at the bathhouse and urgent news from the military. Zhu Pengfei patted Chu Yang's shoulder and teased, "Third brother, what kind of look are you giving me? Rest assured, I won't ask you to pick up any soap for me." Chu Yang instinctively took a step back, saying, Go away, big brother. For now, keep your distance. I fear for my safety. Pick up soap? Do you really think I'm that naive? Zhu Pengfei and his companions erupted into laughter. However, their mirth quickly faded as they noticed a group of boys approaching them. Leading the pack was none other than Wang Xiujia, the rival Chu Yang had initially contended with. He was flanked by several other boys. Soon, the group turned their gazes toward Chu Yang, as his relationship with Lin Qingxue had become quite the topic of discussion at Jing University. Particularly, they were all familiar with Wang Xiujia and were aware of the underlying tensions. In an instant, the men's competitive spirit ignited. They glanced down at Chu Yang and then at themselves, inexplicably quickening their pace. Only one boy beside Wang Xiujia, a fair-skinned lad, slowed his steps. As he passed by Chu Yang, an enigmatic glimmer flickered in his eyes. Chu Yang felt a shiver run down his spine and turned to Zhang Mingyang beside him, asking, "Who is that boy next to Wang Xiujia? I can't shake off this strange feeling. Could it be a lingering effect of Zhu Pengfei's earlier joke? Why'd he send something off about that boy?" "Oh, that's him," Zhang Mingyang replied, glancing back at the boy. "He Wang Xiujia's top lackey. Always by his side, and he's the head of our dormitory management department." Zhang Mingyang then inquired, "Third brother, why do you want to know?" "It's nothing. I was just curious," Chu Yang casually shrugged. After grabbing a disposable bath towel with Zhang Mingyang and the others, they headed toward the shower room in the direction of Wang Xiujia and his group. As fate would have it, standing next to Chu Yang was none other than the dormitory management department head. He had just turned on a faucet to begin his shower. After applying shampoo and rubbing it in for a moment, a small bar of soap slid past him. Chu Yang paused for a moment. The next second, the dormitory head approached him from behind and with a peculiar look said, "Excuse me, brother, my soap has slipped. Could you kindly retrieve it for me?" A chill ran down Chu Yang's back. Without even rinsing his hair, he hurriedly exited the shower room, saying, why don't you go fetch it yourself?" For reasons he couldn't quite decipher, he felt an unsettling vibe from that individual. The dormitory head, slightly disappointed, nonetheless walked into Chu Yang's shower stall to retrieve the soap from the floor. By the time he returned to his own shower, Chu Yang finally managed to rinse the foam from his head. Immediately, he heard the voice of the dormitory supervisor beside him. "Xiujia, I've dropped my soap. Could you please pick it up for me?" Chu Yang glanced at the small bar of soap in his hand, intended for his own use. Is it really so prone to falling? The next moment, he heard Wang Xiujia almost roar, "I can pick it up for you, but please don't come over. Don't come over." Finally, after all four of them had finished their showers, they headed to the large bathhouse to soak. To be fair, soaking in the bath was indeed quite enjoyable. Upon entering, a wave of relaxation washed over him. "Shall we have some water?" Zhang Mingyang approached the group. "I feel like we can soak here for a while before getting a scrub." Zhu Pengfei, grinning, leaned next to Zhang Mingyang. "Old Zhang, we don't need water. Do you know what I like to drink?" "What?" Zhang Mingyang was momentarily taken aback. Zhu Pengfei chuckled. "Of course, it's taking care of you." Zhang Mingyang. "Oh heavens, what did he just say? Should I cleanse my ears?" After taking a deep breath, he immediately stammered, "Boss, please don't get carried away in the bathhouse. I'm afraid. Does that mean it's fine in the dorm?" Zhu Pengfei smirked. "Go away." Zhang Mingyang splashed a handful of water at Zhu Pengfei's face. Zhu Pengfei then ran to Wang Lei's side. "Old Wang, do you often drink carbonated beverages?" "Huh." Wang Lei was momentarily surprised. "Otherwise, how could you be so bubbly?" "Whoa." Wang Lei instantly assumed a defensive stance, looking at Zhu Pengfei as if he were facing a formidable foe. "Boss, we're good brothers in the same dorm. I warn you, don't get carried away. If you truly have such needs, I can help you find someone." Zhu Pengfei burst into laughter and then approached Chu Yang. However, before he could speak, Chu Yang quietly remarked, "Boss, are you a scoundrel?" "Why?" Zhu Pengfei was puzzled. "Otherwise, why would you be so tacky?" "Whoa." Zhu Pengfei quickly rushed towards Chu Yang, splashing water all over him. "Old three, that's not fair. No personal attacks. I, your humble servant, am known as a pure-hearted gentleman. How could I be a scoundrel?" Chu Yang and the others looked at him incredulously. After a few awkward chuckles, he continued, "I recently developed a crush on a girl from our school and planned to flirt a bit. I learned a few lines of sweet talk online and intended to test them on you guys first." Zhu Pengfei inquired curiously. So, how did it go? Not so good. Zhang Yang's lips twitched. A bit cheesy. Wang Lei weakly chimed in. A bit greasy. Chu Yang maintained his composure. Don't look at me. I rely on my looks for a living and have no idea how to speak sweetly. Damn it. Zhu Pengfei and the other simultaneously splashed water on Chu Yang. We're still good friends as long as you don't show off. Old 3. Until it was past 9 in the evening. After enjoying a soothing time at the bathhouse, Chu Yang and his 3 companions emerged, feeling quite content. Zhu Pengfei, with a satisfied expression, remarked, "It has been ages since I last soaked in a bath. The skill of the master here in scrubbing backs is impressive. We should come more often. How about next time you treat us?" "Absolutely." Zhu Pengfei laughed heartily. Wang Lei chuckled softly. It was indeed quite relaxing. "But I'm feeling a bit peckish. Let us find a place to eat." They had arrived on empty stomachs, and now, past 9 o'clock, their bellies were growling. Chu Yang smiled. "Then let us go. Tonight I'll treat." Ah, the generosity of the third brother. "I shall not hold back then. My kidneys have not been well lately, so I must indulge in some oysters to replenish myself." "Don't be stingy, third brother." Zhu Pengfei and the others burst into laughter, ready to feast. Chu Yang, however, took no offense. He had little concern for money, as his research grants were comfortably over 10 million, and the research funds he managed were counted in the hundreds of billions. As they discussed where to enjoy barbecue that evening, a sudden chill swept through the air, and Chu Yang's phone began to ring. Noticing the caller ID, he saw it was Wang Weiman. Frowning slightly, he quickly answered, "Old Wang, this is Chu Yang. Is there something urgent?" Typically, Wang Weiman would not call him at this hour, especially at such a late time. Wang Weiman's voice carried a weight of seriousness. "Xiao Chu, I apologize for disturbing you so late, but an extremely urgent matter requires your assistance." After a brief pause, he continued, "How many sets of nano-battle armor does your laboratory have available?" 9 sets, Chu Yang replied, nodding slightly. Good. Wang Weiman exhaled a sigh of relief. Then quickly added, "In half an hour, someone from the military will arrive by helicopter to take you to the military command center. Bring all 9 sets of the nano-battle armor. You need to come here first. I cannot disclose further details over the phone." His tone was grave, imbued with a profound sense of urgency. Chapter 85. The border breakout and man-made mutant creatures. Half an hour later, Chu Yang boarded a military helicopter, carrying 9 sets of nano-battle armor in their storage boxes, which he had retrieved from the laboratory. Under the cloak of night, the helicopter swiftly made its way to the military camp in Kyoto. During the flight, Chu Yang cast a curious glance at a young soldier seated beside him. What has transpired to warrant such urgency? He pondered. It was one thing to summon him in the dead of night, but to require him to bring along 9 sets of nano-battle armor? Was immediate combat anticipated? However, the military personnel had yet to utilize the nano-battle armor. If combat was indeed required, should they first familiarize themselves with the performance of the mech before deploying them in real scenarios? The soldier, next to Chu Yang, shook his head. "I'm not quite sure. Our mission is solely to escort you, and beyond that, we are in the dark." Chu Yang furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to press further. Over an hour later, he arrived at the military headquarters in Kyoto. Yet this time, he was not taken to a training ground, but rather to a command center after undergoing multiple layers of scrutiny. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yang's frown deepened. Typically, a command center would only be activated during drills or wartime, and even if there were genuine combat conflicts, he should not have been brought here. Upon entering, Chu Yang was greeted by familiar faces, as well as some unfamiliar ones, including several individuals clad in laboratory coats, evidently summoned directly from their research. The high-ranking officials of the military sat rigidly, their expressions heavy with concern. What on earth had transpired? As soon as Chu Yang stepped inside, Yang Xinghua rose from his seat, forgoing any pleasantries and immediately ushering Chu Yang to the front of the command center. He instructed a nearby soldier to project a video onto the large screen in the command center. "Academician Chu, please take a look at this video." Instantly, a scene of a tropical rainforest appeared on the command center's large screen, with towering trees stretching high into the sky. In the center of the frame, several dogs clad in iron armor emerged. Indeed, they were dogs. Each one was enveloped in steel, their size 2 to 3 times larger than ordinary canines. Their fierce fangs were bared, and thick saliva dripped from their mouths, hissing as it hit the ground, clearly exhibiting a potent corrosive quality. "What is this?" Chu Yang's expression stiffened. Such enormous dogs could not possibly exist on Earth, and the appearance of these creatures bore a striking resemblance to that of wolfhounds, albeit on a far grander scale. The areas not covered in steel were shrouded in black fur, resembling sharp steel needles. Particularly striking were their eyes, which glowed a sinister crimson, devoid of any emotion, save for an overwhelming desire for slaughter and plunder. "This is the reason we urgently summoned you here," Yang Xinghua promptly stated. "This footage was transmitted from our border just an hour ago, capturing the scene within the protective zone of a certain Special Forces unit stationed there. Just an hour prior, while our troops were on routine patrol, they encountered these peculiar hounds that surged across the border. We suspect these are mutated creatures created by a criminal organization operating in the area. However, the strangeness of these mutated beings is beyond comprehension. They cannot be killed by gunfire, nor can they be incinerated. None of their fur can be scorched. Consequently, we have already sacrificed an entire Special Forces team in this endeavor." As Chu Yang listened intently to Yang Xinghua's account, he observed the various images on the screen. Suddenly, his heart rate accelerated. Thoughts raced through his mind: genetic fusion, or perhaps genetic leap. Or could it be the notion of super genes? This was the first time he had encountered such a creature. Yet, he must not forget that he had been exposed to various genetic technologies within the Eternal Knowledge Repository. The hounds in the footage were evidently the result of human genetic modification, amalgamating numerous biological traits. The bullets fired did inflict wounds upon these mutated hounds, but their flesh swiftly healed. Their strength was astonishing. A single swipe could sever a tree as thick as 2 men could embrace in the tropical rainforest. This was no mere result of genetic evolution. Someone had intervened, manipulating the genetic chain mutations within these hounds and even introducing fragments of other genes. The complexity of such modification techniques rivals the creation of the cosmic super soldiers described in the Eternal Knowledge Repository. However, according to his knowledge, no such formidable genetic coding technology exists in the world today. Even if it did, nations would surely keep it well concealed, never brazenly allowing genetically modified creatures to breach the borders of Huaxia. Nevertheless, the situation was urgent, leaving no time for Chu Yang to ponder further. He quickly inquired, "What do you need me to do?" Such beings were indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals to combat, not even the Special Forces, as they had transcended the realm of normal biology. Currently, a dozen Special Forces soldiers were engaged in combat with these mutated hounds in the tropical rainforest. If these creatures were to breach the border blockade and infiltrate civilian areas, the consequences would be dire. Yang Xinghua's expression turned grave. "Thus, we need to deploy fighter jets to deliver nano-armor to the Special Forces on the ground, enabling them to halt the advance of these creatures." "Understood." Chu Yang nodded without hesitation. "However, as they are not yet adept with the nano-armor, I will need to remotely control it, allowing it to assist our soldiers in combat. Moreover, upon the conclusion of this incident, I hope to acquire a complete specimen of those mutated hounds depicted in the imagery. I require their genetic sequences for further study." A grave expression finally manifested on Chu Yang's face. These mutated hounds must harbor certain secrets unknown to mankind. Chapter 86. Every matter receives a response. Every issue finds resolution. This endeavor was originally initiated to foster collaboration between your esteemed Huaca Institute and our Military Research Institute. Yang Xinghua spoke slowly. "If we truly manage to eliminate these mutated hunting hounds, I will personally deliver a specimen of their carcass to your laboratory for study." "Very well." Chu Yang nodded gravely. "How long until the Mets arrive?" "The fighter jets are ready for immediate takeoff. Under optimal conditions, they could reach the border battlefield in as little as 50 minutes. Yang Xinghua gritted his teeth. In a bid to save the remaining civilians at the border and the surviving Special Forces soldiers, they had deployed the country's most advanced fighter jets and issued a comprehensive no-fly order early on. This was to ensure the aircraft could reach the border zone at the utmost speed. Chu Yang acknowledged with a nod. On the large screen in the command center, images were continuously streaming of the special forces engaging in combat with the mutated hounds in the border area. He settled into one of the chairs, took a deep breath, and pulled out his phone to send a message to Lin Qingxue. There's an urgent mission at the institute, so I won't be returning to school tonight. I may not be able to join you for breakfast tomorrow morning either. Be good, and once I finish, I will bring back that strawberry cake you have been longing for. Soon after, Lin Qingxue in the girls' dormitory received the message. Upon reading the text, a playful smile immediately graced her stunning visage. She replied, "Understood." After a brief pause, she quickly added, "If you're too busy, we can eat at any time. I just want to share a meal with you. Early or late, it matters not, as long as it is with you. Focus on your work. No need to reply." Setting her phone down, Lin Qingxue smiled. Love and affection reveal themselves in the minutiae of life. Every situation is accounted for, every matter receives a response, and every issue finds resolution. That is enough. Half an hour later, in the tropical rainforest at the border, countless soldiers clad in camouflage and equipped with night vision goggles were lying in ambush throughout the forest. Some even bore rocket launchers on their shoulders. "Captain, what is the current situation? When will reinforcements arrive?" These creatures are truly bizarre. One soldier, nestled among the foliage, donned his night vision goggles and aimed his heavy sniper rifle, loaded with armor-piercing rounds, at the mutated hounds encircled by them. Soon, a calm voice came through his earpiece. "We need to hold our ground for another 20 minutes. After that, the military will dispatch the most advanced equipment from the homeland to assist us in eliminating these vile creatures. Brothers, beneath our feet lies the front line, and behind us are the people of our nation, where countless lights flicker in the darkness. We must steadfastly hold our ground for these 20 minutes. We cannot allow these creatures to breach our perimeter. Better to advance 10 steps to death than to retreat even half a step to life. Even if we are left with but a single soul, you must resolutely obstruct these beings. Can you all achieve this?" In an instant, deep voices of both men and women echoed from every corner of the encirclement. "Understood. Acknowledged. We shall not retreat." A fierce determination glimmered in everyone's eyes. From the moment they donned their military uniforms, especially upon entering the Special Forces camp, they had long prepared themselves for sacrifice. Today, they fight for their homeland, for the people. Though facing death, they harbor no regrets. However, just as they were exchanging reassurances, a pack of mutated hunting hounds, previously huddled together, perked up their noses, detecting the scent of the living. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity, and with a frenzied howl, they charged towards the position of one of the encircled individuals. Fire! At the command, countless gun barrels erupted in a blaze. Bullets rained down upon the heads and necks of the mutated hounds. Yet in the next moment, the bullets were either deflected by the hound's steel armor or absorbed by their thick black fur. The gunfire merely momentarily impeded their advance. At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded. A massive fireball erupted as a heavy rocket propelled from its launcher, striking one of the mutated hounds. The force of the explosion sent the creature flying, shattering its armor into fragments and leaving its once sleek fur in disarray, with skin visibly torn in places. Yet almost immediately, the wounded areas began to heal rapidly. "It's injured." The captain's urgent voice crackled through the headset. "It's effective. Keep going. Keep firing at the head. If one doesn't work, use 2. We must bring 1 down today." In the next instant, another rocket was launched, and with a tormented howl, the hound was again sent hurtling through the air. When it regained its footing, its presence had noticeably weakened. Even its self-healing process slowed. At this juncture, the other hounds quickly halted, their eyes warily scanning for the concealed figures around them. Then came a low, deliberate shot. A penetrating round swiftly flew from a sniper rifle, striking the head of the already injured mutated hound. Taking advantage of the brief moment before its head could mend, the round pierced directly into the creature's skull. With a resounding crack, the armor-piercing bullet obliterated the head of the wounded hound. A mournful cry escaped as the mutated hunting dog crashed heavily to the ground, struggling for a prolonged moment before ultimately ceasing its movements. Success! The atmosphere among the onlookers shifted to one of elation. "Well done. The tension within the group began to ease, and some members even exhaled in relief, remarking that this creature did not appear invincible after all. I maintained from the outset that if we couldn't defeat it, it was merely a matter of insufficient firepower. With repeated assaults, we would surely prevail. No sooner had the words left their lips than a voice crackled through the earpiece, filled with alarm. "Look over there." Instantly, all eyes diverted to the scene unfolding before them. The remaining mutated hunting dogs surged towards the fallen one, frantically tearing at its flesh and blood. In no time, apart from a pool of blood on the ground, all traces of the deceased mutated dog were consumed by its ravenous kin. Subsequently, the consuming dogs began to radiate an escalating aura of power, their forms seemingly swelling in size. They then fixed their predatory gazes upon the assembled special forces, their eyes brimming with a fierce and savage intent. Silence. The jungle fell into an eerie stillness, with everyone holding their breath, their limbs frozen as they beheld the astonishing tableau before them. Their eyes reflected disbelief. Was this evolution? Chapter 87. Each individual operates a mech. Strengthening the cheetah captain. How long until support arrives? As the team began to regain their composure, they fervently called out in the communication channel. The initial encounter with the mutated hunting hounds had already posed a significant challenge, and now they were confronted with the shocking reality that these creatures could evolve after consuming their own kind. The captain of the Special Forces glanced at the time displayed on his tactical watch. 5 minutes. No matter the cost. Everyone must hold the line for these final 5 minutes. Even in death, they must not allow these monsters to escape the jungle. Received. Understood. Acknowledged. At that moment, determination etched itself onto every face. The captain then switched his communication channel to that of the rear command post. "This is Squad 1 of the Cheetah Assault Team. I am Captain Chu. We are currently facing mutated monsters, and the specifics remain unclear. My team is willing to defend our nation's borders to the death. Should we tragically fall, I hope the command post will inform our families that we are at peace. Cheetah, fight to the last." In Kyoto, within the command room, synchronized with the border command center, military officials' eyes glistened with unshed tears as they clenched their fists tightly. Chu Yang remained silent, his eyes reddening, harboring an inexplicable surge of anger within. It was not enough. The efforts he had made felt insufficient. If he could develop more national defense weapons and create advanced technological products, perhaps the outcome of the day would have been different. Within the jungle, Captain Chu retrieved a photograph from his combat suit. It depicted him with his wife and their 3-year-old daughter. With a tender touch of his gloved hand grazing the surface of the photo, he quickly returned it to his chest, his gaze forward growing resolute, his grip on the firearm tightening with a steely determination. No longer contemplating the arrival of support, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon his squad members. "I sincerely apologize. My comrades, today, I, Chu, have failed to lead you out of here. Let's be brothers again in our next lives." With that declaration, he rose from his prone position and roared, "Cheetah, never yield. Fight to the death. We shall not retreat." Seeing their captain's resolve, the others surged from their cover, raising their weapons to launch a swift counterattack. In that moment, the oath they had taken before enlisting echoed in their minds. "I am a citizen of China. Serving in the military is my honorable duty according to the law. To fulfill the sacred responsibilities of a revolutionary soldier, I pledge to be loyal to my country, loyal to the people, to defend the territory and national security of my homeland, and to safeguard the lives of the people." Their purpose in coming here was never to wait for rescue. Their mission was to protect their home and their nation. 5 minutes. They must use their own flesh and blood to buy the people behind them 5 more minutes. In the command room of Kyoto, Chu Yang sat gravely before a computer, which displayed that the nano-armors had been dispatched to the border region. As he observed the 9 Special Forces members clad in nano-armors, he clenched his teeth and began to operate the computer with urgency. Hurry, hurry. If the nano-armors could arrive, they would save these individuals. They are truly remarkable. Soon, the 9 Special Forces members, adorned in their nano-armors, surged forth from the border military base under Chu Yang's command. Simultaneously, The members of the cheetah squad in the jungle heard Chu Yang's deep voice. This is the Kyoto Command Center calling Cheetah Assault Team 1. Repeat. This is the Kyoto Command Center calling Cheetah Assault Team 1. All team members, ensure your safety and provide support. We anticipate arrival within 1 minute. We stand with you. The Kyoto Command Center awaits the hero's triumphant return. Support has arrived. Support has arrived. Ha. Brothers, hold on for the final minute. The members of the Cheetah Assault Team erupted in cheers. You think you're so tough? Come on, let me show you what I've got. A robust man, shouldering a rocket launcher, swiftly pulled the trigger. The others unleashed a barrage of gunfire, as if bullets were worthless. Even a Gatling gun roared, spewing crimson sparks as it unleashed a frenzied assault on the mutated hunting dogs. The mutated canines were instantly enraged, their fierce gazes brazenly fixed on everyone before them. With a roar, they charged forward, nearly 2 meters tall, leaping towards one of the team members, bearing their sharp, blood-stained fangs, ready to tear into flesh. However, at that critical moment, 9 uniquely colored nano-armors swiftly hovered above them, activating the night vision assist system. Laser cannons engaged, targets locked. Chu Yang, controlling the aerial mech suits, felt his gaze grow cold and fierce. Damn beasts. Let me put the latest combat capabilities of these mechs to the test. Laser cannon, fire. Under Chu Yang's command, one mech swiftly aimed its palm at the leaping mutated dog. A powerful beam of laser erupted from the mech's palm, instantly propelling the mutated canine away with searing intensity. Yet that was not enough. The moment the dog hit the ground, it quickly scrambled back to its feet. The areas pierced by the laser began to witness a frenzied growth of fresh flesh and blood, converging with wild intensity. Chu Yang let out a cold laugh. He began to manipulate the other mechs, positioning them in front of the members of the Cheetah Assault Team, swiftly advancing towards the mutated hounds. Let us see how many times you can recover. Since you have trespassed into my homeland, you shall remain here forever. Those who offend my nation shall face annihilation. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Cheetah Assault Team stood in bewilderment. What? What is this? My goodness, is this not a movie? Have mechs actually been deployed? What on earth is happening? Some even momentarily slipped into their native dialect. Isn't this sci-fi a bit too intense? Surely, this cannot be a dream? Chu Yang remained focused, deftly controlling the mechs with astonishing speed. His eyes, filled with cold determination, transmitted a series of combat commands to the Xuan Wu, which coordinated all the mechs to launch a relentless counterattack. Some mechs began to materialize nanoswords, while others unleashed a barrage of searing laser fire. Still others engaged directly, delivering blows that sent the mutated hounds sprawling to the ground. Next came the hunting hour. The mutated hounds were momentarily stunned by the sight of the mechs. However, a singular thought dominated their minds, to tear them apart. Some of the mutated hounds clawed fiercely at the surface of the nanomachines, even sparking flares of fire upon impact. Yet, they inflicted little damage to the mechs themselves. As for their sharp fangs, they proved utterly ineffective against the nimble mechs. It was laughable. They could not even land a bite. The members of the Cheetah Assault Team had retreated from the combat zone, observing from a distance. One man leaned closer to Chu Yang, his eyes wide with astonishment. Boss, what on earth are these mechs? They have witnessed the ferocity of those mutated hounds, but upon the arrival of these mechs, it was as if the tables had turned dramatically. Those once fearsome hounds now seemed somewhat subdued in their presence. I'm not entirely sure. They must be the latest scientific achievements of our nation, Chu Yang replied, his expression tinged with excitement as he rubbed his hands together and smiled. If we get the chance, we must acquire a few of these mechs. Their defensive capabilities, as well as their comprehensive offensive power, are simply astounding. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sole combat medic of the assault team wore a grave expression. Now I find myself even more curious about the origins of those mutated hounds. Clearly, they are under some form of control. I can assert with certainty that this is not a human endeavor. The members of the assault team turned their gazes towards the speaking medical personnel. Pray tell, how did you discern that? One remarked, I come from a lineage of veterinarians. Surely, you are aware of this? The medical personnel forced a smile, which swiftly transformed into a serious demeanor. The eyes of these mutated hunting dogs are devoid of any emotion. They resemble relentless killing machines. Moreover, as you witnessed moments ago, they even resorted to cannibalism, which is highly abnormal. Their gaze is consumed solely by the desire for slaughter and devouring flesh. No matter how docile a human may be, it is impossible to tame creatures stripped of all sentiment. I suspect these abominations were birthed from a biological laboratory, infused with peculiar genetic fragments. At this juncture, the medical personnel's expression grew increasingly grave. They are evolving. If they receive sufficient sustenance, they may potentially evolve indefinitely. If my assumptions hold true, those who engineer these creatures are likely already deceased. Otherwise, these monstrosities would not have breached our borders so brazenly. He then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps humanity will ultimately perish by its own hand. These creatures serve as a dire warning. Genetic modification is inherently fraught with uncontrollable variables. Who knows what other individuals may conjure forth even more terrifying beings? Upon hearing the medical personnel's words, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. However, the team leader, Chu Yang, soon rallied their spirits. Enough with the cowardice. Have you not seen those mechas ahead? Once this ordeal concludes, I will procure one for each of you. Let our team, the cheetahs, rise to greatness. When the time comes, let any monstrous being dare to approach. I shall vanquish one with ease, and if two appear, I shall eliminate them both. A skeptical team member interjected, Captain, can you truly acquire such machines? They seem rather formidable. Chu Yang retorted, are you attempting to undermine my authority? It appears you haven't endured enough hardship. Upon our return tonight, we shall engage in a 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run. Chapter 88. Lin Xingshue's midnight call on the other side. Despite the mutated hunting hounds having increased in size and strength, they remained fundamentally just hounds. Apart from their rudimentary biting and clawing actions, they possessed no other means of attack. In fact, they hesitated to expel the foul, corrosive phlegm from their mouths onto the surface of the nanotech armor. Within a mere 3 minutes, Chu Yang skillfully commanded the 9 nanotech armors to swiftly eliminate these mutated hounds. Witnessing this scene, the personnel in the command center of the Kyoto military breathed a collective sigh of relief. A hint of a smile gradually illuminated Chu Yang's eyes. Although the mutated hounds appeared bizarre, they were not as formidable as they seemed. He surmised that the vigorous life force within them had significantly enhanced their cellular structure, concurrently augmenting their inherent healing abilities, which contributed to their seemingly extraordinary self-recovery. However, life, after all, has its limits. Once their life force is depleted, they shall inevitably succumb. This phenomenon bears resemblance to the adrenaline present in the human body. Typically, adrenaline levels maintain a stable equilibrium. However, if a substantial amount of adrenaline is forcibly injected, it can induce a rapid heartbeat, accelerate blood flow, greatly diminish pain perception, reduce fear, and enhance feelings of exhilaration, resulting in a remarkable increase in strength and reflexes. In simpler terms, if an ordinary individual were to receive an excessive dose of adrenaline, one might witness fantastical scenarios. A 3-year-old overpowering boxing champion Tyson, Lin Dayu uprooting Lu Jishin, or the swift yet catching up to a departing swallow in a vehicle. Of course, such effects come with consequences. Once the adrenaline's influence wanes, or if administered in excess, it can lead to ruptured blood vessels, cardiac arrest, and ultimately death. These mutated hounds may have undergone some alteration in their genetic makeup, resulting in a substantial enhancement of their life force. It is precisely the emergence of these genetic sequences that has amplified their physical capabilities. What perplexed him, however, was the astonishing speed of genetic evolution exhibited by these hounds, surpassing that of all terrestrial life forms. Even the most advanced technology could not facilitate such rapid evolution, unless, of course, the genetic fragments integrated into these hounds were not of terrestrial origin. Contemplating this possibility, a cold sweat broke out along Chu Yang's spine. Could they be extraterrestrial beings? He did not dismiss such an idea. After all, what explanation could his vast reservoir of eternal knowledge provide? With these thoughts in mind, Chu Yang promptly input the necessary commands. instructing the Xuanwu to return the special forces within the mecha to the military base at the border. He quickly turned his head and addressed Yang Xinghua. Commander Yang, how long will it take for the corpses of these mutated hounds to be delivered to Kyoto? Yang Xinghua pondered for a few seconds. If you require them, I can arrange for their transportation overnight. However, due to the massive size of these mutated hounds, it will be impossible to send them by fighter jet. The earliest they can arrive is tomorrow morning. Changing the subject slightly, Yang continued, however, if you only need small samples, we can have them brought back by our fighter pilots in about an hour and a half. We will immediately dispatch professionals to examine the genetic alterations within these mutated hounds. Upon discovering these creatures, the military promptly convened all experts in the biological field for urgent study. Understood, Chu Yang contemplated for a few moments. If we are to analyze the genetic coding, how long might that take? One of the researchers beside Yang Xinghua nodded in response. If all goes swiftly, around 3 days. If slower, it could take up to 10 days. The procedures for genetic coding analysis are exceedingly intricate, and achieving results will require our team to work overtime in the laboratory. Very well, I shall await your updates, Chu Yang affirmed with a resolute nod. He had not systematically studied biological genetics, so he entrusted the specialized tasks to the experts. Looking at Yang Xinghua, he continued, as for the complete corpses of the mutated hounds, once they are transported, I would appreciate it if Commander Yang could send one to my laboratory at Peking University. Of course, that is no problem, Yang Xinghua replied readily, as it was a prior agreement. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Yang spoke again. Furthermore, if possible, I recommend immediately dispatching personnel to the battlefield to collect all fragments of flesh and any blood samples from the mutated hounds, ensuring that no person or animal comes into direct contact with these creatures' biological remains. I suspect that these hounds may possess the ability to induce mutations in other organisms. Upon hearing this, the assembled biological researchers were initially taken aback, then solemnly nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must proceed with this course of action. This suggestion is excellent. We cannot allow the biological material of these mutated hounds to escape. There was consensus that the samples absolutely must not be leaked. They were still grappling with the cause of the hounds' mutations, but if their biological tissues contained highly infectious mutated cells or viruses, there was a significant risk that other animals in the rainforest could become secondarily mutated after exposure. If that were to occur, it would undoubtedly lead to new complications. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, Chu Yang finally emerged from the military headquarters. At this hour, returning to school was no longer an option. He no longer remained at the military's guest house. Late at night, he hastily returned to the vicinity of the school and secured a comfortable hotel room. After a brief refreshment, he glanced at the late-night message from Lin Qingxue that had arrived over an hour ago. He replied simply, informing her that he was resting in a room near the school, and then sent his good-night message. Once that was done, Chu Yang lay in the hotel room, burdened with heavy thoughts. He needed solitude to contemplate the events of the day. What appeared to be a mere incident of animal gene mutation held greater significance for him, who possessed an eternal repository of knowledge. He craved to delve deeper. Once this thought took root, it became impossible to suppress. Where did this eternal reservoir of knowledge originate? Was it a byproduct of an extraterrestrial super-civilization or a remnant of an advanced civilization that once thrived on Earth? Did extraterrestrial beings truly exist in this world? Were the myths of ancient China mere human fabrications or remnants of genuine historical accounts? The murals left by the Mayans depicting astronauts in space, were they prophetic or merely records of events? The legendary civilization of Atlantis, was it a myth or did it genuinely exist beneath the waves? The world, once crystal clear before him, was now shrouded in a thick veil of uncertainty. A chill ran down his spine, and he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He curled up helplessly on the hotel bed, gasping for every breath of oxygen, his eyes filled with palpable fear. This was the first time he truly felt fear, an overwhelming and intense fear. If these notions were indeed true, why had humanity yet to discover extraterrestrial life? What caused those super civilizations on Earth to vanish? And what role did he, the possessor of this eternal knowledge, play in this grand narrative? Was he a successor of civilization, or merely a pawn in the hands of those hidden super-civilizations? What was their ultimate purpose? At the core of it all, he was but a mere mortal. At least for now, his heart was not fortified enough to embrace such staggering concepts. Just then, a series of notifications chimed on his phone. Chu Yang turned slightly, picked up his phone, and noticed a message from Lin Qingxue. Are you just now settling down for the night? Have you encountered something? Answer the call. Upon reading these messages, he inhaled deeply and, with trembling hands, prepared to respond. However, the next moment, Lin Qingxue's call came through, forcing himself to steady his shaking fingers. He took several deep breaths, even rushing to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face, hoping to regain a semblance of clarity. Upon returning to his room, Chu Yang answered the phone in a casual tone. Soon, Lin Qingxue's melodious voice echoed through the receiver. Chu Yang, are you asleep? Chu Yang forced a smile and replied, Not all. What is the matter? Didn't you go to bed earlier? Have you awakened so soon? Lin Qingxue responded slowly, I haven't fallen asleep. Chu Yang chuckled. Are you missing me? Just a little, Lin Qingxue replied softly. I just saw the message you sent. Are you feeling down? The intuition of a woman is remarkably sharp. Observing the content of Chu Yang's message, she sensed that he was likely facing some troubles and was in a particularly despondent mood. Chu Yang inquired with a smile. Why do you say that? Perhaps it's a matter of mutual understanding. I just know you are unhappy, she replied. Is that why you called? I was worried that you might have something on your mind, but couldn't find anyone to talk to. Lin Qingxue continued thoughtfully. After a brief pause, she added, I'll come over now. You shouldn't keep your troubles to yourself. You can share them with me. Don't be unhappy alone. All right? Isn't there a curfew already? Chu Yang asket. Lin Qingxue responded playfully with a laugh. A mere curfew cannot hinder this beautiful girl from visiting her man. Chapter 89. Under the starlit moon. I returned to you upon ending the call to Chu Yang. Lin Qingxue swiftly rose from her bed. She cautiously made her way to the floor and quietly opened her wardrobe. Selecting a casual outfit, she changed out of her pajamas, preparing to leave the dormitory. At that moment, a faint light flickered from the phone screen of the bed opposite hers. Li Qian peeked out from under her covers, curiously glancing at Lin Qingxue, who had changed her clothes on the floor. Qingxue, it's so late. Where are you going? Are you still awake, Qian? Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment before leaning closer to Li Qian, whispering nervously, It's time for you to contribute to our sisterhood. What do you mean? Li Qian asked, her voice tinged with suspicion. I have something to take care of. I need to go out. Are you going to find Chu Yang? Li Qian instantly grasped the situation. Lin Qingxue nodded silently. Sister, now that you've mentioned it, I'm wide awake. Li Qian's eyes sparkled, and she hurriedly climbed out of her bed, whispering, You're not planning to sneak into the boys' dormitory, are you? How thrilling. What are you thinking? Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes at Li Qian in the dim light. Chu Yang isn't in the dorm tonight. Yes, at a hotel. I'm going to look for him. Li Qian grinat mischievously. What is this? Our campus Belle can't stand the loneliness and is off to offer herself? Stop imagining things. Lin Qingxue felt her cheeks flush. How could this girl's mind be so impure? Li Qian nodded teasingly. I understand. Just chatting under the covers, right? She then inquired, so, what is the plan? Climbing out the window? Lin Qingxue chuckled. During a previous outing, their dorm had returned late, missing curfew. They had even sneaked back in through the common room window before. Lin Qingxue continued softly, We'll quietly sneak down. And once we confirm that the dorm supervisor is asleep, I'll climb out the window while you ensure it stays closed. Deal. Li Qian readily agreed, then added with a cheeky grin, But remember, you two must be careful. I don't want to be your child's godmother a year from now. Go away. Before long, the two stealthy companions arrived at the foot of the girls' dormitory. They first opened the iron gate that led to the dormitory floors and swiftly reached the ground floor common area. The dorm supervisor usually rested in a small room on the first floor, but now the light in her room was extinguished, and the moonlight cast a gentle glow on the floor. Lin Qingxue and Li Qian hurried to the window along the wall of the common area, working together. With meticulous care, Lin Qingxue opened the window and nimbly leaped from the ground to the windowsill. Turning to Li Qian, She remarked, "I'll take my leave now. Remember to lock the window." "Okay," Li Qian replied with a reassuring hand gesture. In the next instant, Lin Qingxue swiftly vaulted through the window and landed on the ground. However, unbeknownst to her, someone had carelessly left an empty soda can discarded at the window's edge. As Lin Qingxue's foot struck the can, it emitted a cacophony of sounds. In that moment, the lights in the dormitory supervisor's resting room flickered to life. Which rascal from the dormitory is sneaking out again? Lin Qingxue's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, and Li Qian immediately urged, "Sister, run. Be careful." Lin Qingxue glanced back at Li Qian and then dashed forward. Li Qian quickly slammed the window shut, casting a wary glance at the shadowy figure within the room. Noticing the supervisor had yet to emerge, she promptly fled back into the hallway. It was a close call, but they had escaped unscathed. Half an hour later, Lin Qingxue knocked on the door of Chu Yang's hotel room. Upon seeing the charming figure of Lin Qingxue at the entrance, Chu Yang curiously inquired, "How did you manage to get out? Did she really let you go? Are you not aware that the window in the hall of our girls' dormitory on the first floor can be opened from the inside?" Lin Qingxue chuckled playfully. "I climbed out through the window." Having rushed out, she was dressed in casual summer attire, with a pair of pink flip-flops adorning her feet. Her delicate, fair toes wiggled as she spoke, exuding an undeniable charm. After a moment, she continued, "Mr. Chu, I've traveled quite a distance. You wouldn't deny me entry, would you?" She raised an eyebrow at him with a teasing glint in her eye, adding, "Don't worry, I won't bite." Chu Yang stepped aside, and once Lin Qingxue entered, she immediately sprang onto the bed, lifting the covers and patting the empty space beside her, her face alight with anticipation as she beckoned. "Come here, keep me company, and help me unwind." A faint smile crept on Chu Yang's otherwise serious face. Concealing his emotions, he approached and laid down beside Lin Qingxue, teasingly saying, "You come over here at such a late hour. Aren't you afraid I might unleash my wild side and take advantage of you? Just come over. I'm not afraid of you." Lin Qingxue boldly challenged, raising an eyebrow at Chu Yang. His gaze fixated on her, his cheeks flushed slightly. "You, please stop staring at me," he stammered. Though he attempted to sound nonchalant, it was impossible to deny the flutter of nerves within him. With a somewhat complicated expression, he quickly opened his arms wide, exclaiming, "Let us embrace first." Lin Qingxue paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback. As she gazed into Chu Yang's flickering eyes, a wave of sympathy surged within her. Though he skillfully concealed his emotions, she could still discern the underlying turmoil. Once a figure of pride, radiating confidence, he now appeared clouded and despondent. Even with a semblance of a smile gracing his face, the spark that once illuminated his eyes had inexplicably dimmed. Lin Qingxue reached out and enveloped Chu Yang in her embrace. She watched as he nestled closer, much like a kitten seeking warmth. Words were unnecessary. She simply reveled in the softness of his thick hair. After a prolonged silence, when Chu Yang finally lifted his gaze, Lin Qingxue, filled with concern, inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something weighing on your heart?" Chu Yang shook his head. "You cannot share?" She pressed gently, and he gave a slight nod. "Very well." Lin Qingxue took a deep breath and naturally reclined against his lap, looking up at him with a playful smile. "If you cannot speak of it, then let us leave it be." Yet in the next moment, the rumbling of Chu Yang's stomach broke the tranquility. "Are you hungry?" Lin Qingxue's expression turned quizzical. After a brief pause, he could not suppress a chuckle. A little. Since the evening began, he had taken a bath, visited the military command center, and now returned near the school without having eaten anything. The mention of food made him acutely aware of his hunger. With a sudden, mischievous grin, Lin Qingxue leaned closer, whispering warm breath against his ear, "Would you care for a midnight snack? Didn't you say you shouldn't eat late at night for fear of gaining weight?" Chu Yang's heart raced slightly. "I'll order something for you," Lin Qingxue teased, reclining back into his embrace. "Will you partake?" She laughed. "If you invite me, I might indulge just a little." She emphasized just a taste, nothing more. "Perhaps we should refrain from that," Chu Yang replied with a playful smirk. "What if you gain weight? I'd be blamed for it." "Then how about this?" Lin Qingxue suggested. "Let us toss a coin to decide whether we will have a midnight snack. Heads we eat, tails we don't." No, she continued, climbing into his arms, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. If the coin breaks, we shall skip the snack, all right? Let's not go that route. Chu Yang feigned disappointment with a sigh, then embraced Lin Qingxue, laughing, no need for a coin toss. I would love for the charming Miss Lin to share a little of the midnight feast with me. Just a little. You invited me. Not that I am intentionally craving it. He added with a smile. Indeed, she agreed, nodding in amusement. It seems there is no particular reason. However, ever since Lin Qingxue appeared, his mood has noticeably improved. Before long, Lin Qingxue ordered takeout, knowing it would take half an hour for delivery. She waved her phone and looked up at Chu Yang, asking, "Since waiting for the delivery takes time, shall we watch some television?" With a playful smile, she added, "I recently discovered a particularly captivating drama." Chu Yang nodded sleekly. Lin Qingxue immediately adjusted her position in his embrace, settling into a more comfortable posture while opening the romantic series she had been following, watching quietly. Chu Yang remained silent, simply holding Lin Qingxue as they lay on the bed, engrossed in the show. The night was serene, and the room was enveloped in tranquility. Apart from the sounds emanating from the phone speaker, the only other sound was Lin Qingxue's delightful laughter at amusing moments in the drama. She had a peculiar habit while watching, especially when nestled in Chu Yang's arms, her laughter often accompanied by playful movements. A waft of her fragrant body wash filled the air, enticing Chu Yang's senses and stirring his thoughts. Watching television? Not a chance. With such beauty in his arms, it was impossible to focus. Before long, Lin Qingxue suddenly froze. Well, she was nearly 20 years old. In an instant, she understood. The blush on her cheeks deepened, reaching the nape of her neck. She raised her head slightly, only to find Chu Yang's breathing had quickened, his face flushed. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Qingxue felt an unexpected surge of courage. Glancing at the screen where the drama's protagonists were sharing a kiss, she timidly pressed her lips against Chu Yang's jawline like a fleeting dragonfly. In response, he swiftly turned and pinned her down on the bed. Chu Yang's breath came in hurried gasps, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Lin Qingxue's heart raced wildly. The moment he flipped her over, she anticipated what was to come, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety, accompanied by an indescribable blend of resistance and other emotions. However, in the next instant, Chu Yang gently kissed her lips before leaning close to her ear, whispering, "I admit, I want you very much right now." Taking a deep breath, he quickly sat up, his gaze softening. "I am not a paragon of virtue. I too harbor desires of possession. Yet, my affection for you runs deep within my soul. So I understand that this is not the right moment. I fear that if we were to part ways in the future, of course, I'm only saying if we were to part, I would want to return you wholly to your parents. You must know that you're my favorite person. However, you are also the cherished treasure in the hands of your parents." As he spoke, Chu Yang exhaled deeply, gently wrapping Lin Qingxue in his embrace. "Once we have both graduated, I will certainly visit your home to meet your parents. Only when your uncle and aunt approve of our relationship and entrust you to my care will I be able to engage in such intimate matters with you." Infatuation is unrestrained, while love demands restraint. He could not claim this statement to be entirely accurate, yet it resonated with him deeply. In the uncertainty of whether he could provide Lin Qingxue with the future she desired, he could not solely act on his own desires. He had to take responsibility for his life as well as for Lin Qingxue's. Lin Qingxue appeared momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes blinking as her long eyelashes trembled. Suddenly, her previously stiff body relaxed, and with a smile, she nestled against Chu Yang's chest, silent and at peace. Chu Yang glanced down at her, asking, "Why have you suddenly stopped talking? What are you thinking?" "I'm contemplating our future," Lin Qingxue replied playfully, her enchanting eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I envision our home, furnished with the sofa and carpet we select together, and a breezy balcony adorned with pots of flowers we plant with our own hands." She continued, "In the kitchen, there will be a pot of soup simmering that I prepared for you, and perhaps we might even adopt a stray kitten together. As dusk falls, I will stand by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling city lights outside. When the doorbell rings, you will enter with a smile, announcing your return. I will rush to embrace you, and the kitten will curl up at your feet. The kitten belongs to you, The starlit night and moonlight outside belong to you. And I belong to you as well. After sharing these thoughts, Lin Qingxue slowly lifted her head to gaze at Chu Yang, smiling. Do you think we will have such a future? Without hesitation, Chu Yang replied, Of course. We will love each other dearly until we are 80. Then what? Will we fight at 81? Lin Qingxue teased. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. I suddenly want to see what our lives will be like 60 years from now. To discover if we are still together, to witness the number of children we have, and whether we will dance in the square. When our grandchildren ask how I won your heart, I will proudly tell them, No, it was your grandmother who pursued me first. When she was young, she was even more adorable than you are now. His tone shifted again, and if those little rascals refuse to brush their teeth, I shall warn them. If you don't brush your teeth, you will end up like your grandmother, a wrinkled old woman. You, what a person you are. Lin Qingxue, feeling discontent, began to stir restlessly in Chu Yang's embrace, exclaiming, You are nothing but a wrinkled old hag, an ancient, toothless man. In the next moment, she found herself flipped over by Chu Yang, who pinned her down. Abruptly, Lin Qingxue ceased her tumult. Chu Yang gazed down upon her exquisite visage. At that moment, one could almost hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. With infinite tenderness, he cradled her fair cheeks and gently teased her adorable little nose, murmuring, Be good, stop fussing. I won't, Lin Qingxue retorted, still unwilling to concede. Chu Yang chuckled. Don't be so stubborn. No matter how tough you pretend to be, your lips remain soft when kissed. How soft? Chu Yang pondered for a brief moment before suggesting, Well, I didn't pay attention during our last kiss. Shall we try again and see? Before Lin Qingxue could respond, he leaned down and kissed her. After a prolonged moment, when they were both breathless, he finally lifted his head. His gaze lingered on Lin Qingxue, whose face radiated satisfaction, and a smile gradually spread across his lips. Perhaps it was encountering someone so delightful that made life seem suddenly less burdensome. Be it the evening breeze or the cool air, thoughts of her brought an involuntary smile to his face. He was uncertain of what awaited in the future. Perhaps in the next moment, stranger beings might appear, or the myths of Huaxia could indeed hold truth, with Atlantis existing as a reality, and the prophecies of the Mayans merely chronicling history. It was even conceivable that other extraordinary civilizations might still linger on Earth. But so what? The most beautiful thing in the world was witnessing the smile of the person before him. And even more splendid was the thought that her smile was born from him. Though the unknown often incited fear, one must summon the courage to forge ahead. They had a long journey ahead of them, regardless of what the future held. He vowed to protect that smile until forever. In that moment, Chu Yang felt a sudden clarity wash over him, lightening his mood considerably. Observing the myriad emotions playing across his face, Lin Qingxue, reclining on the bed, suddenly burst into laughter, propping herself up and casting a teasing glance at Chu Yang. Is that all you've got? Chapter 90. Both inexperienced and playful novices in gaming often share a common trait. They are both inexperienced and love to play. Lin Qingxue is undoubtedly among the most notable of them. As the hour grew late, the only available takeout options were spicy hot pot and barbecue. Concerned that Chu Yang might be exceedingly hungry, Lin Qingxue ordered both types of cuisine. Thus, when the barbecue and hot pot arrived a mere 10 minutes later, Chu Yang had to endure the fiery sensation at the corners of his mouth while slowly savoring the food. With each bite, he found himself gasping for air. Observing this scene, Lin Qingxue, seated beside him, couldn't help but burst into laughter. You deserve it. Who can you blame? Chu Yang helplessly touched the corner of his mouth. This girl truly had a fierce streak. It was merely a moment of prolonged intimacy that had led to a split on his lip. She had instigated it first, yet he was the one who ended up hurt. Who could he turn to for justice? With a playful smirk, Lin Qingxue stuck out her tongue at Chu Yang. If you have the guts, let's continue. Let us see who can last another 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Chu Yang pondered his current lung capacity before looking up and suggesting, How about we take a break for tonight? Let us try for just 5 seconds instead. Lin Qingxue raised an eyebrow. Is this thing even breakable? Chu Yang continued to chuckle. You know what they say, right? What? Lin Qingxue inquired with a puzzled expression. I enjoy making you gasp for air, not life itself. What does that even mean? In an instant, Lin Qingshue's cheeks flushed a bright red. You rogue. Men are often likened to mischief, a truth that women seem to adore. Chu Yang grinned and began to pull out his phone. I think I'll change your contact name on my phone. What will you change it to? Lin Qingshue's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Persimmon of September. What does that mean? Lin Qingxue questioned, confused. Soft and sticky. You. Lin Qingxue shot him an indignant glare, her cheeks flaring with both embarrassment and anger as she retrieved her own phone. Then, I will change mine too. To what? Persimmon of August. Lin Qingxue laughed triumphantly. Yellow and astringent. The two continued their banter while enjoying their meal until the night had deepened. Eventually, they brushed their teeth and washed their hands together in the hotel bathroom before happily lying down in bed. Chu Yang turned off the bedside lamp and held Lin Qingxue close as they drifted off to sleep. Lin Qingxue gently lifted her head and whispered in Chu Yang's ear, Mr. Chu, good night. Chu Yang smiled softly. Is that all? Lin Qingxue opened her eyes. What else do you want? I want. I mean a kiss first. What do you mean? Lin Qingxue still looked somewhat puzzled. Chu Yang gently kissed her forehead, whispering, My beloved Lin, good night. In an instant, Lin Qingshue's face lit up with joy. She nestled against Chu Yang's chest and drifted off to sleep peacefully. That night marked the only occasion when Chu Yang refrained from visiting the Eternal Knowledge Repository to study. Each previous evening had been consumed by his relentless pursuit of various scientific advancements within that vast compendium. However, on this particular night, he decided to grant himself a reprieve. Time began to flow slowly, the night enveloping everything in a dim haze. The central air conditioning hummed softly, releasing a cool breeze into the room. Yet, beads of cold sweat began to form on Chu Yang's forehead, and his handsome brow furrowed tightly. His expression contorted in pain. No, no. Suddenly he cried out, jolting upright from his bed. As he gazed out at the horizon, where the first light of dawn began to peek through, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Beside him, Lin Qingxue was startled awake by Chu Yang's exclamation. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she immediately sat up and leaned against Chu Yang's chest, her concern evident as she listened to the frantic beating of his heart. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? She inquired with worry. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Lin Qingxue instinctively leaned closer, planting a gentle kiss on his lips, and reassured him with a soft laugh. It's all right. I'm right here with you. Just relax and go back to sleep. Chu Yang held her delicate hand reassuringly, and after a moment of relief, he settled back into the warmth of the covers. However, the nightmare that had disturbed him lingered in his mind, stirring a tempest within his soul. In his dream, a colossal and grotesque creature lurked beneath the sea, voraciously devouring all life and structures in its vicinity. Above, a fleet of enormous aerospace vessels, driven by curvature technology, loomed ominously, their allegiance uncertain. The city was engulfed in flames, with bizarre beings rampaging through the streets, mercilessly slaughtering the surviving populace. In the void of the dreamscape, countless humans stood defiantly, and amidst them, he spotted himself, his hands stained with the vivid hues of blood. Death, silence, warfare, and calamity spread across the world like a dark shroud. Overhead, an oppressive darkness enveloped everyone. One by one, the human warriors charged towards the monstrous entity. Some struck down only to rise again and continue their assault. With each fallen comrade, another would take their place, an unyielding tide of determination amidst the chaos. Yet, one after another, they perished before his eyes. He could not fathom why such a scene invaded his dreams, nor could he shake the unsettling sensation that these visions felt eerily familiar. In the depths of the dream, he grappled with immense pressure, his senses taut and strained. An inexplicable force weighed heavily upon his chest, constricting him to the point of breathlessness. Despair, frustration, self-reproach, anguish, and a sense of futility. A myriad of negative emotions relentlessly inundated his mind. These sentiments perpetually threatened to drive him to madness. Even Chu Yang began to ponder whether the figure in his dreams was truly himself. What had transpired to transform him into the specter within that dream? He yearned to exert control over his thoughts, to banish the memory of that dream from his mind. Yet, the more he sought to forget, the more vividly the recollections of the dream emerged. Ultimately, unable to find solace in sleep, Chu Yang opted to immerse his consciousness in the eternal repository of knowledge. He was not in pursuit of answers regarding the origins of his dreams. Rather, he understood that the only path forward lay in ceaseless learning, the amalgamation of new knowledge, and the cultivation of his own strength. Only in this manner could he find even the slightest semblance of peace. Chapter 91. From now on, the monarch does not attend morning court the following day. As midday approached, Chu Yang gradually awakened in Lin Qingshue's embrace. Awake? Lin Qingxue, who had been quietly engaged with her phone beside him, noticed his stirring and her lips curled into a gentle smile. Are you hungry? Shall we rise and partake in a meal? Don't you have classes this morning? Curiously, Chu Yang glanced at Lin Qingsue. No, she shook her head. But we have a major class in the afternoon, so after lunch, we must return to school early. Not a problem, Chu Yang nodded, continuing to indulge in the warmth of Lin Qingshue's hold, slowly closing his eyes once more. You seem quite addicted to sleep, you big lazy pig. Time to get up. Lin Qingxue teased, playfully pinching his cheek. Tightly embracing Lin Qingxue, Chu Yang kept his eyes shut and grinned. If only I were an emperor in ancient times. What would happen if you were an emperor? Then the monarch would not attend morning court. Lin Qingxue burst into a fit of laughter, lightly pinching his cheek again. Very well, your majesty, sleep a little longer. In dreams, anything is possible. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after taking Lin Qingxue to a restaurant for a simple lunch, Chu Yang escorted her back to school. Upon her return to the dormitory, her roommates paused their activities. Li Qian quickly approached Lin Qingxue, a teasing smile on her face. Qingxue, you returned rather early this time. We were planning to quietly sign you in for attendance. Lin Qingxue shot a glance at Li Qian. It's already noon. I didn't run away. That's different. Li Qian shook her head. I was just worried you might be too exhausted tonight, especially since it's your first time. I feared you might not be able to get out of bed. Then, she leaned in closer, eager for gossip. So how was it with Chu Yang? Was he vigorous? At those words, Lin Qingshue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as memories of the previous night flooded her mind. She shot an indignant look at Li Qian. Qian, can you not have such impure thoughts? Our relationship is perfectly innocent, all right. Didn't he do anything all night? Did he? Lin Qingxue nodded. My goodness. You must be cautious, Qingxue, Li Qian exclaimed. Cautious about what? Is he incapable? Li Qian was astounded. How can a stunning beauty like you lie beside Chu Yang all night and nothing happen? It's simply beastly. He must be incapable. Given that this pertained to Lin Qingshue's future happiness, it was imperative to investigate further. Otherwise, she might find herself living in solitude. Lin Qingxue huffed, her face beaming with sweetness as she addressed her friends. You all need to cleanse your minds of such impure thoughts. Chu Yang is not at all as you imagine. Sorted. Yet, even as she spoke, she couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself. Within the depths of Chu Yang's heart, there lingered a sense of moral ambiguity, though he was not entirely aware of it. Nonetheless, it was evident that he possessed a certain penchant for the pleasures of the flesh. Upon returning to the dormitory, he discovered that Zhu Pengfei and the others had likely ventured out for a meal, leaving the room empty. However, it was not long before they returned together. Zhu Pengfei cast a glance at Chu Yang, who was seated in a chair, engrossed in his mobile device. Ah, our third brother has returned. Chu Yang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyang, with a twitch of his nose, naturally approached Chu Yang. After taking several hearty sniffs of his clothing, he stood up and remarked, Third brother, you are rather ungrateful. Last night, you left us to attend to urgent matters. Yet it appears you were actually indulging in the company of a lovely lady. Am I correct? Just as Chu Yang was about to respond, Zhang Mingyang interrupted. Hold on a moment. My nose is quite discerning. While the scent of a man may be subtle, the essence of a woman is unmistakable. Pray tell, did you spend the night with our esteemed Lin, playing cards? No cards were played. Chu Yang shook his head, a faint smile crossing his lips as he recalled the events of the previous night. I merely received a playful nip from a little kitten. The trio's gaze instantly shifted to the area near Chu Yang's lips, where a distinct bite mark was visible, eliciting a collective groan. Goodness, Third brother. How can you be so inconsiderate? We just returned from our meal, and you thrust this upon us, as if we were meant to swallow it whole. If I am guilty, let the law punish me, rather than you. Third brother, stabbing my heart with your revelations. Let us remain friends without pretense. They all gave Chu Yang a playful scorn. Following this, Zhu Pengfei began to change his clothes. As he did so, he inquired of Chu Yang and the others. The weather is quite pleasant today. Since we have some free time, shall we head to the basketball court for a bit of exercise? Play basketball? Zhang Mingyang glanced at Zhu Pengfei, nodding eagerly. Count me in. Wang Lei adjusted his glasses and added, I can say without exaggeration that I was renowned as the three-point prince back in high school. The trio then turned their attention to Chu Yang, who paused for a moment in contemplation before replying, I suppose I shall join, though it seems I lack a jersey. In high school, he had once been an ardent basketball enthusiast, but since entering Kyoto University, he had not touched a basketball again. That is no issue, Zhu Pengfei chuckled. I have a few spare jerseys. You may wear mine. Before long, the four roommates were clad in jerseys and made their way toward the school's basketball court. Upon arrival, they immediately attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, primarily due to Chu Yang. His time spent outside the confines of the laboratory was limited, and though he held the title of the campus flower's boyfriend, he certainly did not lack in physical appeal. Upon his arrival, he instantly became the focal point of attention for many female spectators on the court. Zhang Mingyang lamented, if I had known, I wouldn't have brought Lao San along to play. Now that he's here, who will pay any attention to me? He had donned his basketball jersey not solely for the game, but also to elicit admiration from the onlookers. However, now all the girls have been captivated by Chu Yang. As Chu Yang casually dribbled the basketball that Zhu Pengfei had brought from the dormitory, he exchanged a knowing smile with Zhang Mingyang. Come on, Lao Zhang. Don't be so disheartened. Looks are something our parents bestowed upon us, and I can't change that. But rest assured, as a married man, I generally don't attract much interest from them. Chu Yang gave Zhang Mingyang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Just play well, and who knows, a girl might just come over to ask for your contact details. Zhang Mingyang's eyes lit up with newfound hope. That's a good point. Before arriving at the court, Zhu Pengfei had rallied two more classmates to join them. 6 players for a half-court game. Initially, Chu Yang struggled a bit, having not played basketball in a while. But as he gradually regained his rhythm, he executed a variety of layups and jump shots with remarkable finesse, even achieving an astonishingly high three-point shooting percentage. Gradually, the smile on Chu Yang's face widened, and his overall demeanor became much more spirited, as if he had rediscovered the carefree joy of his youth. Unburdened and unrestrained. Chapter 92. A woman should not be left behind. As dusk approached, an exhilarating moment unfolded on the basketball court. What a magnificent shot! After successfully sinking a three-pointer, Zhu Pengfei, a member of Chu Yang's team, rushed over to him, beaming with delight and giving him a high five. Old 3, I never realized your basketball skills were so impressive. On the opposing team, Zhang Mingyang appeared somewhat exasperated. Old 3, this is simply outrageous. Your academic prowess is remarkable enough, but to excel in basketball as well, must you leave us ordinary folk with no chance? With a playful glint in his eyes, Chu Yang turned to Zhang Mingyang. A guaranteed spot at Jingda for an ordinary person? Nonsense. Zhang Mingyang quickly waved his hand dismissively. What is there to boast about? Everyone here knows that gaining admission to Jingda is merely a matter of having hands, right? Though he feigned modesty, the corners of his mouth were nearly reaching the heavens. As the conversation settled, Zhang Mingyang's gaze drifted to the nearby basketball court, where he abruptly nudged Chu Yang. Old 3, look over there. Isn't that someone from your family? Chu Yang turned with a smile, spotting Lin Qingxue, who held a book in one hand, suggesting she had just finished class, while the other hand carried a bag of water. She was observing the players on the court with a warm smile. Chu Yang jogged over to Lin Qingxue, raising his hand as if to ruffle her hair, but hesitated, his palms dusty from playing. Instead, he placed his hands on his hips and grinned. What brings you here? Lin Qingxue responded cheerfully. I saw your message on my phone. Since we had no other classes after this, I decided to take a stroll and ended up here. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Yang laughed lightly. Just a coincidence, is it? Indeed. Lin Qingxue playfully nodded. then extended the bag of water towards Chu Yang. The Red Bull is yours. The rest of the bottled water is for your roommates. Was this also a coincidence? Chu Yang asked, shaking his head. No issues at all. With that, he looked at Lin Qingxue and said, All right, stay here for a moment. I'll deliver the water and be right back. Lin Qingxue shook her head. No need. Continue enjoying your game. I'll just watch for a bit with Qian before we leave. By the way, it's been a while since I've seen you play basketball. Nearby, Li Qian was rolling her eyes in disbelief. A coincidence? Water bought on a whim? It's clear who has been eagerly pulling Chu Yang to the supermarket after class, just to rush over to the court. Can you be any more coy? Chu Yang Juklet. Well then, don't leave just yet. We'll finish our game soon, and then we can all go out for dinner together. All right. Returning to the court, Chu Yang distributed the water from the bag to Zhu Pengfei and the others. Come on, take a break and hydrate. Zhang Mingyang glanced at the Red Bull in Chu Yang's hand and remarked, Third brother, why do you have a Red Bull while we only have water? This third sister-in-law is rather biased. Isn't she? Chu Yang chuckled leisurely. How about you find yourself a girlfriend? Zhang Mingyang retorted. Could you speak more kindly? Must you always strike at my heart? The group took a few sips of water, and, after a brief respite, Zhang Mingyang picked up the basketball once more, provocatively gazing at Chu Yang with a grin. Third brother, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. If you score a single basket, I, Zhang, will write my name backward. Virtue. Zhu Pengfei laughed, glancing at the direction where Lin Qingxue and the others stood. Then patted Chu Yang on the shoulder. When old Wang and I get the ball, we'll pass it to you. Make sure to impress in front of the campus beauty. Chu Yang nodded with a smile and turned to Zhang Mingyang, saying, Forget the backward name. From now on, you'll take my surname. Today, I'll let you understand what it means to be a father, a loving son, and a dutiful child. He deliberately emphasized the last four words. Zhang Mingyang felt a few lines of black sweat on his forehead. So, this has turned into a father-son situation? Nevertheless, he wasn't intimidated and swiftly maneuvered on the court after the ball was in play. In this father-son game, who is the father and who is the son remains to be seen. As dusk fell, after playing until their clothes were completely soaked, the group finally dispersed. Chu Yang and his dorm mates approached Lin Qingxue and Li Qian. Hello there. Lin Qingxue greeted Zhu Pengfei and the others with a smile. Hello, third sister-in-law. Zhu Pengfei and the others instantly burst into laughter. Lin Qingxue then stood beside Chu Yang, taking his hand and looking up with a smile. Let us head to the cafeteria for a meal. My hands aren't clean. Chu Yang attempted to withdraw his hand. They're quite dirty. However, Lin Qingxue tightened her grip, smiling. It doesn't matter. As long as it's your hand, I'll hold it no matter how dirty it is. The setting sun cast a warm glow on Lin Qingxue's profile, creating a beautiful hue. In the following days, Chu Yang neither visited the laboratory nor explored the Eternal Knowledge Repository. He either played basketball with Zhu Pengfei and the others or accompanied Lin Qingxue for meals, shopping, and classes, until the weekend arrived. One morning, Chu Yang rose early from his dormitory, shaved, and quickly completed his morning routine, preparing to head out. He had a date with Lin Qingxue to take her to the amusement park in Kyoto. Just as he was leaving the dormitory, his phone suddenly chimed. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingxue had also woken up early, dressed in a flowing white gown. She applied a light and lovely makeup, and even had Li Qian curl her hair with a curling iron. Qingxue, you're dressed rather extravagantly, aren't you? As Li Qian assisted her in curling her hair, she chuckled. You are already quite beautiful without makeup, and with this light touch of cosmetics and curled locks. You must be intending to leave. Chu Yang utterly captivated. With a mischievous grin, Li Qian added, Be careful, you might not return to school tonight. This marks our first outing to the amusement park, just the two of us. Lin Qingxue laughed. Of course, I must make myself look presentable. Tsk, tsk. Li Qian shook her head in exasperation. Indeed, a girl grows up and cannot be kept. Chapter 93. The one I admire is an unfaltering hero on Chu Yang's side. After hesitating for a few seconds upon receiving a call from Wang Weimin, he finally answered, Old Wang, is there something you need? Wang Weimin's voice came through urgently. Xiao Chu, the research results from the military have come out. When might you have time to come by the military department? There is a significant discovery. Has the genetic coding been detected? Chu Yang was taken aback. Is it that urgent? Yes. Wang Weiman replied solemnly. The detected genetic coding is quite peculiar. It is a type that has never been found on Earth. When can you visit the research institute at the military? Chu Yang hesitated for a few seconds. Perhaps in a little while. I wish to remain at school for some time longer. Wang Weiman was taken aback. Is something the matter? Wasn't Chu Yang previously very interested in the genetic data of those mutated hounds? Not really. Chu Yang smiled gently. I might just be a bit tired from all the busyness lately. I want to take a good rest. He did not consider himself omnipotent, especially when it came to dealing with the unknown. Although he was prepared to accept certain hypotheses, at this moment, he desired to selfishly indulge himself. The world would continue to turn regardless of his presence. Sometimes he even contemplated living a simple life as a student at school, nurturing a steady romance with Lin Qingxue after graduation, marrying her, and starting a family. There was no need to set overly ambitious expectations for himself. Living a humble and content life could be quite fulfilling. And how long do you intend to rest? Wang Weiman asked eagerly. This matter may only be resolvable by you. Currently, both the researchers from Huaka Institute and the military are at a loss regarding the genetic coding extracted from the mutated hounds. That is why I am reaching out to you. Perhaps you might have a solution. With a long sigh, Chu Yang replied, I'm not certain. Perhaps I will grant myself an extended break. Ah, well. Wang Weiman was momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, he sighed softly, that is fine. You should take a good rest at school. Chu Yang had indeed contributed significantly to the nation. Even if he were to cease his involvement in the field of research from now on, his legacy would still hold an important place in the annals of global scientific history. His contributions were indelible. All right, I will take a break for a while. Chu Yang smiled as he hung up the phone. However, as he slowly lowered his hand holding the phone, the smile on his face gradually faded. What had driven him to the northern desert 3 years ago to study lithography, after all? At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Lin Qingxue approached Chu Yang with great enthusiasm, distinctly sensing that something was amiss with his demeanor. Since that fateful evening, Chu Yang's demeanor has been persistently troubled, a fact she could perceive with clarity. She had witnessed the spirited and intrepid Chu Yang, in stark contrast to the current version of him, who, despite presenting a facade of ease, was perpetually enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. This was not the essence of who he was. What troubles you? Lin Qingxue asked, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she tenderly linked her arm with his. It's nothing, Chu Yang replied, casting a strained smile in her direction. Yet, that smile bore the unmistakable mark of insincerity. Is there another issue at Huaka Institute? Lin Qingxue, perceptive and astute, understood him well. It was likely that only matters pertaining to research could induce such a transformation in Chu Yang. He had not visited his laboratory at Peking University for several days. After a moment of silence, Chu Yang finally nodded slowly. Is it serious? Lin Qingxue inquired with concern. Chu Yang's slight nod confirmed her fears. It is more severe than any challenge I have ever encountered, potentially inciting international turmoil. If it is confirmed that the genetic coding originates from outer space and possesses such bizarre capabilities, the world will descend into chaos. Lin Qingxue fell into silence. Once upon a time, Chu Yang had been the boy who dozed off in class, requiring her to keep watch. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had delved into matters of such gravity. He resembled a young monkey from Huagua Mountain, who suddenly transformed into the heroic figure that stirred the heavens. But now, what was the cause of his hesitation? Was it his own self-doubt, or perhaps a sense of responsibility weighing upon him? She had always known that his internal sense of duty far surpassed the outward demeanor he displayed. Was he afraid of bearing such a burden? Lost in thought, Lin Qingxue suddenly stood on her tiptoes and pecked Chu Yang on the cheek, then released his arm, feigning indifference as she said, "Go on. Return to where you are needed." Chu Yang was taken aback. So, we're not going to the amusement park today? Silly. Lin Qingxue laughed. We have an abundance of time ahead of us to visit the amusement park. Today's outing versus another time holds little significance. She grasped his hand gently. Although I'm not entirely aware of the specifics of your work, you have already excelled in your endeavors. Haven to you? You must always believe that you're not just my son. With your abilities, you can be the son for many others. After a brief pause, Lin Qingxue added playfully, "Of course, You may illuminate the world with your brilliance, but in your heart, there must only be room for me, your soul girl. I am rather possessive about that. In that moment, admiration flickered in Lin Qingshua's eyes as she gazed at Chu Yang. I have always believed that the man I have come to adore is destined to be the valiant hero, clad in golden armor, riding upon clouds of vibrant colors, standing proud and unafraid against the world. Chu Yang's gaze shifted, stirred by her words. Gently squeezing Lin Qingshua's delicate hand, his gaze gradually grew resolute. He stood proudly in the face of the world, a fearless hero of unparalleled might. Could he truly achieve this? Perhaps he could. An hour later, the military helicopter swiftly ascended from the laboratory at Peking University. On the school's playground, Lin Qingxue sat motionless on the grass, watching the helicopter gradually disappear into the distance. After a moment of silence, she could no longer contain her laughter. This was indeed the purest essence of Chu Yang. I hope that my most cherished boy can ward off all evils and face no obstacles. I shall await your return at school. Chapter 94. The possibility of immortality. Armed helicopters directly transported Chu Yang to a clandestine genetic laboratory in Kyoto. Surrounding the laboratory were heavily armed special police officers standing guard. After verifying his identity, Chu Yang was escorted into the laboratory. Upon seeing Chu Yang, Wang Weimin offered no pleasantries. With a grave expression, he led Chu Yang to the center of the lab, positioning him before a computer. Take a look, Wang said. This is a video sent by our border patrol soldiers while you were en route. Chu Yang lifted his gaze. The video displayed a luxurious biological laboratory. At its center stood 3 sealed, transparent tanks, filled with a viscous pale yellow liquid. Within these liquids floated 3 corpses of various colors, all resembling insects, yet vastly different from any terrestrial counterparts. Each body was nearly the height of an adult human, with menacing mandibles, hardened antennae seemingly capable of penetrating steel, and limbs as sharp as razors, encased in a super-dense exoskeleton. Truly the stuff of science fiction monsters. Most astonishingly, it was unclear how long these peculiar creatures had been deceased. Yet their exterior still appeared eerily lifelike, as though they might spring to life at any moment. Where was this discovered? Chu Yang's expression tightened slightly. Wang Weimin replied solemnly. Our border patrol soldiers tracked the traces of these mutated hounds to a clandestine laboratory in the Silver Triangle region, an area notorious for its lawlessness, rife with underground criminal factions. It is not surprising to find such a specialized biological laboratory there. Wang continued. All personnel within the laboratory were found dead. It is speculated that they were all slain by these mutated hounds. We also recovered surveillance footage from the site. Be forewarned, the images may be graphic. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Wang promptly opened another video, a montage of surveillance clips. The footage depicted a handful of researchers clad in white lab coats and armed personnel. The timestamps aligned with the day the mutated hounds appeared. In one of the tanks, researchers utilized a special syringe to extract a vial of blue blood from one of the peculiar organisms. The scene then shifted to a sealed glass chamber, where several ordinary hounds, restrained and barking frantically, were held. Outside the glass enclosure, the researchers, using instruments, injected the blue blood into the veins of these ordinary hounds. In an instant, the hounds' eyes turned a vivid crimson. However, before long, their frantic barking subsided, and their forms began to shrink gradually. It was as if one had not partaken of sustenance for an extended period, emaciated to the point where one could discern the gaunt contours of bones. At this juncture, the experiment proceeded with a semblance of tranquility. However, as the experiment entered its later stages, the once subdued hounds suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Despite their skeletal frames, their limbs exhibited astonishing strength, effortlessly breaking free from the chains that had bound them. Upon descending from the testing platform, these hounds, now in the throes of mutation, began to assail the confines of their glass enclosure with unrelenting force. In the ensuing moment, chaos erupted within the laboratory as researchers frantically shouted, albeit their words were indistinct. Soon after, an array of green toxic mist began to emanate from the apex of the glass chamber. After a span of several minutes, When the commotion within the enclosure subsided and the noxious vapor was extracted by the air circulation apparatus, several researchers clad in protective gear cautiously entered the glass chamber. Inside, the mutated hounds appeared to be in a state of stupor, sprawled upon the ground. Yet, as the researchers entered, the seemingly comatose hounds abruptly opened their blood-red eyes and pounced upon the scientists, viciously tearing into them. In the final frames, the glass chamber was left stained with pools of viscous blood, while the physiques of the mutated hounds gradually reverted to that of normal canines. Shortly thereafter, armed personnel entered the scene, and the sound of gunfire echoed. Several mutated hounds were struck down, yet they quickly regained their footing, lunging ferociously at the armed assailants. The footage revealed that with each blood meal consumed, the hounds underwent a transformation, their bodies expanding in size and their organs fortifying in tandem. Moreover, the steel-like armor that Chu Yang had previously observed was not an artificial installation, but rather a self-evolved exoskeleton, akin to armor that manifested during their mutation, resembling the shells of the peculiar organisms housed within several jars. With that, the video concluded. Chu Yang inhaled deeply several times, while Wang Weimin astutely kicked a nearby trash bin towards him. In the next instant, Chu Yang crouched down and began to retch violently. Only after expelling nearly all of his bile did he gradually cease. Wang Weimin then offered him a bottle of water to rinse his mouth. Slowly rising, his complexion pallid, Chu Yang turned to Wang Weimin and inquired about the results of the genetic tests. Wang Weimin switched to another video, an animated simulation displaying a normal DNA strand alongside a distinctive blue DNA strand. Within the visuals, the blue DNA strands continuously invaded, or rather, consumed the normal DNA strands. Upon devouring these normal DNA strands, the distinctive blue DNA chains promptly replicate and divide into new blue genetic strands. Moreover, after approximately every 20 divisions, the structure of a newly formed blue DNA chains undergoes a subtle transformation. Throughout this infinite cycle, the blue DNA chains are perpetually reinforced and mutated. Once the video concluded, Wang Weimin turned to Chu Yang with a serious expression and said, "Little Chu, are you aware of the results we have detected? The few mutated hunting dogs we observed are not fully evolved aberrant organisms. According to our analyses, these unique genetic fragments represent special cells that possess the capability for infinite division. In other words, the cells of these hunting dogs, once infected by this special gene, can undergo limitless division and evolution after receiving sufficient energy to support cellular replication. Ultimately, this may enable these mutated hunting dogs to attain a state of immortality." Chapter 95. An ever more fascinating world. Chu Yang raised his head in astonishment. Isn't this akin to cancer cells? In theory, cancer cells possess the ability to grant immortality. The essence of human mortality lies in the finite number of times human cells can divide. To prevent excessive cell division, which could lead to mutations, the human body harbors a unique mechanism. After approximately 20 divisions, each subsequent division results in cellular aging. Once the majority of the body cells have aged, life approaches its conclusion. However, when cancer cells emerge within the body, they can divide indefinitely. Theoretically, they are immortal. The only lamentable aspect is that cancer cells lack the functional attributes of normal cells, rendering humanity incapable of withstanding the relentless division of cancer cells. As the remaining healthy cells are progressively destroyed by the cancerous ones, the only outcome remains a tragic demise. You wish to grant eternal life, yet you are futile in your endeavors. Wang Weimin nodded thoughtfully. The meaning is somewhat similar, but unlike cancer cells, these mutated cells possess an exceptionally aggressive and invasive nature. Their division rate surpasses that of cancer cells and includes numerous unique capabilities. For instance, as we observed earlier, they possess an innate restorative function. As long as sufficient life energy is provided, they can continuously repair all their damages and reinforce their cellular strength. This explains why the mutated hounds grew to such enormous sizes and rapidly evolved after consuming their kind. The only means to eradicate these special cells lies in completely depleting their life energy, depriving them of sustenance. thereby causing the cells to gradually lose vitality and ultimately perish. In other words, we must starve them. Chu Yang pondered for a few moments before inquiring, how long until those three special organisms arrive in Kyoto? They're already en route, Wang Weiman replied slowly. They should reach the laboratory before 4 o'clock this afternoon. After a brief hesitation, Chu Yang asked, are these extraterrestrial beings? Our preliminary hypothesis suggests they're species that have long existed on Earth, Wang Weiman stated with focus. According to our analysis, these three unique organisms likely belong to the same lineage and have existed on Earth for tens of thousands of years, if not longer. The reason their corpses are so well preserved is likely due to a past glacial epoch, which caused them to freeze instantly and remain buried beneath the ice of the Earth's poles. These specimens must have been excavated by certain ambitious individuals from beneath the frigid glaciers. Such occurrences are not uncommon. With the recent warming of the climate, the glaciers at the poles of our planet continue to melt. Over the years, numerous biological remains from millennia ago, or even from ancient times, have surfaced. For instance, the woolly mammoth and certain unique viruses. These three extraordinary entities may well belong to this category. However, their genetic makeup is exceedingly savage and peculiar. Upon hearing Wang Weiman's words, Chu Yang's pupils abruptly constricted. Are they conducting research on immortality? What defines humanity? It is a vessel of insatiable desires. Desire knows no bounds. The impoverished yearn for wealth, while the affluent crave even greater riches. Once wealth is reduced to mere numerals, individuals begin to indulge in pleasures. As age advances and life expectancy elongates, the fear of death intensifies. Coupled with ample resources, they embark on the quest for eternal life. They aspire to maintain dominion over their amassed fortunes for eternity. Even the formidable first emperor of Qin, who unified the 6 states, sought the means to achieve immortality after reaching the pinnacle of power. Furthermore, one might dare to ponder whether some mythical creatures from ancient Chinese lore were inspired by these extraordinary beings. Or perhaps, the first emperor himself had once explored the study of such unique organisms. It is indeed plausible. Wang Weiman nodded gravely, yet with a hint of concern. He remarked, the only uncertainty now is whether, beyond the 3 known specimens, other similar creatures exist in laboratories around the globe. If their blood alone can yield such effects, what would occur if they possessed the ability to self-revive? Given the peculiar abilities exhibited by these bizarre creatures, they may very well be capable of resurrection. Moreover, considering the polar regions connect the oceans worldwide, humanity has yet to fully explore the depths of the sea. Should these exceptional beings emerge from the abyss and continuously infect marine life, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophe for humanity. Chu Yang fell silent. However, he soon broke into a smile. Perhaps humanity could indeed unravel the secrets of immortality through these beings. When the time comes, if you could extend your life by a millennium or 2, I would certainly pay my respects on your 1000th birthday. You. Wang Weiman was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Chu Yang with exasperation. At such a time, you still find room for jest? It is prudent to prepare for the future. Chu Yang chuckled, and gradually, an unprecedented glimmer appeared in his eyes. Yet, if such creatures truly exist on Earth, and if they might gradually revive or infect other beings in the future, humanity is not defenseless. If all else fails, we could unleash a cataclysmic event, ensuring global peace. Chu Yang laughed with carefree abandon. Wang Weiman found himself at a loss for words. How had this lad suddenly changed his demeanor? He had never been one to indulge in banter so readily. Chu Yang continued, Old Wang, could you provide me with a copy of the unique genetic structure diagrams from the mutated hunting dogs? I wish to study them in isolation. Certainly, Wang Weiman replied with a swift nod. I will have someone print a copy for you immediately. Half an hour later, Chu Yang's consciousness materialized within the eternal knowledge repository. Please provide me with paper and a pen. With a mere thought, an experimental desk, along with a sheet of white A4 paper and a neutral pen, appeared before him. After swiftly sketching the unique genetic structure, Chu Yang spoke directly. Could you assist me in retrieving the origins of this genetic structure? The eternal knowledge repository possessed an infinite wealth of knowledge. Although there were currently no genetic records of such creatures on Earth, it was conceivable that the repository held some information. In the next moment, a thick tome manifested before Chu Yang, the origins and historical development of the cosmic race, the insectoid species. Insectoid? As Chu Yang had anticipated, the eternal knowledge repository indeed contained records on this subject. He then opened the book and began to swiftly flip through its pages. As he absorbed the various descriptions regarding the insectoid race, he took a deep breath, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually intensified. This world was becoming increasingly fascinating. Chapter 96. The Beginning and the End. With protein content 600 times that of beef, the insectoid race is one of the advanced civilizations in the cosmos. Due to their remarkable vitality and capacity for mutation, they once held a position of dominance in the universe. However, the threat posed by the insectoids is exceedingly grave. Their very existence is a product of genetic mutations derived from ordinary insects. Through a continuous process of evolution, they have acquired a unique evolutionary gene. By incessantly devouring a variety of life forms, they can assimilate a minuscule portion of the life gene from the cosmic beings they consume, thereby accelerating their own evolutionary process. Consequently, in their relentless pursuit of rapid evolution, they have invaded numerous planets, wreaking havoc across the universe and earning the infamous reputation as the most notorious entities known. Ultimately, they were obliterated by a coalition of other cosmic races, which eradicated all traces of insectoid civilization. In the aftermath of the Great War, only a handful of insectoid larvae were scattered across the cosmos, faintly preserving the flickering flame of their civilization. The insectoids on Earth are likely the remnants of those larvae that drifted to our planet following the insectoid annihilation. Upon completing the book, Chu Yang lifted his gaze toward the void and inquired, "So, other super civilizations once existed on Earth, did they not?" The text recounts that the insectoids' reproductive capabilities are formidable. While teeming with life, they're also fiercely aggressive, even turning on their own kind. If no other advanced civilizations had emerged on Earth, how could there be planets with fallen insectoid larvae? Even if the insectoids were suppressed by other races in the cosmos, rendering them cautious about revealing themselves, it is implausible that they could remain concealed on Earth until succumbing to eternal frost. A synthetic electronic voice resonated through the void. Indeed, Chu Yang's pupils contracted slightly. Then why did these civilizations ultimately perish? It appears that civilizations capable of subduing the insectoids once thrived on Earth. What then caused the demise of those advanced civilizations? Insufficient permissions. The cold, synthetic voice echoed in Chu Yang's ears. He was taken aback. Having possessed the eternal knowledge repository for several years, he had accessed a multitude of technological resources from across the universe. Yet, why did he encounter a notification of insufficient permissions when posing this question? This was the first time he faced such a situation. What must I do to obtain sufficient permissions? Chu Yang continued his inquiry. Elevate the overall civilization level of Earth to 10 cosmic civilization levels to unlock the corresponding permissions. 10 cosmic civilization levels? Chu Yang pondered. What is Earth's current level? 0. 7 cosmic civilization levels. Chu Yang felt a sense of helplessness. The chasm between 0, 7, and 10 is indeed vast. However, it is also a mere reflection of the reality. Earth's technological civilization has yet to reach a stage capable of adequately governing the entire planet. One need not mention the enormous scale of planetary migration within the cosmos. In the tome titled The Origins and Historical Development of the Insectoid Race, it is revealed that the known universe is home to thousands of superclusters. At the zenith of the insectoids' glory, they occupied merely one of the known supercluster territory, rendering them the arch-nemesis of various cosmic races. Despite this, the insectoids' own civilization level scarcely reached that of a level 9 civilization. The journey ahead for Earth civilization to attain the esteemed level 10 in cosmic civilization is still exceedingly distant. After a deep breath, Chu Yang inquired slowly, do other human races exist in the universe? And, at the pinnacle of Earth's human civilization, what level of cosmic civilization did they achieve? This posed two questions. His gaze sharpened with intensity. Presently, humanity exists solely upon Earth. As for the civilization level of Earth, the recognized cosmic civilization tier was established by the humans of ancient Earth. The voice from the eternal knowledge repository began to fade into the ether. The cosmic civilization level established by humanity? Chu Yang's heart raced. Those who can set the rules are undoubtedly those who could transcend them. If the cosmic civilization level was indeed devised by humanity, how splendid must their past have been? Moreover, why does such a resplendent race now find itself confined to this diminutive planet, Earth, unable to reach out to other advanced civilizations in the cosmos? Even in decline, humanity should not be faring so poorly, should they? At that moment, Chu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of profundity. The more he sought to uncover the truths of the universe, the thicker the mist surrounding him became, akin to gazing into an infinite abyss of darkness, threatening to engulf him entirely. After a lengthy pause, regaining his composure, Chu Yang continued, "Then why did you?" He yearned to understand why the eternal knowledge repository had chosen him and what role envisioned for him. However, before he could finish, the voice from the repository echoed once more, "Do not inquire. It is merely a matter of insufficient authority." A few dark lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. "Could you not allow me to complete my thought before declining? Have you taken to interrupting as well?" At 5 in the afternoon, having finally processed the information gleaned from the eternal knowledge repository, Chu Yang arrived at the Life Laboratory. At this moment, the 3 corpses of the insectoids had been transported to the lab, where Wang Weimin and a host of biological experts from the Huaka Institute surrounded the specimens. Wang Weimin then turned his gaze to Chu Yang, saying, "Young Chu, what are your thoughts on these 3 extraordinary biological specimens?" Chu Yang examined the insectoid carcass within the peculiar glass jar, nodding with a smile. "Quite remarkable. The protein content is 600 times that of beef." The appearance of these creatures bore a striking resemblance to the descriptions found in literature. Despite the insectoids' formidable reproductive capabilities and their distinctive method of devouring and evolving, the fundamental genetic coding at their core had already dictated their form. Regardless of how they might evolve, they would invariably possess fearsome mandibles, sharp antennae, and intricate exoskeletons. These attributes can be considered the quintessential characteristics of the insectoid species. Chapter 97. Eat what you can, use medicine if you cannot, and if all else fails. Soak in liquor. Wang Weimin was momentarily bewildered by Chu Yang's words. How was he to respond to this? The researchers surrounding him wore peculiar expressions. They were on the verge of laughter, but restrained themselves, aware of the gravity of the situation. Chu Yang continued, "What if these creatures truly revive in the future? Shouldn't we first investigate whether they are edible? If not, we could explore their medicinal properties, and if that fails, perhaps we could use them for brewing liquor. If they are entirely unsuitable for that purpose, it might still be possible to craft new weaponry from their exoskeletons and skin. Although the insectoids appear repulsive, they are indeed treasure troves of resources. I am uncertain about their edibility, yet the strength of their exoskeletons and dermis is remarkable. There is no harm in researching them. We might discover new scientific products. Are you done?" Wang Weimin's expression resembled that of a ghost. "Is this truly what you, Chu Yang, have concluded after an entire day of research?" They had been troubled all afternoon, pondering how humanity could possibly contend against these creatures if they were to fully resurrect. Yet, here was Chu Yang, already contemplating the utilization of the insectoid corpses. As Wang Weimin's words faded, some researchers nodded thoughtfully. These bizarre organisms do indeed contain numerous special nutrients. If they are inedible, perhaps we could grind them into powder to create fertilizer. Wang Weimin grimaced at the researcher who spoke, thinking, "Great. Another one has lost their mind? I summoned you all here to devise countermeasures." However, after a moment of reflection, he silently conceded that if such a process were developed, it might indeed be suitable for agriculture. Quickly, Wang Weimin cast aside this notion from his mind. This was not the time for such distractions. He turned back to Chu Yang and inquired, "Young Chu, do you truly have no solutions regarding these creatures?" Chu Yang glanced at the insectoid corpses before him, slowly articulating. "The appearance of these peculiar beings resembles that of Earth's insects. I propose we refer to this category of organisms as insectoids. Given the current situation, it seems inevitable that the insectoids will revive. It is merely a matter of time. As for how long that may take, none can say for certain. Therefore, our current course of action is to continue researching these insectoid corpses while simultaneously enhancing our national defense capabilities. Should the insectoids indeed revive, we must ensure that humanity possesses the strength to confront them. After sharing these thoughts, Chu Yang smiled, adding, "In truth, we need not be excessively pessimistic. Did we not eradicate all the mutated hunting dogs infected by the insectoids? Moreover, we are equipped with rocket launchers, mortars, missiles, and even nuclear weapons. All fears stem from a mere lack of firepower. The insectoid race, having failed to dominate Earth in the past, shall certainly not dictate the future of humanity today." Several researchers nodded thoughtfully. Chu Yang, with a cheerful demeanor, turned to Wang Weimin and chuckled. "Very well, old Wang. I shall once again rely on your expertise. I require a complete specimen of the insectoid, just as I did with those mutated hunting hounds. Furthermore, if feasible, I need the most advanced genetic equipment available globally, along with a plethora of texts and literature on genetics." Wang Weimin was taken aback. As far as he knew, Chu Yang had never studied genetics prior to this moment. His invitation to Chu Yang was primarily to assess whether he could develop alternative weapons to combat the insectoid menace or perhaps enhance the second generation of nano-battle armor. While mass production was not an immediate goal, expediting the manufacturing of nano-armor was essential to establish a fully equipped mech combat unit for China to resist future insectoid invasions. Chu Yang laughed. "What is wrong with that? Is it too ambitious?" Wang Weimin hesitated. Had it not been for the emergence of the insectoid threat, he might have considered Chu Yang switching from mechanical engineering to genetic engineering as a viable path. However, given that Chu Yang lacked any foundational knowledge in genetics, he felt uncertain about this leap into such a complex field. Chu Yang smiled. "Have you ever received the National Merit Medal?" Wang Weimin shook his head. "No." "And how old are you?" 78. "And I believe I just celebrated my 20th birthday this year." "Who developed the 1 nanometer lithography machine?" "You did," Wang Weimin responded, and immediately felt perplexed by the rapid-fire questions. "What's going on here?" "Old man, I recognize your accomplishments, but is there truly a need for such boasting? What about those researchers nearby, in their 30s, who have yet to produce significant results? Shall I suggest they end it all?" Chu Yang chuckled. "So, there's no need for you to worry about me. Within a year, I shall find a way to create something remarkable. The pinnacle of science is indeed metaphysics. This holds true. When foundational science reaches its zenith, and all biological pathways for advancement are exhausted, the mysteries of genetics will beckon exploration. Once, when I encountered information about supergenes, I felt it was far beyond my reach. Yet now, I find myself compelled to dive headfirst into this realm. Perhaps it is both timing and fate at play." Having expressed these thoughts, Chu Yang turned to leave. Wang Weimin called after him. "Where are you off to now?" Chu Yang turned his back without a glance, stating that if time allowed, he could still accompany his girlfriend for dinner. Wang Weimin's lips twitched in irritation. This rascal is becoming increasingly unruly. He then addressed the surrounding researchers, asking, "Did you all comprehend what we just discussed?" The researchers looked puzzled, unsure of what was meant. "I will handle the issues at Peking University's Life Gene Laboratory. As for the equipment, whether you choose to pool resources from your respective labs or procure new ones, ensure that all related apparatus is delivered to the Peking University Laboratory in the finest quality." Some researchers voiced their dissent. Old Wang. While it's true that academician Chu possesses remarkable capabilities in research, he has never engaged with technology in the genetic field. Are you not concerned about the discontent this will stir among us researchers? They had all signed strict confidentiality agreements upon their arrival, thus possessing some understanding of Chu Yang's identity. Nonetheless, even with that knowledge, mechanical engineering and life gene engineering are fields that hardly intersect. What could Chu Yang possibly discover? Wang Weimin, fuming, retorted, "Have any of you received the Order of National Merit?" The crowd shook their heads. "No." "Then that settles it." Wang Weimin scoffed. "All right, this matter is decided." With that, he prepared to leave. However, as he reached the laboratory door, He glanced back at the several insectoid corpses within. If these were ground into powder and mixed into fertilizer, what kind of produce could possibly result? Would it be palatable? Chapter 98. The Flirt and the Flirted. Upon returning to school, Chu Yang arrived at the girls' dormitory, cradling a bouquet of fresh flowers. In an instant, he drew the attention of numerous girls in the vicinity. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qingxue gracefully emerged from the dormitory, her daytime long dress replaced by a casual white t-shirt. Her lustrous, black hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, embodying the essence of youth. "Here, this is for you," Chu Yang said with a smile. Presenting the bouquet he had concealed behind him. Lin Qingxue's face brightened as she quickly accepted the flowers from his hands, grinning as she remarked, "I didn't expect you, Comrade Chu Yang, to be quite so romantic today, bringing flowers to bribe me. I did mention I would bring you flowers last time," he chuckled. According to Baidu, a touch of romance between couples can help strengthen their bond. After a brief pause, his gaze softened as he focused intently on Lin Qingxue. "However, in my view, the act of giving flowers isn't inherently romantic. It is only because these flowers are for you that I find it so." Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a vibrant hue. What was he trying to do? Even though they had already shared more intimate moments, there were still instances when Chu Yang's words would leave her blushing. Soon after, Lin Qingxue beamed as she held the flowers, saying, "Please wait here for a few minutes. Comrade Chu Yang, I need to go upstairs to put these flowers down before we go out for dinner." Chu Yang nodded in agreement. With a gentle smile, Lin Qingxue bounced back towards her dormitory, clutching the bouquet. As she pushed open the door to her dormitory, Li Qian and the others looked on in surprise. "Qingxue, didn't you say you were going out to dinner with your boyfriend? Why are you back so soon? Did he stand you up?" "Not at all," Lin Qingxue replied with a triumphant smile. She found an empty glass vase on her balcony, placed the bouquet inside, added some water, and set it on her desk. "Qingxue, you're not actually forgiving him for standing you up earlier because of this bouquet, are you?" Li Qian and the others exchanged puzzled glances, aware of Chu Yang's earlier absence. "I was never angry. There's nothing to forgive," Lin Qingxue declared, her face radiant with happiness. "It's just that my dear Mr. Chu had something to attend to today, so he couldn't make it. It's really no big deal. It was just an amusement park visit. We have plenty of time ahead of us." After saying this, Lin Qingxue hurriedly added, "All right, I won't chat with you single folks any longer. P.S. still waiting for me downstairs to have dinner." Li Qian and the others responded. "So, you came back just to make sure we don't starve during dinner, delivering a mouthful of dog food to us? Do single dogs have no rights? This is too much." Lin Qingxue approached the dormitory door with a smile. Upon reaching Chu Yang, she took his hand directly and cheerfully said, "All right,